Capacity is limited inside the building to help meet other safety guidelines.
The majority of our gaming positions, slot machines, seats at table games, have been removed or deactivated. This is to help ensure that we can allow for social distancing.
Plexiglass barriers also installed at key areas to eliminate contact.
Safety protocols are not just for casino guests. They're also for employees, and they start upon arrival with a temperature check.
In addition to that, they are required to wear masks to wash their hands throughout the day.
There's also newly installed hand washing stations throughout the casino for guests and employees.
We want to make sure there's a visual reminder for guests and employees to consistently and constantly wash their hands.
Safety also means enhanced cleaning by cleaning crews. Casino goers can also do their part and wipe down slot machines using wipes located on the casino floor. Air quality, another key factor in eliminating transmission of viruses. Smoking no longer allowed on the casino floor, but instead at this designated area outdoors. Also, an advanced HVAC system works to keep the air inside the casino clean.
Our system actually completely recirculates the air in our casino 14 times per hour, on average every 4 to 5 minutes.
Casino restaurants will also practice social distancing and offer touch-free menus to keep customers safe. The one thing that hasn't been checked off the list: when will casinos reopen? Casinos still waiting for Governor Whitmer to give them the green light.
I wish I had an answer for you. We're ready to reopen. We feel confident in our plan to safely do so.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
It has fundamentally changed everything.
You might not know that you already know Nell Merlino. She is the woman behind Take Your Daughter to Work Day, and she's also been helping women business owners for decades. Now reviving her Count Me In campaign to help female entrepreneurs in the wake of COVID-19.
I believe that women really, this is an extraordinary time for us to step into leadership positions, both in business and in our community, because nobody's coming to save us but us.
Merlino says right now hundreds of thousands of dollars in grant money is available for women business owners who've been in business at least 3 years.
Any of your viewers who have an existing business, there's an opportunity for them to get between, we're doing 15 $10,000 grants and 4 $25,000 grants.
Money that could surely help many businesses get back on their feet during these tough economic times.
We are looking forward to hearing from women across the Detroit area who need some help. It's also an extraordinary community to belong to.
And Merlino says all they're asking in return for the money is that the recipients pay it forward.
Either doing something for their employees or their community or their church, whatever is important to them that they think will help.
Go to countmeinrevival.org to apply for a grant. Applications are due by July 8th. In Detroit, Amy Lang, Fox 2 News.
Is that a Maytag repair sign?
It used to be an old Maytag repair store. Now it's turned into New Standard.
From the outside, it doesn't look like a repair store, and it doesn't really look like a pot store either.
It's now cannabis, Charlie. You know, it's not pot anymore.
Of course. New Standard on John R. in Hazel Park is the newest recreational provisioning center in Oakland County.
It's a great morning here at New Standard. This is Stephanie. How may I help you?
It's fun.
Fun for a couple of guys who have a long history in business, not pot. I mean cannabis.
It's an opportunity to really be at the forefront of a new industry.
But the old industry for Howard had to do with being a corporate lawyer in the prestigious law firm of Honigman, and he was general counsel for Dan Gilbert.
I grew up with Danny.
So what did you learn from growing up with Dan Gilbert?
Culture, culture, culture. I think in this day and age, technology and culture are the two fundamental tenets of a business.
And meet the Chief Operating Officer, Chase. Now, he must have a marijuana business background.
I'm new to cannabis, as it is to kind of the U.S.
But he's got a corporate background. He was the National Director of Operations for Pulte Homes, and he worked at Founders Brewing.
This is definitely a little bit of a different mode and culture, but it does have that fun element that the other two companies had.
Now we're offering 10% off all adult use flowers. That does include pre-rolls.
Oh, that's nice. And Howard says 62% of all cannabis sales in mature markets are by deliveries.
It's so convenient for me because I live right down the street.
Okay, and New Standard will give a portion of its proceeds back to the Hazel Park community affected by the coronavirus. You miss the corporate law days?
Well, no.
You can get more information about New Standard on our website, fox2detroit.com. In Hazel Park, Charlie Langton, Fox 2 News.
Hi, everyone. It's Alex Savage from KTVU, Fox 2 News here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And really just in a matter of a few weeks, a lot of school-age children all across the country will potentially be returning to their classrooms, their physical school buildings here, despite the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. Districts all over putting plans in place to get kids back in class. And joining us now to talk more about how this is all going to play out is Dr. Hansa Bhargava, who is a pediatrician and the senior medical director with WebMD. Dr. Bhargava, really good to have you on here to talk about what I know is such an important topic for so many parents here. You talk to a lot of parents. What are the biggest concerns that parents have about how this is all going to look when their kids do return to school?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me here. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot, Alex, about parents' concerns about this, and they are concerned about their kids getting the infection, bringing it home, whether the teachers could be exposed or whether teachers could expose the kids. There are a lot of concerns, especially with the rising numbers of COVID in certain parts of the country.
Okay, so I know that different school districts, and we've heard a lot of school districts here in the Bay Area, rolling out their safety plans to put kids back onto campus, but do it in as safe a way as possible. Some of the keys are obviously going to be trying to have as many students as possible wear masks and trying to have students be as spaced out as you possibly can be, given the fact that you're going to have hundreds of kids back on a school campus. What is it going to look like, and what are the key safety measures that you think need to be in place for reopening schools in a safe way?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I did want to say the American Academy of Pediatrics came out with a statement recently, a couple of days ago, about the need for children to go back to school. And I, as a pediatrician and as a parent, strongly support that. And that is because the kids actually need to learn. And what they found with online school is that it just didn't work. I mean, kids are not learning for, various reasons. They may not have the computer, or if they had it, the parent needed to work, or, they just were distracted, or, it was really hard for the schools to deliver the education. So kids are behind, and we can't have American children get further and further behind in their education. So that's one of the big reasons. A couple of other reasons is, mental health. Kids, who aren't socializing or in other groups of kids, or even with the teachers in a structured environment, don't have the ability to socialize. And so we're seeing anxiety and depression as well, Alex. And, the third reason I think you probably know is as a parent, as I do, when you're a parent and you're working, even if you have the privilege of working from home, you don't necessarily have the capacity to also take on teaching when the kids are online. So that's just for people who can work from home. But imagine the parents who actually have to go to work or have essential jobs where they have to be there and live paycheck to paycheck. So for all of those reasons, it really makes sense for the kids to go back to school.
One of the things, and I don't know if you've heard this, but one of the plans that's sort of on the table, it sounds like for some school districts, is to offer an array of options for parents, and it's sort of dependent on the students. So maybe some students are going to come and be back in the classroom 3, 4, maybe even 5 days out of the week. Other students, maybe not as much, sort of depending. And then, of course, you could have the alternating days. How important is it, do you think, and you just referred to, again, some of the students whose parents have to be at work, and those students really need to be in that school setting. So you sort of have an array of needs here. And how do you think that school districts are going to balance all of that?
And that's a great question. And I think it's a very difficult task. Look, it's really difficult. A lot of the schools are suffering from not getting enough resources, or they might not, they have different parents' needs to serve, as you're outlining. But I think the schools have been working really hard. And, I myself as a parent got surveys on what I wanted. I know other parents who did as well. Some schools are offering both options, so parents are comfortable. I think the bottom line is that there needs to be a physical option where kids show up in a structured setting. And so I think that most parents, and I would advocate, and I am sending my kids back to school as well, that parents should try to go there. And a couple of the concerns that we talked about earlier, Alex, was that parents are concerned about infection. I just want to point to a couple of studies, actually, that I was really relieved to read about. And that is there's small studies, one's out of Geneva, Switzerland, and the other is from out of China. But essentially the one out of Geneva, Switzerland showed that, in fact, when kids went to school in Switzerland, the households that got infected, less than 8% were due to.
All right, folks, we are worldwide here on coronavirusnow.com, taking you out to New York City. Mayor Bill de Blasio starting it off.
Our police and the approaches they take, how we focus on young people and make sure we pull them away from the influences that are negative around them. We have a lot to do. But I can tell you something about the people of Harlem. People of Harlem have been through a lot, not just in the last 4 months, but over years and decades, and every single time they have fought back. I was up in Harlem on Friday as we installed the Black Lives Matter mural. There's tremendous pride, there's tremendous energy in Harlem, there's history of people making things happen for the betterment of the community in Harlem, and we're going to see that again. We will never go back in this city. And we're going to focus all our energies right now on addressing these issues in Upper Manhattan and then many other issues beyond. Commissioner Shea this morning is meeting with the chief judge for the state and with the DAs for the 5 boroughs, working on how we all together confront gun violence, how we get the court system restarted, how we have a truly coordinated effort to fight this back. And I know everyone can and will work together to address this issue. We all come together in this city many times before, and what we've done in these last months is particularly notable. This disease, this unseen enemy that threw us such an extraordinary challenge without a roadmap, trying to figure out together how we would fight it back. New Yorkers should be very proud of how far we have come. So now let me turn to the good news, that phase 1 of the restart has been successful so far. Phase 2 has been successful so far. Today, we begin phase 3. And we begin phase 3 because of the hard work you've all put in. And I'm always going to thank you for it, and then I'm always going to remind you to keep doing what you're doing. The social distancing works. The face coverings work. We have to stick with it. But today is a good day because about 50,000 people will come back to work and start their livelihoods again. A whole range of personal services will be available again. And we're starting simultaneously a lot of recreation activities in our parks. Basketball, handball, volleyball, bocce, all will be up and running again. Dog runs will be open again. It will be more of summer again because we did this hard work to get this far, and we cannot let up now. And as a reminder, what happens when people let up, look around the country, look at the places that unfortunately did let up, that didn't stick to the smart rules, and they are suffering now, and I feel awful for them, and I hope they all come out of it soon. But this is why we did not move forward with indoor dining, because we've seen that restaurants and bars, indoor dining, cause so much of the resurgence in other states. So that's something that will be on hold for a substantial amount of time until we can figure out the right way to do that safely. Now, people are coming back to work and people are engaging their lives again in so many ways. And we see the evidence, which I'll go over with you. And look, it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure we do this safely. The city's going to keep working hard to make sure this is done safely. The MTA has been doing great work. We need them to keep doing it because more and more people are coming back to the subways and buses. So I'm going to compare this last Wednesday, July 1st, to 2 weeks earlier, June 17th. And in that 2-week phase, subway ridership up 18%, now over 1.1 million riders a day. Bus ridership up 12% over the same period, now also almost 1.1 million riders. Staten Island ferry ridership up 15%, and that's why starting today we have gone back to the full rush hour service that we had before the coronavirus hit. What's interesting is we do see more traffic into Manhattan on the East River bridges and the Harlem River bridges, 3% and 7% respectively. But very notably, mass transit usage is going up substantially faster than car traffic, and that's in many ways a good thing and a good sign that people are feeling more and more comfortable and ready to engage. But again, do it safely, with the face coverings, with the social distancing, remembering how important it is to each other, to your family, to yourself, to stay safe. Now, as we have moved ahead with outdoor restaurant seating, that's been a huge success. We are not doing the indoor, as I said, but we've moved forward with the outdoor, and that's been a great success. People have really, really engaged it. The customers have come, the employees have come back to work, people have gotten their livelihoods back, businesses have been saved. We've been very focused on making sure enforcement is strong at these restaurants that are now open, particularly on weekends, of course. So we had 700 city personnel, including the sheriff's office, out in full force over the July 4th weekend. And I just want to say the sheriff's office has been doing tremendous work on many, many fronts. I want to thank the sheriff and his whole team. People don't know a lot about them, but what they're doing has been absolutely crucial to fighting back this virus and making sure this city is safe in so many ways. So thank you, Sheriff, and your whole team. So a huge number of personnel out where most of the bars and restaurants are. 1,000 businesses were inspected this weekend. 85% were in immediate compliance. Those that needed to make adjustments, the inspector stayed until issues were addressed. Sometimes it meant moving tables farther apart or dispersing crowds. This is going to be the model from this point on, a huge number of personnel out addressing issues. But what we see is overwhelmingly both the restaurant owners and the customers are doing the right thing. Sometimes people need some help, sometimes they need some reminders, but overwhelmingly we're seeing people are doing the right thing. Now the restaurants outdoors, I said, huge success. Over 7,000 restaurants now have the outdoor seating under the open restaurant program. We are going to continue to work with those restaurants to make sure they are able to do a great job for their customers, but also stay safe. So what we're doing from this point on, any new restaurant that applies, not only are we going to do the self-certification, but we're going to have immediately a call from a city official the same day they self-certify to go over the safety rules to make sure that we address all issues up front so people know exactly what they have to do to stay safe. I know our restaurant owners want to do things the right way. Sometimes some extra communication helps, so that's what we're going to do. Okay, let's go over today's indicators. And again, we keep looking at the trend here. It is a really good trend because of your hard work. And please remember, every day we see progress. It's because of you, but it's also a day to remember we got to keep at it because we want to keep reopening and we want to have life come back to as much normal as possible in this city. We can only do it with your hard work. So let's look at the indicators. Number one, daily number of people admitted to hospitals for suspected COVID-19, threshold of 200. Today, 62 patients. Number two, daily number of people in health and hospitals ICUs, threshold of 375. Today, 276, so 100 less. That's fantastic. And most importantly, percentage of people testing citywide positive for COVID-19, threshold of 15%, and today the lowest we have ever seen, 1%. So that's fantastic. Just to give you a little bit of extra appreciation for what you've all achieved, at the height of this crisis, we had 850 people admitted to the hospital for suspected COVID-19 in a single day. Compare that to the 62 we're reporting today. At the height, we had 71% testing positive. Compare that to 1% today. A lot to be proud of. A few words in Spanish. Llegar a la fase 3 quiere decir que hay más neoyorquinos que de nuevo pueden ganarse la vida. Lo hemos logrado juntos. En lo que abrimos a la ciudad de nuevo, nos tenemos que mantener seguros. Tenemos que estar seguros de que nuestros negocios y nuestra gente sepan las reglas. Vamos a mantener nuestra ciudad segura y vamos a trabajar juntos para enfrentar y detener la violencia. With that, turn to our colleagues in the media, and please let me know the name and outlet of each journalist.
Hi all. Just a reminder that on the phone today we have Commissioner Doris, Chief Monahan, Sheriff Facito, and Senior Advisor Dr. Varma. With that, I will start with Rich from WCBS 880.
Hi there, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Rich, how you doing? How was your weekend?
Well, it was terrific, actually, great. I didn't burn the hamburgers. So
there you go. I'm proud of you, Rich.
So listen, I did want to ask about the shootings and how serious you see it, and also if Chief Monahan can chime in about what he sees as the cause of this uptick, if you will.
Yeah, Rich, it's a very serious situation. And I've been talking about it for weeks now. We've been seeing some troubling signs we have to address very aggressively and with the whole community. So there's no question that as we're getting into warmer and warmer weather, and we're feeling the effects of people being cooped up for months, and the economy obviously has not restarted to anywhere the extent we need it to. So there's a lot less for people to do. We have a real problem here. And I think profoundly the fact that our court system is not functioning and needs to function again underlies all of this. We've got to get things back into gear. It's time to do it. So we've got a huge problem. We take it very seriously. We also have the NYPD, which has proven itself time and time again to be able to take on really difficult challenges, even compared to just a few years ago. You saw even worse realities in this city. So the NYPD has taken on those challenges, come up with new strategies, deployed personnel in a really smart fashion, and they're going to do it again. But the other thing I'd say as we turn to the chief is it has to be with the full participation of the community, and that's what I'm going to be working on today with leaders of the Harlem community. We need everyone to be part of the solution. Chief?
Hey, good morning. Thanks, Rich. Listen, we look at it, as the mayor said, there's a lot of different things going on. It's a combination of things, bail reform, COVID releases from prison, court shut down, which has Rikers at half of where they were last year with the population. You know, I've said this before, the animosity towards police out there is tremendous. You know, just about everyone we deal with is looking to fight a police officer when we go to make an arrest. It is so vital that we get our communities coming together, supporting our cops, speaking up for the police officers that are out there. Their morale is low. You're looking at a lot of the rhetoric that's going out there, which is being done by a small minority of people, when the vast majority do support our police. And it's important that we reach out to our communities through neighborhood policing and get them on our side. Let them know how they want their neighborhoods policed. We have heavy quality of life issues throughout this city. We need to deal with our communities and see how they want us to deal with it. A lot of these quality life issues are what led us to be able to reduce crime by addressing these quality of life issues. So we need to know from the communities how they want their neighborhoods policed. And again, we mentioned this insane diaphragm law that the city council passed. It has our cops hesitant to enforce some of these quality of life issues. They are afraid if they're making an arrest, that if their knee goes on the back of someone that they are fighting their life for, that they could be prosecuted, that's a problem. It makes our cops take that step back. It's only effective to New York City police officers and peace officers. It doesn't affect any other law enforcement agency within this city. It is something that really has to be dealt with if we want to be able to move past this. So it's a big issue to our cops. It's something that has to be dealt with. It's unacceptable, the amount of violence that we had this weekend. It is something that we have to deal with the guns that are on the street and figure out new ways to get them as they're walking out on the streets and make those arrests.
Go ahead, Rich.
So I'm just going a different topic now. You know, the idea of excluding people from states where, you know, COVID is very high. Are there any real moves to enforce that? In other words, is there anything that the NYPD is doing, the Port Authority Police, or is this all sort of a theory at this point?
No, Rich, it can't just be a theory. It's a great question. It has to come to life. Look, this is a new world for us to figure out, you know, on a regular basis, because we're going to be at this for a long time. how we are going to identify anyone who comes from around our own country. Originally, as you remember, when we were facing this, we all thought of this as something coming in from Europe, coming in from China. Now it is a question within our own country. And we have to figure out a structure that works. It has to involve the Port Authority police because they're in the best position to act on folks coming in through the airports, for example. But what I think would work, and we're going to work with the state on this, is to get from the state the names and contact information of anyone who comes in from one of the states with the biggest problems, and then use our test and trace core to follow up with them the same day and make sure they understand the rules of quarantine, make sure they have everything they need to stay safe and keep everyone else safe. So, no, this has to come alive, and we're working on right now how to make it like a regular process that works every day.
Next, we have Shant from the Daily News.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to drill in a little more on the claims that the chokehold bill, and if I'm hearing correctly, bail reform, have anything to do with the weekend crime spike. I guess for one, are there any suspects or arrestees who may have been out on bail who otherwise wouldn't have been, or maybe the Chief of Department Monahan thinks should have been on Rikers? And also, can someone spell out what the chokehold bill would have to do with the spate of shootings? I mean, how much of a hindrance is that? How does that directly spark, the shootings that happened on the weekend?
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Look, I think we're talking about a couple of different things simultaneously here. I think, from my point of view, the most central issue, what's happening over this last weekend, is the fact that the court system is not functioning. That when our police effectuate an arrest, they don't have the same follow-through they're used to seeing from the court system. Again, that's why Commissioner Shea is working on that issue as we speak right now. We've got to get the court system up and running. We've got to get the DAs doing their work so that we can address folks who are violent in communities and are causing harm to their neighbors. I think that's the most central issue here on top of everything else, all the other dislocations that have occurred with the coronavirus. We can get you whatever information we have on what has happened as a result of the other issues that have affected the equation. But I think what's happened this weekend is for the biggest causes, which is the impact of the coronavirus. We all, regardless of what the root cause is in each case, we have to fight it back. And we are where we are. Now is a question of using all our resources as a city, working with communities to fight it back, and get the help we need from the other levels of government to really turn the corner here. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear from Terrence Monahan on this. I mean, just because you brought up the chokehold bill, chokeholds are such an offensive tactic to New Yorkers. The argument for the legislation was that it actually strengthens the NYPD. So maybe can you address exactly why that bill, or how that bill contributed to the violence over the weekend? And can you say a little more about what's going on in police officers' minds in this climate of protest and reform? Thank you.
And just as we turn to the chief, again, I don't think the chief said that he thought the bill contributed to the violence this weekend. I think he was talking about the overall picture and his concerns about how we keep the city safe. So, Chief, I just wanted to frame for you, because I didn't hear you say that. I heard you express your broad concerns, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's a very big concern about that bill, and it's not the chokehold. We don't have an issue with the chokehold portion of it. The issue we have is the compressing of the diaphragm if your knee should go on someone's back during the course of an arrest. Anyone who's ever arrested anybody who's fought and struggled knows that there's a good chance that your knee may end up on someone's back during the course of a violent struggle. And to criminalize that has a police officer concerned about whether or not he may be arrested for his knee going on the back. So for us, it's the diaphragm portion of that, and we've expressed our feelings to everyone in the city council. All the DAs have said that there are some problems with the law the way it's worded. So it's an issue that our cops are dealing with very strongly. There is some great concern. As opposed to the idea of bail reform, COVID, and courts being closed, it means a lot of different individuals are on the street that should not be on the street. And we have seen them involved in violence. Later on today, Chief Mike LePetri will be giving a briefing on the crime stats, and he will be able to go over some of those numbers for you.
Next, we have Juliet from 1010 Wins.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you today?
Good, Juliet. How you doing?
I'm okay. According to the crime stats, the month of June, 250 people were shot in the first 28 days of the month, and that's compared to 97 during that same period last year. Where have you been in this whole month on this issue? These shootings did not just happen this weekend.
Yeah, well, Juliet, if you'll remember, over the last couple of weeks, I've been talking about this issue constantly right here. We have seen an uptick in shootings. It's very worrisome, and I don't accept it. We have to fight it back. And that's why we announced that we were moving officers. Of course, Summer All Out was part of the strategy. We talked about that weeks ago. We talked about the fact that we're going to refocus resources on the Bronx and Brooklyn North, where we've seen profound problems. Now we see problems in Manhattan North, so there'll be a focus there as well. A lot more redeployment of officers from desk jobs out into the field. We're going to use all the tools, CompStat, precision policing, and neighborhood policing to fight this back. We've had to fight things back before. We're going to fight this back again. But we can't do it alone. We need communities to be fully involved. And we need the court system to be functioning to really turn the corner here.
Juliet?
Yes, I do have a follow-up. Yes, I do. So where is your message to people of New York to say where there is crime, there are consequences?
Yeah, there always are consequences for crime, and that's the way it has to be. And Juliet, we have for now 7 years fought back crime, lowered crime. We've done it working with communities. And we've done it by addressing a whole range of problems and not letting them grow in our communities. Everything has been thrown off by the coronavirus. Let's be clear. People aren't going to work. People aren't going to school. Everything's been disrupted. And most notably, our court system's not functioning, and it has to. But the message is the same. We are going to fight crime wherever we find it. We've fought back crime many a time before in the city successfully. There has to be consequences for folks who commit crime, particularly violent crime. We need the DAs to be more a part of that. We need the court system to work so we can ensure those consequences happen.
Next, we have Gloria from New York 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to follow up because it just seems like there is a bit of a disagreement between you and the chief, in addition to what some of the police commissioners said on our show this morning. They both seem to blame bail reform, COVID releases from Rikers. I just want to know specifically if you do or do not agree with the police department's view on this. I hear that you are saying it's a confluence of all these different factors, but they seem to be specifically blaming bail reform and these COVID releases and the chokehold bill. So can you just speak to there seems to be a real disagreement. We have leaders from Manhattan South last night calling out for help. What's going on here in terms of leadership and really who is in charge?
Yeah, Gloria, respectfully, we, all of us together, have been keeping this city safe now for 7 years. So let's just be 100% clear. It's an extraordinarily difficult time in our city's history. It may be the single worst combination of crises New York City has ever faced. And yet everyone works together every day to address these issues. The city of New York didn't ask for the coronavirus to come here, nor for our court system to be shut down. All the things that are affecting us are beyond anything any of us could ever have anticipated. So we all work together every single day. There's a lot of frustration, Gloria. There's a tremendous amount of frustration. You can imagine for our police leadership and for our police officers, they're working so hard to keep people safe. And then even when they arrest folks, they don't see the kind of results that they've seen historically because the system's not functioning. I understand that frustration, and it makes sense that people are going to express it. But I'm sorry, when you ask for a breakout, it's impossible to say which factor achieves which outcome. It's everything together is having a really big impact. And we're all working together to see our way through it. That's the bottom line.
Thank you. And if I could ask a different question, wondered if the administration has at all taken a look on how beach openings went over the weekend in terms of how many people follow social distancing, enforcement. What's the administration's take on how it went so far?
Yeah, Gloria, I'll get you a more thorough answer, but so far the reports were pretty good. Obviously, a lot of people were really looking forward to the beaches opening. A lot of people came out. We didn't have particularly difficult enforcement issues that I heard about, but I'll check the facts from the last couple of days. My sense, again, is that overwhelmingly New Yorkers understand the rules and they want to follow the rules because they understand it's about their safety and their family's safety and their community's safety. And I think New Yorkers have been pretty amazing throughout. So as we've dealt with other challenges, from what I've heard so far, the beach openings went really well.
Next, we have Nolan from The Post.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yeah, Nolan, how you doing?
I'm well, Mr. Mayor. As lots of people have asked you about already, this has been the most violent June that we've seen in a good long while. Shootings are up more than 50% for the year. Murders are up by more than a quarter. You, again today, have penned the uptick on the shutdown of the court system in large part. And I have this question for reporters at the Shack. They say there is still no detailed plan for tackling the surge. And then secondly, the police department has attributed a good chunk of this violence to reoffenders who were released from Rikers on COVID, on sort of COVID-related releases. How many of those people have been arrested?
Yeah, Nolan, I don't have that fact available at my fingertips, but we'll get it to you today. We were dealing, of course, with a horrible health crisis when you think about the months of March and April, and particularly in a place where people were confined, and we had to address those health issues. But at the same time, we focus all the time on safety. So I respect the reporters who cover the NYPD, but the notion of there's no detailed plan just doesn't ring true. The NYPD always has a detailed plan for addressing any challenge. And I want people to remember that. I understand we're going through a really, really tough time, and it's really picked up in recent weeks. But I don't lose faith in the ability of the NYPD to deal with the situation. I have seen the NYPD overcome much harder challenges. That is the truth. And of course, they continue to refine their strategies. That's what they've been doing for the last quarter century. They will do it now. And we are going to be continuing to get more and more personnel out onto the streets where needed the most. And I know it will have an effect. We need the rest of the equation to restart to really maximize the effect. But I have absolute faith it will happen.
And then to follow up on Gloria's question, Commissioner Shea went on New York One this morning and blamed the chokehold legislation, in part, which you pledged to sign in part for the uptick of the violence, saying that it's, quote, insane and it is crippling police officers. The NYPD is refusing to discipline officers who cooperate with the who refuse to cooperate with the CCRB. Just hours ago, members of the brass excoriated the Manhattan District Attorney on Twitter. The budget deal that you agreed to with the city council was described by your police commissioner as bowing to mob rule. So, Mr. Mayor, who's running the department? And are you okay with the commissioner making these statements about legislation you've pledged to sign and about the budget deal you've struck?
Yeah, obviously, Nolan, again, anytime, respectfully, any of you attempt those kinds of questions, I'm going to just come back really calmly and tell you the obvious truth. This city has gone through so much in recent months, and we keep fighting back, and we are making a lot of progress as a city. We've been through a whole lot over the decades, much worse crime situations than we're facing now for much longer periods of time. We fought our way back. It comes from, first and foremost, civilian leadership, always working with the leadership of the NYPD to come up with solutions. That's what we're doing right now. So we constantly not only talk, we figure out plans together. That doesn't mean we agree on everything. And I respect that sometimes people need to express their frustrations because they're deep frustrations. They're working so hard to try and keep people safe, and they feel there's some real challenges they're up against. I'm not going to tell people not to say what they feel about that. But in the end, we come to a common approach and we implement it, and that's what we're going to do over these coming weeks. And we have to get communities deeply involved in that approach. That's always been a key in the past. That's why neighborhood policing was something we all created together. And I think that's what's going to help us turn the corner.
Next, we have Andrew Siff from NBC.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me because I'm on a 7 train, so I'm going to give it a try.
We can hear you, Andrew. You're live with the people.
Yeah, well, 23 people on this train, and 22 of them are wearing a mask.
Did you
I am wearing a mask.
say again? How
My
many?
question, 22 out of 23.
Very good.
My question has to do with phase 3. Now that indoor dining is not a part of it, it's a very incremental phase, and we've already learned from the state that phase 4 won't include movie theaters and malls. So realistically, Mayor, is what we're looking at right now today the way New York City will be until there's a vaccine?
No, I think that's an overstatement, respectfully, Andrew. I think it's a perfectly fair question, but I don't think that's the whole reality. We have a lot more to learn to figure out how we're going to address this disease even before there is a vaccine. And look, we're seeing a lot of success so far. I'm knocking on wood, but we have seen, obviously, I went over the indicators today. They're extraordinary and positive. And that says something about the ability of New Yorkers to fight this disease back without a vaccine. And you do see more and more people coming back to work. So I don't think it's, one extreme or another. I think we're making steady progress. I want to see us keep making steady progress. The vaccine will be the absolute, crossing the Rubicon moment, but I think we can make a lot of progress in the meantime.
What would you need to see, since you're already at these incredibly low data numbers, what would you need to see or need to know in order to open indoor dining?
Yeah, Andrew, when you look at the fact that we got so much data from around the country indicating that indoor dining, unfortunately, became a real nexus for infection in a way that other types of economic activity weren't. It just made sense to stay away from it for now. Let's see what happens around the rest of the country. Let's see what happens with our situation. I don't have an immediate timeline now. It's a postponement while we get more information and we see how we do overall. But I want to make sure when we do it that we're sure we can do it safely.
Last 2 for today. Next, we have Todd from AM New York.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Todd, how you doing?
I'm doing just fine. Well, I've been out on the street and I've been talking to a lot of people in the communities. One of the things that came out for me was one woman said to me, she said, everybody's been locked up for a long time, the COVID thing, they're angry, they have no job, they have no school, and then you mix in the Rikers people who are in that community, and you add in people who are not getting arrested or they're getting arrested and getting released. And she said to me, you know what? It's like letting a Rottweiler off a leash. What do you say to that, woman?
I think we've been, Todd, we've been dealt a really, really tough hand as a city. And in March and April, it was the healthcare crisis. In May, we were coming out of it, obviously with the warmer months. And as you're right, people were cooped up for all that time. They don't have the normal things to engage their life. We're seeing more and more challenges. But we're going to overcome it. It's going to be tough. It's going to take a lot of hard work, but we're going to overcome it. We have overcome this and much more in the past in terms of dealing with challenges in our communities and having to fight them back. So I know it feels very unsettling for people. It feels unsettling for all of us, but we're going to fight it back.
Todd, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, something unrelated. I was down Coney Island over the weekend, and my friend over there at the Wonder Wheel, who says his ride is the most socially distant that you can get. And he says that the city just won't let him reopen. He understands about the other rides and that they may not be socially distant, but he's like, wait a second, they can get on the Wonder Wheel What do you say?
Yeah, it's a fair question. We understand, and look, the state rules have been, I think, very smart about thinking through the phases and about avoiding things that might create too much closeness with people. And obviously, you can understand why amusement parks might be in that category. But he makes a good point that the Wonder Wheel is different and certain pieces of it are different. And so we need to look at the whole thing. So that's a very fair point. And I love Coney Island deeply, and I want to see people there continue to do all the things they've done and keep Coney Island alive. So we'll pursue that with the state to see if there's some way to find appropriate balance and see what can and cannot open.
Last one for today. We have Jeff Mays from the New York Times.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions for my law enforcement colleagues. The first one is the NYPD has been making the same claims about what's driving shootings and crime for weeks now, especially in regards to bail reform, as we heard the chief just say. But officials, the police officials, the commissioner, the chief himself have not provided any hard data or evidence to show how those factors are at play. Why is that? And should they still be making those claims if you and city officials have not provided any evidence as to that being the cause of the crime increase?
Jeff, look, I'll certainly, the NYPD, if they have specific statistics, they should share it, obviously. And we'll make sure that whatever's available will be given to you and others. The bail reform, remember, there were concerns from the beginning, and a lot of those concerns got addressed last April in the legislation in Albany. There were things that happened in the meantime, though, that certainly contributed. But again, I think the overall reality has to be recognized here. This is not business as usual. When have we ever had the court system shut down? When have we ever had people have no work, no school, no nothing to go to? I mean, this is a really, really exceptional situation. So in terms of trying to pull the pieces together, I don't know how much you can say, well, this piece happened for this reason, this piece happened for another reason. Whatever statistics we have, we'll provide. But I think there's also the reality that people are unsettled by all the dislocation. I think our officers are feeling the effects of so many things happening around them. And I think what the chief said was important. We got to rebond the relationship between our officers and our communities. That's what neighborhood policing was doing all the way up to the coronavirus. And we've got to get back to that. It worked. We've got to do it again. We've got to deepen it.
And this question also, if the chief could address it as well, shooting clearances have fallen almost half, and in Brooklyn
Say again, I couldn't hear your beginning.
I'm sorry, shooting clearances have fallen by half, and in parts of Brooklyn, it's as low as 10%. And at the same time, shootings have been increasing each of the last 10 weeks. And there's some concern from officials about whether police are conducting a slowdown and whether the NYPD is not doing as much as they normally do because they want to show that they are necessary and sort of address some of the criticisms they've been receiving in this past week. I'm wondering if yourself and the chief can respond to that.
I'll start and turn to the chief. Jeff, first of all, I know our officers are out there doing the hard work, and I know they're out there getting criminals off the streets and guns off the streets, but again, against a backdrop where there isn't enough follow-through by the rest of the system. And I know it's hard. Let me hasten to say, for everyone in the court system, the DA's office, they're dealing with a lot of challenges too. But we've all got to work it through together, which is exactly what Commissioner Shea is doing as we speak now, trying to figure out what's going to get this whole thing restarted energetically, because it has to, particularly as our healthcare situation's gotten better. So I want to say, if any one of us were an officer out there doing the work and then not seeing the follow-through, that's a real challenge. But I still see our officers doing the hard work every single day. Go ahead, Chief.
Absolutely not. Our guys are not slowing down. The investigations are moving along, and it takes time. A shooting investigation, a homicide investigation doesn't happen overnight. As the year progresses, you see that number of arrests, clearance rate go higher and higher as the year goes on into next year, because we never stop investigating a shooting. We have numerous individuals who we are ready to indict on shootings that we are waiting for the court system to open up so we can present the evidence to a grand jury. So that has slowed us down on getting some of the clearances. But absolutely, our detectives are out there each and every day working on these shootings, making arrests. We have quite a few individuals we've identified that we are in the process of finding right now to bring to justice.
Thank you, Chief. So let me conclude today. Very simple message. We will not go back when it comes to our healthcare reality, the coronavirus. We will not go back. We went through the worst in the nation in March, in April. We fought our way from that to now being a place that people all over the country are looking to as the example of how to deal with this disease. We're going to stick to what has worked. We will not go back. We will not go back when it comes to crime. We're going through a rough patch, there's no doubt. We're going to have to fight it back. But I remember what things were like in this town in the 1990s. I remember how hard it was to fight our way back and become the safest big city in America. We're going to keep that title. We're going to work with communities, police and community together. We're going to fight it back. We will not go back. And that's the work we will do together in New York City. Thanks very much, everyone.
We are continuing to bring you the very latest here on coronavirusnow.com. I'm going to switch it up just a little, take you out to Chicago, where unfortunately over the holiday weekend, Chicago police were busy with lots of shooting calls, unfortunately.
A seven-year-old who was fatally shot in the Austin neighborhood, and Bernardo Jones, a 14-year-old boy who was killed in Inglewood. We cannot allow this to be normalized in this city. We cannot get used to hearing about children being gunned down in Chicago every weekend. We must keep violent offenders in jail longer. We must. We should revamp the electronic monitoring program. It's clearly not working. We will not stop until this violence ends. That means all of us. Over the holiday weekend, I saw police officers, street outreach workers, community-based organizations, and residents step up to protect their fellow neighbors. Whether it was a roll call with district patrol, a cookout with street outreach workers, or passing out food for residents in Inglewood, leaders like Alita Clark were working in their neighborhoods to make it safer. And there are hundreds of people in this city working to keep our communities safe. Good people, many who risk their lives to prevent the next shooting or murder from ever happening. That's why it pains us all to witness the tragedies that occurred on Saturday night. There are no words to describe this pain. Not anymore. That's also, though, why none of us are giving up. Because every police district, every corner of this city, this is on all of us. We must keep violent offenders in jail longer. We should revamp the electronic monitoring program. It's clearly not working. As I said before, the best way to reduce crime is to prevent it from happening in the first place. I'll say that again. The best ways to reduce crime is to prevent it from happening in the first place. That will require a complex, sustained approach of street outreach, violence interruption, and community investment from a larger ecosystem. While that will help in the long term, none of that will bring back these young lives that were mercilessly cut short, nor will it provide any immediate relief for the families mourning and grieving the loss of their loved one. What they want and deserve is justice. They want to know that we're doing everything we can to catch these criminals and make sure they never have the chance to hurt anyone's child ever again. Let's keep violent offenders in jail longer for these families. Let's revamp the electronic monitoring system for these families so they can get a sense of justice, not a revolving door in the criminal justice system in this city. To those families, I promise you, the Chicago Police Department is working hard, risking everything for you. We will leverage every resource at our disposal to not just catch these killers, but to also prevent it from happening ever again. For this to happen, we must keep violent offenders in jail longer in this city. And we must revamp the electronic monitoring program. It's not working. We will need the community's help in bringing these murderers to justice. Anyone with any information can submit an anonymous tip to cpdtip.com. I'll repeat that again, cpdtip.com. Now I'd like to bring Chief Brendan Denahan to the podium for an overview of the investigations into the weekend's violence. Brendan.
Thanks, Superintendent. I know you guys have a lot of information already, so I'm going to basically go over the murder of this poor 7-year-old, as the superintendent mentioned. The condolences going out to the family that, I mean, nobody can even imagine what they're going through. But for as far as the investigation is concerned, I know many of you were out there that night. It was early, it was still sunny out, and a vehicle pulls up, a white vehicle pulls up, guys get out, and they just start shooting, discharging towards a house, obviously without any care of who's out there, because obviously children were playing out there, and this 7-year-old, who obviously is not the intended target, is struck by gunfire and killed. So these guys jump out of the car, start shooting, they jump back in, and they flee the scene. The investigation is revealed, once again, as the soup kind of talked about with some of the recruits, through the use of technology, the detectives, the officers, everybody, as the superintendent mentioned, everybody working together as a team trying to track and find this vehicle, that officers finally did locate this vehicle with one subject in it and took that individual into custody. Due to the fact that murder charges are pending against this individual at this time, I'm not going to go too deep into the investigation regarding that subject and what he's responsible for until we work with the state's attorney's office and make a decision on whether we are going to charge or release this person at this time. But we do have that individual in custody, and that is the vehicle that was involved in killing the 7-year-old, which is, as the soup kind of went into that, it's just nobody really has the words for, and it's every weekend, which is just terrible at the end of the day. The other incident that occurred at 61st and Carpenter, that was more at the nighttime. There were a lot of people out, obviously celebrating the 4th. It was warm out. People are outside gathering. There's some fireworks. For that incident, same thing. A group of, I will call them gang members. They pull up in vehicles, they exit, and they're targeting one individual whom they do shoot and kill, and then stand over him and put additional bullets into him. That's the person they're targeting. But as just like the other incident, they jump out and they just start shooting recklessly. And now you have 4 people dead. So based upon the information that we have, once again, with some technology for that incident, it was so dark out and people are gathering. Once the bullets start flying, obviously people start hitting the ground and start running. There were not a lot of witnesses who could even say what happened because of the mass chaos, but through a little bit of use of technology, we were able to determine, you saw the individual offenders. It's dark out, so the technology's not that great, the camera system, but you can tell that who the individuals are. They're armed with guns. They're targeting this one individual. But specifically, as the soup mentioned, this poor 14-year-old, he's not with the intended target. He catches a stray bullet through the armpit, causing his death. So he has nothing to do with this violence. He's not the intended target. He has nothing to do with this gang-on-gang violence, and yet it's just another family who's suffering, and that family will never, be the same again with the loss of this 14-year-old. For that incident, the detectives, once again, everybody working together as a team, and even working with members from our Cook County Jail. We're trying to get intelligence information to push that case forward. There is some progress, but we don't have anybody in custody at this time. Most of these incidents, specifically these 2 that I'm talking about, are gang-on-gang violence, which the soup has talked about a lot. They're the most difficult cases for the detectives to solve. They're outdoor scenes, they're committed with handguns, and it's this constant gang-on-gang violence where they're going back and targeting one individual. There's usually zero cooperation between these gangs because they just want to go back and exact their revenge, the next time around, which is what caused the death of these 2 children. So the detectives, the officers, everybody in the street is working hard, and as the soup mentioned, and as I mentioned even last week, we do need the community's help. I know that there's people out there that may know these individuals who are part of these gangs. They may know that somebody was involved in this violence, and that information has to be funneled to the detectives. It's the only way these cases are going to progress, is if we're able to get the information on who these suspects are, and then the detectives can work to build the best case possible to bring these offenders to justice. Thanks, Sue.
With that, I'll take any questions that you have.
Can you say how many shooters or individuals you're looking for in the 61st and Carpenter shooting?
So for the 61st and Carpenter shooting, and I don't want to get too detailed, but we're looking for at least 4 individuals. At least 4 and maybe more. There may be additional vehicles involved, but at least 4. We're still working up all the evidence and trying to determine exactly how many people actually discharged a weapon. But we know for certain, it looks like at least 2 people, and we know for certain who they were targeting based upon their actions and how they executed this individual.
So can you give a vehicle description?
I don't have a vehicle description at this time because what we're dealing with, and it was at that point when it's so dark at night, as you can imagine, the different systems that we're dealing with. So I don't even have that yet. Once the detectives get that information, we'll always release it through the media like we did, unfortunately, for the last weekends to News Affairs. We'll send out either videos, YouTube videos, attached with seeking to identify bulletins on the vehicles in which we're seeking.
What about in the case of the 7-year-old girl who was killed in Austin? You guys have 1 person in custody, murder charges pending. Is our understanding it was 3 individuals that executed this? What about the other 2 individuals? Do you know who they are? Are you looking for them? Are they in custody being questioned, anything like that?
So the investigation is progressing with the detectives. Nobody's in custody except for the 1 individual, and at this time, I just the preference is not to expound any further at this time. But that investigation is progressing.
I have a question for the superintendent. Exactly 1 week ago, we almost had this same news conference. You were really pissed off. You called these shooters evil bastards. You went into this weekend with a plan. You had overtime. You had all these things. How did you personally feel waking up on another Sunday, Monday morning, having to do this all over again? What are you going through?
It's hard to take the emotion of what's happening out of our response. But we want to maintain our professionalism. I, for example, and representative of 13,000 cops. So if I lose my emotional bearing, they all take their cues from me. So it's important that I maintain as much as I can my emotions, but 20-month-olds and 7-year-olds and 13-year-olds being shot with impunity. There's no regard for innocence in the crowds as these criminals shoot to kill. And so I'm trying to, as best I can, be the best example to our cops, because they have to maintain their professionalism when they're on the streets of this city. They cannot lose their cool. They cannot respond emotionally. We are the standard bearers of the law, and we stand in the gap in many of these communities between lawlessness and democracy. So, again, I'm biting my tongue a lot up here. I want to say a lot of things, and I'm a person of faith. I'm trying to get to heaven, but watching these 7-year-olds. Can I just give one example of this? So, Officer Christian Walker, one of our young officers, one of the officers that responded to the 7-year-old being shot. He immediately began applying CPR, life-saving measures, to try to save this 7-year-old who subsequently passed away. And I can't help but put myself in the place of this young officer who did what we trained to do, get there, start doing CPR, but you can just visualize the 7-year-old shot, bleeding to death while the family is there, highly emotional as expected, like anyone else would be, and he loses his effort to save this 7-year-old. And the emotional impact on this officer who is having a hard time with this, obviously. That is the job that Chicago police officers are doing. And I'm proud of what they're trying to do. They're trying to save lives, and they're risking everything. I mentioned the number of guns we confiscated. And you wouldn't think that's a big deal. Every gun recovered is a potential deadly force encounter between our officers and the person who has possession of that gun. And the frustration is there's no consequences to illegal gun possession in our criminal justice system. And my hopes are that the deaths of these young people won't be in vain and will prick the hearts of the decision makers who release violent offenders on electronic monitoring back into these very communities to mete out this kind of violence every weekend. You go from 9,400 people in our county jail in 2017 to 4,600 in 2020. That is not sustainable. And many of these people come right back to the very communities where they've committed their crimes, to commit more crimes. And we know this. The very study that the judges did to show what bail reform would do, the independent review of that study by Chicago Tribune in March of this year said that these people would commit 45% increase in crimes, and that there will be a 33% increase in crimes just based on their release, pre-COVID release. I just hope that the tragedies here these past 3 weekends bring us all to the table so that we can revamp the electronic monitoring program, find a way to hold violent offenders in jail longer. Chicago deserves us figuring this out. And we can. Chicago can do this. But not if it's only the Chicago Police Department, only the superintendent standing at the podium every weekend answering these questions. This has to be an all hands on deck, everyone in the criminal justice system being held accountable in the same ways Chicago police officers are. Yes?
If this is a gang-on-gang violence and you're asking the community for help, is there any protection for these people that come forward with information?
Yes, I've heard that repeatedly, and that's a legitimate concern. The retaliation of gang members, if you are a witness to their violence, is real in these communities. And more real just by the very thing I just said, that the community sees they don't stay in jail. So if I'm a witness and they don't stay in jail, my life is legitimately threatened increasingly. And you go from several hundred people just 2 years ago on electronic monitoring to several thousand people today on electronic monitoring. Witnesses have a real concern that now the acceleration of the revolving door of criminal justice in this city is really detrimental to witnesses. I would encourage, though, that witnesses that have this concern reach out to our detectives as you come forward. We do have a witness protection program here in this city that's run by the U.S. Marshals. And we just need to spin that capacity up. If people want to come forward but are concerned with the revolving door of criminal justice for violent offenders and for their own personal safety for them, not just them and their families. These gangsters threaten not just you if you're a witness, they threaten your family if you come forward.
Superintendent Brown, you point the finger to the electronic monitoring system here. So what is it about?
The Chicago Tribune pointed the finger at electronic. I'm just repeating what the Chicago, is someone here from the Chicago Tribune? This March 9th, 2020 article.
I want you to, can you explain?
I know, but I don't want to be the person that's pointing the finger. That's not collaborative. I've been trying to make that point, and the top headline always is, we're pointing the finger. We're not. We're saying this. We're saying this. The data has been produced, and the local media here has reported on it, but nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Paul Castle and Richard Foyles did an article in March 2020. In that article, they predicted that violent crime will go up 33% based on Judge Evans' data, not based on their own data, based on the judge who runs the bail reform data. And the results have been these babies are being killed every weekend. And cops are putting thousands and thousands and thousands of illegal gun possessors in jail, only to be let out again, where witnesses say, I'm afraid for my life because these people don't have any consequences. So I'm not pointing the finger.
But you say that this is part of the problem. You say this is
This is the issue. This is the issue.
And it's the fact that, so in essence, I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you're saying is that these violent offenders are being released, not really being monitored and causing reoffending, causing the violent crime that we're seeing today.
Yes.
Two more questions. What is the game plan moving here on forward to protect these babies?
You know, we put an additional 1,200 cops out less than last year, only because there were no planned special events downtown. They were all canceled. That additional 300 difference from last year to this year was primarily we didn't have to send additional cops to fireworks that the city put on or any other special events that were put on. All those events, because of COVID, were canceled so that we didn't have any special events to deploy around. So we had an additional 1,200 officers. We're not going to be able to police our way out of it, but in the short term, we'll likely have to spend more overtime to put even more officers in this small area of Chicago, West Side, South Side areas of that are increasingly, because of violent offenders not being held in jail and put on electronic monitoring that's not really monitored, right back in these very West Side, South Side communities. And it's upwards of 53 square miles, so it's not all of Chicago. It's large as 70 square miles, but this is a very challenging area, blighted by poverty, no job opportunities. I think Chicago closed 12 mental health facilities, so there's no healthcare system accessible to these people. Not just mental health, but other social services are non-existent. And policing is not a substitute for lack of services. Never has been, never will be. So we can go from 1,200 to 2,400 officers. That is not going to be a substitute for blight and poverty. But it's all we have now because Chicago police officers are the only people at this podium.
I have a question from one of my colleagues who's outside. Jessica D'Onofrio from Channel 7 says, do you have any evidence that anyone on electronic monitoring was involved in the weekend violence, and how many people released on bail do you think were involved in this weekend violence? And she also asks, is this the first time you were able to wear your uniform?
Thank you. It's the fourth day, I believe. I'm losing count, but I think it's the fourth day I've worn a uniform. The 7-year-old's death, there was a person in the home that was on electronic monitoring for robbery. And there's countless examples. I'm no journalist, but just for you, the bail courts. Just sit in the bail courts and hear what's happening and report to these communities what's happening. Don't leave it just to me to say. Sit in a bail courtroom, just 1 week. You'll be shocked at what's happening here.
But that person that was on home electronic monitoring for robbery, did that person have anything to do with the shooting of the 7-year-old? Were they after that individual?
As you heard, we're putting all those pieces together. That person was present.
But we just don't know right now if that person on electronic monitoring had anything to do with this, the target.
Right. But I can send you countless examples of people arrested on electronic monitoring for various crimes, including violent crimes, that get right back out of jail. If you don't want to take my word for it, and I'm saying don't take my word for it, sit in bail court for just 1 week and report. And report on it. The Chicago Tribune did an article. Read that article. Excellently done. Thank you, Chicago Tribune.
Officers still on 12-hour shifts?
No. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Hero.
All right, folks, while we do wait for some more live events to come up, we will continue to wait for live events here on coronavirusnow.com. You can see we are waiting for the New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. In the meantime, let's show you some other content from our sister stations across the country.
Our federal health experts say we need some big changes in testing right now. They're actually calling today for more community-based testing and pool testing. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain what this means and how the process could soon change for getting tested. Tell us more about this pool testing, Craig.
Yeah, Kelly, we likely will see some changes, and really in a couple of different ways, because the health experts say we need a change in strategy and we need a change in the process of testing. So we'll start with the changes in the process of testing. We're seeing, of course, large testing sites, certainly in the Tampa Bay area, running out of supplies and closing relatively early in the morning because they can't serve the people who showed up. That's a problem. And to fix it, our federal health experts say we have to start doing more pool testing, particularly as the virus continues to spread.
We're going to continue to be in a lot of trouble, and there's going to be a lot of hurt if that does not stop.
The U.S. has led the world in the number of tests given, but we're still lagging much of the world in tests given for each confirmed case, and that's the benchmark the experts say we should use. As Johns Hopkins notes, testing programs should be scaled to the size of their epidemic. And our world in data shows when you compare the scale of testing to the scale of the outbreak by nation, the U.S. has been near the bottom of the chart for weeks, and we're currently checking in at 16th in the world. Combine that with increasing positive test rates and demand for testing in states like Florida. Well, the federal government says we have to start pooling more tests. That means putting nasal swabs from multiple people into one test tube. If the tube tests negative, you know all the people grouped into that one test are negative, so you don't have to run individual tests on each one. And when a tube tests positive, you go back and order individual tests for everyone in that group. Mathematically, that would stretch our supplies and speed up testing, potentially in line with the scale of our outbreak.
Right now, as Gerard said, we're doing 500,000, 600,000 tests a day. If we can pool samples 5 to 1, that would bring it to 3 million tests a day.
In addition to pooling samples into groups, our nation's health experts say we also need more true community testing. We have this to a certain extent in Florida. For example, the University of Miami has been randomly sampling people in South Florida to find out how prevalent the virus antibodies may be among the general population. Well, our federal leaders say we need to do the same thing with nasal swabs, but on a much larger scale.
We've got to get dust on the boots. We've got to find the people and test entire communities to get our positive cases. That's the type of action we've seen in North Carolina, and that's what we need in these other local communities.
And the Secretary of Health said it's something that's needed because of the asymptomatic spread of the virus. It makes it very difficult with the lack of data that we have to determine what the true prevalence of COVID-19 is from community to community, neighborhood to neighborhood, if you're relying just on people coming forward instead of random samples and then going into communities and testing entire sections. We have seen that again throughout Florida, more so in parts of South Florida, because that has been the epicenter of cases in the state, but it needs to be expanded, say our federal leaders, in addition to pool testing across the nation.
It certainly does. Are there any other nations, Craig, doing pool testing right now already? And if we do transition to the pool testing, would all the samples be grouped into pools here in Florida? How would that all work?
Well, they wouldn't all be grouped together in Florida. There are other nations. Among them, India is leading the way with respect to pool testing. You have other nations, Germany and Singapore, doing it to a certain extent. With respect to Florida, if we move toward pool testing, I would not expect to see as much pool testing here, because what you want to do is pool test or group test people where you have a low prevalence, where you have low rates of positive tests, because then when you do that, you're less likely to have to go back and test each one if an entire tube of group samples test positive. So it may more likely be at this point, say some of the middle Atlantic states, New York, Connecticut, that currently have low levels of positive test rates, where you would see more pool testing, and then resources for testing then would move from that part of the country into Florida, until which point our case levels and rates drop as well, at which point we would move to more pool testing as well.
Right. Whatever the case, we need more testing for sure, so this could be a good option. Thank you so much, Craig.
And as more people become infected with the virus, the good news is the treatments are improving. And some doctors are also prescribing some common medications with the hopes that they too may help. Fox 13's Dr. Joe joining us now. And so let's talk about this. You know, these treatments have changed so much since the beginning of the pandemic. What kind of treatments are doctors using now?
Well, you know, we have heard about acetaminophen or Tylenol to reduce fevers. We've also used Mucinex to help with coughs. But now doctors are, in some medical circles, some doctors are also using aspirin as well. Now, I spoke with Dr. John Sennett at USF Health. He says that everyone needs to follow the advice of their doctors. Certainly, they need to consider underlying conditions when they're making medical decisions. But he also says in some circumstances that means that they may be giving someone an aspirin. Take a listen.
For someone that's COVID positive, in some patients there's a disruption of clotting. It's called immunothrombosis, where the immune system causes blood to clot where it shouldn't. So when patients first test positive, I usually put them either on low-dose aspirin or another agent called Xarelto for clotting, sort of depending on their risk factors.
You know, and that is really important. It does depend on their risk factors. Clinical trials are underway to see if aspirin will work. It's also being used to treat children with a serious inflammatory condition related to COVID-19. It's called MISC. But again, Chris, you have to remember that most children should not get aspirin under normal circumstances. This really has to be done by a physician because it can also cause a serious side effect called Reye's syndrome.
That's right. And what else, Dr. Joe? What else are doctors using or maybe using in the future to treat COVID-19?
You know, we've heard a lot about this in the past, and that is vitamin D, and that is based on an article that vitamin D reduced upper respiratory infections. But at this point in time, we really do not have any proof that it is effective for COVID-19. But again, when I spoke with Dr. Sinnott today, he says that he is also using that as well.
There's not a lot of literature on that. And there's some controversy. I know I myself take it, and many physicians do. If you have renal stones, don't take it.
And certainly vitamin D can accumulate in the liver, so you do have to be careful. But because COVID-19 is also causing damage to the endothelium, that is the internal lining of the blood vessels, some are also looking at something called a statin. Those are cholesterol-lowering medications that are also anti-inflammatory. Again, sometimes these are being prescribed off-label for certain individuals, but they, along with vitamin D and acetaminophen, that's that active ingredient in Tylenol, they can all affect the liver. So again, Chris, I just want to emphasize, don't do this on your own. You definitely need to be managed by a physician. But I have to say, we have heard time and time again, we think that the care in the Tampa Bay area may be actually better than some other areas, and that might be contributing to the lower number of people that are dying in our community. But we need to wait and see.
Yeah, some of these interventions really keeping people out of the hospitals. All right. And Dr. Joe, I hope everyone sticks around when we rejoin Dr. Joe at 5 o'clock for some very important news about our favorite and the best TV medical reporter in Florida. So that's just a little taste of what's coming. Dr. Joe, we'll talk to you again soon. Jabil, a manufacturing service company in St. Pete, is changing gears. Just yesterday, they made 650,000 face masks, and they say soon they'll be able to make 1.6 million. But before they could make the first one, Fox 13's Jennifer Holton explains how the company used its expertise to make the machinery to make them.
Charlie Main says it's not exactly what they do on a regular basis, but St. Petersburg-based manufacturer Jabil knew when COVID was spreading in China and their overseas factories couldn't get masks, they needed to adapt.
In order to keep our factories running and take care of our customers, we started recognizing that there were problems in the supply chain and getting masks. So we said, why don't we just build our own masks?
They were up and running by late March.
We ended up designing and building our own mask making equipment, higher quality, higher grade, higher throughput. And it gave us the benefit that we could scale the operations faster.
Main says not only did Jabil set a target of 1.6 million single-use masks being produced each day at its factories in Tennessee, Massachusetts, and Illinois, but also it plans to up that pace to 2 billion masks per year by the fall.
It's a 3-ply mask, and there's actually 3 layers inside this, and it has the nose wire.
He says the key to keeping up with demand is manufacturing speed.
This project has been exciting, but it's really been all about speed and moving quickly so we could protect people.
In St. Petersburg, Jennifer Holton, Fox 13 News.
The tri-state region of New York has added 8 more states to its travel advisory, so that totals now up to 16, all of them seeing a surge in coronavirus cases. So anyone traveling to New York, New Jersey, or Connecticut will be required to self-isolate for 2 weeks on arrival. Florida, as you probably know, is already on the list, so is Texas. And these new states include California, Georgia, and Tennessee. Now, globally, the European Union reopened its borders today to travelers from 15 countries, but not to us. American tourists are still on the banned list for now. So how does that affect your summer travel plans, or maybe does it? Our consumer reporter, Sarvani Banerjee, is here with some precautions you need to take for yourself and your money too, Sarvani, right?
Exactly. Hi, everyone. Many of us have already changed our summer vacation plans, but now with our numbers spiking in terms of COVID-19, other countries and states right here in the U.S. are restricting travel across their borders. So let's start with international travel first here. After months of lockdown, European nations are starting to open their borders to non-essential travelers from countries where COVID-19 has been deemed under control. Americans are not on that list. So if you booked a flight to Europe, you should be entitled to either a flight credit or refund depending on when you booked and, of course, what type of ticket you purchased. Was it non-refundable? You're going to have more of a issue. Remember, if the flight itself is canceled, you can ask for a refund. That is your right. But if you're the one canceling the trip, you might have to settle for a voucher, which isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Oh, not necessarily. Just hope that it lasts long enough for you to be able to use it at some point. So it sounds like you really have... Exactly. Sounds like you have to be proactive here.
You do. I mean, whether you're booking internationally or even locally, you really want to get it in writing that if travel is suddenly restricted by the government, you might be able to get a refund. If you've already booked something, though, and now you're facing these restrictions, we're kind of back to exactly where we were when this pandemic began. It's a case-by-case sort of thing. You'll have to call your hotel. You'll have to call your rental house. You'll have to explain that you're now not allowed to travel. For us in Florida now, we can't go to certain states without isolating for 2 weeks. Most of us don't have that kind of time off, right? You want to ask about a voucher for later travel or a refund. If this is a place you still want to go when you can, you'll obviously have a lot better luck with a voucher. And again, many are offering them, you know, for as long as 2 years out and at least a year out.
Okay, well, that sounds more generous then. So how are they enforcing these restrictions?
You know, unfortunately, sometimes it's happening at airports, Cynthia, when airlines are denying boarding to passengers who are trying to fly over to Europe. There's actually been some confusion reported over who's considered essential. Some people are trying to visit family members in Europe. Some say those family members are even sick or dying, and they were then denied boarding by some airlines. So you want to call ahead. You want to talk to your airline to make sure that you are, in fact, allowed to fly to avoid that sort of a scenario at the airport. As far as here in the U.S., if you just want to drive to a different state, maybe, states are not stopping you physically from crossing their borders. But if you are caught not complying, let's say they check your license when you're checking in, they see where you're from, well, you might be told to go into mandatory quarantine by the health department. There are potential fines, for example, in New York City. They start at $2 grand for a first offense, then $5,000, and then $10,000 if your visit causes harm to someone. So this is definitely not something worth risking.
Okay, folks, now we are going out. CoronavirusNow.com to New York. Governor Andrew Cuomo, live briefing.
This beautiful day in New York City. Let's talk about where we are today, day 128. Everybody knows Melissa DeRosa to my right, Secretary to the Governor, Gareth Rhodes to my left, Deputy Superintendent, Special Counsel at Department of Financial Services, and he's been on working on COVID crisis for 128 days. Total number of hospitalizations, 817. That is the lowest number since March 18th, okay? So that is very good news. We have the 5-day results by region, and all the regions are performing well. You see a little blip up, a little blip down day to day. That's really not of concern. You want to watch the rolling average, which is all good. Also, the numbers we get on Sunday are always a little bit skewed for some reason, but that's been going on since we started. You look within New York City. Again, you see the variance among different boroughs, but the numbers are all good, so that's good. Best news, a number of lives lost, and we're down to 9. It's unimaginable at one time that we would be this low. Obviously, you don't want to even see 9. You don't want 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But this is great, great news. The rolling average for number of lives lost is 9 yesterday. We did 54,000 tests yesterday. On average, we do about 60,000 tests per day. It's the highest testing rate in the nation. 0.95 positive. We normally run about 1.2, somewhere in that range. So that's all good. So what does this mean? What it means is, since we started reopening, which was May 15th, we started our phased reopenings. The numbers have actually declined since we started reopening. Okay, you see that gold line under May 15th. That's where we were when we started reopening. Every expert warned us on the reopening that you could see the numbers start to go up, right, because you were increasing activity. Our premise was you could moderate the activity, so you could start the reopening, but monitor the number of cases and control the phased reopening to keep the number of cases down. And that's just what we've done for the past 7 weeks. So we're actually down from where we were when we started reopening, which, as you remember, no one predicted. The question was, when you start reopening, activity will go up, number of cases will go up. Can you control the increase? That was the question. We haven't needed to control the increase. We've actually had a slight decline, and now we're basically running flat. And that is great news. That is really great news. And it's what we said from day one with my great graphic that nobody liked at the time I originally did it, and nobody still likes, but I like it, so sometimes it's nice to be governor. You have a valve. Control the activity and monitor the valves to see if the infection rate is going up, the hospitalization rate is going up, and keep your hand on the valve. And you see it start to go up, slow down the valve. If you don't see the numbers going up, then you can open up the economic activity valve. And that's what we've been doing. And that's what you see with these little corrections. So New York City goes into phase 3, but no indoor dining, right? So we have the phases, and then we have certain adjustments that we make to the phases. But the numbers show you that we are right where we want to be. New York City goes into phase 3 today, no indoor dining, but there are rules on phase 3, right? It doesn't mean go out and have a party. We have 50% occupancy for personal care services. You have to wear face coverings. Customer wear face coverings, 6-foot distance. Prohibited services that require removal of face coverings, such as facials. You can't get a facial. I did that against my own self-interest. I was supposed to get a facial today. Close the waiting rooms. Employees providing services must be tested every 14 days. So there are rules. Tomorrow is phase 4 for Westchester, Rockland, Hudson Valley. Long Island is on track for phase 4 on Wednesday. Their numbers are all good. School reopenings, just to make sure there's no confusion. There are 700 school districts in the state. The state has directed all 700 school districts to come up with a plan on how they would reopen, because there's 2 levels of discussion. Should they reopen? And then if they reopen, what does a reopened school look like in the quote-unquote new normal, right? So we've asked every school district to come up with a plan on what reopening would look like in your district. New York City is coming up with a plan pursuant to that request on what it would look like to reopen the New York City school system in September. But there has been no decision yet as to whether or not we are reopening schools. We obviously very much would like to. Nobody even knows the effect that this is going to have on students, socialization of young students, etc. We want kids back in school for a number of reasons, but we're not going to say children should go back to school until we know it's safe, right? And we have some time. This is a very fluid situation. When we get the data, we will make a decision. In the meantime, I'm telling all school districts to come up with a reopening plan. But we don't yet know if we are going to reopen. And we'll follow the data and we'll make a decision on the data. The Department of Health is also working on this. So every school district is coming up with a plan to reopen. That doesn't mean they are reopening, okay? nuance sometimes is important. Not often, but sometimes it is. On casinos, movie theaters, we're still looking at the data, but for now they're going to be closed. We are not going to open the State Fair in Syracuse. This is a really tough one. Fairs all across the nation are not reopening. We have a fantastic state fair in Syracuse. We've invested a lot of money. We've had record attendance, 1.3 million people last year. We broke the attendance record. We invested money. We redid the whole state fair. We built a new expo center, 110,000 feet. It's really amazing. And it's been an economic boon for the whole region. But this year we're going to have to cancel it. And that makes me personally very unhappy, but that is where we are. On the COVID transmission, following the facts are changing as they learn more about this virus. There's less concern about surface area transmission, more data that it is primarily an airborne transmission. That then raises the question of what can we do with air filtration technology? You hear this is an air-conditioned building. It's bringing air up into the HVAC system. It then runs through the HVAC system and gets recirculated. What kind of filtration can you have on the HVAC system that may be capable of catching the virus as it's attached to the droplets? There are filters that systems install. HEPA filters are one of them, and then a series of filters that are rated by the minimum efficiency reporting value, MERV value. And the most dense filters can actually filter out the virus, which is remarkable and interesting. Nothing is simple with this virus. It depends on the air conditioning system you have, whether or not it can take one of these higher filters and still operate. And different systems take different filters, and we're working through that now. We're spending time on it because I think there's a real possibility that we could actually have a positive contribution here. And different HVAC systems have different capacities, but we're working through this now. Because if there is a way to filter the air, and there's a way to get COVID out of the air, then we want to do that. And if we can do that without an exorbitant expense for existing HVAC systems, it's something we have to look at. So we're in the midst of that now, and as soon as we know something, we will make it public. New Yorkers did the impossible. We went from the worst infection rate in the United States to the best infection rate in the United States. I like to say that we crossed the mountain. There's the mountain. We don't want to have the challenge of crossing a mountain range, right? One mountain was enough. The last thing we need is to see this virus spike again. And there are two threats in that area. One, New Yorkers getting complacent. This is great. New York's doing great. The numbers are down. I heard the governor. He said everything is great. We get complacent. We get cocky. We get a little arrogant. That is a real threat, and it's a threat that I'm concerned about. You look at the festivities over July 4th, you see gatherings that are not socially distanced. They're not wearing masks. You see it in Manhattan. You see it on Fire Island. There are reports upstate of gatherings where people aren't socially distanced and people aren't wearing masks. You know, I don't know how else to say it. Actions have consequences. Our success was a function of our action. you change your action, you change your behavior, you're going to change the outcome. It is that simple. That curve was purely a function of what we did. If we change what we're doing, you're going to change the trajectory of the virus. I understand people are fatigued. We've been doing this for 128 days. I get it. But it doesn't change the facts. And we have to stay smart. We need, every person in the state needs the local governments to enforce the law. And I talk to local governments about this all the time, mayors, county executives, etc. And I'm going to have another round of conversations today. I understand that it is not politically pleasant to enforce the mask law or the gathering law or the socially distanced law. I get it. I get that politically it's difficult for the local governments to do it. But it is the law. And if we don't do it, there's going to be a serious problem. It's not a local government law, it's a state law. So I get the politics, and I've said to them, I have no problem taking responsibility. Mr. Mayor, tell your police when they go out to enforce the law, they can say, don't blame the mayor, it's the governor. Blame Governor Cuomo. County executive, tell your police, don't, when they hand out a summons, say, this is not a county law, it's a state law. Blame the governor. I don't have a problem with that. But they have to enforce the law. We do not have a state police department that is large enough to enforce the law in the entire state of New York. That's why we have local police agencies. But they have to do their job, and they have to enforce the law, and the law is clear. And I don't want to be difficult or unnecessarily difficult, but I'm telling you, if we don't follow these behaviors, the numbers are going to go up. It's that simple. The second threat is you now have 38 states in this country with an increasing virus rate of infection. It's only getting worse. It's not getting better. You look at states like Texas, you look at Arizona, you look at those curves. I mean, we know those curves. We've seen them. We've been there, done that. This is a frightening situation across this country. Look at California. Look at the curve on California. We've been here. We've seen this. Deja vu all over again. A.J. Parkinson said that. No? Will Rogers said that. Just seeing if you're paying attention. I know it's a Monday morning, you're a little sleepy. Will Rogers did not say it. Yogi Berra said it. 2 points. But it's deja vu all over again. This is how the virus came to New York in the first place. It got on a plane in Europe, and it landed at JFK and Newark, and that's why we had the spike. Nobody knew it at the time. Everybody was saying China virus. The China virus had gotten on a plane, went to Europe, and then it came here from Europe. 3 million people got on planes, landed in New York, January, February, March. That's how we had the problem we had. Now, you're going to see people getting on planes from the 38 states in this nation where the virus is going up. They're now going to land at JFK, Newark, etc. You know, an outbreak anywhere is an outbreak everywhere. That's the new mentality we have to have. We can't protect ourselves as an island because we're not. We have people coming in and out all day long. And when you have these spikes in China, in Europe, that's how it happened the first time. Now people can come from Florida, anywhere else. We're already seeing it. We have had significant clusters where people came from out of state, they came in, they attended a function, bang, the next day we have an increase in the infections. we're doing so many tests and so many tracings that we can trace it back to patient 0, and they're very often from out of state. We have it downstate, we have it upstate. It is inevitable. So yes, New Yorkers have to be smart, but we also have a problem that if the virus is increasing anywhere, it's going to travel here, and then we're going to have a problem. Denying COVID is really advancing the COVID virus. And I know this is a politically charged environment right now, and somehow COVID has become a political issue, which I've never heard of a virus becoming political, but in this environment it has. But if you deny the problem, then you will never solve it. We're not the United States of denial. We have never been a nation that has excelled because we refuse to admit the problem. We admit the problem, and then we overcome the problem. If we do not, as a nation, acknowledge the COVID viral increase, it is going to continue. Those upward numbers don't change on their own. They only change when you change them. That number keeps going up unless you bend the curve. The bend doesn't happen naturally. The bend happens when people change their behavior and actually reduce the transmission rate. So you look at those numbers in those states, those upticks are just going to continue. That mountain, that didn't just plateau because God said plateau. It plateaued because we did masks and social distancing and close down and all those activities and testing and tracing. That's how we bent the curve. If we are in a state of denial, you're going to see that curve continue to go up. Now, how do you bend the curve? We know how to bend the curve because we did it. You have to be aware of it. You have to admit it. You then have to take action, and you have to be committed to it. And it starts at the top with leadership. The President said over this weekend, if we didn't test so much and so successfully, we would have very few cases. Okay? Think about that for a second. What he's really saying is, if we didn't test, we wouldn't find the cases, and if we didn't find the cases, we wouldn't have a problem. That's incredible, but that's what he is saying. Okay, so let's just extend that logic. If we don't test, then we won't know, and if you don't know, then you have no problem. It's a great way to go through life, isn't it? So on that theory, let's do no more cancer tests, and that'll solve the problem with cancer. No more mammograms, because we don't want to know, and that'll solve breast cancer. No more prostate checks, that'll solve prostate cancer. No more TB checks, that'll end TB. No more HIV tests, and that will solve the AIDS issue. No, not knowing doesn't mean you don't have a problem. And in this case, if you do not admit it, and if you don't confront it, it is only going to increase. We know it has to be done because we lived it here and we did it here. To bend the curve, yes, you have to test, yes, you have to trace, yes, you have to isolate, yes, you have to phase the reopening, and you have to socially distance. But by the way, phasing the reopening is better than reopening recklessly, where you have the states, okay, we're reopened, everybody comes out, the virus goes up, stock market goes down, and now the states are saying we have to close again. A phased reopening is better than reopening and closing. That is not just a premise, It's been proven by the past experience. Look at the states that reopened recklessly and are now closing again. Who did that help? It actually set us back. So, Mr. President, don't be a co-conspirator of COVID. Do one simple thing. Acknowledge to the American people that COVID exists. It is a major problem. It's going to continue until we admit it and each of us stands up to do our part. If he does not acknowledge that, then he is facilitating the virus. He is enabling the virus. How did this become a political statement? This is common sense. And let the president start by sending that signal very simply. Just wear the mask. I've been asking him to do it for weeks. Just wear the mask and say to the American people, this is real, and it's a problem, and we have to do our part. We started masks April 15th. First state in the nation to start masks. They make a difference. July 4th, true patriots wear masks. True patriots are New York tough and smart and united and disciplined and loving.
Governor, one other thing the president has said in recent days is that the virus is no longer as lethal as it was when it targeted New York. He's made the case that 99.9% of the people who get it are fine and that you basically just need to live with it. I wonder what your response is.
Yeah, I know this is what the president says. The president says a lot of things, right? They're not necessarily facts. They're not necessarily true. 99.9%. They then had his FDA commissioner on the television and said, is the president right? And he wouldn't say the president is right. He makes up facts. He makes up science. He wants to deny the COVID virus. He has from day one. Well, it's just like the flu. Well, it's going to be gone by Easter. It's going to get warm, and then it's going to disappear like a miracle. He said all those things. None of them were true. And now we have a problem in 38 states because some people believed him. He won't wear a mask. Vice President Pence says wear a mask. All the health officials say wear the mask. He won't wear a mask because he doesn't want to admit that there is a COVID virus. Why? I have no idea. But his denial of the problem and his making statements like that, 99.9% don't have to worry about it. Okay, then there's no issue. What he's saying to the American people is there's no problem. And then they don't wear a mask, and they don't socially distance, and they don't take any precautionary behavior, and then the virus goes like this. He is facilitating the virus. He is enabling the virus by statements like that. And you're seeing the infection rate go up, and you're seeing the economy suffer, and he is part of that current debacle that we are in. Look at New York. We know what to do because we did it. We did it. We know there's a model that says you can contain the virus. We did it. And by the way, we did it in the worst case scenario. That's what's really breathtaking here. We didn't have 7 cases. We had the highest infection rate in the country. We had the highest infection rate per capita on the globe. Through no fault of our own. Frankly, because the federal government didn't know what it was talking about when it said the virus was in China. They needed a map because the virus was in Europe and it came here from Europe. But we know what to do. But the first step is you have to admit the problem. You will never solve a problem in life that you refuse to admit. Why he refuses to admit it, I have no idea. You have a White House coronavirus task force. Why do you have a task force if there's no problem? Right? 99.9%. It's just made up.
Governor, if I could ask you about this DOH report regarding specifically nursing homes. It concludes that the data shows that staff and visitors inadvertently brought the virus into these homes. But visitors were barred from going into them. So does that mean primarily it was the staff who spread it?
Visitors were not initially barred. Visitors were barred about middle of March. And by that time, the virus was in the nursing homes. We never tested visitors. At that time, we weren't testing anybody, right? Testing was just starting. But we didn't test visitors. And if you look at when the visitors were allowed in, they were allowed in up until about mid-March. The spike in the nursing homes was like 7 days, 14 days after that. So what the report was saying, between the family coming in and the staff, they were the transporters of the virus, which we all knew from day one. We knew that nursing homes were the most vulnerable place. I made the decision to ban the visitors in mid-March, which I tell you was a very difficult decision, and a lot of people opposed it, and I understand why. But that's why we put in the ban, because if it is in the population and visitors and relatives are going into the nursing home, they were going to bring it in with them. And I was very uncomfortable having people in nursing homes who couldn't even see their loved ones. You know, you have a grandmother in a nursing home, a mother in a nursing home, you have to FaceTime your mother. I mean, but yeah, that's what it's saying. But if you look at, this is pre-ban. Staff, obviously, we never banned, but it's pre-ban of family and visitors. Do you want to make a point?
DOH consulted with a number of health professionals while they were doing the look-back report, primarily with Mount Sinai, who was participating today at the press conference. And Mount Sinai put out a study that the New York Times actually covered last week, that they now have evidence of antibodies going back to the first week of February. So for the entire month of February, while we were relying on the CDC, because CDC was then doing all of the testing, and CDC was doing the testing and reporting to us and saying, we've tested people, New York has no COVID positive cases, and in turn, DOH was telling people of New York, we have no COVID positive cases. For the entire month of February, we now know that COVID was existent in New York City. So DOH report actually says they can't conclusively say on visitors, but they have to assume that because it was within the general population, that it was walking through the front door into the nursing homes, again, through no fault of their own, and staff as well. It was February and March, and we now know asymptomatic people can give the virus to other people. So how would they have known? These are healthcare professionals. They would never do anything to intentionally hurt anybody else, but that's the conclusion. And most importantly, when you look at the timeline, we now know that from date of infection to death, it's approximately 18 to 25 days. So when you look at when the mortality took place, when people were dying in nursing homes, it began in the end of March and continued through, and its spike was the first week of April. So when you back out the dates on that, people were obviously giving it to people beginning at the end of February, beginning of March.
Yeah, let me just to put in perspective. Nobody knew what they were talking about for a long time. That's the bottom line here. And the federal government was just plain wrong. We had our first case March 1. They now say the virus was coming here January and February. And it came from Europe. And we had tens of thousands of cases because the antibody test now shows you had people back in February. So by the time we had our first case, March 1, it was already here. It had been here for weeks, if not months. And it was totally undetected. I mean, nobody had an idea. Second, they said asymptomatic people could not spread it. Remember that? We lived with that truth for a long time. Now they say, whoops, that was wrong. Asymptomatic people can spread it. So you didn't even have any symptoms. You didn't even think you had a bug or a virus or anything. You didn't even think you had a cold. You had no symptoms. And you went and visited your relative in a nursing home January, February, up to mid-March. We do the family ban March 15th, let's say. We had our first case March 1. We did the family ban 2 weeks after the first case. And people were saying to me, why are you doing this so abruptly, so quickly? We did the ban within 2 weeks. Sounded fast, right? From first case to ban 2 weeks? No. The virus was here February, the virus was here January. And there was asymptomatic spread, which means you could have walked into a nursing home, been totally conscientious, had no signs of anything, and walked it into a nursing home.
So if patients were coming back from hospitals and they were not the main driver here of the actual spread, then I'm just curious, why did you change the policy?
Which policy?
Which is that patients who went to hospitals for treatment were initially put back into homes. At some point, that policy changed.
I don't know when it changed.
So no, what you're talking about, Zach, is on May 10th, we did a couple of things. We then had increased testing capacity, and so we mandated that nursing homes do testing twice weekly of staff, which we had in place for about a month, and then we scaled back to once a week for regions of the state that were in phase 1. And then we had also said at the time that hospitals could not release nursing home patients unless they tested twice negative. And at that point, there wasn't as much stress on the hospitals because the number of hospitalizations and beds went down. We still didn't know then what we know now. And so at that point, obviously, it was a recognition that the nursing home population was very vulnerable. There were more beds, and so we said, out of an abundance of caution, you need to test negative before you're released. But even now we know, which is reflected in the report, which was confirmed by the medical professionals, is that after a certain number of days, you're no longer shedding the virus. So even if you're still positive after about 9 days, you're no longer able to give the virus to somebody else. But that was something that was done out of an abundance of caution.
Oh, look, what it was they were playing, look, I get politics, right? And I get the political environment, and I get the ugliness of politics better than most. And you had this political conspiracy theory that the deaths in nursing homes were preventable. And by the way, most of the deaths were in Democratic states, which was right, because that's the state that had the most COVID cases. And it was this policy that said COVID positive people couldn't be discriminated against by a nursing home. It has no basis in fact. It was pure politics, and it was ugly politics. And now the report has the facts, and the facts tell the exact opposite story.
So given the facts from this your report, what, in your opinion, went wrong, and what could have, looking back, right, in hindsight, what could have the state, the federal government, and nursing homes done?
Total hindsight, CDC, when they saw the virus, Luis, in China last December, should have taken out the big CDC whistle and gone as loud as they could. Last December. When they saw it this past January, they should have kept blowing the whistle. The CDC, all of them. When Peter Navarro sent the memo to the president in January about the coronavirus, he should have done something. When the White House did the memo on possibly 2 million Americans infected, they should have done something. They should have said the virus was here when it was here. They should have said the virus was in Europe when it was in Europe. Then they should have said it was here when it was here. And that should have happened in January. March 1, it was over in March 1. It was over. We got our first case March 1. It was over. There were tens of thousands of people in New York, tens of thousands of infections, just waiting to manifest themselves.
Do you think the state government could have done anything differently, or do you think nursing homes could have done anything differently?
State government, I don't do global pandemics. I don't have an international health department. I don't trace China. It's not what I do. I don't trace Europe infections. It's not what I do. It's what the federal government does. You know, federal responsibilities, state responsibilities. I don't do international health monitoring. That was their job. What else could the nursing homes have done? If this nation had testing capacity, which we did not exist, and if we knew the virus was here as early as we knew, start testing last January every nursing home employee. And by the way, start testing every healthcare employee. Now, that is hundreds of thousands of tests, and you had no testing capacity. So you would have needed to know the virus was here, and you would have actually had to have a testing capacity, neither of which happened, right?
Governor, are you concerned with the rising number of shootings in the city, given what's happening with the police department?
Yes, very concerned.
Have you spoken to the mayor at all, or?
The state police are working on it. They're speaking to the NYPD police. My criminal justice people are going to be speaking with the mayor's criminal justice people. I'm going to be speaking with the district attorneys. I'm going to be speaking with the chief judge today. I'm very concerned about it. I'm concerned about it not just for the immediate loss of life, which is horrific. And again, it's the communities that in many ways need the most pay the highest price. Many of these shootings, Brooklyn, Bronx, communities that are suffering through COVID, suffering inequality all across the board. So it is in and of itself, it's frightening, and it's tragic, and it's unnecessary. You know, COVID takes lives. You do everything you can to save a life. We can do better than this. We must do better than this. I'm also concerned for the city. We have the COVID that we're dealing with. A lot of people moved out of the city during COVID. You have businesses that can't fully reopen. That has an economic problem for the city. You then have to get restaurants up and running. You have to get concert halls up and running. You know, what makes New York City, the arts, the culture. When can you do that? Well, we don't know. And then you add on top of that a public safety concern. That is a bad combination of events and a bad combination of facts. So yes, I'm very concerned.
Governor, good government groups and some state lawmakers have said, given the state's progress in battling the pandemic, that the time has come to undo the state of emergency and your emergency powers, to which some of your staff members, your top staffers have said, given the danger at the national level, that is too soon. What are the benchmarks you think are appropriate for eventually ending the state of emergency and your own emergency powers before April 2021?
A state of emergency first exists federally, right? Federal government, which is government in denial, they've declared a federal emergency. There is no thinking American who doesn't believe this is a state of emergency. I don't believe there's any governor who's had their emergency powers revoked in the middle of an emergency. To tell you how stupid an idea that is, frankly, if the emergency powers, and stupid is a strong word, but sometimes it's just stupid. If the executive orders go away, you know what that means? You don't have to wear a mask. You don't have to socially distance. All businesses automatically reopen. Every business, movie theaters, Broadway, everything automatically reopens. Hospitals don't have to take people who have COVID unless they can pay. Everything that we have done that has worked goes away immediately because they were all done by executive order. So it's a stupid idea. Plus, it's an unnecessarily stupid idea because the way the law works, the legislature already has the power to unilaterally end any specific executive order. So let's say the legislature doesn't like the mask law. Fine, then you pass a bill that says we're denying the mask law. They just do it as a legislature. I don't have to sign it, and the mask law is gone. So they always have that power. They haven't done it because, first of all, I talked to the leaders about the laws that we're doing, and the measures have all worked very well. New York is a national model for how we handled this pandemic as a society. So, yeah.
Governor, so are you assuming that the state of emergency would last through April 2021?
No. When does the federal, I hope it's off tomorrow. Tell me when the emergency ends. When does COVID end?
Vaccine in January and 0 deaths for 2 weeks nationwide?
When COVID ends, the emergency ends, right? Or when we get control of COVID, it ends. Do you think it ends today when you have 38 states with the viral spike increasing? Do you think now is the time to say no more masks? No. You had a point?
I was just going to say, gratuitously, I think it's so incredibly ignorant, and the idea that these good government groups who, I don't know what their area of expertise is, but I can tell you it's not global pandemic, and some of these lawmakers who I think are being just completely political. The last 128 days could not have gone the way that they did had the governor not had the executive authority. It would have been complete and total anarchy. There were large periods of time during this crisis when the thought of trying to get the legislature back to Albany to pass some of these laws, and also you guys watch every single day, you cover us. Sometimes these things get caught up, and it's so incredibly difficult and time consuming. If we didn't have the expediency to be able to close down the businesses when we did, to mandate the masks when we did, for the governor to be able to do the things he needed to do, so many more lives would have been lost, and this is just a continuation of playing politics. And if they can't see that, then they aren't looking at the front page of the newspaper or turning on the news, because what's going on around the country could very easily end up right back in our own backyard, and then what? So I urge them to stick to their day job.
And the reason why it's stupid is the legislature is convened, and we've passed a lot of bills, and they didn't want to roll back any executive order. If they did, they would have, right? And I love that good government. You know who doesn't like the executive orders? The insurance companies don't like that they have to pay. And we've mandated they have to pay for tests, etc. There are some laws that limit liability, which tort lawyers don't like, because it could theoretically limit the number of lawsuits. Some members of the hospital community don't like it, because we have mandated that we share beds so everybody could have a bed. So I get it. I've taken the political heat. That's why I get paid the big bucks. I get it. But, you know, the groups, you don't just get to proclaim yourself a good government group, you know? It's not by just a proclamation. I declare myself a good government group. I've been asking them for years, who pays you? Who pays you? Where do you get your money from? Who pays your salary? They won't say. Isn't the essence of good government transparency, disclosure? Are you getting paid by the insurance companies who don't want to pay for the COVID testing? Do you take money from the trial lawyers who want to be able to sue people? I'm just wondering, who pays your salary, right? They won't reveal their donors. Why not? Oh, it'll be a breach of security. We may be targeted for death. Come on. When you don't want to answer questions, there's normally a reason.
On the topic of gun violence in the city, Commissioner Dermot Shea says it's because too many people are being released from jail and back on the street too soon, and that needs to change. Do you agree?
Nope. Nope. We changed bail. We reformed bail reform, right? We did that. That's what they said months ago when there was a spike in crime. Well, it was the bail reform law, right? That was the first spike. They blamed it on bail reform and said we have to reform bail reform. We came back, we reformed bail reform. The mayor praised the reform of bail reform. So we did that. That happened. Those concerns were addressed. The chokehold law, which was also mentioned, that law embodied existing NYPD policy. So it can't be the chokehold law either. Well, the courts aren't processing people. That's not true either. So,
the major crimes unit, though, that definitely made a change. The disbanding of the major crimes unit.
By who?
By the NYPD. They disbanded. The mayor de Blasio disbanded.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And also, I think she was referring to the 15th or 2,500 inmates from Rikers that were released due to COVID concerns. That's another contribution to the spike in shootings that people were asking.
Well, the question is, and everybody gets defensive. NYPD blames this one, blames the DA. DAs blame NYPD. You know, that's why you have to sort out what it is. But I know it's not bail reform because we went through that. It's bail reform. Okay, we came back, we reformed the bail reform. So it's not that. NYPD also suggested it was the chokehold law that we just signed. How could it be the chokehold law? It embodied the policy that was already in the NYPD policy. It just said it's a crime if you violate that policy. COVID release from Rikers, that's primarily done by New York City. So that would be the mayor. We may have released some from Rikers, but predominantly that's New York City. There was also a suggestion that the courts weren't processing people. I don't think that's correct either. So I don't believe those are the reasons for the shootings. And if it was the release of Rikers, you know, you're trying to separate city policy from court policy from district attorneys, right? And who's responsible for what? That's what we have to figure out. You have the NYPD, you have the city government, you have district attorneys, and you have the courts. And there are a range of blame game going on, pointing fingers. The specifics I heard are the ones that I mentioned, and I don't think those specifics are accurate.
What do you think is the cause?
Before I give you my opinion, I want to make sure I have my facts, and that's what I'm going to be going through today.
Do you think there's been an environment of anti-police rhetoric? Do you feel as though that's a contributing factor at all?
Yeah, but how would it contribute is the question. Yes, there has been anti-police rhetoric. Right. Yes. Fact. There has been anti-police rhetoric. Leading to what is the question? Leading to police being less aggressive, you know, leading to what? That's what we have to find out. Okay, guys, thank you very much.
Thank you to everyone joining us here on coronavirusnow.com. Here, just added to the schedule right now. We are expecting in about 30 minutes a White House news briefing. We will have that for you in full when that does happen. We're also waiting on the Florida Governor, Ron DeSantis, to give us an update out in Florida. As soon as we get it, we'll bring them to you right here on coronavirusnow.com. In the meantime, let's show you some more coverage from our sister stations around the country.
Hi, everyone. I'm Frank Malicott. I'm a reporter and an anchor for KTVU Fox 2 here in the San Francisco Bay Area. My guest is the managing director and a partner with Stockbridge Capital Group. That's a real estate investment company in San Francisco. And he's here to talk about commercial real estate and how it's been affected in our COVID-19 world. Say hi to Mark Carlson, an old Cal friend of mine and a dear, dear friend. Mark, good morning. How you doing?
Morning, Frank. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Well, let's talk about Stockbridge out of the gate. Mark, tell our viewers exactly what you do and what Stockbridge is all about.
Yeah, sure. We're real estate pension fund advisors. So our clients are all institutional clients, both public and private pension funds, some of the largest in the country. And what our role is to invest their capital in a diversified portfolio of varied risks and various product types. So we do everything from real estate development to buying existing core long-term leased assets. Gotcha. across the United States.
Well, I know you've been in real estate for over 30 years. What have the last 3 or 4 months been since the coronavirus?
It's been a very challenging time. I think when it first hit, we were all trying to figure out what to do. And obviously we were all hamstrung as well, learning to all work from home and try to, carry on managing our buildings, leasing our buildings. And one of the biggest things that we were doing is working with our tenants to all of a sudden, many of their revenue sources completely disappeared. So, we do office, retail, industrial, multifamily. We do master plan communities as well. But, when COVID hit, all of our tenants were hit with a stun gun too, trying to figure out, hey, should I withhold my rent because I may need it to keep our people employed and keep our business going.
Right. Well, let's talk about some of what you just mentioned, some of the different real estate out there. How about hotels? Do you own hotels, and how have they been affected?
Yeah. So obviously, the hospitality hotel industry has just been absolutely crushed. Values have probably been cut in half, but the reality is very little is even trading right now. But occupancy levels went from probably 80s to the 90s down to some cases zero.
Right.
And how can they continue to go on? If you look at Marriott, the whole Marriott chain, they've been absolutely devastated. So I think there's going to be opportunity to buy there, but I think that it's going to take a while for people to be comfortable to get back on the road and traveling and staying at hotels.
Well, I know you'd be hard pressed to find a hotel in San Francisco right now. Union Square, is huge, and they're all boarded up right now. So they got a long way to go. With that in mind, retail too hit very hard. A lot of folks now buying everything online because they're sheltering in place. What's the future of retail?
Well, that's a good question. Retail has been going through a cyclical shift even before COVID, with the increase of e-commerce and people buying the various products, everything from groceries to clothes to furniture to just about everything online. And so online sales have obviously been growing. It's been impacting the retail industry for a long time. And if you look back, retail real estate used to be kind of the go-to, super stable, low yielding, not a lot of upside, but not a lot of risk type of real estate. And you have these big, tenants in there with some, smaller tenants, support tenants for food and that sort of thing. But we would always try to buy centers with limited restaurants, limited gyms. Those are typically, non-credit type tenants. But over the last few years, it's actually, as people bought more online, it's really a lot of large businesses have gone out of business. And it's been retail centers and backfilled quite a bit by more restaurants, by more experiential real estate to try to draw people to the center to then cross shop. So gyms and restaurants all of a sudden became like the hot thing.
Right.
And then COVID hits, gyms are closed. By the way, who wants to go work out in a gym? Yoga studios, obviously they were expanding. No one's going to yoga studios or Pilates or anything. And restaurants are shuttered and now just starting to, some of them are just starting to open. But, most of those restaurants are hand to mouth. And so they need to be producing revenue every month to pay their bills. And I think if it wasn't for the government stimulus, many of them, maybe the majority of them, wouldn't reopen. And I think even some with the stimulus are not going to be able to reopen. So, I mean, you look forward. It's like even now, they're serving food outside some restaurants, maybe distancing inside, but they can't have the same capacity that they have. So revenues are going to be down. What does that mean? That means they can pay less rent. And so that's going to really impact, our investment decisions as well as just the viability of a lot of these tenants.
Yeah, I've got a good bud that runs a restaurant on Union Street in San Francisco. He's been there. He's from Italy, great Italian restaurant. It's been there 18 years. And he said, we could reopen once they give us the green light. But, I've got a dining room that holds 60 people, and now it's going to be down to 18. And how do I keep the same number of employees serving that amount of people? So some big changes ahead in the landscape there. How about industrial properties, Mark? Is that still a good investment, or has that changed much?
Yeah, well, on the industrial side, the industrial is the winner in this whole thing. I mean, and as e-commerce sales have grown and people have been buying more product online, it's been the real, the warehouse is the new retail. And so it's just been booming. We've had, despite lots of new construction across the country, vacancy rates are at all-time lows and oftentimes below 3%, below 2%, and a lot of the markets in Los Angeles and the Bay Area. It has been the poster child for real estate. So it's attracted a lot of capital for investment. The tenants, have been expanding, and post-COVID. I mean, think about yourself. Think about I think about my mom. My mom never bought anything on Amazon. Now she was buying everything on Amazon. She didn't go to a store.
And tell them how old your mom is.
Huh?
And tell them how old your mom is.
She's 81. She is 81, and probably go to 101, but like her dad did. But
yeah.
Who Frank knows, by the way.
I do very well.
But I really think industrial is the winner, Frank, here. And post-COVID, it's for the first, call it couple months, there was big concern on the industrial sector as to how it would fare as well, just with people buying less, period. But as we sit here 3 months into this, we're back to the same pricing levels as pre-COVID. Relative to rental rates, because it was such a healthy market before, rental rates are back up to where they were. Maybe you get another month or two of free rent as a tenant, but it's basically back. And I think as we look forward, it's going to even get more pricier and be more in demand. Again, because I think it's accelerated this whole shift of buying more online.
Well, let's switch
so what's
to
the winner?
Office space now, Mark. I know you were in leasing years ago. I look at that Salesforce tower in the city. I don't know if all the floors are rented out, but that's got to be hurting because everyone's doing this. They're working from home now. Did I lose you, Mark?
the office sector is hard of all the real estate types. It's hard to figure out really, where it is and where it's going, post COVID. I think pre-COVID, since the great financial recession, the post-COVID, the big drivers in real estate, office in real estate has been the technology-related companies. And they've been absorbing space as fast as we could build it. You look at, you mentioned Salesforce Tower here in San Francisco, but now you got, Google taking huge amounts of space in San Francisco, Uber and Twitter and Facebook. I mean, they're all coming into the city, but what they've been doing, they've been growing, on average, call it 20% a year. So when they sign a 5-year lease, they take on a lot more space than they needed in anticipation of this growth. And I think one thing we're going to see going forward is the amount of this growth is going to diminish many of these companies. And so I think in big cities, San Francisco, there's going to be, even you take, COVID out of it, there's going to be a lot of sublease space that's going to hit the market. And then you got to think about just, all of us who have offices and been sheltering at home, going to the office. Are we going to go back in? When are we going to go back in? And we're all trying to figure it out, and it's not simple. There's health concerns, there's liability concerns, and those grow exponentially when you're in a big city like San Francisco, where there's not enough parking for people to park. They got to take public transportation. New York, Chicago. Those are the cities that are going to get hit the worst by this. And I think, there's an argument that with social distancing, one to be 6 feet apart, that the tenants are actually going to need more space.
Right.
But I think that's really a short-term thought. And I don't think that's going to impact things very much. I think that people are going to, our companies are going to have their people come back maybe 2 days a week and do shifts, so A shift, B shift, A shift, B shift. And there'll just be less people in the office buildings. And then when there is, we do feel like it's completely safe, or there's a vaccine or whatever, then I think people will go back to the office. But I do think this is kind of a major unexpected experiment, right? People have been talking about telecommuting for years. And I think what this has done is it's forced everybody to work from home. So people now have put together their little home offices, even if it's in their bedroom. And so, or even if they're, doing news from their house, I mean, it's people have learned to do it. And so they can proven to be in some roles effective. And so I think people going back, once the new normal will be probably less people in the office than before. But office space to me is not going away. People need, can work short term. All of us have, I know who's on my team. We've worked together for a while. I know my partners. So we have knowledge of each other, and in some ways there's been team building because we've had to learn to work differently together. But we need that office. And I do think it's going to be more of a hub and spoke model where, there'll be more people working from home more often, as long as they're efficient. But we're going to have to, people are going to have to go in the office. And it'll be interesting to see, you've heard some companies like Twitter say, you never have to come back to the office whenever you want, or Google or Facebook, they're saying, hey, don't even show up till 2021. But the reality of it is before COVID, all those companies were trying to make really cool creative space and provide a lot of amenities in their space, like their own little gyms, their own bars, their own food, most of them serve food, all this really cool stuff. And why? Because it's about attracting talent. and they wanted to be the most attractive company to attract the top people. Now it's switched, and that, one way to be attractive is to say, look, you don't have to come into the office. You can work from home. But I do think this is, mostly a short-term trend. I think people will get back to the office, and I think it's just people, need that community, and they need to have that camaraderie. And frankly, for me, working with my assistant, it's much more efficient to do that in the office than trying to do it, online or by the phone.
Do you think values, Mark? Name a city. Well, you work in San Francisco, but the buildings value might go down, and certainly leasing. Those have got to come down too, because there's going to be, a lot more supply out there, right?
Yeah, I think rents are going to go down, because I think, again, there's going to be a lot of sublease space dumped on the market. Let's just talk about San Francisco. There's some new construction coming online. I think there's a lot of the VC-backed firms. Many of those are all focused on their burn rate, and they are just, lowering their expenses however they can by letting people go, by not renewing their office space and working from home. But they'll be back. They're going to need a space eventually, but they will be back. But yeah, certainly in the short term here, Frank, I think that lease rates are going to go down, and that will directly impact values, because you're buying based on a revenue stream. So that, combined with, I think, just less expansion than we've seen over the last 5-6 years, and probably the weak companies are going to get weaker through this and may not continue to appear. So I think values are going to go down. We've, in San Francisco, been at record levels. We never used to think of a property in San Francisco could sell over $1,000 a foot, but now that has become the norm. But I think that's going to be reversing here, and we'll see how long. But I think the office space sector is the biggest wild card, because there's both short-term challenges as well as long-term challenges, and of course the onset of the recession that we obviously appear to be entering.
A lot of viewers are from around the country. Mark, tell us what your experience has been like. You live in Marin County, north of San Francisco, over the Golden Gate. What's life like right now for you and your family?
Well, I'd say on the positive side, there's been some really great things that have come out of this from a personal side, and I think that it's all, it's around family, and that, oftentimes when I'm, you're commuting in, I leave early in the morning, I come back at night, and it's even hard with the kids' schedules to, have family dinners and family time together. But we've all been sequestered at home, and so every night, I'm in the kitchen cooking, and then I'm in the kitchen cleaning, and the kids are helping. But
I'm to work.
Yeah, but it's been great. It's really been, we're exercising together. We're walking around the neighborhoods together. It's been a really special time from that standpoint. And another thing I just love, I see all these other family pods walking around, and it's not just us. It's kind of brought us back to basics. And I guess the other thing is, especially living in Marin County, it's like when so many less people are in their cars and commuting around and out, now that has been pulled back, nature has come alive. I live on the water out here, and there's, all of a sudden there's seeing otters and all sorts of different types of birds. It's really been a beautiful thing to watch from that standpoint. The air is cleaner. I mean,
I know.
There's a lot of positive things from a personal standpoint.
Right. Well, maybe it's the Almighty's way of saying, get back to basics and love your family. I think we all work maybe a little too much, but the world is definitely changing. And Last question, post-COVID, a lot of what you see now probably here to stay, Mark, in terms of real estate. So you've had to pivot too, right? And what you do.
Yeah, well, for me, being a low-tech guy, I am used to working in the office, and if I have a problem with my computer, I'll call the IT group or my assistant to help me out, and I've had to figure that out. So in some ways, I haven't been as efficient in that regard. I think some of the younger higher tech people in our company have been very effective. I think more effective than me. But I will say it's certainly nice not having to made the commute every day, and so that's a benefit. But yeah, I think the story has not of real estate here has not been fully written. But I do think industrial's a clear winner. Office is the biggest wild card. I think hotels will be back. Retail, I think. It's going to be rough sledding, and there's just going to be less retail going forward, in my opinion. And and Amazon at this point looks like it's going to be taking over the world.
Yeah, well, they did already. And if your 81-year-old mother is surfing the net to buy her goods, that says a lot, So here we go.
Yeah, no, it's interesting times for sure.
Yeah. All right, Mark. Well, hey, want to thank you for your time. That is Mark Carlson. He is the managing director and a partner with Stockbridge Capital Group in San Francisco. Mark, we wish you good health, and thanks for giving us a little insight on the commercial real estate side of COVID-19.
All right, Frank. Great catching up with you.
As always, Mark Carlson. I'm Frank Malika. If you'd like more information, you can go to coronavirusnow.com. Have a great day, everybody.
And then you build your story as you go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Frank Malika.
I bet you can't guess why the Mexican Fiesta restaurant in Dearborn Heights stopped its dine-in service, even though the governor allowed customers to dine in.
Probably because of the COVID-19?
No, it's because the customers were being rude.
They were belligerent and even forceful about coming in without wearing a mask.
Shame on you.
Yes, and one time the cops had to be called.
This is serious. People, this is serious. Oh my God.
And when some customers, not all, didn't like it when they were told to wear masks, the solution was to stop the dine-in service.
We just don't want to have any run-ins like that, and we want to keep ourselves and our families safe.
The Mexican Fiesta restaurant has been in Dearborn Heights since 1962.
Me and my wife come from Royal Oak every couple weeks and get it and park right next door and eat it.
Well, Richard, you can still do that because the carryout will continue.
We just want to take a little time to maybe reevaluate the situation and see how we can safely move forward.
Now, Sam, the manager, says that the Mexican Fiesta may lose some money, but he also says health is more important than money.
I don't know. People love this place. I think that they will come in. I think they'll come in and they'll still dine.
Bottom line, is it really that hard to wear a mask?
No. Unless you're that pretty that you don't want to cover up your face.
In Dearborn Heights, Charlie Langton, Fox 2 News.
We got a visit from the Oakland County Health Department, and they gave us a warning letter.
Investigating some complaints. That was Monday.
She went through, didn't find any violations. She actually just had us correct some language on the notices that we have here on the windows.
Fifth Avenue bar owner Tony Yesbick says the health department inspector didn't tell him that 3 people who had been to his bar on June 19th tested positive for COVID-19. He says he found out through media reports Monday night, and while he's surprised and disappointed,
we're following the Executive Order 114, paragraph 8. We're following every bullet point they have with our staff, making sure everybody's very protected and safe, questioning them when they come in. And going beyond, actually, we do a temperature check for everybody that comes in, staff and customers.
Yisbick worked with the city of Royal Oak to get the street blocked off, contractors building a new deck, more space for customers. Capacity inside the bar slashed by 50%, but some people say that's not enough. Pepper Wood works nearby.
We can see from our window up there, and we can see that everything is packed and that everyone is very closely, densely packed together.
But Yisbick insists
Everybody just has to take it seriously, and we definitely are.
Meanwhile, this new deck will be opened and finished, ready for guests on Thursday. In Royal Oak, Camila Mary, Fox 2 News.
Straight out of lockdown at Mesa Tacos and Tequila in downtown Royal Oak, there's a bit of a problem.
I'm not complaining at all. It's an absolutely fantastic problem to have.
Owner Jenna Derrig says they desperately need more people on the payroll.
It's tough to get staff in.
Restaurants have been allowed to reopen for dine-in service. Derrig says business has been pretty steady.
Everyone has been absolutely amazing and come in to visit us since we were able to open up at 50% capacity.
Derrig able to bring all but 2 employees back, those remaining laid off by choice. But approaching their busy patio season and with plans to expand, she says she can't seem to get anyone new in the door due to the pandemic and because many are set to receive unemployment benefits through July.
We're actually incentivizing with generous bonuses if people want to come in, start working, and stick with us. So
how generous?
Well, that is on a case-by-case basis, Erica. Let's just say extremely generous.
Derrig says even when they were only doing carryout, they unfortunately had to turn people away because they didn't have enough people.
We've had to shut off the tablets and carryout because obviously we want to make sure that the people that are in-house get the best service and the best experience that they possibly can.
Right now, Derrig says they desperately need help in the kitchen. She says some days they're running with 1 cook, but need 6 line and prep cooks, 2 dishwashers, and a food runner just to keep up.
We make everything fresh every day, so that means that it's an extremely labor-intensive process.
Derrig, of course, accepting applications for experienced servers and bartenders as well.
They'll be running their tails off within the next hour, there's no doubt about it.
If you'd like to apply, you can pop in or send your resume to info@likemesa.com.
Come on in, join the family.
Talk some money, too.
Right, we'll talk money immediately.
In Royal Oak, Erica Erickson, Fox 2 News.
After casino doors shut in March as part of the governor's Safer at Home order, MGM Detroit Casino went to work to establish safety protocols.
Working with medical professionals, consultants, and public health officials to develop our health and safety plan for when we reopen.
It includes the 7-point safety plan, which the casino announced in May. 6 weeks later, Fox 2 cameras allowed inside. Casino management wanting their guests to see they won't have to roll the dice on safety when doors reopen.
Once they enter the building, they immediately enter through a temperature check.
They also must wear a mask. If everything checks out, the patron's ID is checked and the guests can enter the casino floor. Capacity is limited inside the building to help meet other safety guidelines.
The majority of our gaming positions, slot machines, seats at table games, have been removed or deactivated. This is to help ensure that we can allow for social distancing.
Plexiglass barriers also installed at key areas to eliminate contact. Safety protocols are not just for casino guests. They're also for employees, and they start upon arrival with a temperature check.
In addition to that, they are required to wear masks to wash their hands throughout the day.
There's also newly installed hand washing stations throughout the casino for guests and employees.
We want to make sure there's a visual reminder for guests and employees to consistently and constantly wash their hands.
Safety also means enhanced cleaning by cleaning crews. Casino goers can also do their part and wipe down slot machines using wipes located on the casino floor. Air quality, another key factor in eliminating transmission of viruses. Smoking no longer allowed on the casino floor, but instead at this designated area outdoors. Also, an advanced HVAC system works to keep the air inside the casino clean.
Our system actually completely recirculates the air in our casino 14 times per hour, on average every 4 to 5 minutes.
Casino restaurants will also practice social distancing and offer touch-free menus to keep customers safe. The one thing that hasn't been checked off the list: when will casinos reopen? Casinos still waiting for Governor Whitmer to give them the green light.
I wish I had an answer for you. We're ready to reopen. We feel confident in our plan to safely do so.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
It has fundamentally changed everything.
You might not know that you already know Nell Merlino. She is the woman behind Take Your Daughter to Work Day, and she's also been helping women business owners for decades. Now reviving her Count Me In campaign to help female entrepreneurs in the wake of COVID-19.
I believe that women really, this is an extraordinary time for us to step into leadership positions, both in business and in our community, because nobody's coming to save us but us.
Merlino says right now, hundreds of thousands of dollars in grant money is available for women business owners who've been in business at least 3 years.
Any of your viewers who have an existing business, there's an opportunity for them to get between, we're doing 15 $10,000 grants and 4 $25,000 grants.
Money that could surely help many businesses get back on their feet during these tough economic times.
We are looking forward to hearing from women across the Detroit area who need some help. It's also an extraordinary community to belong to.
And Merlino says all they're asking in return for the money is that the recipients pay it forward.
Either doing something for their employees or their community or their church, whatever is important to them that they think will help.
Go to countmeinrevival.org to apply for a grant. Applications are due by July 8th. In Detroit, Amy Lang, Fox 2 News.
Is that a Maytag repair sign?
It used to be an old Maytag repair store. Now it's turned into New Standard.
From the outside, it doesn't look like a repair store, and it doesn't really look like a pot store either.
It's now cannabis, Charlie. You know, it's not pot anymore.
Of course. New Standard on John R. in Hazel Park is the newest recreational provisioning center in Oakland County.
It's a great morning here at New Standard. This is Stephanie. How may I help you?
It's fun.
Fun for a couple of guys who have a long history in business, not pot. I mean cannabis.
It's an opportunity to really be at the forefront of a new industry.
But the old industry for Howard had to do with being a corporate lawyer in the prestigious law firm of Honigman, and he was general counsel for Dan Gilbert.
I grew up with Danny.
So what did you learn from growing up with Dan Gilbert?
Culture, culture, culture. I think in this day and age, technology and culture are the two fundamental tenets of.
All right, everybody, here on coronavirusnow.com, starting you off live coverage in just about 45 seconds. And welcome everyone here on Fox 10 Extra and coronavirusnow.com. It is Monday and we got a lot of news to get to right here, including in Arizona. We are seeing now over the 100,000 mark for coronavirus cases here in this state. Today's number bringing the total at 101,441 today, adding 3,300 new cases there, and we are bringing you that information right here on Fox 10 Extra and News Now. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. I wish we had better news on that front, but it continues to see a rise in cases. And then also in Florida is another hot spot, and we'll get to that in just a bit because the governor is speaking there live in Florida. We'll have that for you in just moments, but I want to show you what we have coming up right here for you. Live look at the White House news briefing room. This was just added to the schedule within the last hour, and we are expecting it at any moment right now. As soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you here on News Now as it does get underway. But let's also show you the look at what we are seeing here for the numbers Total confirmed around the world at just under 11.5 million cases in the U.S., just under 2.9 million cases, and we are seeing, unfortunately, 130,000 deaths associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. So stay right here with us on Fox 10 Extra. Live look at the White House briefing room as we will get that going in just any moment. In the meantime, let's go out live right now to the Florida Governor, Ron DeSantis, speaking as cases continue to surge there. And this is on the heels of the Miami mayor saying that once again, restaurants in Miami are shutting down.
Expansion of testing, which is very robust now, the social distancing, which is still very important, support for hospital healthcare workers, and then obviously, introduction of the virus into Florida. So if you look at where we are and kind of where we've been, particularly, over the last month, when we started this, clearly the testing levels were low at the time. CDC said only test somebody who's 65 and older, has symptoms. It was in China, maybe some other international places. Part of that was just there was a limited testing capacity. So you look kind of the March, beginning of April, we were testing at probably similar levels per capita that other states were, except for the Northeast, but much different than what we are now. But the positivity rate was basically about 10% for those first 4 to 6 weeks. And so, if you did 10,000 tests, you get 1,000 positive is kind of what we were looking at there. Then as we got into April, we started seeing positive movement in the positivity rate. The beginning of May through that second week of June was really the best testing that we had going on in the state of Florida in terms of low positivity. We were expanding the number of tests being conducted, but the amount of people, the percentage of people testing positive was very, very low. So you look at the beginning of May, we were under 5% all the way through June 13th. We were 4.9%. Now the June 13th week, 7th to the 13th, you started to see, even though 4.9 is still good, we were 3.3% the week before, started to see a little increase in the positivity. Part of that was driven by discrete outbreaks that we were seeing in different parts of the state. But I think that was kind of the beginning of then the next week we get into, and again, we're testing a lot of people, 230,000, but we went to 9.5% positivity. And so you're testing a lot of people, but the percentage testing positive is higher. And then the following week, a huge increase in the number of tests that are done, but also an increase in the positivity from 9.5 to 11.9%. And then this past week, we did almost 400,000 tests, but had just under 15% positivity. And really, when you look at the positivity, it's been about 14, 15% pretty consistently now for more than a week. I mean, really probably about 8 to 10 days. So, when you're looking at cases, and I'll talk about this a little bit more in a minute, for every case that's documented, there are many more infections that have actually occurred. We only diagnose a small fraction of the total number of infections. So if you are at 5% positivity and you test 50,000, and then you test 100,000, the positivity stays the same. Yeah, you'll have twice as many tests come back positive, but it's not really evidence that it's more prevalent. When you are seeing the positivity increase, more people out of whatever amount you're doing testing positive, that's an indication of the positivity increasing. And so some of these things we've seen over the last 8 days, I know the media say, oh, this record case, it's basically been the same. I mean, yeah, when we do 85,000 tests, we're going to have more. If we're doing 40,000 tests, we're going to have less positives. But the percentage has been pretty consistent. Now, we want to get back down on that 3-4% that we were in May and early June. At the same time, the 15%, that's a far cry from what you were seeing in places like the Northeast, where they were 30, 40, 50% early in the pandemic. And in fact, we are now at the point where we've tested 10% of the state's population, so 2.2 million people. We got about, obviously, a little under 22 million Floridians, and so that's a lot of tests. But I think it's something that was significant. We wanted to expand testing, and we've done it. And then here's the stats for the last week. Almost 400,000 people tested, 14.8% tested positive. So again, if you take the May percentage, we would have probably been 4 or 5%. So that's going to generate a lot more tests, positive tests, when you're testing at 14.8%. And the positivity is not uniform throughout the state of Florida. If you go down to Miami-Dade, you know, they've been 20%. You look at Hillsborough, they've been between 15 and 20%. I think Orange County has been over 15%. And then there's other places that have been less. And, you know, may not be, some places were 1 or 2% in May, you know, now they may be 6 or 7. So you have seen an increase in the positivity, but there are a lot of parts of Florida that are still in the single digits. So obviously we want to keep it that way and then be able to do. And then the median age is really significant. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. The median age of everybody testing right now positive for this past week is 36. And as we've seen the cases increase, the median age every single day has been in the 30s, sometimes as low as 33. Why is that important? Well, because this is a virus that does not affect all age groups equally. It's much more lethal for people who are in their 80s and 90s than it is in your 20s and 30s. And I'll go through some of the numbers, but basically, you know, if you're under 40 and you don't have significant comorbidities, you know, the fatality rate for this is pretty close to 0. So who is testing positive is just as important as how many people are testing positive. This is probably a 2-decade shift from where we were with the median age at the end of March, beginning of April. We had been in the 60s, then in the 50s, and then as this upswing has really been driven by a lot of people in their 20s and 30s testing positive. And so here's an example of kind of the risk profile by age group, which is very, very important. So you look in kind of the younger, kind of the 15 to 44, that is where the bulk of these positive tests are now coming from, and particularly that 25 to 34-year-old age group. I mean, far and away, it's blowing everybody out in terms of positive tests. You know, you look at the COVID-related fatalities, and in those age groups, I mean, the rate is incredibly, incredibly low. Many of the people in their 20s and 30s who are testing positive are asymptomatic. They're being tested because maybe they were exposed, maybe for workplace, and then those who develop symptoms mostly develop mild symptoms. And so these are the folks who are just simply less at risk than the folks who, you know, are 65 and plus. And there's a big difference, too, in the risk profile between 85 and plus. 75 to 85 is definitely lower, and then 65 to 75 is definitely lower than that. And then obviously as you go down further, absent comorbidities, it goes down very, very low. So the case growth is really being driven primarily in these low-risk groups. Now at the same time, you know, just because you're 21 and you may not have significant symptoms, that does not mean that you can't infect other people. And I think that that's something that we're obviously concerned about. But this is really the picture of where we were since, you know, the cases started going up in the last month, you know, has really been driven by those age groups right there. And in fact, if you look, that's the cases by age in the state of Florida. The age that has the most cases in the state of Florida is age 21. And again, without comorbidities present, you know, you're looking at practically a 0% fatality rate. Obviously, as it gets older, it goes down. You know, that's obviously a good thing. You know, we don't want to see cases in the upper age groups. But really, it shows you kind of that real significant increase from those 20s and 30-year-olds testing positive. That's where most of the community transmission is really coming from, particularly in metro areas like, you know, like the Orlando and Hillsborough. If you look at their median age, that's dropped dramatically in some of those metro areas. That's fueled by some of those folks in those age groups that we're seeing. So it's so when you see the cases, obviously it's something that we're seeing. But it also does matter who's testing positive in terms of mortality and morbidity. And if you look, and people don't usually talk about this, the case fatality rate by state, Florida is much lower than many of the other major states. So case fatality is just the number of fatalities related to COVID divided by the number of COVID cases. And so we're now, I think, under 2%. And that's been trending downward. And I think that that's a reflection of the fact that a lot of the newer cases over the last month have been driven by people who are at very low risk for fatalities. So part of it too, and I think the doctors will talk about some of the things, they also have more tools at their disposal to be able to treat people as they come in. And again, that, the whole idea of flattening the curve was not that you would not have more infections. I mean, no one said that you can just somehow stop it. The idea was you kind of spread it out so that the healthcare system is in a position to be able to handle what happens. And clearly, we did that in Florida in March and April, no problem, had very relatively low hospital occupancy. We had a lot of availability. And then even as they put the elective surgeries back in, most parts of Florida, you still have about a 25% availability. And so that's part of it, but it's also the treatments and the other things, learning from other countries, other states. And so they've done a really good job about that. But we have probably the most vulnerable population, but then to have a case fatality rate that's now below 2, and of course, many more infections and cases, so the actual infection fatality rate is going to be much, much lower than that. Here's what we're looking for total tests in Florida, 3-day rolling average. That little peak in May, I've said this before, but that's artificial. That was about 6 weeks worth of backlog negatives that got dumped over a 2-day period. So really, it has been a pretty smooth ascent from where we were in March until where we are now at the beginning of July. And we're averaging, I think, over the past week, I think it's like 60 to 65,000 test results a day coming in. Part of that is because I'll talk about what Florida's done to expand testing. Part of it, the hospitals, they're testing everyone coming in for procedures, if they're in for childbirth, if they get in a car accident, they're getting swabbed. So you have way more testing being done at the hospitals than you did in March and April. One of the things we look at are these syndromatic indicators. And again, sometimes there's signal in this, sometimes there's noise in this. Clearly, you can see if you would go back in May, this was something that was incredibly stable and low throughout most of late April, all of May, beginning of June. And then as you see, you start to see in the second week of June a little bit of an increase in the COVID-like illness. So this is people that go to the ED for COVID or influenza-like illnesses that we track. So these are ED visits. So then you look as we get into the middle of June, you see the increase in the COVID-like illness visits, and then it goes up even more towards the end of June, and then really at the very end of June, you see, and then you have seen it kind of taper back. Too soon to know whether that's a sustained trend, but obviously those are syndromatic indicators that we're looking at. When you get positive test results, sometimes these labs will take a week to turn the test around, and so you could be getting a positive test today, and someone may have taken that test 7 days ago. They may have been infected 7 days before that. So chances are they've probably already, if they need to, probably already visited by the time some of these test results come back in. And so it's unfortunately, you're not in a situation where these are instantaneous test results. But those are things to look at, these COVID and influenza-like illness indicators. So we're going to continue to monitor that. And I said before, and I'm just going to stress that cases are simply detected infections. There are and have been way more infections than documented cases. And so if you see 5,000 cases, 10,000, just understand that is not the sum total of the people that have been infected. If we were doing 80,000 tests a day in March or April, those numbers would have been dramatically higher in terms of case numbers than what we ended up having. And here's an example of what we mean by that. And this is recently, the end of June, CDC put out, they did antibody testing and seroprevalence surveys in different parts of the country. They did one here in southern Florida in the 4 counties, Martin, Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade. And if you look, they were testing for the presence of antibodies, IgM, IgG, and this was done over a period April 6th to April 10th. At that time, there had been 10,500 cases reported, based on the antibodies and the seroprevalence, CDC believes that there were actually 11 times more infections at the time in southern Florida. So that's 117,400 infections that had actually occurred. And if you think about the antibodies, the IgG takes about 2 weeks to develop, IgM probably about 7 days. So if you're testing kind of at the beginning of April, these are infections that may have happened in February, but certainly the first couple weeks of March, probably not that much later by and large. And so that seroprevalence clearly would have increased by the time you get into April. And then so if you want to know what the seroprevalence was on April 10th, you really need to figure out when those infections occurred, when the antibodies developed. And so I would imagine, and the University of Miami has done this for Miami-Dade, they've had infection rate, I think, 16 times higher than the number of cases. We do antibody testing throughout the state at our drive-through sites for healthcare workers and for first responders. And what we're finding, places like Miami, 7 to 10% test positive for antibodies. Some of the places like Orlando, Jacksonville, they're more in like the 3.5%. But still, that is showing you that the prevalence is not captured by just the detected cases. Now, that means a couple of things. It means that the virus is more widespread than what the cases would say. It also means that the fatalities are less than a simple raw case fatality rate, because you'd have to include all the infections doing a seroprevalence. And so that's why CDC now estimates the infection fatality rate for corona to be about 0.26. I think is their best estimate. In Florida, if we do have a 1.9% case fatality rate, if you are going to say something like 10, 11% higher, that would obviously bump that down to about 0.19. So, but I bring this up just because I think it's important that people understand how this has developed, and these were infections that likely occurred before there was any 15-day to stop the spread, before we had thought that there was necessarily widespread. So I think it shows this thing has been circulating for longer in our country than we initially thought kind of at the beginning of March. I mean, at the beginning of March, we're testing people. It's like, oh my gosh, we have a case. Like, this is it. That's the infection. And in reality, that was a function of the testing criteria. Had you had a broader testing criteria, you would have picked up more cases at that time. And I bring that up too, just because as you see cases, people just should put it into context about what's going on. There's no need to really be fearful about it. I mean, we can talk about the different steps that individuals can take, that we're going to take statewide. But at the end of the day, this is something that's been around for quite some time. I think this is important, and I know some of the physicians here will talk about it, but one of the things that I think did not get as much attention at the time, and only now I think people are starting to realize, is when the coronavirus pandemic national emergency was declared in the middle of March, CDC looked at the ED visits across the country for things like heart, stroke, and other serious illnesses. And what you saw was a major, major decline in the number of people visiting the ED for things like heart problems. Now, no one believes that those problems all of a sudden just stopped. What happened was people were probably fearful about going into the hospital because they thought, maybe they would catch the virus there. Maybe they thought that the hospitals didn't have capacity to deal with them. Who knows? Maybe they thought that they were told to stay at home. Maybe they thought that means don't even get medical. But there are probably a lot of reasons for it. But this definitely happened, and CDC's recent report basically attributes, or says it may attribute, the observed excess mortality not associated with COVID over the last several months to people putting off visiting hospitals for really life-threatening situations. What happens is you may not die right then, but the problems worsen, and then by the time you do present in the hospital, you're sicker than what you otherwise would be, and your mortality risk has increased dramatically. So people should just be very, they should understand that the hospitals are a safe place to be. This is something that you do not want to put off. There's capacity. They have great safety protocols. You're less likely to get coronavirus here than a lot of private residences or a lot of other things you could be doing. So please come in and don't let those problems fester. That does impact, absolutely will impact mortality if you don't come and get the care that you need when you need it. So our number one priority throughout this whole thing is to protect the vulnerable because of the disproportionate impact the virus has on people who are 65 and up and people that have significant comorbidities. We've advised really since March, and even as we got into the different phases, the guidance has never changed about people who are 65 and up. We're recommending and advising to avoid crowds and to minimize close contact with people who are not in your household. That is the safest way to make sure that you're not putting yourself in a situation where you could contract the virus. And I think by and large, being here in the villages is important because, you know, they've really, I think, heeded this from the very beginning. I remember talking to Gary Lester in early March. I was like, you know, they had a plan, they've done a lot of stuff, and, you know, it's really made an impact. And I know one of the physicians was going to talk about, you know, some of the other areas in this system where the population's younger, you know, you actually see more cases and even more ED and in hospital admissions than you see here at the villages, and a lot of that is because of people really making the effort to protect themselves. So the message for our elderly population is to avoid crowds and minimize contact outside the home. This virus is circulating and is circulating more widely with people who are in their 20s and 30s. So anyone in multi-generational housing, you know, that's something that should definitely be a concern. And then obviously if you're somebody, you know, that has either kids or grandkids in that age group, you know, that's something that you should be cognizant of as well. Also underlying conditions. So if you look, the younger you are, you know, the fatality rate is incredibly low, close to zero, but you know, regardless of age, if you do have some of these significant comorbidities, you are definitely at an increased risk from the coronavirus. And some of the things I think people would understand and just instinctively, you know, anything with having to do with the lungs, like a cystic fibrosis, obviously if you have a serious heart condition. But what they see a lot in the hospital with the patients who may not be in their 70s or 80s, maybe in their 50s, that is the difference between maybe having an asymptomatic illness or minimal symptoms or an illness that requires hospitalization, are some comorbidities like diabetes and obesity. Those are very, very common comorbidities that hospitals really throughout Florida, I think, are seeing over and over again. And so, you know, the guidance for folks in those situations is the same as for our 65 and up. You know, be sure to avoid crowds and minimize close contact outside the home if you're somebody who's in those categories, because your risk is elevated due to those comorbidities. Of course, our long-term care facilities is kind of where the most at-risk population is. We did early on, I know some of the doctors, I think Dr. Lizardo will talk about the impact, but you know, we protected these long-term care facilities. You know, we banned having patients be readmitted if they were COVID positive because we feared that would help really spread the outbreak against the most vulnerable, and I think that was the right policy. But what we also understood is, okay, if you have somebody who's COVID positive, who's a resident of a long-term care facility, and they're in the hospital but they're medically stable, we don't want them back in the nursing home if they can't be isolated, because obviously you're putting the other residents at risk. But if they don't need to be hospitalized, it would be good if they could be isolated appropriately. So what we started to do in April was establish COVID-dedicated nursing facilities. So we now have 12 COVID-dedicated nursing facilities throughout the state of Florida that are able to have patients who are COVID positive, but that their health does not require hospitalization. And fortunately, you know, even though the mortality rate is much higher for people who are over 75, you know, we are finding a lot of nursing home residents and long-term care residents who do test positive and who have symptoms that are short of what would require hospitalization. So you now have these facilities all across the state of Florida, and that's about 750 beds that can be used for folks who are convalescing and who are isolating. And this is really worth it, because if you put someone back into a long-term care facility that is still contagious and they cannot be isolated, that is going to end up spreading in those facilities, and you're going to end up seeing more patients come to the hospital. So I want to thank Secretary Mayhew for working hard over the last couple months to do this. I think this is going to be really significant. You know, we didn't have this in March and April. The first one was brought in the middle of April. Now that we have this, really puts everyone, I think, in a better situation. It's better for long-term care facilities, better for hospitals, and really better for the residents in all these situations. The other thing we're doing from April through probably the middle of June, we went through and tested the long-term care residents, tested staff, which was important. But what we're also doing going forward is all staff members at long-term care facilities need to be tested once every 2 weeks. And so we have a program in place. We're providing the different types of tests for that. Now, I will remind people, you know, you are going to see positive tests with the staff. When we did it the first time, we had about a 3% positivity rate. Now that this is something that is more prevalent in the community, that is likely to be reflected in these staff members. And so I'm hoping that it's lower than the 15%, and it may be because they have tested lower than the general population throughout the whole time, but we're apt to see that. Now, what we will do is, obviously, they will be isolated, and they won't be interacting with the residents, and so it's an important screening mechanism to keep doing. But, you know, you got almost 200,000 people who work in these. We've got over 4,000 facilities throughout the state of Florida. So you have over 200,000, almost 200,000 folks who are going to be tested every 2 weeks. So that's going to be a lot of tests, and it's going to be, and it will be some new cases without question. But if you isolate them, then we're protecting, I think, the vulnerable in the way that we really need to. And of course, you know, we have almost 85% of the corona-related fatalities have occurred in age group 65 and plus. I think.
Welcome back, everyone, here on News Now, Fox 10 Extra, and of course, coronavirusnow.com. We are still awaiting the White House news briefing. We were told it's a 2-minute warning coming up here soon, so we should be able to transition pretty quickly to the White House. We are still learning a little bit more from Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida. Let's continue to listen.
Risk of mortality is from the coronavirus. You know, you've got, you know, between 100 and 150,000 folks in these facilities in Florida, and they represent over half of the fatalities in the state. And so we're going to continue to put a lot of emphasis on protecting the most vulnerable to this virus. Social distancing. We obviously we stress this and have been. I know as things kind of changed a little bit at the end of May, beginning of June, you know, there were you saw a lot more large gatherings, you saw different things. And I don't know if maybe people thought the social distancing, you know, is kind of yesterday's news. It's important to continue doing it. And so we're really pointing out the best way you can protect yourself, but particularly protect our most vulnerable and slow the spread.
All right, everybody, now we are going to go out to the White House. News briefing just underway.
All right, hello, everyone. Over the holiday weekend, President Trump delivered two defining, unifying, and patriotic speeches which drew widespread praise by those who cherish our values, honor our history, and seek to advance policies that lift up all Americans. The president outlined a vision for the future. The president outlined a vision for stronger and safer communities. President Trump said, after all, what do we want? We want a strong military, great education, housing, low taxes, law and order. He went on to say, we want safety, we want equal justice, we want religious liberty, we want faith and family, and living in the great communities and happy communities and safe communities. And we want great jobs, and we want to be respected by the rest of the world, not taken advantage of by the rest of the world. He went on to say, we should all want the same thing. How can it be any different than those things? This message is now more important and more timely than ever. Radical left-wing mobs seek to tear down our monuments and our memorials. Everyone from George Washington to Abraham Lincoln to Frederick Douglass and even Gandhi. Misguided movements such as defund the police seek to leave our communities more vulnerable than ever. Case in point, this weekend alone. In New York, there were 44 shootings with 11 killed. In Chicago, 75 people were shot with 13 killed. And tragically, at least 5 of these individuals were children who were killed in cities across the country, an absolutely devastating loss, and we grieve for those families. Crime such as this is dark and it is divisive. This July 4th, the president said, "Our movement is based on lifting all citizens to reach their fullest God-given potential. Never forget, we are one family and one nation. We will teach our children to cherish and adore their country so they can build its future." This vision is not a culture war, as the media seeks to falsely proclaim. It's an embrace of our American family, our values, our freedom, and our future. And with that, I'll take questions. Peter.
Haley, I want to ask you just a couple questions. The first one, why is the president so supportive of flying the Confederate flag?
So I think you're referring to a tweet this morning, is that right?
Correct.
Well, I think you're mischaracterizing the tweet. The tweet was aimed at pointing out that the FBI report of the alleged hate crime at NASCAR concluded that the garage door pull, which had been there since last fall, was obviously not targeted at a specific individual because, in fact, it was a garage pull, and in fact, it was there since last fall, long before these 43 teams arrived. And it was concluded by the FBI that this was, quote, not an intentional racist act.
For clarity, I'm asking you about the Confederate flag. So my question is, why is the president so supportive of flying the Confederate flag?
The president never said that. Again, you're taking his tweet completely out of context.
The president said that NASCAR saw bad ratings because they took down the Confederate flag, banned the Confederate flag. Does he believe NASCAR should fly the Confederate flag, and why don't they fly it here?
The whole point of the tweet was to note the incident, the alleged hate crime, that it, in fact, was not a hate crime. At the very end, the ban on the flag was mentioned in the broader context of the fact that he rejects this notion that somehow NASCAR men and women who go to these sporting events are racist, when in fact, as it turns out, what we saw with the FBI report and the alleged incident of a hate crime, it was a complete indictment of the media's rush to judgment, once again calling this a hate crime when the FBI completely dismissed that.
Let me ask you about some of the president's comments this weekend. The president said that 99% of coronavirus cases are totally harmless. Which members of the White House Coronavirus Task Force agree with that statement?
So what the president was pointing to, and I'm glad you brought it up, was a factual statement, one that is rooted in science, and one that was pointing out the fact that mortality in this country is very low. And I have 2 charts that we'll pull up to illustrate that. The first chart is the case fatality rate in the United States. And as you can see, the mortality rate has gone like this, the case fatality rate. And also in the second chart, you'll see, hopefully they have it up behind me, but the case fatality rate in this country vis-a-vis other European countries is much lower than, let's say, France and Italy. And what that speaks to is the great work of this administration with therapeutics and remdesivir and dexamethasone, and that's what the president was pointing out.
So I want to get back to just to follow up quickly, though. So if you don't die, is it not harmless?
The president was noting the fact that the vast majority of Americans who contract coronavirus will come out on the other side of this. Of course, he takes this very seriously. Of course, no one wants to see anyone in this country contract COVID, which is why the administration has fought hard to make sure that's not the case with our historic response effort. John.
Kelly, to follow up on Peter's question, what is the president's position? Does he think NASCAR made a mistake by banning the Confederate flag?
So he said I spoke to him this morning about this, and he said he was not making a judgment one way or the other. The intent of the tweet was to stand up for the men and women of NASCAR and the fans and those who have gone in this rush to judgment of the media to call something a hate crime when in fact the FBI report concluded this was not an intentional racist act. And it very much mirrors other times when there have been a rush to judgment, let's say with the Covington boys or with Jesse Smollett.
But let's drill down though on the Confederate flag. Does he think it was a mistake for NASCAR to ban it?
The president said he wasn't making a judgment one way or the other. You're focusing on one word at the very bottom of a tweet that's completely taken out of context and neglecting the complete rush to judgment.
Wasn't he saying that NASCAR's ratings are down because they banned the flag? That's what he said.
The president was noting the fact that in aggregate, this notion that NASCAR men and women who have gone and who are being demeaned and called racist and being accused in some venues of committing a hate crime against an individual, those allegations were just dead wrong.
Does he think
Paula.
Does he think his supporters should not take the flag to Trump rallies? Has he considered banning the Confederate flag from Trump
Well,
rallies?
at Trump rallies, all flags that are not official campaign gear are banned. Yes.
Haley, why is it Bubba Wallace's responsibility to apologize for an investigation into a noose that he didn't report and he never even saw? It was NASCAR that found this, that reported this, and even the FBI referred to it as a noose, even if they said it wasn't a specific crime against Mr. Wallace. Why is the president even suggesting that Mr. Wallace should apologize?
Well, look, the FBI, as I noted, concluded that this was not a hate crime, and he believes it'd go a long way if Bubba came out and acknowledged that as well. This was not a hate crime as noted by the FBI.
He's been very clear that the FBI found this was not intentional. Why is he directing this at Mr. Wallace?
So one of the things that's this is where the president comes from, and this is where the president stands. And he actually hinted at this in his July 4th speech to those in the media who falsely and consistently label their opponents as racist, who condemn patriotic citizens, who offer a clear and truthful defense of American unity. We want a clear and faithful defense of American history and unity. And when you level false charges, you not only slander me, you slander the American people. He believes the American people are good. And the allegations and the rush to judgment with Jesse Smollett and the Bubba Wallace case and with the Covington Catholic boys, we shouldn't be so quick to jump onto those narratives. Those are just three examples of those that have been proven false.
An investigation that someone else initiated, suggesting he was possibly the victim of a hate crime?
Yes.
The governor of South Dakota flew back on Air Force One after having contact with somebody who had tested positive for the virus. Why was that allowed to happen? Did she have contact with the president on the trip back? And has the president continued to test negative since that interaction?
Yes, the president is tested constantly, has tested negative, and those around him are tested as well.
But why, the original question is, why was she allowed to fly back on Air Force One with the president when it was known that she had had contact with somebody who had tested positive for the virus?
Yeah, I'd have to refer you to Secret Service on that, but I'll tell you this, they take the president's health very seriously. They would never put him in a situation that would put him in harm's way.
And just one follow-up, please.
Yes.
On executive orders, the president has set a pretty brisk pace on those this year, and as a candidate, he had been critical of President Obama's use of executive orders, but he seems to have really stepped up the pace on these, and I wanted to ask, what does he find, what is the strategy behind issuing more than one a week so far this year? And I know he's getting ready to issue more in the coming weeks.
Well, he will use the powers in his executive toolkit to further the agenda of the American people. That's his intent with these executive orders. And I would just note that with regard to the DACA decision, the Supreme Court has suggested he has pretty wide discretion to act. Yes, Jeff.
Kaylee, with regard to the president's reference about the 99% being harmless, does the president worry at all that by downplaying the severity of the virus, that it will lead Americans to be less careful?
The president isn't downplaying the severity of the virus. What the president's noting is that at the height of this pandemic, we were at 2,500 deaths per day. We are now at a place where on July 4th, there were 254. That's a tenfold decrease in mortality. On July 5th, 209 individuals, down 23% from last Sunday and the lowest Sunday since March 28th. The president's made clear we grieve when just one life is lost, but he wants to note the progress that we've made in treating this very serious virus when we have therapeutics like convalescent plasma, remdesivir, dexamethasone. Convalescent plasma in particular was spearheaded by this administration. He's pulled down bureaucracy and allowed us to get to a place where we can have this declining mortality rate.
Just to follow up on the NASCAR thing, you were saying that we're taking the tweet out of context, but this is what he tweeted. He says, has Bubba Wallace apologized to all those great NASCAR drivers and officials who came to his aid, stood by his side, and were willing to sacrifice everything for him, only to find out that the whole thing was just another hoax. That and flag decision has caused lowest ratings ever. How are we misinterpreting that?
I've explained to you, this is, I guess, the fourth attempt, but we'll try it again. In aggregate, what he was pointing out is this rush to judgment to immediately say that there is a hate crime, as happened in this case, as happened with Jussie Smollett, as happened with the Covington Catholic boys. And in aggregate, those actions made it seem like NASCAR men and women were racist individuals who were roving around and engaging in a hate crime. The president's intent was to say no. Most American people are good, hardworking people. I mean, we should not have this rush to judgment, knee-jerk reaction before the facts come out. The FBI did their job and determined there was no hate crime.
Is the president
Mario.
Hold on. Just the one thing that wasn't clear in your response, and that's why I asked about it again, and it follows up on Paula's question, is why should Mr. Wallace have to apologize for that when his whole team and all of these colleagues came around him to show support?
Yeah, and that's the best of America, is coming around when the media alleged a hate crime, coming around and supporting Bubba Wallace as they should have done. I think that shows how loving NASCAR fans are and the fellow drivers. But I think it's important that we point out the fact that there was no hate crime. The FBI concluded that, and President Trump was merely saying that Mr. Wallace should agree with that consensus. Yes, Mario.
Apologize. He's saying
Mario,
he has to
yes.
apologize. That's what we're trying to ask you, Kaylee, is why should
Mario,
he have to apologize
yes.
about that?
I'm not going to answer a question a sixth time. Mario.
You've been asked it, but you haven't answered.
Mario, go ahead.
Kaylee, on the Confederate part, why would the president not praise NASCAR for removing the Confederate flag, particularly given the history of that flag, the symbol that it has for African Americans, and also what it represents in terms of just the treasonous acts and the insurrection against the Republic?
So
why would he not praise them for taking that down, even if it's a rating?
The president takes great offense when Americans are knee-jerk reaction summed up as racist. In aggregate, the picture being painted here in this incident seemed to be that there was that suggestion there, when in fact what we're seeing across the nation is this vast cancel culture where we're going to tear down our monuments, we're going to tear down Gandhi, we're going to tear down George Washington, we're going to tear down Lincoln. It's really quite appalling what we've seen happen across the country, and the president wants no part in cancel culture. He wants no part in the tearing down and defacing of Matthias Baldwin, an abolitionist, Philadelphia's Civil War soldiers, John Greenleaf Whittier, vandalized, an abolitionist. He wants no part in this. He stands against the demonization of Americans, and he stands firmly on the side of preserving our history. Yes.
The flag is a different issue.
He is not, I said from the very top of this briefing, he is not given an opinion one way or the other on that. I just spoke to him this morning. Yes.
What exactly does the president see as positive or uniting then about the Confederate flag? Why did he decide to tweet about it then this morning?
The president never used those words. Those are the words of a reporter, not that of the president of the United States. Yes, Phil.
The president argued on Friday and then again on Saturday that many of the problems the country faces stem from, quote, extreme indoctrination and bias in the education system. If that's the case, is he working with Secretary DeVos to address what he sees as a major problem? What steps is he taking to undertake this, and could you give us an example?
Yeah, I'd have to inquire about that, about specific steps that he's taken. I'm not aware of his conversations with Secretary DeVos, but I will certainly follow up. But look, we've got a real problem in this country. When you have rioters, who I've listed off some of the examples of abolitionists, there seems to be zero understanding of history when you're defacing the statue of Matthias Baldwin and John Whittier and Ulysses S. Grant. There seems to be a lack of understanding and historical knowledge when the Armenian Genocide Memorial, remembering victims of all crimes against humanity, including slavery, is vandalized. There seems to be a lack of understanding of history when the first responders sculpture is damaged, when the Polish War Hero statue, the World War I Memorial, the Lincoln Memorial, the World War II Memorial, and absolutely the Robert Good Shaw and the 54th Regiment Washington Memorial that honored African American soldiers who fought valiantly in the Civil War was damaged in Boston. We need to have a better historical understanding, and I'll follow up with you about specific conversations. Yes, Holly.
Thank you, Kaylee. I have a question about masks. The president has sort of equivocated on the issue of masks, and we know that a number of Republicans are starting to say that it's the single most important thing that Americans can do to protect each other. What is the president's message to Americans who hear those mixed messages and say that they simply don't want to wear a mask? What does the president say to those?
The president was very clear last week that if he were in a situation where he wasn't tested daily and he was in close proximity and unable to social distance, that he would wear a mask. So he has made that clear. His rally this weekend in New Hampshire, masks are not only handed out, but they are recommended. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee. I wanted to say, first off, point of fact, Bubba Wallace did not make any kind of false report. And I'm wondering, in general, why the president thinks that issue is worth his time and focus right now in the midst of a deadly pandemic. And then also, you've said he has no opinion on the Confederate flag. Why can't this White House unambiguously state whether or not it supports displays of the Confederate flag and Confederate monuments, which are much more a part of this question than Gandhi?
Yeah, I said that, his tweet was not to indicate approval or disapproval of that particular policy of NASCAR. It was an aggregate to stand against the rush to judgment, to call something a hate crime before the facts were out, when clearly the media was wrong about this. When clearly, I never said that. Perhaps one of the reporters said that, but I certainly did not. But he believes that we should be, that the truth matters, and that the truth was the FBI did a thorough investigation, and what was concluded that there was no hate crime here, and we should all be grateful for that, grateful that NASCAR fans came together in a great display of American unity around Mr. Wallace, but then we should also be equally unequivocal about the truth of this situation here, and that most Americans are great, hardworking people.
But why is this cultural stuff worth his time and focus during the pandemic?
Yes, he's focused on two things at once, something we're all capable of doing.
And what about an unambiguous statement on the Confederate flag? Are we capable of doing that?
Look, the president has made clear he was not taking a position one way or the other in that tweet.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, why not?
Yes.
Thanks, Barry. Two quick questions, if I may. Does the president support the Cleveland Indians and the football team here in Washington considering changing their names?
I haven't spoken to the president on that.
And on the other question, who came up with the list of historical figures that the president wants honored in his in this garden of statues that he put out this executive order about? Who came up with the list of people to be included there?
So I don't know exactly who came up with that list. I can ask about it, but it's a pretty extraordinary list of people. I think we can all agree on the fact that great American heroes are people like Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass and Booker T. Washington and Martin Luther King Jr. These are incredible men and women in our history, Susan B. Anthony and Billy Graham. So I think we can all pretty much widely acknowledge that these are American heroes. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee. The president signed the Payroll Protection Program extension over the weekend. There's $132 billion in the pot. What does the president think that money should be used for if it's still there after August 8th? And then in a CARES 4 specifically, what should be there to help small businesses?
Yeah, so I don't have any updates on phase 4. I've mentioned that the payroll tax is something of great interest to the president because it would help low and middle income Americans most. The PPP funding, they've done an extraordinary job with that. Small businesses across the country have gotten this, and we've kept people on payroll. So he's very pleased with the progress that's been made there and the continuing functioning of the PPP.
Would he veto a bill then that did not have a payroll tax relief in it?
Yeah, I don't want to set parameters or conditions. That'll be up to the president when the bill arrives on his desk. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee, so much. As President Trump wants to reopen the country, what will be the criteria to cancel the travel bans? Because we know that the bans are still in place for European countries where the situation is under control, and on the other hand, there is no ban on hotspots like Russia, India, or Mexico, for example. So what is the criteria?
Yeah, so I don't have specific criteria to give you. I'd have to refer you to the State Department and Secretary Pompeo and his remarks on the topic during his last press conference as where we currently stand. But President Trump and the administration have taken bold, decisive, and frequent action to secure our homeland, and a big part of that has been these travel restrictions. And we're working with countries around the world. We hope to have a day where international travel is open, but right now this is about putting America first. And I want to say this.
Yes. European countries, now the UK, are starting to open for foreign visitors, but the U.S. is still banned. How do you think the world is looking at the United States right now?
I think the world is looking at us as a leader in COVID-19, because the chart I showed you where you have mortality rate in Italy and UK up here and across Europe, and you have the United States at a low case mortality rate, it's because of the extraordinary work that we've done on therapeutics and getting PPE and leading on ventilators and having excess ventilators that we were able to deploy around the world and help other countries. So that's what I would have to say on COVID. And finally, I'd end with this. You know, I was asked probably 12 questions about the Confederate flag. This president's focused on action, and I'm a little dismayed that I didn't receive one question on the deaths that we got in this country this weekend. I didn't receive one question about New York City shootings doubling for the third straight week, and over the last 7 days, shootings skyrocket by 142%. Not one question. I didn't receive one question about 5 children who were killed, and I'll leave you with this remark by a dad. It broke my heart. A dad of an 8-year-old lost in Atlanta this weekend. They say Black Lives Matters. You killed a child. She didn't do nothing to nobody, was his quote. We need to be focused on securing our streets, making sure no lives are lost, because all Black lives matter. That of David Dorn and that of this 8-year-old girl. Thank you.
And that's Kaylee wrapping up a White House news briefing that was, from the beginning, tense with the media and Kaylee. You are watching News Now here on Fox 10 Extra and, of course, coronavirusnow.com. I am your host, Mike Page, continuing to bring you the very latest. Let's go out to New York City right now, where Kaylee did want to talk about this and really have some of the media talk about the shootings that happened in Chicago and New York City over the weekend, over this holiday weekend. Let's go to the police right now as they are talking about the weekend violence in New York City.
They could be a witness. So we see 56 people that are arrested for non-bail eligible felonies. And again, we're talking about a 6-month period here. Non-bail eligible felonies, ROR'd. 56 of those people have some kind of connection to a shooting. When we look at bail eligible, something I don't hear anybody talk about when we talk about bail eligible, it's still got to be the least restrictive manner. So when we look at bail eligible individuals who have to get out on the least restrictive manner, which usually means non-monetarily, which usually means could be go to work, can't travel, don't commit a crime. Things that we know don't work. 80 people, 80 individuals who got ROR'd for a bail eligible crime, remember, least restrictive manner, have been in and around a shooting incident in New York City. I know Chief Monahan touched on it, but there is a multitude of reasons why shootings have increased in New York City. And when it comes to street violence, we see what the precursors are. We have the knowledge to stop shootings. It's unfortunate that most of our powers were taken away to stop the shootings. Knowledge is power. Well, we have the knowledge. We don't have the power.
All right, open it up for questions.
You mentioned that the bail reform, for instance, 136 people ROR'd who are hanging around a shooting setting as either suspect, victim, witness. It just doesn't seem like a lot when we're talking about almost 600 shootings. And I know you're going to say, we'll talk to the victims. I've been a victim of several felony crimes, so I would hope that we can stay focused on the data. And if you could explain, too, one thing I haven't heard you say is, how many people who are suspected of, who you have not arrested, that you also suspect of being involved in additional shootings? Because I think that's where the focus is right now, shootings and murders, which are primarily shootings. So I would like to hear you, from provide that number so far this year?
Let me start. All right, so you start off with 136 saying that's not much. Those are the ones that we've identified at the scenes of a shooting. So 136 times as a perp, victim, suspect, or witness. That's a lot of times that they're out on the scene. People that wouldn't be out there, wouldn't have been victimized, wouldn't have shot somebody if they weren't out on the streets. So that is a big number out there. As you take it out, as we have an increase, you take 136 possibly out of there, that number drops. It drops substantially. And those are the ones that we've identified. So that is a major number. I don't want to make light of it. And another one that he didn't do is open gun arrest. There's an additional 40 people who are out on an open gun arrest that have been on the scene of a shooting. That's a lot of individuals who could be sitting in a jail cell right now instead of being out there around gunfire in our city.
And again, this is not tied to one factor.
Yeah. There are numerous factors.
You have to put this all together. And if we continue to be short-sighted and say, well, it's one factor, it's not one factor.
I think what a lot of people say is we hear you giving a lot of numbers, but not necessarily making a direct connection to the changes to the criminal justice reforms, which has mainly been the NYPD argument for almost a year, that these criminal justice reform raise the age of bail.
All right, so a little bit harder to understand what's happening when you can't understand what the question is going to be about. So when we come back here on Fox 10 Extra, we're going to have one more hour for you loaded up with news content from around the country. We have Dr. Mike on deck as well. Live look at the Dow. We are surging in the green, up nearly 400 points. We'll be back. More news now, just on the other side of this break, 2 minutes away. Let's continue to roll on right here for coronavirusnow.com as we take a live look in New York City. For the next 2 minutes, we'll just continue to show you this briefing.
After their initial arrest. These 563 NICEs, which is unique people, were responsible for 1,501 rearrests, 2.7 rearrests per NICE. The table on the right relates to the 1,500 rearrests. 656 of the 1,501 rearrests for non-bail eligible burglaries and robberies, or 44%, were 7 majors. Now I'll take you to 2019, comparing the same population of people. 278 of 1,395 NICEs, or 19.9%, were rearrested for at least once for an offense committed after initial arrest. The 278 NICEs were responsible for 569 rearrests. The table on the right relates to the 569. 150, remember I said 656 in 2020. 150 of the 569 rearrests, or 26%, were 7 majors. It was at 44%. That is a direct correlation to recidivism that's driving the burglary and the robbery number. And when you look pre-pandemic, we were an agency that was up approximately 3,007 majors, being driven by robbery, burglary, and grand larceny auto. And since I talked about grand larceny auto, I'll tie bail reform to that too. The New York City Police Department, with the change in the bail law, now gives a desk appearance ticket to somebody who steals possibly a $30,000 motor vehicle in New York City.
Welcome back, everyone, here on Fox 10 Extra. 11 o'clock here in Arizona, 2 o'clock for all our friends out on the East Coast, including right here in Florida. You're taking a live look at Clearwater Beach, where this beach remains open. Some of the beaches are closed, some are open. You're taking a look here at people taking advantage of the situation and weather out there. When that beach is open, the people will be coming, but this is all on the heels of really Florida seeing surges in cases. Just the other day, they saw 10,000 new cases there just in one day. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 10 Extra and around the world on coronavirusnow.com. Here in Arizona, we see 101,000 now cases, and just today, 3,300 added to that, but we are now in that 100,000 plus mark like so many other states. In the meantime, everybody, let's go out to Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Dr. Mike on deck with a update on the latest on the COVID-19 pandemic.
Good morning, Dr. Mike Sorigliano. I'm Karen Hepp, and we've had so many developments, of course, over the weekend with COVID-19. We're seeing the spike in cases, and there's such concern in so many of our southern states, particularly Florida.
Karen, good morning, first of all. It's great to see you. Here's the deal. We are seeing record numbers in many states, and my grave concern, Karen, is that because of what we saw with Memorial Day weekend and now with July 4th weekend, we may continue to see an uptick in numbers to the point where I'm concerned that we may see a second spike. Remember, there's a difference between spikes and waves. We've never really gotten out of the first wave, but I really think we're going to see an uptick in numbers that would qualify as a spike similar to what we saw in March and April.
Well, we're certainly seeing that when it comes to the South, your Arizona, California, Florida, as I said, and Texas. We, of course, here in the greater Delaware and Lehigh Valley area shut down sooner and reopened later. So do you think that it will be as prevalent, say, in states like the Northeast, where Massachusetts, New York, where they did a very good job of tamping down and crushing that curve?
Well, Karen, it depends on how they handle things. I mean, obviously, if states open up too quickly, if they flaunt the social distancing, wearing masks, and by the way, Karen, I don't get out much even when there's not a pandemic going on, but if you look at pictures, if you look at videos of people down the shore, all of that, it's very disconcerting. Now, talking about the Northeast, we're in the Philadelphia area. Karen, lots of people either traveled to an area that is high in numbers, and now they're coming back. All it takes is one. And there is talk about the fact that the virus may have changed a bit. It doesn't appear to be more lethal, but it may actually spread more easily. So if it is in fact more contagious than it was, Houston, we have a problem here.
You say Houston, let's get right over to San Antonio, where already we have a crisis when it comes to the hospitals. They are worried that they're going to be running out of beds within weeks, maybe days.
Karen, it brings back nightmares for me when at my hospital, University of Pennsylvania, I had to sign all kinds of papers, got emergency admitting privileges because I was going to be deployed to either an intensive care unit or an emergency room setting when we had what was called a surge. And there's something called surge capacity. If we overwhelm the hospitals with numbers of cases, then we start doing things like having field hospitals, the National Guard. In New York, you remember the hospital ship getting there. So these are all potential scenarios. And it really, really worries me, not only because we're overwhelming healthcare facilities, but also people that need routine things. If they have heart disease, had a heart attack or a stroke, those people are in jeopardy because the hospital beds in the intensive care units are being overwhelmed. So where do they go? It's a big mess, and we've got to take this seriously.
Well, it's hard because everything gets to be so politicized about wearing a mask, where some people, we even have elected officials in some states saying that Dr. Fauci doesn't know what he's talking about. When you hear that, what goes through your mind?
Well, Karen, when I hear things like that, I get chest pain. And I'll tell you why. Because a mask has been shown through science to reduce the risk of transmission and probably, without a doubt, reduces the wearer's risk. Now, it doesn't have to be a fancy N95 mask. And studies show just recently that if you combine layers it works fairly well. So if you're sneezing or coughing, wearing a cloth mask with 2 layers, what happens is it reduces the amount of travel of the virus particles from feet to several inches. And so that's critical. When I hear people talk about that, it really drives me crazy. I also hear tons of conspiracy theories and misinformation. Well, this is just like a bad flu season. I've never seen a flu season where we overwhelm hospitals with cases and people on ventilators. Haven't seen that, Karen. And so the bottom line is this is not the flu. This is a more serious situation. It is real, and it's not something that's made up. It's not a political thing. The virus is not a Republican. The virus is not a Democrat. The virus is a virus, and we are in the thick of a pandemic, the likes of which we have not seen since 1918.
Last night, a big development, of course, sad passing, Nick Cordero, Broadway star, someone whose journey we've been following all along through his wife sharing his story on Instagram, and we lost him after so many days when he had been in a coma. He had his leg amputated, and then the tragic news that we have learned that he did not survive his battle with COVID-19.
Karen, he was 41 years old. And for anyone out there who thinks that you have to be 80 to succumb to this virus, you better think again. This was a vital young person and unfortunately succumbed to COVID-19. In my own practice, I've had about 35 patients with the virus. 2 of them ended up on ventilators. And the one that was the sickest, who ended up having a stroke, was in his early 50s. And if you looked at him and looked at me, you would pick me to be the one that would have a problem with COVID-19. He ran, he worked out, he took care of himself, he was young. He did not exhibit any of the high risk factors that we think about traditionally as putting one at risk for dying. This gentleman succumbed to COVID-19, and the lesson to be learned is that everyone needs to take this seriously because anyone could succumb to it.
Well, it's so sobering, and especially when we see that with Nick Cordero and so many other people. And I think in our greater communities, people are realizing how many people have gotten sick. Dr. Mike, thank you again for your time and always to help us sort out the fact from fiction and bring us the latest headlines.
Karen, it's always a pleasure and an honor. Have a great day.
You too.
And in the meantime, everybody, let's go back out to New York City. Live update here from the weekend violence.
To see the rise that we're seeing now, if you knew some of these instances were as potentials once things got to the summer.
We knew, you knew bail reform, and we've been working on it, and changes were made effective this week that'll help somewhat. The violence came after the George Floyd incident. Listen, we've been tied up with cops out on demonstrations every single day. And I'm talking thousands of cops that are out there watching protests throughout the city instead of being in their neighborhoods, policing those streets each and every day, because we need to monitor these protests, make sure that there's no uptick in violence. This all progressed from May 29th, where we were May 29th, up a little bit in shootings for the year, something we were able to address like we always would address. The explosions happened after that. The explosion started after the murder of George Floyd, after the protests here in the city, after the animosity towards the police within this city, after a feeling of emboldenment by the criminals on the streets that the cops can't do anything anymore, that no one likes the police, that they can get away with things, and that it's safe to carry a gun out on the street. We have to get that back. This has been a month's time, just over a month that this has taken off. Together, us and the members of our community can get it back, but it's going to take teamwork to do it.
Myself? Yeah. Firstly, I'd love to hear anecdotal information about particular instances of people released from Rikers Island who committed either murders or committed shootings, and also some of the council members have called your information a lot of propaganda.
Not propaganda. Take a look at what's going on out in the streets right now.
Welcome back, everyone, here on Fox 10 Extra, coronavirusnow.com. Let's take a listen right now at the New York Governor, Andrew Cuomo, giving us an update.
You see a little blip up, a little blip down day to day. That's really not of concern. You want to watch the rolling average, which is all good. Also, the numbers we get on Sunday are always a little bit skewed for some reason, but that's been going on since we started. You look within New York City. Again, you see the variance among different boroughs, but the numbers are all good, so that's good. Best news, a number of lives lost, and we're down to 9. It's unimaginable at one time that we would be this low. Obviously, you don't want to even see 9. You don't want 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But this is great, great news. The rolling average for number of lives lost is 9 yesterday. We did 54,000 tests yesterday. On average, we do about 60,000 tests per day. It's the highest testing rate in the nation. 0.95 positive. We normally run about 1.2, somewhere in that range, so that's all good. So what does this mean? What it means is, since we started reopening, which was May 15th, we started our phased reopenings. The numbers have actually declined since we started reopening. Okay, you see that gold line under May 15th. That's where we were when we started reopening. Every expert warned us on the reopening that you could see the numbers start to go up, right? Because you were increasing activity. Our premise was you could moderate the activity, so you could start the reopening, but monitor the number of cases and control the phased reopening to keep the number of cases down. And that's just what we've done for the past 7 weeks. So we're actually down from where we were when we started reopening, which, as you remember, no one predicted. The question was, when you start reopening, activity will go up, number of cases will go up. Can you control the increase? That was the question. We haven't needed to control the increase. We've actually had a slight decline, and now we're basically running flat. And that is great news. That is really great news. And it's what we said from day one with my great graphic that nobody liked at the time I originally did it, and nobody still likes, but I like it, so sometimes it's nice to be governor. You have a valve. Control the activity and monitor the valves to see if the infection rate is going up, the hospitalization rate is going up, and keep your hand on the valve. And you see it start to go up, slow down the valve. If you don't see the numbers going up, then you can open up the economic activity valve. And that's what we've been doing. And that's what you see with these little corrections. So New York City goes into phase 3, but no indoor dining, right? So we have the phases, and then we have certain adjustments that we make to the phases. But the numbers show you that we are right where we want to be. New York City goes into phase 3 today, no indoor dining, but there are rules on phase 3, right? It doesn't mean go out and have a party. We have 50% occupancy for personal care services. You have to wear face coverings, customer wear face coverings, 6-foot distance. Prohibited services that require removal of face coverings, such as facials. You can't get a facial. I did that against my own self-interest. I was supposed to get a facial today. Close the waiting rooms. Employees providing services must be tested every 14 days. So there are rules. Tomorrow, is Phase 4 for Westchester, Rockland, Hudson Valley. Long Island is on track for Phase 4 on Wednesday. Their numbers are all good. School reopenings, just to make sure there's no confusion. There are 700 school districts in the state. The state has directed all 700 school districts to come up with a plan on how they would reopen, because there's two levels of discussion. Should they reopen? And then if they reopen, what does a reopened school look like in the quote-unquote new normal, right? So we've asked every school district to come up with a plan on what reopening would look like in your district. New York City is coming up with a plan pursuant to that request on what it would look like to reopen the New York City school system in September. But there has been no decision yet as to whether or not we are reopening schools. We obviously very much would like to. Nobody even knows the effect that this is going to have on students, socialization of young students, etc. We want kids back in school for a number of reasons, but we're not going to say children should go back to school until we know it's safe, right? And we have some time. This is a very fluid situation. When we get the data, we will make a decision. In the meantime, I'm telling all school districts to come up with a reopening plan. But we don't yet know if we are going to reopen. And we'll follow the data and we'll make a decision on the data. The Department of Health is also working on this. So every school district is coming up with a plan to reopen. That doesn't mean they are reopening, okay? Nuance sometimes is important. Not often, but sometimes it is. On casinos, movie theaters, we're still looking at the data, but for now they're going to be closed. We are not going to open the State Fair in Syracuse. This is a really tough one. Fairs all across the nation are not reopening. We have a fantastic state fair in Syracuse. We've invested a lot of money. We've had record attendance, 1.3 million people last year. We broke the attendance record. We invested money. We redid the whole state fair. We built a new expo center, 110,000 feet. It's really amazing. And it's been an economic boon for the whole region. But this year we're going to have to cancel it. And that makes me personally very unhappy, but that is where we are. On the COVID transmission, following the facts are changing as they learn more about this virus. There's less concern about surface area transmission, more data that it is primarily an airborne transmission. That then raises the question of what can we do with air filtration technology? You hear this is an air-conditioned building. It's bringing air up into the HVAC system. It then runs through the HVAC system and gets recirculated. What kind of filtration can you have on the HVAC system that may be capable of catching the virus as it's attached to the droplets? There are filters that systems install. HEPA filters are one of them, and then a series of filters that are rated by the minimum efficiency reporting value, MERV value. And the most dense filters can actually filter out the virus, which is remarkable and interesting. Nothing is simple with this virus. It depends on the air conditioning system you have, whether or not it can take one of these higher filters and still operate. And different systems take different filters, and we're working through that now. We're spending time on it because I think there's a real possibility that we could actually have a positive contribution here. And different HVAC systems have different capacities, but we're working through this now. Because if there is a way to filter the air, and there's a way to get COVID out of the air, then we want to do that. And if we can do that without an exorbitant expense for existing HVAC systems, it's something we have to look at. So we're in the midst of that now, and as soon as we know something, we will make it public. New Yorkers did the impossible. We went from the worst infection rate in the United States to the best infection rate in the United States. I like to say that we crossed the mountain. There's the mountain. We don't want to have the challenge of crossing a mountain range, right? One mountain was enough. The last thing we need is to see this virus spike again. And there are two threats in that area. One, New Yorkers getting complacent. This is great, New York's doing great, the numbers are down. I heard the governor, he said everything is great. We get complacent, we get cocky, we get a little arrogant. That is a real threat, and it's a threat that I'm concerned about. You look at the festivities over July 4th, you see gatherings that are not socially distanced, they're not wearing masks. You see it in Manhattan, you see it on Fire Island. There are reports upstate of gatherings where people aren't socially distanced and people aren't wearing masks. You know, I don't know how else to say it. Actions have consequences. Our success was a function of our action. You change your action, you change your behavior, you're going to change the outcome. It is that simple. That curve was purely a function of what we did. If we change what we're doing, you're going to change the trajectory of the virus. I understand people are fatigued. We've been doing this for 128 days. I get it. But it doesn't change the facts, and we have to stay smart. We need, every person in the state needs the local governments to enforce the law. And I talk to local governments about this all the time, mayors, county executives, etc. And I'm going to have another round of conversations today. I understand that it is not politically pleasant to enforce the mask law or the gathering law or the socially distanced law. I get it. I get that politically it's difficult for the local governments to do it. But it is the law. And if we don't do it, there's going to be a serious problem. It's not a local government law, it's a state law. So I get the politics. And I've said to them, I have no problem taking responsibility. Mr. Mayor, tell your police when they go out to enforce the law, they can say, don't blame the mayor, it's the governor. Blame Governor Cuomo. County executive, tell your police, don't, when they hand out a summons, say, this is not a county law, it's a state law. Blame the governor. I don't have a problem with that. But they have to enforce the law. We do not have a state police department that is large enough to enforce the law in the entire state of New York. That's why we have local police agencies. But they have to do their job and they have to enforce the law, and the law is clear. And I don't want to be difficult or unnecessarily difficult, but I'm telling you, if we don't follow these behaviors, the numbers are going to go up. It's that simple. The second threat is you now have 38 states in this country with an increasing virus rate of infection. It's only getting worse. It's not getting better. You look at states like Texas, you look at Arizona, you look at those curves. I mean, we know those curves. We've seen them. We've been there, done that. This is a frightening situation across this country. Look at California. Look at the curve on California. We've been here. We've seen this. Deja vu all over again. A.J. Parkinson said that. No? Will Rogers said that. Just seeing if you're paying attention. I know it's a Monday morning, you're a little sleepy. Will Rogers did not say it. Yogi Berra said it. 2 points. But it's deja vu all over again. This is how the virus came to New York in the first place. It got on a plane in Europe, and it landed at JFK and Newark, and that's why we had the spike. Nobody knew it at the time. Everybody was saying China virus. The China virus had gotten on a plane, went to Europe, and then it came here from Europe. 3 million people got on planes, landed in New York, January, February, March. That's how we had the problem we had. Now, you're going to see people getting on planes from the 38 states in this nation where the virus is going up. They're now going to land at JFK, Newark, etc. You know, an outbreak anywhere is an outbreak everywhere. That's the new mentality we have to have. We can't protect ourselves as an island because we're not. We have people coming in and out all day long. And when you have these spikes in China, in Europe, that's how it happened the first time. Now people can come from Florida, anywhere else. We're already seeing it. We have had significant clusters where people came from out of state, they came in, they attended a function, bang, the next day we have an increase in the infections. We're doing so many tests and so many tracings that we can trace it back to patient 0, and they're very often from out of state. We have it downstate, we have it upstate. It is inevitable. So yes, New Yorkers have to be smart, but we also have a problem that if the virus is increasing anywhere, it's going to travel here, and then we're going to have a problem. Denying COVID is really advancing the COVID virus. And I know this is a politically charged environment right now, and somehow COVID has become a political issue, which I've never heard of a virus becoming political, but in this environment it has. But if you deny the problem, then you will never solve it. We're not the United States of denial. We have never been a nation that has excelled because we refuse to admit the problem. We admit the problem, and then we overcome the problem. If we do not, as a nation, acknowledge the COVID viral increase, it is going to continue. Those upward numbers don't change on their own. They only change when you change them. That number keeps going up unless you bend the curve. The bend doesn't happen naturally. The bend happens when people change their behavior and actually reduce the transmission rate. So you look at those numbers in those states, those upticks are just going to continue. That mountain, that didn't just plateau because God said plateau. It plateaued because we did masks and social distancing and close down and all those activities and testing and tracing. That's how we bent the curve. If we are in a state of denial, you're going to see that curve continue to go up. Now, how do you bend the curve? We know how to bend the curve because we did it. You have to be aware of it. You have to admit it. You then have to take action, and you have to be committed to it. And it starts at the top with leadership. The President said over this weekend, if we didn't test so much and so successfully, we would have very few cases, okay? Think about that for a second. What he's really saying is, if we didn't test, we wouldn't find the cases, and if we didn't find the cases, we wouldn't have a problem. That's incredible, but that's what he is saying. Okay, so let's just extend that logic. If we don't test, then we won't know, and if you don't know, then you have no problem. It's a great way to go through life, isn't it? So on that theory, let's do no more cancer tests, and that'll solve the problem with cancer. No more mammograms, because we don't want to know, and that'll solve breast cancer. No more prostate checks, that'll solve prostate cancer. No more TB checks, that'll end TB. No more HIV tests, and that will solve the AIDS issue. No, not knowing doesn't mean you don't have a problem. And in this case, if you do not admit it, and if you don't confront it, it is only going to increase. We know it has to be done because we lived it here and we did it here. To bend the curve, yes, you have to test, yes, you have to trace, yes, you have to isolate, yes, you have to phase the reopening, and you have to socially distance. But by the way, phasing the reopening is better than reopening recklessly, where you have the states, okay, we're reopened, everybody comes out, the virus goes up, stock market goes down, and now the states are saying we have to close again. A phased reopening is better than reopening and closing. That is not just a premise, it's been proven by the past experience. Look at the states that reopened recklessly and are now closing again. Who did that help? It actually set us back. So, Mr. President, don't be a co-conspirator of COVID. Do one simple thing. Acknowledge to the American people that COVID exists. It is a major problem. It's going to continue until we admit it and each of us stands up to do our part. If he does not acknowledge that, then he is facilitating the virus. He is enabling the virus. How did this become a political statement? This is common sense. And let the president start by sending that signal very simply. Just wear the mask. I've been asking him to do it for weeks. Just wear the mask and say to the American people, this is real, and it's a problem, and we have to do our part. We started masks April 15th. First state in the nation to start masks. They make a difference. July 4th, true patriots wear masks. True patriots.
Folks, we are transitioning live to a Gloria Allred news conference. This is coming up right now, live here. Let's listen.
Lori, can you give me 1 second?
While we continue to wait for that, Gloria Allred with her client. We'll know a little bit more information. Don't have all the information with it right now, as this one just popped up on our screens here. Oh, but we do have some information here. Gloria Allred demands an investigation into why no action was taken when her client filed a police report in 1997 alleging that Jeffrey Epstein had sexually battered her. So that will be the news conference here, really, of the day. This is live in Los Angeles, and we are just waiting now on Gloria. We saw her coming up to the podium.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming today. I'm Attorney Gloria Allred, and I'll be making a statement, and then my client, Alicia Arden, will come to the microphone to make her statement. Then I'll be happy to answer any questions. She will not be answering any questions. Today we are here on the one-year anniversary of the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. Epstein is alleged to have sexually abused hundreds of girls and women, young women, dating back to 1994 or earlier, and perhaps continuing until his arrest on July 6, 2019, 1 year ago. In fact, Ghislaine Maxwell was just indicted last week on allegations that, quote, from at least in or about 1994 up to and including.
Welcome back, everyone, here on Fox 10 Extra live news conference out of Los Angeles. This is Attorney Gloria Allred, as she's demanding an investigation into why no action was taken when her client filed a police report back in 1997 alleging that Jeffrey Epstein had sexually battered her. Let's listen.
By Jeffrey Epstein at the Shutters on the Beach Hotel in Santa Monica. She filed a police report with the Santa Monica Police Department, but it appears that little or no investigation was ever done, because after the police report was filed, Ms. Arden was never contacted by the police or by any prosecutor. Had Jeffrey Epstein been investigated, and had he been prosecuted and convicted, perhaps countless victims would have been spared from the sexual assaults and rapes that they were forced to suffer. Today, I am delivering a letter to the LA County District Attorney and the Santa Monica City Attorney, actually the Santa Monica Police Chief, demanding an investigation into why Ms. Arden's report to the police in 1997 appears to have been ignored. It took courage for Alicia to file the report, but then it appears the law enforcement failed to pursue it. Alicia may be the first victim of Jeffrey Epstein who has written evidence that she did file a police report alleging sexual abuse by Epstein in the 1990s. The failure of law enforcement to follow up on her report is inexcusable, and Alicia deserves answers. The women and girls who were also victimized as a result of the failure of law enforcement to do their job also deserve to know the truth about why Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to victimize Alicia without suffering any legal consequences. Was there a failure to investigate Jeffrey Epstein because he was rich and powerful and well-connected? Or were there other reasons? Was the failure to do any meaningful investigation because of rape myths, such as the common myth that if a woman goes to a man's hotel room, she must have wanted to be sexually assaulted? Alicia and the public have a right to know, and we look forward to the response of law enforcement. And after Alicia speaks, we will show you a large copy of the police report and also a photo of what she looked like on or about 1997, 1998. Thank you.
I met Jeffrey Epstein in 1997. My friend worked in finance and saw Epstein during a visit he made to the hotel in Beverly Hills. And Epstein asked my friend whether she wanted to be a model for Victoria's Secrets. She said no, she wasn't a model, but suggested you should meet my friend Alicia because she is a model. And she would love to be in Victoria's Secrets. Epstein said, great, have her call me, along with anyone else that you know who wants to be a Victoria's Secrets model. My friend shared this news with me and gave me Epstein's number, so I called him when he got back to New York. I sent Epstein's home in New York my portfolio and all of my pictures. He loved them. He called me directly after receiving them, and he told me that his assistant would set up a meeting. A few days later, Epstein's assistant, whose name was Kimberly, called me and said Epstein was at the Shutters Hotel in Santa Monica, California. She said that I could meet with Epstein either in the afternoon or in the evening. So I picked the afternoon because I thought I would feel safer. I knocked on Epstein's door at Shutters, and I went into his hotel room. He was wearing a USA sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and he was barefoot. So he took my portfolio, looked at my photographs. I'd already sent them to him earlier. He liked my pictures. But he said, why don't you look like these photographs? I told him that I photograph differently all the time and modeled in different contexts. Epstein told me that he wanted to see my body up close. He had me come a little closer to him. Then he started touching my hips, my buttocks, and then he lifted up my shirt. I was in a skirt, and he was touching my bare skin. I started to feel scared, and I began to cry. I never will forget what he told me while I came next to him. He said the words, "Let me manhandle you," because nobody had ever said that to me since then or before. He said, "Let me manhandle you." Epstein's phone rang as I was crying, and he answered. And he said to the person on the phone, "I have this beautiful girl in front of me, and she's very upset." By that point, my skirt was coming down, and he was pulling my skirt over my head.
All right, so it is getting a little graphic here with these, as this woman is now recounting this alleged assault allegation back in 1997, 1998. We will transition now to some more coverage from around the country, taking a live look at New York City right now. We're going to take a quick break. It'll be our final break of the day here on Fox 10 Extra. All right, we're going to take you now back out to the governor, New York, Andrew Cuomo.
Patriots are New York tough and smart and united and disciplined and loving.
Governor, one other thing the president has said in recent days is that the virus is no longer as lethal as it was when it targeted New York. He's made the case that 99.9% of the people who get it are fine and that you basically just need to live with it. I wonder what your response is.
Yeah, I know this is what the president says. The president says a lot of things, right? They're not necessarily facts. They're not necessarily true. 99.9%. They then had his FDA commissioner on the television and said, is the president right? And he wouldn't say the president is right. He makes up facts. He makes up science. He wants to deny the COVID virus. He has from day one. Well, it's just like the flu. Well, it's going to be gone by Easter. It's going to get warm and then it's going to disappear like a miracle. He said all those things. None of them were true. And now we have a problem in 38 states because some people believed him. He won't wear a mask. Vice President Pence says wear a mask. All the health officials say wear the mask. He won't wear a mask because he doesn't want to admit that there is a COVID virus. Why? I have no idea. But his denial of the problem and his making statements like that, 99.9% don't have to worry about it. Okay, then there's no issue. What he's saying to the American people is there's no problem. And then they don't wear a mask, and they don't socially distance, and they don't take any precautionary behavior, and then the virus goes like this. He is facilitating the virus. He is enabling the virus by statements like that. And you're seeing the infection rate go up, and you're seeing the economy suffer, and he is part of that current debacle that we are in. Look at New York. We know what to do because we did it. We did it. We know there's a model that says you can contain the virus. We did it. And by the way, we did it in the worst case scenario. That's what's really breathtaking here. We didn't have 7 cases. We had the highest infection rate in the country. We had the highest infection rate per capita on the globe, through no fault of our own. Frankly, because the federal government didn't know what it was talking about when it said the virus was in China. They needed a map because the virus was in Europe and it came here from Europe. But we know what to do. But the first step is you have to admit the problem. You will never solve a problem in life that you refuse to admit. Why he refuses to admit it, I have no idea. You have a White House coronavirus task force. Why do you have a task force if there's no problem? Right? 99.9%. It's just made up.
Governor, if I could ask you about this DOH report regarding specifically nursing homes. It concludes that the data shows that staff and visitors inadvertently brought the virus into these homes. But visitors were barred from going into them. So does that mean primarily it was the staff who spread it?
Visitors were not initially barred. Visitors were barred about middle of March. And by that time, the virus was in the nursing homes. We never tested visitors. At that time, we weren't testing anybody, right? Testing was just starting. But we didn't test visitors. And if you look at when the visitors were allowed in, they were allowed in up until about mid-March. The spike in the nursing homes was like 7 days, 14 days after that. So what the report was saying, between the family coming in and the staff, they were the transporters of the virus, which we all knew from day one. We knew that nursing homes were the most vulnerable place. I made the decision to ban the visitors in mid-March, which I tell you was a very difficult decision, and a lot of people opposed it, and I understand why. But that's why we put in the ban, because if it is in the population and visitors and relatives are going into the nursing home, they were going to bring it in with them. And I was very uncomfortable having people in nursing homes who couldn't even see their loved ones. You know, you have a grandmother in a nursing home, a mother in a nursing home, you have to FaceTime your mother. I mean, but yeah, that's what it's saying. But if you look at, this is pre-ban. Staff, obviously, we never banned, but it's pre-ban of family and visitors. Do you want to make a point?
DOH consulted with a number of health professionals while they were doing the look back report, primarily with Mount Sinai, who was participating today at the press conference. And Mount Sinai put out a study that the New York Times actually covered last week, that they now have evidence of antibodies going back to the first week of February. So for the entire month of February, while we were relying on the CDC, because CDC was then doing all of the testing, and CDC was doing the testing and reporting to us and saying, we've tested people, New York has no COVID positive cases, and in turn, DOH was telling people of New York we have no COVID positive cases. For the entire month of February, we now know that COVID was existent in New York City. So DOH report actually says they can't conclusively say on visitors, but they have to assume that because it was within the general population, that it was walking through the front door into the nursing homes, again, through no fault of their own, and staff as well. It was February and March, and we now know asymptomatic people can give the virus to other people. So how would they have known? These are healthcare professionals. They would never do anything to intentionally hurt anybody else, but that's the conclusion. And most importantly, when you look at the timeline, we now know that from date of infection to death, it's approximately 18 to 25 days. So when you look at when the mortality took place, when people were dying in nursing homes, it began in the end of March and continued through, and its spike was the first week of April. So when you back out the dates on that, people were obviously giving it to people beginning at the end of February, beginning of March.
Yeah, let me just to put in perspective. Nobody knew what they were talking about for a long time. That's the bottom line here. And the federal government was just plain wrong. We had our first case March 1. They now say the virus was coming here January and February. And it came from Europe. And we had tens of thousands of cases because the antibody test now shows you had people back in February. So by the time we had our first case, March 1, it was already here. It had been here for weeks, if not months. And it was totally undetected. I mean, nobody had an idea. Second, they said asymptomatic people could not spread it. Remember that? We lived with that truth for a long time. Now they say, whoops, that was wrong. Asymptomatic people can spread it. So you didn't even have any symptoms. You didn't even think you had a bug or a virus or anything. You didn't even think you had a cold. You had no symptoms. And you went and visited your relative in a nursing home, January, February, up to mid-March. We do the family ban March 15th, let's say. We had our first case March 1. We did the family ban 2 weeks after the first case. And people were saying to me, why are you doing this so abruptly, so quickly? We did the ban within 2 weeks. Sounded fast, right? From first case to ban 2 weeks? No. The virus was here February, the virus was here January. And there was asymptomatic spread, which means you could have walked into a nursing home, been totally conscientious, had no signs of anything, and walked it into a nursing home.
So if patients were coming back from hospitals and they were not the main driver here of the actual spread, then I'm just curious, why did you change the policy?
Which policy?
Which is that patients who went to hospitals for treatment were initially put back into homes. At some point, that policy changed.
I don't know when it changed.
So no, what you're talking about, Zach, is on May 10th, we did a couple of things. We then had increased testing capacity, and so we mandated that nursing homes do testing twice weekly of staff. which we had in place for about a month, and then we scaled back to once a week for regions of the state that were in phase 1. And then we had also said at the time that hospitals could not release nursing home patients unless they tested twice negative. And at that point, there wasn't as much stress on the hospitals because the number of hospitalizations and beds went down. We still didn't know then what we know now. And so at that point, obviously, it was a recognition that the nursing home population was very vulnerable. There were more beds, and so we said, out of an abundance of caution, you need to test negative before you're released. But even now we know, which is reflected in the report, which was confirmed by the medical professionals, is that after a certain number of days, you're no longer shedding the virus. So even if you're still positive after about 9 days, you're no longer able to give the virus to somebody else. But that was something that was done out of an abundance of caution.
Oh, look, what it was they were playing, look, I get politics, right? And I get the political environment, and I get the ugliness of politics better than most. And you had this political conspiracy theory that the deaths in nursing homes were preventable. And by the way, most of the deaths were in Democratic states, which was right, because that's the state that had the most COVID cases. And it was this policy that said COVID positive people couldn't be discriminated against by a nursing home. It has no basis in fact. It was pure politics, and it was ugly politics. And now the report has the facts, and the facts tell the exact opposite story.
So given the facts from this report, what, in your opinion, went wrong, and what could have, looking back, right, in hindsight, what could have the state, the federal government, and nursing homes done?
Total hindsight, CDC, when they saw the virus, Luis, in China last December, should have taken out the big CDC whistle and gone as loud as they could. Last December. When they saw it this past January, they should have kept blowing the whistle. The CDC, all of them. When the Peter Navarro sent the memo to the president in January about the coronavirus, he should have done something. When the White House did the memo on possibly 2 million Americans infected, they should have done something. They should have said the virus was here when it was here. They should have said the virus was in Europe when it was in Europe. Then they should have said it was here when it was here. And that should have happened in January. March 1, it was over in March 1. It was over. We got our first case March 1. It was over. There were tens of thousands of people in New York, tens of thousands of infections, just waiting to manifest themselves.
Do you think the state government could have done anything differently, or do you think nursing homes could have done anything differently?
State government, I don't do global pandemics. I don't have an international health department. I don't trace China. It's not what I do. I don't trace Europe infections. It's not what I do. It's what the federal government does. The number of lawsuits. Some members of the hospital community don't like it because we have mandated that we share beds so everybody could have a bed. So I get it. I've taken the political heat. That's why I get paid the big bucks. I get it. But, you know, the groups, you don't just get to call you don't get to proclaim yourself a good government group. You know, it's not by just a proclamation. I declare myself a good government group. I've been asking them for years, who pays you? Who pays you? Where do you get your money from? Who pays your salary? They won't say. Isn't the essence of good government transparency, disclosure? Are you getting paid by the insurance companies who don't want to pay for the COVID testing? Do you take money from the trial lawyers who want to be able to sue people? I'm just wondering, who pays your salary, right? They won't reveal their donors. Why not? Oh, it'll be a breach of security. We may be targeted for death. Come on. When you don't want to answer a question, there's normally a reason.
of gun violence in the city. Commissioner Dermot Shea says it's because too many people are being released from jail and back on the street too soon, and that needs to change. Do you agree?
Nope. Nope. We changed bail. We reformed bail reform, right? We did that. That's what they said months ago when there was a spike in crime. Well, it was the bail reform law, right? That was the first spike. They blamed it on bail reform and said we have to reform bail reform.
All right, everybody, good afternoon. Pilar Arias here. I'm going to interrupt Cuomo, and that's because I'm going to take you out to Gavin Newsom live in California
Thursday,
right now. Thanks so much for watching.
And then walk you through some of the trend lines before they become headlines in the state of California. Let me update you briefly on the number of counties in the state of California that we're monitoring. Counties that have been on a list for 3+ days, a monitoring list that we put out a number of weeks ago. When I last left you on Thursday, there were 19 counties on that list. Today, we have 23 counties. And you see up there, the newly added 6 counties, 19 plus 6 doesn't equal 23. Well, you have counties that come on and counties that are coming off. For example, Contra Costa was on, off now, back on. Santa Clara was on last week, no longer on. So we have, in total, new updated monitoring list. Those 6 counties, Colusa, Madera, Marin, Merced, Monterey, and San Diego, that were added to our monitoring list. This is a list we use for technical assistance to engage their local health officers or local elected officials working within the county to address criterion that they attested to, that they put forward as a county that needs to be monitored and needs support if we are no longer aligned in terms of our initial expectations. One of the most important things we can do, in addition to technical assistance on that monitoring list, is to do more to focus on enforcement. Now, we walked through the beginning of our enforcement efforts that we were anticipating implementing this weekend. I want to update you on what we did do this weekend, but I want to remind you that our enforcement has been prioritized on parts of the state where we have known violators, where we have high-risk workplaces, or we have industries that should be operating at a scale. Think of restaurants and bars in an appropriate and safe manner. And so that was the criteria to which we advanced our updated efforts on enforcement, our more targeted enforcement efforts with these teams that we have assembled, these cross-pollination of state agencies that sent out teams in 6 key regions in the state of California over the weekend. Our focus, again, is to remind people that we have put forward guidelines in this state. So much of the focus, I've said in the past, has been around when to reopen our economy, but not how to more safely reopen sectors in our economy. And so we really need to get back to a focus on how to safely reopen our economy. Well, what are the mitigations that need to be in place? What are the expectations that we set forth as it relates to wearing masks, both from a staff perspective and a patron perspective? What are the physical distancing criteria that we have attested to and put into place pursuant to those state guidelines? What's the signage that has been put up so it's visible and people have access to it? Physical distancing criteria and the like. And so we really focused in on workplace safety guidelines. Again, the enforcement is not just about being punitive. It's also about educating people, allowing people to make modifications, but moreover, to address the bad actors, the folks that are simply just disregarding these orders, and to hold them to some account as well. But this is the primary focus of the enforcement, education, along the criteria that we put out in the guidelines and the modifications that we've made, again, focusing on how to safely reopen sectors of our economy. over the last few days, we significantly increased our enforcement in these three critical areas. We had close to 6,000 in-person visits to bars and restaurants just from the Department of Alcohol Beverage Control. So ABC visited just shy of 6,000 establishments over a few-day period. You'll see over 440,000 individual contacts that were made, phone calls, visits, emails, and the like through OSHA and our Department of Industrial Relations. And I mentioned on Thursday, the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology. We have to focus, obviously, on concerns in salons and the like. And so we directed, based upon input we were getting from county health officials, again, targeting these counties that are on the watch list. We targeted licensees that we had either received complaints about or had information that was concerning that we needed to get clarified. So significant improvement and increase in enforcement over the weekend. Most of it, again, from an educational paradigm, though there was plenty of citations. Local law enforcement. We are requesting more information about local enforcement on mask requirements and the like. But as you saw from West Hollywood, Santa Monica, and others, notably, we're stepping up their enforcement using local law enforcement to either educate, but also to promote physically distancing and/or, wearing face coverings. And those were tiered, meaning first enforcement action may have been $100 up to $300, in some cases $500. As you know, many of these can go as high as $1,000 on enforcement. So I encourage people, again, we're not going out there with a punitive frame, but we are going out with the resolve that this moment needs to make sure people are protecting themselves and protecting others to mitigate the spread of this virus. And that spread continues. Some 5,699, just shy of 5,700 new cases reported on July 5th. This is the last reporting period. I've included in this slide a 7-day average. That 7-day average has begun to climb to now 7,876 cases on an average 7-day rolling period. That includes, by the way, the cases that were suspended, the data rather that we collected that was suspended in LA over the last 3 days. Those numbers are included in that 7-day average. There's some ambiguity because LA County over the holiday weekend was not reporting their daily counts on July 3rd, 4th, but we do have their counts reflected in July 5th and in the 7-day average that you see on your screen. The ongoing positivity rate with an average daily number of tests now increasing in excess of 100,000. In fact, we tested 127,000 people on Saturday, which was a record number of people that we've tested, now averaging 104,000 tests over a 7-day period. Testing's going up, and the positivity rate, not just the total number of positive cases in the state of California, also going up. The positivity rate over a 14-day period is now at 6.8%. Let me give you a closer look at the test positivity rate reflected in a slide many of you become familiar with. We were at 4.9% positivity rate just 14 days ago, and now again at 6.8%. You look at the 7-day positivity rate, it's now over 7% at 7.2% to be exact. By the way, the 14-day positivity track represents just shy of 39% growth in that positivity rate over the last 14 days. Not surprisingly, as always, we share with you the hospitalization slides. When you see a positivity rate increase, you're likely to see a hospitalization rate increase. This slide represents the increase over a 2-week period, now to 5,790 individuals that we have hospitalized for COVID-19. This represents a 50% increase over a 14-day period. As hospitalizations rise, we obviously focus in on our system capacity, our healthcare capacity. That number has been fluctuating from a low going back a month ago of around 6%. We've been averaging around 7%. It just increased to 8% of our total hospital beds. You can see we still have ample hospital capacity in our system, but we're monitoring this obviously very closely. And these are, as always, numbers in the aggregate. And I'll remind you, we don't live in the aggregate. There are parts of this state where this number might leave you misled, meaning this number may calm the nerves, 8% of total capacity. That's true, again, as a state, but there are parts of the state where that number is substantially higher. Obviously, that's part of our monitoring list. That's part of our targeted enforcement and targeted engagement and support. Hospitalizations rise, invariably we'll start to see ICU admissions rise. Though I will say it was nice to see that ICU admissions went down modestly in a 24-hour period, went down 0.3%. But this slide says tells another story over the course of the last 14 days. It's gone up 39% over a 14-day period. Total number of people in ICUs at 1,706. This is a slide you're also familiar with, that 1,706 total ICU COVID positive patients represents roughly 15% of the total patients of the total ICU bed population. Ventilators continue to be plentiful at the moment. Again, in the aggregate, 11,416 ventilators. But again, ICU numbers are always of top concern. Our capacity is represented in this slide. And again, this number represents statewide data, not county-specific data. I want to remind you of some statewide actions we've taken recently. Again, pulling activities to the extent we can, as many activities, business activities in particular, but more broadly, activities that are indoors, we want to move them outdoors. And we've done that in multiple sectors of our economy, restaurants being a notable example. We have also closed down bars in the areas of highest concern, and those are represented in those 23 counties that I listed at the top of the presentation. Over the weekend, there were local and county closures of beaches, statewide closures of parking lots related to the beaches, and I just want to thank all the elected officials and the residents, more importantly, the residents of the state of California that acted overwhelmingly responsibly, that were out on our beaches, those that were open, and were responsible in terms of their social distancing and physical distancing. And I want to thank those that were educating the public, those that weren't, unfortunately, acting in their best health interest or the health interests of others. The efforts to educate and to encourage and to enforce were, I think, very effective. They weren't perfect, and certainly people will highlight exceptions, but I just want to compliment the local efforts, the county efforts, the educational efforts, and the social persuasion that was very, I think, well represented and demonstrated over the 4th of July holiday weekend. And thank everybody for, again, their concurrence in this effort. And as I noted just in this slide, this multi-agency enforcement, this efforts on these strike teams, more targeted enforcement, was also demonstrable. And I want to just thank our agencies, now 10 agencies in total, that were part of those actions. Speaking of actions, there are a lot of counties that took action since we began this monitoring process to move deliberatively and enact at the local level, the county level, with their health officers, their county elected officials, their own responsible strategies for enforcing their stay-at-home order and modifying their stay-at-home order. I'm very pleased of the 23 counties, 6 just joined us, so we expect they'll move in the next few days. 13 have issued local orders. 3 said, Riverside, San Bernardino, Kern just said, we will submit to the state orders. And just got a call literally seconds before I came on air that Glenn County just acted. So we're not waiting action from Glenn. We want to thank the elected officials and the health officers and the city managers for their work there as well. So everybody is moving, they're taking action, they're being responsible, and we are very, very grateful for that. So that's the spirit of the moment. The spirit of the times is a recognition. Individual responsibility has now been elevated. Our collective responsibility as a community at the county level to secure local enforcement actions, education actions, modification efforts to help supplement them at the state level in a much more dynamic and much more targeted way. And again, just encouraging everybody to do the kinds of things that are foundational and fundamental to mitigating the spread of this disease. I'll remind you, we did an incredible job collectively as a state. 40 million of you did a remarkable job to move aggressively early, the first state to move forward with stay-at-home orders. We were able to bend that curve. In fact, we never really had to bend it. We were able to mitigate the spread of this virus in substantial ways. We have the capacity to do that again, to mitigate this increase in the total number of positive cases and the transmission of this disease. And the most important thing you can do from a non-pharmaceutical intervention, meaning non-therapeutic and non-vaccine, is to wear face covering. It is a mandate in the state of California. It protects not just you, but others, and is a sign of respect, sign of responsibility. It's also a demonstration, I believe, of character to meet a moment head on and to be forceful in terms of our resolve to mitigate this spread and to help save lives and impact the lives of those that may be vulnerable in ICU or in hospital because of coronavirus, because of COVID-19. As always, practice physical distancing, social distancing, wash your hands, and continue to do those things your mother and your grandmother were so intent on reminding you as we were growing up. Just one final point, because I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it. We've had a number of lives that have been lost over the last few days in the reporting period. 6 people lost their lives on Sunday to the coronavirus, and 18 people lost their lives on Saturday. 6 people is 6 too many. It is substantially better number than we have seen in some time. The 18 reflects that as well, but that's 18 lives, 6 additional lives, 24 lives torn asunder, families' lives also torn asunder, rather, and lives lost to this virus. By no stretch of the imagination, think that the mortality rate has diminished to such a degree that people can no longer lose their lives. They simply can't. It's reflected in the ICU data. It's reflected in the hospitalization data. The damage that COVID-19 can do. This pandemic is still in front of us, continues to spread at rates we have not experienced here in the state of California since the beginning of this pandemic. That's why we want to remind you of those important bullet points. Wear a face covering, physically distance, wash your hands. And as always, for more information about all of the above, more information on how you can get tested, more information of how you can learn more, avail yourselves to more data about your own county and your own monitoring of their effectiveness and what the rules and guidelines are within sectors and industry, go to the covid19.ca.gov website. That, again, is covid19.ca.gov. With that, happy to take questions.
Adam Beam, Associated Press.
Hi, Governor. Thanks for doing this. Some data released today by the federal government shows that at least one business that you own received some loans to stay open during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm wondering, I know that before you took office, you placed those companies into a blind trust, but I'm wondering if you could address that issue and why those companies, the company that you own, felt the need to receive that loan.
You would have to ask the people that are running those businesses. It's in a blind trust, period, full stop.
Phil Willen, LA Times.
Blind.
Hi, Governor.
As you know, I mean, as you just talked about today, cases have been kind of exploding around the state. Was there any realistic way to reopen some sectors of the economy? And do you think that your administration miscalculated in doing so, and the speed at which they will reopen for restaurants, gymnasiums, and fitness centers, for instance?
I think we can safely reopen, and I think if we wear face coverings, we can mitigate the community spread of this disease. I think countries that have done that demonstrably have proven that. We've been very forceful in our expectations and encouragement for people to do the same. It's a mandate, as you know, in the state of California. As it relates to the focus on how to safely reopen, predicate to your question, or at least to frame the spirit of your question about can you safely reopen, I believe you can, but with enforcement and with individual responsibility. And that's why we laid out in detailed terms some of what the guidelines include and what those expectations are. We set those expectations. We focused on how to responsibly reopen certain sectors of the economy. And now it's incumbent upon all of us to not only monitor that, but to enforce those rules and regulations. And it's exactly what we're doing.
Alex Michelson, Fox 11.
Governor, clearly the case numbers are rising, but the mortality rate you just talked about is quite a bit of progress. Obviously, we don't want anybody to die, but those death numbers are way lower than where they were a few months ago. I'm wondering what you attribute that to and how that informs potentially the policy going forward.
Yeah, it's the right question, and it's certainly an accurate observation. It's encouraging, though I would remind you last week in one reporting period, over a 24-hour period, we had 110 lives lost. And so contrast that to 6 in the last. These individual data points aren't necessarily in and of themselves trend lines, though there is a broader trend line, and that is substantively accurate, and that is, as we've seen an increase in testing now over 100,000 a day and an increase in positivity rates, we are not seeing a commensurate increase yet in mortality. That said, those are lagging indicators, hospitalizations, ICUs, and deaths. So we are, and I think the spirit of the way you framed your question, you recognize this, cautious, as well as modestly optimistic, but cautious nonetheless. Look, I think the most important thing we've learned from a lot of the new data that's come in that goes direct to your question is the cohort of individuals now that are being tested positive is getting younger and younger. And so that cohort 18 to 34, 34 to 49-year-olds, when you stack those together, you're looking at a majority of the new cases. And so a lot of these younger folks may be coming into hospitals, but with not as acute needs as what we were seeing in the past, where we saw the percentage of those that were testing positive, the number being a cohort much older. We're seeing stabilization relative, and boy, I caution even just saying that. Let me be cautious in saying that, but seeing some stabilization in our residential care facilities for adults, in our skilled nursing facilities, our veterans' homes, and we've been able, I think, to substantially address some of those spikes we had seen a number of months ago. And all of that inures, I think, to where we are in terms of the presentation of this data and hopes and expectations in some respects that the mortality rate may be more modest than what we've seen in the past.
Rachel Bluth, Kaiser Health News.
Hi, Governor. Thanks for taking my question. I wanted to know how you thought the contact tracing program was going, how many people have been deployed, and if you're worried or if you're hearing from counties that are worried that the case counts are just getting too high to effectively trace everyone's contacts.
Yeah, so we had over 10,600 people. I mentioned last week 10,170. Now it's over 10,600 people that have been trained by UCSF and UCLA. We had a phase 1 goal by July 1st to get roughly 10,000 people, that first cohort, phase 1, trained. We were able to accomplish that. We have just shy of 9,500 that are now ready to go and are being directed by county health officials. Again, remember, this is a bottom-up, not top-down strategy. Contact tracing has existed for decades in this state and this country, and HIV and AIDS, STDs, issues of TB, measles, and the like. Some counties are more robust in terms of their baselines they already have in place. We are supplementing that, and we have trained with the counties as partners this new cohort. And so close to 9,500 that are identified and available to the counties, over 10,600 that are trained, that cohort of those trained being made available to counties in real time, many more being trained on a weekly basis. And we want to continue to see more contact tracing. We're doing PSAs in a culturally competent way with trusted messengers. I showed you PSAs for the mask wearing requirements in the state, but we've also been doing a lot of PSAs on contact tracing, particularly in communities where there's still a little bit of nervousness, to be fully candid with you, of a member of a state government or local government, or for that matter, even federal government's making a phone call. You can imagine diverse communities. Let me be more specific. The Latinx community, we've got to do a lot better in terms of getting the right messengers to give people confidence that their information will be maintained as confidential, will not be shared with federal authorities, and it's in their public health interest to participate in the contact tracing. So a lot of work in that space. Your questions inspired me to perhaps give a more comprehensive update, which I'm going to do in the next few days, because I think this deserves more attention and more illumination as it relates to our outreach efforts and how to make contact tracing even more effective. I'll take advantage of using this also as a PSA of sorts in the next few days by providing more information to you.
Carla Marinucci, Politico.
Hi, Governor. My question is about San Quentin. As you know, there were no cases there until the end of May, until a transfer from the California institution. Now you've got 1,400 incarcerated and then more than 150 employees. Staff and volunteers are relating conditions that they say are inhumane, that these prisoners are being isolated in solitary, et cetera. Are you considering an on-site visit to this prison to see these conditions for yourself? And what are your specific plans to address what one epidemiologist is describing as a Chernobyl situation there?
Yeah, we've been working on this every single day for the last 3 weeks. When I say every single day, yesterday, Saturday, Friday, Thursday, there's no break, there's no holidays. It's a top priority for our administration. We currently have 2,445 prisoners at CDCR that have tested positive for COVID-19, a prison population north of 120-ish thousand. But we do have 2,445 people have tested positive. You rightly, though, have pinpointed the area of top concern, though not the only concern in the system, and that is San Quentin, 1,388 individuals that have tested positive, inmates in that prison. We have decompressed that prison since March 1st from 4,051. We have a plan to bring it down to 3,082 in the next few weeks. I'm going through individual by individual, people with medical needs that are acute, people we are fast-tracking and expediting parole review and individually reviewing those cases in order to move people forward. We're working with probation and parole to expedite the identification of housing. You don't want to just send people out into park benches, into homeless shelters. We've got to make sure that we responsibly move people out, but with a deep sense of urgency, because you're correct. We had in late May, we had prisoners transferred from one prison, Chino, into San Quentin. They should not have been transferred. The receiver, the federal receiver, has been in place since 2006, made that abundantly clear, and I appreciate the receiver recognizing responsibility in that respect, and accordingly today made an announcement on a personnel change as it relates to the medical officer being replaced, and I am very encouraged by that being a first step in the actions we can take to collectively address this. As I said, it's not the only prison of concern. Vacaville, other prisons are continuing to be of top concern, but we saw flare-ups. I've been very transparent with you and others in presentations going back a number of months. We saw increases in Lancaster. We saw a substantial increase in Chino. We were able to get our arms around it, and it's a way of expressing this. The protocols, the process, the procedures we put in place to mitigate the spread when we saw a flare-up, Chuckawalla and other facilities over the course of the last few months. We're engaging in similar activities here, but with a deeper sense of urgency, much more comprehensive approach, an incident command team that we posted up and at San Quentin, multi-jurisdictional incident command team. We're identifying decompression strategies that include transferring prisoners in a safe and responsible way, but not cohorting them with others in facilities in Kern, Wasco, looking at all their alternatives in Alameda County. I could go through robust details with you in nuance and specificity, because it requires nuance and a very specific frame of mind and engagement to address this legitimate concern, crisis we have at this site. And so know that it is our top focus and priority, and every day we are working to move more and more of our most vulnerable population into an environment that's safe and or back in an expedited and responsible sense, back into the communities along the protocols and processes that you've become familiar with, that we engaged in the beginning of this pandemic, where we are near the end of a term and we can responsibly adjudicate risk factors and promote and provide support outside of those prison facilities.
Scott Rod, Capital Public Radio.
Hi, Governor. Thanks for taking my question. A number of hospitals, as you said before, are straining over the increase in hospitalizations. You know, you had mentioned that, well, in the aggregate, there is capacity, but specifically for the hospitals that are struggling, that are sending patients, you know, far away to get care, is there a plan in place to try to, I guess, mobilize hospital beds or staffing to ensure that those places that are hardest hit can quickly gain capacity so they don't have to, you know, send patients, say, hundreds of miles away to get care? What does that plan look like?
Yeah, it's a very detailed plan, one we've socialized over the course of the last number of months. It's called our surge plan within our hospital system. Its primary focus is around existing footprint in and around hospitals, decompressing your system against the traditional, or rather your day-to-day patients that would otherwise come in for non-urgent care needs. You reduce the total number of people coming in for elected surgeries, as an example. You create more capacity, footprints on the campus of many of these hospitals. We have surge plans that will allow them alternative care sites within those footprints, the ability to utilize differently existing facilities within the hospitals. Those are sort of nuances within these surge plans. Those surge plans we made very public over the course of many, many months. In fact, last week also updated you a little bit on what those surge plans look like, including these alternative care plans outside of the hospital system, where we have set up, for example, up here in Sacramento, just nearby the old Arco Arena, we've set up beds and sites to be used as needed. Look, the plans that we have advanced in Imperial County, as an example, are a proof point of the strategies that we've been utilizing. Over 500 people have been moved, decompressed out of that hospital system into surrounding county systems. Once those county systems have absorbed their share, like San Diego County as an example, we then have protocols, procedures, processes that were pre-assigned, predetermined, where we move people either further north. We did move people further north into the Bay Area, as an example, over the last week from that county. And so it's about collaboration, it's about sharing, it's about a very detailed plan, process, and procedure that we mapped out. And with the outstanding work that 40 million Californians did at the beginning of this pandemic, it gave us time to develop those plans with more specificity and more nuance, and to the extent they're needed, we're able not to dust them off because no dust has been collected. We're able to actualize those plans with a specificity that's required, a sense of urgency that's required at the moment.
Brandon Pfau, Voice of OC.
Hi, Governor. Thank you for taking my question. You've noted that the state is taking ramped-up enforcement measures, and that would presumably include cooperation with local law enforcement. So how do you reconcile that with a place like Orange County? Our specific hospitalization rates are also climbing, and our sheriff has taken an opposing attitude on enforcement of the mask order, and it seems he will, according to a recent statement he put out, quote, request voluntary compliance, unquote, without any mention of citations. So it seems some local jurisdictions, like ours, will have a hard time falling in line. So in order to achieve that ramped-up enforcement you mentioned, how will you do that down here? Do you feel that with some counties like Orange County, enforcement is better left with and done most effectively by, state regulatory agencies?
Well, no, it's not best left to the state. Quite the contrary. It's best left to local with support of the state. And to the extent that local officials are unwilling or unable to enforce, then we will step up our enforcement at the state level in a more targeted way. I led the presentation today giving you specific examples of what we did over the weekend. That included Orange County. But I also left you with this specific example, and I'll remind you if you didn't have a chance to tune in last week on Thursday, that we've also criteriaed and conditioned money in this year's budget. There's $2.5 billion. We've been working in the spirit of collaboration. The vast majority of counties are doing the right things. Vast majority of sheriffs are doing the right things. But those that want to be a little more obstinate and unwilling to do what they're legally responsible to do, which is to enforce the law. That's why they were sworn in, to enforce the law. It is the law of the state to move forward to enforce the provisions of local health officers and provisions that are set forth by the state. If they choose to not do that, we have made contingent over $2.5 billion, or specifically $2.5 billion in the budget, that we will make contingent upon performance. If they're simply unwilling to do it, then we will redirect those dollars to communities that are. And we assume if that's not an incentive enough, or rather a disincentive enough, then we will assume more responsibility still. But I would like to think, I don't know of another state that's conditioned billions of dollars to local efforts to enforce local orders. But I believe it could be very impactful. And we're working with CSAC, our county partners, to do that in a responsible way. But let me close, because I'd be remiss on this question without highlighting what I highlighted on Thursday, and that is the president of CSAC happens to be a county supervisor in Orange County, and she has been exceptional. She has been supportive of these efforts to enforce in a responsible way, to educate, to help modify, and enforce in a responsible way. And she appreciates the spirit to which the state is engaging in those conversations. And we're working with her and Graham, who runs CSAC, and their team to work out the criteria and conditions as it relates to the distribution of the $2.5 billion. So I have great respect for the overwhelming majority of officials in Orange County that want to do the right thing. If there are a handful that don't, we'll work through them, around them, or we'll work through whatever the problems are.
Joy Benedict, KCBS.
Hi, Governor. Happy Monday. Thanks for taking my question. Mine is also about enforcement. Earlier, you had mentioned that there were about 6,000 businesses that were visited by the ABC. Do you know how many of them were cited? And if so, what were they cited for? And do you have a plan to continue that in the future?
Yeah, we do have a plan to continue. We're continuing on a daily basis. We're continuing to monitor these 23 counties with targeted specificity of enforcement. That will continue. It wasn't just one-off, though this weekend, I do confess, there were stepped-up enforcement efforts out of concern for the mixing that would have otherwise occurred had we not collectively as a state at the local, county, state level done more to educate and encourage people to modify behaviors in a more responsible way. Here's the good news. Remarkable. Those were in-business visits. And there were only a handful of citations because the overwhelming majority of people were doing the right thing. And I want to applaud that. The overwhelming majority of restaurants, the overwhelming majority of bars that were allowed to open on the basis of the amount of food and meals they provide. Again, there's different licenses that are still being, there's still opportunities to still promote or rather operate businesses that have unique licenses. The overwhelming majority of them were conducting themselves outstandingly. So the last count, we have 52 citations. I don't have the details of every one of those 52 in terms of the specifics. We'll provide them to you. But I was very encouraged by the team that came back and said that even if people were out of compliance, the engagement got people back into compliance very quickly. And that's the spirit to which we are engaging in this level of enforcement. It's to modify, it's to fix problems. It's not to penalize businesses that are struggling already, but those that simply could not modify or are unwilling, absolutely, they need to be held some account, and that's what those citations represented.
Final question, Alexei Kosef, SF Chronicle. Alexei Kosef.
Hi, Governor. I wanted to return to this, the rising number of cases among younger people. Do you know what, or has the state been able to identify what is leading to that increase, and is it a cause for concern for you that you're seeing that increase now in cases in younger people? And separately, have these outbreaks in the state prisons put a strain on the hospital system in some of these communities where the prisons are located?
Yeah. Let me take the latter part of your question. That's certainly the case. We've long-standingly had a relationship, San Quentin, with Marin General Hospital. It certainly put some strain on Marin General in particular, and that's why we have been working with St. Francis Hospital in San Francisco and looking Seton down in San Mateo County to absorb some of that responsibility. We're also looking, you look at San Quentin, it's really a campus. It's not just a one-off prison. Almost operates its own small city. It has old facilities on site. We have teams of people now on site repurposing some of the older facilities and looking at strategies to cohort individuals and to treat individuals so that we can mitigate perhaps some of the burden outside of those gates on the rest of the system. But certainly that's something we're watching, and we have, as part of our incident command, the county as part of that cohort of command unit that's working to address issues in real time to make sure that we have a collaborative spirit so we can absorb those that may need medical care. The vast majority of people don't, but those that do, to make sure their needs are met. As it relates to the younger cohort, this follows trend lines that you've seen across the country. Not surprisingly, the young invincibles, as we refer to them, young folks that just feel they are invincible, that just don't feel it's going to impact them, and if it does, it's not a big burden. And so we have a lot of work to do, and I think you've seen that represented in the efforts we've done to make modifications to our stay-at-home mortar around bars, certain activities that we have seen a younger cohort in particular begin to mix, and we've started to see an increase in the spread. And so we just cannot impress upon people, regardless of their time of life, to have a state of mind, of consciousness, health focus, health first consciousness. Even if you're young and feel you're invincible, someone you may come in contact with, if you're pre-symptomatic and you still feel no symptoms, you can potentially spread that disease to someone who may have a compromised immune system. And so you don't want to dream of regretting. You don't want to learn about something like that and live with that the rest of your life. And so I think it's just about education. It's about more encouragement and, yes, more targeted enforcement. Again, enforcement in every way, shape, or form. Modifying through enforcement, mitigating through enforcement, getting compliance through enforcement, and to the extent one needs to be punitive, to enforce with fines and codes and regulatory oversight. And so across the spectrum, we're doing that. And we expect to be doing a lot more of that until we see these numbers begin to decrease. That said, our energy, our enthusiasm in this space for bending this curve has not diminished, and we have not lost our energy, our capacity, our focus, our determination, our desire to do what we did at the outset of this pandemic, and that's to bend the curve, to tame this growth, to mitigate the spread of this disease. We will do that. I am confident in our capacity to do that. More targeted focus, more energetic engagement. We'll deal with these hot spots within congregate settings. We'll focus on the most vulnerable, not just in our prison system, but also our homeless and our seniors and our vets. We'll see to the same energy in our skilled nursing facilities and our residential care facilities and the like. And I just encourage all of you, as is the case in every one of these presentations, to do your best to do the same. Wear these face coverings, practice physical distancing, and until we meet again tomorrow, have a wonderful, safe, and healthy day, evening. Take care, everybody.
All right, everybody, good afternoon. Thank you so much for watching News Now. Pilar Arias here with you. I wasn't expecting to lose that live picture so quickly. I wasn't prepared to say hello. Hello, happy Monday. I hope you all are having a great day. I hope you had an even better 4th of July weekend. Regardless, we are so happy that you are here. Let me know in the YouTube chat if you are working from home. Some people doing summer school as well, so just check in with me. Let me know where you're watching from and what you're up to. Again, I hope you all are having a great start to your week and a great day. See, this is why I always have to fix the hair before I come out on camera. All right, so we actually have a couple different things going on. We are on standby for this update here, coronavirus update. I believe this is New Jersey because it looks like the New Jersey picture that we normally get. I just want to make sure. Oh, it's Connecticut. Okay, so we're going to be getting a coronavirus update out of Connecticut here any moment. Right now, we have the Miami Mayor Francis Suarez, who is talking about their situation. We also just got a live picture here out of Texas. This looks like Harris County, Texas, a county that I'm very, very familiar with. And yes, it's going to be the Houston mayor along with a doctor, a chief, and HPD chief as well. So again, that's what they are going to be talking about there, because the cases in Texas through July 2nd hit a record high with hospitalizations of patients. So again, we will have all those updates as soon as possible. But I do know that Mike Pace was showing you all a Gloria Allred update news conference about some more Jeffrey Epstein accusations. So I'm going to take you there now until one of these live events gets underway. Don't worry though, you're not missing a thing. I'm keeping tabs on all of these events for you and recording on the ones that will subsequently come up a little bit later.
I really hoped when I went back that a woman would be there to assist me, but only men took my statement. The process took 2.5 hours, but I stayed and I filed my report. I had always thought that when you reported something to the police, they would at least call you back. I knew that Jeffrey Epstein traveled to other cities, and I gave the police Epstein's home number and work number in New York. I feared that he could make appointments in other places and abuse other women like he had abused me. Despite my efforts, nobody ever called me. There was never any follow-ups. And it really kind of seemed like my complaint was kind of ignored.
This is a photo of Alicia Arden on or about either 1997, 1998. So this is what she looked like at the time. Thank you. Okay. And I've given each of you in the press packet this photo. Okay. So you have that. Okay. Sorry, that's it. 1997? Can't hear you.
Is it from 1997, did you say?
Yeah, 1997, 1998. Not sure which. Pardon me?
Do you know how old she is in the photo?
Where was she?
How old?
Oh, how old was she in the photo?
Oh, like 24 or 5.
24 or 25, she said, something
And
like
that
that.
again was her in 97?
Pardon me? It was the police report's 1997, and the picture's 1997 or 1998. So it's on or about. Also, now, next. I'll show you the police report. This is the police report. You can note that it says sexual battery, and that was found, and where it took place, One Pico Boulevard, which is the address of Shutters on the Beach in Santa Monica. The date and time of the assault was May 12th, which is there, and it also shows the date and time of the report to the police, which was approximately a week later, as she indicated, May 20th. In addition, it says that she is the reporting party, and it's a male suspect, and it also says what he was wearing at the time. And there is his name, Epstein Jeffrey, and that he was barefoot at the time, as she indicated. It also describes the suspect's vehicle as being a large four-door Mercedes, black Mercedes. It also indicates that he was posing as representing Victoria's Secret, and it says Gross during interview with model. Grope is not a legal term. Sexual battery is, which groping a woman's breast or genital area, that would be sexual battery. In addition, it says that it was in a hotel room, and the type of weapon that was used were his hands. Further, it says that
all right, everybody, I'm going to skip through this part just a little bit because it's kind of hard to hear the sound. We are on standby for 3 live events, a coronavirus update out of Los Angeles County, a coronavirus update out of Harris County in Texas, and a coronavirus update in Connecticut. As soon as any of those 3 events starts live, I'll bring them to you right here on the stream.
this is to the police chief. Dear Chief Renaud, I represent Ms. Alicia Arden, one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. In 1997, Ms. Arden was sexually assaulted and battered by Jeffrey Epstein at the Shutters Hotel in Santa Monica. She filed a police report against Mr. Epstein with the Santa Monica Police Department on May 20th, 1997, report number 97-38046, a copy of which is attached hereto. Thereafter, Ms. Arden was never contacted by the police nor by any prosecutor. Ms. Arden was never even advised whether or not any investigation by the Santa Monica Police had been conducted. It should be noted that Ms. Arden may have been the first Epstein victim who has written evidence filing a police report alleging sexual abuse against him. I'm hereby requesting that you open an investigation as to what, if any, police investigation was conducted in reference to Ms. Arden's complaint against Jeffrey Epstein, as our client deserves to know what action, if any, was taken by the police after she filed her crime report. Your immediate attention and response is appreciated. Very truly yours, Gloria Allred. So that will go to both of them. And now we'll be very happy, I'll be happy to take any questions.
I mean, if in fact there was no real investigation, what then?
Well, we'd like to know first what happened. Was there an investigation? Was there not an investigation? And if there was not an investigation, why wasn't there an investigation? As I said, was it because he was rich, powerful, famous, and connected to powerful people? Was it because of a rape myth? A rape myth is, for example, if you go to a man's hotel room, if a woman goes there, she must have wanted or should have expected to be sexually assaulted.
All right, we have the live update out of Los Angeles County happening now. I'm going to take you there.
Mira, hazle sin apagarlo. Just wipe it. So
Okay.
that's why you have to make sure you turn it on
Okay.
before you do it.
Testing. Okay.
Dale.
So you turned it on, but then
Sí,
I just turned it on.
Sí. Yep.
All right, it appears they're still handling a little bit of not technical difficulties, but they are still definitely getting ready to start that news conference. Probably going to start here at the top of the hour, 1 o'clock Arizona time, 4 o'clock Eastern. We'll definitely have it for you. Meanwhile, here's a look at how the stock market's doing. New York Stock Exchange, Dow Jones Industrial, big board, nothing but green today. Pretty strong way to start the week. Currently up about 440 points. Might be a good day to check that 401k, but definitely, especially on a Monday, to start the week out strong, start the day out strong. Stock soaring, looking pretty good. A lot of people keeping a close eye on the economy. Unfortunately, a lot of people still unemployed, searching for jobs. But hey, those numbers lately, they've been pretty good. All right, so it looks like they finally got things ready to go in Los Angeles County. I'm going to take you back out there now.
good to see you, Neil. Good to see you, Rory. You look different. Do I push this?
Yeah, we're good now.
Push it?
Yep. Okay, talking.
Hello, testing. You're welcome. It's good to see you. You were missed, Rory and Neil. Oh, and you too. You too. You were. That smile.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for standing by and welcome to the LA County COVID-19 update. At this time, all lines are in a listen-only mode. Later, we will have a question and answer session. If you wish to ask a question, please press 1, then 0. I'd now like to turn the conference over to Supervisor Catherine Barger. Please go ahead.
Hello and good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for today's briefing. I'm Supervisor Catherine Barger, Chair of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. I'm joined today by Dr. Barbara Ferrer, Director of the Department of Public Health, to provide an update on the county's COVID-19 case counts. Working with our partners, the county continues to increase testing capacity and accessibility throughout the county. We are now able to test approximately 26,000 people per day. With this increased testing capacity, we continue to see an increase in positive cases. The county reported its highest case counts over the weekend, with more than 7,000 new cases between Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. The positivity rate for those who are being tested is at 10% over the last 7 days. This shows that there is an increase in community transmissions and that there are many individuals who are infectious around us. Therefore, it becomes even more critically important to practice physical distancing, to wear face coverings, and when you leave home, to wash your hands regularly and stay home if you are feeling sick. And please limit the amount of time you spend outside your home. And individuals with pre-existing conditions should stay home as much as possible. This is a measurably difficult and a stressful time for every Los Angeles County resident. And I know many residents are taking the necessary precautions to keep their families and their neighbors safe. These precautions are essential to protect everyone's well-being and help us move on our path to recovery. We must work together to ensure we balance the health and well-being of our communities with our economic resiliency efforts. Last week, we convened the 5th and final meeting of the Los Angeles County's Economic Resiliency Task Force, which brought together 13 sector leads to provide input and develop plans to support safe reopening and recovery. These reports, developed by the task force members, will serve as a critical roadmap as LA County continues to identify safe and sustainable options to allow residents, businesses, and organizations to return to work. The experts on the Economic Resiliency Task Force were able to shine a light on the unseen impacts of coronavirus and long-term economic impacts within Los Angeles County. There are many businesses making meaningful investments to meet new safety measures to keep their crew and customers healthy. To support businesses, the federal government extended the deadline to apply for aid under Paycheck Protection Program. Businesses now have until August 8th to apply for a loan. For more information and to find out how to apply, please visit the U.S. Small Business Administration website at sba.gov. Locally, we've established the LA Regional COVID-19 Recovery Fund. Through a partnership between Los Angeles County, the City of Los Angeles, and the institutional and corporate philanthropy, we are making available funds to help small business. The Recovery Fund offers loans and grant resources to micro entrepreneurs, small businesses, and nonprofits. It also provides coaching and technical assistance to all applicants who need help during the submission process. For more information on this Recovery Fund, please visit lacovidfund.org or visit county's COVID webpage at covid19.lacounty.gov. Together, we can carefully continue our path toward recovery. It will take us all working together to keep our communities safe and maintain our progress to continue to try to bring back down the curve. With that, I would like to invite Dr. Barbara Ferrer up to give you the daily count. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Barger, and to the entire board for your continued leadership throughout this pandemic. And good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to start by just saying I hope that everyone found a way to have an enjoyable 4th of July holiday. And although the weekend was vastly different from many of those in the past, I do appreciate all the efforts people made to try to find a way to celebrate safely. And I also want to thank the businesses and the individuals that are working so hard to adhere to the protocols that we have laid out, which are now more important than they ever were. And I know it's not easy, especially when we've had to change what's been expected of both businesses and individuals. So I appreciate the flexibility as well. I do want to remind us that we are in a new chapter of our response. And unfortunately, where we are today is different than where we were 2, 3, or 4 weeks ago. Cases are surging, hospitalizations are increasing, and mostly this is all a reflection of a lot more community spread. All of us, businesses, individuals, and here at the Department of Public Health, we have to be willing to take action quickly as our situation has evolved. Any modifications in the health officer orders are always done in the name of preventing more cases, more serious illness, and more deaths. And before I update you on our current status, I do want to thank the media and so many others for their patience over the last several days as we updated our data processing systems. As we reported out yesterday, we sadly hit another milestone when we saw our highest number of new cases in a single day last Friday at 3,187 new cases. And to prevent more days with high case counts, we do need to recommit to all of the efforts that are required to slow the spread and to act together. And now to update you on our current status. I am sad to report 48 additional deaths today. 33 of the people who died were over the age of 65, and 28 people over the age of 65 who passed away had underlying health conditions. 13 people who passed away are between the ages of 41 and 65, and 12 people in this age group had underlying health conditions. And there was one person who passed away who was young and between the ages of 18 and 40, and this person also had underlying health conditions. Of the 48 deaths that we're reporting today, 16 were people who resided in our skilled nursing facilities. Information on the one death reported by the City of Pasadena is available at cityofpasadena.gov. This does bring the total number of deaths in our county to 3,534 people. And to everyone who's lost a family member, a friend, or a loved one, we grieve with you, and we hope that you find comfort in this unimaginable time. And we do send you all of our condolences and our prayers. 93% of the people who have died from COVID-19 did have underlying health conditions. And for the 3,283 people who passed away where race and ethnicity has been identified, 44% are Latino Latinx, 27% are white, 16% are Asian, 11% are African American, slightly less than 1% are Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, and 1% identified with another race or ethnicity. Today, we're also reporting 1,584 new cases. As a reminder, usually on Mondays we have a lower count as we don't get reporting from some labs over the weekend. This does bring the total number of cases in LA County to 116,570 cases. These cases include 4,379 cases reported by our partners in the city of Long Beach and 1,401 total cases reported by the city of Pasadena, each of which have independent city health departments. We're also reporting that among our confirmed cases are 732 people experiencing homelessness. 267 were referred to isolation and quarantine sites where they could appropriately isolate for the duration of their illness. There are currently 1,921 people who have confirmed cases of COVID-19 and are hospitalized. This is the highest number that we've been reporting over many weeks. 28% of the people are in the ICU, and 18% of the people who are hospitalized are on ventilators. We've also investigated a total of 802 residential settings, congregate settings, and non-residential settings with at least one confirmed case of COVID-19. Of these, 619 are currently under investigation, and 183 are sites where we've closed investigations. As a reminder, that happens after 14 days with no new cases. These settings include nursing homes, assisted living facilities, shelters, treatment centers, supportive living, correctional facilities, workplaces, food and retail, and educational settings. The total number of confirmed cases in institutional settings is 20,108. This includes both staff and residents. 12,204 of the confirmed cases are among residents, and 7,904 are among staff. I am really sad to report that there's 1,858 residents in institutional settings that lost their lives from COVID-19. 1,705 residents resided in skilled nursing facilities. To all those who are coping with the loss of someone close to them that lived in one of these settings, we offer you our sympathy and our prayer. We're reporting 3,001 confirmed cases at some point in jail facilities, 2,692 among people who are incarcerated, as reported by the Sheriff's Department, and 309 among staff. There are 185 cases in the state prison, 128 among people who are incarcerated, and 57 among staff. And there are 760 cases in federal prison facilities. 741 are among people who are incarcerated, and 15 are among staff. There are now 70 cases in the juvenile facilities. 27 are among youth, and 43 are among staff. And to the family and the friends of all the people who have passed away in our jails, we also extend our sympathies and our wishes for healing and peace. You can find information on confirmed and suspect cases in these facilities, as well as a dashboard on testing, case and death data, and our recovery dashboard if you go to our website, publichealth.lacounty.gov. Today, the LA County Sheriff Department is reporting 523 positive cases among staff, 622 staff are quarantined, and 1,942 staff have returned to work. And we all mourn the passing of an LAPD officer who also passed away from COVID-19 over the weekend. Our hearts and prayers are with their family and friends as well. The LA County Fire Department is reporting that 1,537 staff members have been tested for COVID-19. 112 staff tested positive, 20 are isolated at home, 56 have returned to work, and 56 are homesick. Thank you very much, Sheriff Villanueva and Chief Osby, for providing us with this information. There's over 1.1 million COVID-19 test results for individuals that have been reported to the LA County Department of Public Health, and the cumulative total of positive cases is at 9%. But the 7-day average of daily positivity is now at 10%. Again, an indication that we are in fact seeing a fair amount of community spread. I do want to update you on some of the recent trends that we're seeing. And please advance to the first slide. This slide shows us the 7-day average of the daily percent of positive tests over the course of the pandemic. You can see that there was a significant dip in the positivity rate as testing became more available and many more asymptomatic people were tested. But you can also see that our positivity rate has started to increase over the last month or so. We'll take the next slide. As you can see on this next slide, there's a significant increase in the percentage of cases amongst 18 to 40-year-old residents. The green line now shows that almost 50% of new cases occur among younger people, and then those younger people are spreading the infection to others. We'll take the next slide. At this slide, we're looking at hospitalizations over time by age group. Historically, you can see that those who are 65 and older were the age group with the highest hospitalization rate. This is the orange line. But there's been quite a shift over the last few weeks as hospitalizations for 18 to 40-year-olds, which is the blue line, and 41 to 64-year-olds, which is the red line, have increased, and the percent of hospitalizations for the 65 and older group have now gone down. The rate of hospitalizations for youth and children under the age of 18 has remained low, although there's been a slight increase here as well. So let's think about why this may be happening, and I'm going to share some information now from the Understanding America study that's administered by USC's Dornsife Center, and this helps us gain a better understanding of individual behaviors that may be contributing to the rise in cases. Please advance the slide. The percent of residents who have remained in their residence at all times except for going out for essential activities or exercise continues to drop. At its peak in early April, 86% of residents were remaining in their homes. That number has dropped over time, and it's now at 58%. Please advance to the next slide. The survey also shows that the number of people coming into close contact with people not from their household has increased, rising to 55% at the end of June, up from 31% at the beginning of April. The next slide. And as we reopen, the percentage of LA County residents who were worried about running out of food has dropped significantly. The next slide. And additionally, the percent of LA County residents with some form of psychological distress has also dipped over the last 2 months. The next slide. And we're also seeing the percent of LA County residents who reported that an outbreak could pose a threat to their financial security also dropped. And this is the good news about reopening, is that in fact, for many people, it's provided some very important and much needed relief. Next slide. With reopening, however, workplaces are increasingly becoming exposure sites, as nearly 43% of LA County residents have a job that requires close contact with other people on a daily or near daily basis. Next slide. And finally, there is an increase in residents who are concerned about lifting restrictions too quickly, with nearly 79% of residents reporting that they're concerned right now that restrictions are being lifted too quickly, as opposed to not quickly enough. You can remove the slides. It's clear that after months of quarantine, combined with the reopening of many sectors in the span of several weeks, we've had a lot of people disregard the very practices that allowed us to slow the spread. And unfortunately, this cannot continue. Our inability to follow the most basic infection control and distancing directives leads to serious illness and even the death of the people we love and the death of those who are loved by others. And the evidence is overwhelmingly clear about the impact. So it requires us, if we do not find it in ourselves, to actually continue to adhere to the social distancing and infection control practices. It finds us in a place where we're slowing down our recovery journey. What we do now will determine where we are in 3 to 4 weeks. And we do need to return by then to lower daily hospitalizations, less new cases, and less deaths. And I know that everyone is extraordinarily tired, and they're tired of having to deal with this virus. But I also know that this is not forever. The sooner we can all recommit to taking care of each other, the sooner we get back to creating a new normal, where we go back to work, to school, we see our friends and our extended families. And it's not easy, but it is straightforward. Avoid the 3 C's: crowds, confined spaces, and close contact. And always wear face coverings and physically distance when you're around people that are not from your household. And now I'd like to open it up for questions.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you do wish to ask a question, please press 1, then 0 at this time. Our first question will come from the line of Josh Haskell with ABC7. Please go ahead.
A lot of different events going on today, everybody. We're trying to get them all in. So I'm going to take you out next to Houston, Texas, where the mayor just took to the podium to talk about their coronavirus latest.
$963 new cases of COVID-19, bringing Houston's total to 24,336. And as you can see, the numbers kind of fluctuate. On Saturday, we, I think, reported 234. Yesterday, Sunday, was 489. Today, the number is 963. So we still have a lot of work to do, Houston, to slow the progression and bring this virus back under control. And so now the good news for today is that we're not reporting any new deaths. We didn't report any new deaths yesterday. We're not reporting any new today. But I would tell you the death count is kind of like a lagging indicator. The more the community spread, the more people go to the hospital, the more they go to ICUs, and then that's when the death count starts to creep up. Hopefully that will not be the case, and so we just need to work together collectively to blunt the progression of this virus. Now let me just say, we are, again, we're sending a letter, plan on sending a letter to the executive director of the Republican Party of Texas, strongly encourage the GOP to cancel its in-person convention scheduled to take place on July 16 at the George R. Brown Center. I believe canceling the in-person convention is the responsible action to take while we are in a critical moment in our battle against the COVID-19 pandemic. The virus continues to spread in our community, and we must protect the employees, the people who are in our city, visiting our city, as best as possible. And so let me just say this, in this city, all other conferences and conventions have canceled or been rescheduled to next year, with the exception of one. All of our conferences, all of our conventions that were scheduled to be in the city of Houston at the George R. Brown have canceled or been rescheduled to next year, with the exception of one, and that's the State Republican Convention. And so, and we have to be mindful, and I would ask them to be mindful of the employees, the people who are working at the George R. Brown Convention Center, people who are working even at the hotels, people who will be serving them. Be mindful of their health, the people who are visiting, the people who, for example, who are living in the city of Houston in the midst of this pandemic, and be mindful of what we are facing right now. I've not yet talked to a medical professional who has said that this is a good idea to hold this convention at this time. I visited extensively with Dr. Purse. Talked to Dr. Peter Hotez, just talked with him again today. All are saying that this hosting a convention, an indoor convention at this time in the city of Houston is a bad idea. And I'm going to call on the sponsors of this particular convention to join in with us in asking the State Republican Executive Committee to cancel their plans to have an in-person convention in the city of Houston at this time. And I would strongly, strongly recommend that it be a virtual event. As I continue to evaluate this convention, having a convention in person in the city of Houston, at a minimum, there are certain things that will be asked of the people if they elect to proceed, and if not, additional action is taken by the city. There are certain things that will have to take place, and this will be forwarded to them as well. They must enforce the governor's executive order on the use of face coverings, masks, or face shields if face coverings are not available. That will be a must, not only to get into the convention, but while they are participating in the convention, where there is more than one person present, face coverings will be a must. In addition, they must modify the layouts of the convention to promote social distance of at least 6 feet between people, limit attendance, seating capacity, host smaller events in larger rooms, use multiple entrances and exits, and discourage crowded waiting areas. Block off rows or sections of seating in order to space people 6 feet apart in all directions, left, right, back, and front. Eliminate any lines and encourage distancing by providing signs or visual cues. Install physical barriers and guides to support social distancing. Serve individually plated meals, grab-and-go options, and hold activities in separate areas. Limit the use of elevators and ensure that the number of people using the elevators. Encourage attendees to use transportation options that minimize close contact with others. Limit non-essential visitors and volunteers and activities involving external groups or organizations, especially with those who are not from the local area. Conduct daily health checks, such as temperature screens or symptoms checking on all staff and attendees. Use wristbands to validate daily health checks. Keep a track of attendees by sections, i.e. Signing sheets, scanning, exception, etc. Keep a master list of all attendees that includes the following information: name, date of birth, address, phone number, email address, hotel and hotel rooms. Put in place communication systems for individuals who may self-report COVID-19 symptoms. All of that will be required. Attendees who develop symptoms or test positive for COVID-19 during the convention or on the 2 weeks following the convention must notify convention organizers, who will then coordinate with local public health in Houston and in the attendees' local jurisdictions. All of these measures and more have been put together by Dr. Peirce and his health team. All of this will be made available to the executive committee. We expect all of these rules to be strictly adhered to if this convention should go forward. In addition, there will be health inspectors and monitors that will be at the convention the entire time. To the extent any of these measures are not adhered to and adhered to in the strictest of terms, then the health inspectors will have the authority to immediately close the convention at that point. These are serious times, and this pandemic is very serious, and we take it very seriously. And because of the situation that we find ourselves, it is important, for example, that we take every conceivable measure to protect the health and safety of these employees and their family members, as well as the people in our city, all of the people in our city, the delegates themselves, and as Dr. Hotez mentioned, many of the delegates who will be attending fall within that vulnerable population. And so we want to be sensitive to them as well. I do not think it is wise or prudent to hold an in-person convention of 6,000 or more at this point in time. And again, I will call upon the executive committee as well as the sponsors to change their minds, to go to a virtual convention, and especially the sponsors of this convention. I would ask for them to reconsider their position, and as best as possible, we'll provide a list of sponsors and encourage them to join with us and the Texas Medical Association in encouraging the state Republican Executive Committee to head to a virtual convention. But if not, all of these conditions and others will be required. These are not optional. These are things that must take place, and they must be strictly adhered to. Having said that, let me yield and bring up Dr. Peirce. There you are.
Thank you, Mayor, and I echo the mayor's sentiments about the convention. I think that the wise, prudent thing to do would be for the Republican Party of Texas to reconsider their position, keeping in mind their members and the people who will be supporting that event. The virus is serious. Okay, we've got here in Harris County alone. Again today, we have over 500 people in intensive care units within Harris County, and there's another over 1,300, I believe today, people admitted to local hospitals. They're sick enough to be admitted to the hospitals. The hospitals are working together to transfer patients amongst them. Now, these are hospital systems that don't routinely work together. They're businesses, and there's some, they're like siblings. There's some sibling rivalry, there's some sibling dependency, but they are, from a business standpoint, they're often in competition. Well, they are not in competition now. They are extremely dependent on each other as they try to manage the patient load. And so another large event like this, which is known as a super spreader event, is probably not the most responsible thing to do. And so I call on the RPT to consider a virtual convention, which can be highly effective. Others have done it. I think all of us now in business are having virtual meetings every day. And so I think that's a viable option for them, and I hope that they will consider that as the best route forward. In addition, there have been a couple of things that have been in the popular media that sort of need to be mentioned in light of the conversation we're having. That is that there's evidence now that the virus may have yet mutated yet again. So we spoke several weeks back about, probably a month or so ago, about how the virus had mutated in Northern Europe and it became more easily transmitted. So there are some reports out now. This is very fresh information. It's just coming out and some of the popular news feeds have picked up on it ahead of time, so I haven't actually seen the scientific paperwork on it yet. But it appears that the virus has mutated yet again, allowing it to spread even more easily. Now, fortunately, it does not appear to be any more lethal, so that's good news, but it's spread more easily here, and this is a new twist that appears to have occurred here in the United States, this new mutation. Simultaneously, there is a document of over 200 signatures from scientists around the world going to the World Health Organization asking them to reclassify the virus from being droplet transmission to airborne transmission. And so what that means is that when it's droplet transmission, that the virus would need to be in a droplet. Now, those droplets can be microscopically small, so that you don't see them with the naked eye, but even so, they tend to still fall out of the air. And so this is where the 6 feet for 15 minutes rule is based on the behavior of droplets. If the virus is actually airborne, and there are other airborne viruses, and I always use the example of measles virus, that means it doesn't need to be attached to a droplet. And it's that droplet that pulls it out of the air. So if the virus is actually able to survive on itself in the air, it is so very light that it will float around in the air for quite some time. That would be a game changer for us. And if that's the case, if this virus is maybe these two things that we're seeing are related, maybe the mutation not only makes the virus more easily transmitted, but it also is what's allowing it to be airborne. If that's the case, then that means that a super spreader event like a convention would be probably triply dangerous at this time. So the virus is changing. Our environment, as we learn about this virus and as it changes, is constantly changing. And I want to remind folks that today in Harris County, over 500 people are admitted to intensive care units. They are extremely sick. When you hear the testimonials from these folks, they will tell you that they were afraid that they were going to die. Now, they survived. That's how they were getting the testimonial from them. And I remember in medical school being taught, I had a very elderly professor, I'll never forget, he said the way you diagnose the flu is the patient wakes up feeling fine. By noon, they're so sick they're afraid they're going to die. By 5 o'clock, they're so sick they're afraid that they won't die. And so we're hearing these testimonials from people who are so sick, they were afraid they were going to die. And I've actually heard some said they were so sick that they were afraid that they weren't going to die. They were so sick that they felt they would rather have died than have to suffer anymore. So the fact that it's younger people who are getting it and people aren't dying as much completely misses the fact that this virus, for the people who are getting sick and winding up in the hospital, are having terrible, terrible times. And now that their families are going through terrible, terrible times as they worry about their loved one who's in the intensive care unit suffering. And they are suffering with a capital S. So please, let us not underestimate, just because people aren't dying at the rate that they may have been, that this virus is any less dangerous or painful to those who get it.
Chief Pena.
I don't know how to follow that up. That's not good news, Dr. Peirce. For the fire department, I want to give you the numbers that we see in quarantine as of today. We are still around 280 firefighters that are in quarantine, and those are firefighters that have been exposed in and outside of work. The majority of those have come from community spread. We continue the same posture on the fire department to provide the tools, the equipment, the protocols, the support for our fighters to remain safe. But we are seeing an enormous amount of firefighters that are being exposed through family members, relatives, just the activity in the community. I want to make one thing clear, is the staffing issue is something that we have been talking about here for weeks. We've been mentioning the fact that as more firefighters are in quarantine, it's stressing our ability to staff our units. But I want to make one thing clear, because this is in the media and it's been put out, there are no fire stations that are closed. If there are issues with staffing, we're going to prioritize the staffing on our ambulances and fire engines, but every station will have a fire engine at least inside those stations. Okay, I want to clarify that. I want to remove any doubt or any misconception about what this means. We are working overtime to ensure that we're bringing people in. Our firefighters are working extra shifts. They're volunteering for voluntary overtime. We're keeping them in there at the stations, those that until we find proper relief. And I appreciate the effort that they're putting out in order to protect this community. But I just want to make sure that we're clear on what the impact is to this community. We are not closing any fire stations. Our response times for June are about 7.5 minutes, 7 minutes, 18 seconds. And that has gone up a little bit since January, about 20 seconds since January. So we're maintaining the operations. That doesn't mean that we're not being stretched thin. We have about 1,100 calls for service each and every day. And this is an opportunity for me to remind our community to make a judicious use of the 911 system. 911 system is there for you to call when it's a true medical or safety emergency. Okay? We want to reserve those precious resources for the critically ill and those emergencies that are life-threatening. We don't transport people to the hospital to get tested or evaluated for COVID. Okay? I mean, that's not the proper way or proper use of our resources. And the hospitals are seeing a saturation as well. So you're not going to be seen any quicker if you go through the ambulance. But if you're having an emergency, a true medical emergency, chest pain, stroke, labor, any of those issues, call 911. That's what we're there for. And we're going to have plenty of resources. All our fire stations are staffed. Again, we're prioritizing our ambulances and our fire engines here in this critical staffing situation. That's my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Chief Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everybody. Currently, we have 206 members of the Houston Police Department that are quarantined, and we've had up to now, Mayor, 263 positive tests in our department. We've had 116 that have returned to duty, 120 when you add our 4 civilian classified, civilian and support staff. And I'd like to just tell the community we're continuing to be fully staffed and fully capable to respond to any eventuality. And so it's having a minimal impact on our operation. But the good news is that most of our people have returned to work. We did just receive word a little while ago that one of our sworn members is now on a respirator, so I'm not going to release the name until I talk to the family, but you can just send prayers for someone that's in pretty tough shape right now, so we're worried about this employee. And with the permission of the family, we'll try to get out the name later so we can be deliberate on who we are praying for. That's our report, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. As COVID-19 cases surge across Houston, Hispanics are affected in disproportionately higher numbers. The Houston Health Department is today launching a 21-day emergency outreach program, Better Together, Todos Juntos, Mejor, to curb the ravages of the disease in this vulnerable population. The program educates Hispanics about the combination of behaviors proven effective in preventing the spread of the virus and helpful resources to locate and use free testing sites throughout the city. It also shares valuable information for families requiring assistance with food, housing, and mental health issues. The initiative will reach the Hispanic community through culturally relevant messaging and vehicles, including a virtual media tour that took place this morning, Trusted Voices Toolkit for community organizations, influencer message amplification, paid social media advertisements, and more. So again, let me just say that we're in the midst of this pandemic. Again, I'm asking all Houstonians over the next several weeks to come together and let's do everything on our part to slow the progression of this virus. Please wear your mask. Please do that. Please engage in social distancing, exercise proper hygiene. And again, I want to call on the State Republican Executive Committee to reverse this decision, not to have an in-person convention, but to have a virtual convention, which would be in the best interest of everyone. And I certainly want to thank all of those other organizations, groups who have elected to cancel and reschedule their conferences and conventions until next year. This is the only one that's remaining for the greater good of everyone. I'm hoping that they will reschedule or cancel and turn to a virtual conference. Having said that, this is a good time to take any questions if anyone may have them.
Okay, I have several questions from our station. Dr. Peirce, what challenge is there in staffing the surge capacity, especially given how taxed doctors and nurses already are from months of dealing with this?
That's a good question. My understanding is that about a week or so ago, the Vice President had a conference call with governors from across the United States. He said, if you need anything, let me know. We got it. We'll get it to you. So what I've learned over the weekend was that the state of Texas actually reached out, and today a assessment team arrived in Houston to start looking at what hospitals may need to accommodate the surge. And the early conversation is that they seem to have quite a bit at, we don't know if they have everything at their disposal, but they've got equipment, they have personnel, and also, computer programs and a variety of other things that we're learning that have been put together by the federal government specific for this. So at this point, also the state has kicked in over the weekend. We got about 120 nurses into the area. Some of those went to hospitals in Houston. Money went to hospitals across the 25-county region to help support the two things. One is the expanding operations the hospitals are engaged in, creating more beds, and also providing some relief to some of their exhausted nurses now. So, as you can imagine, this is a dynamic and constantly evolving situation, but we are starting to get help from outside to address exactly what you point out. So, again, the healthcare system is working hard. They are increasing capacity, both physically and with human resources, but it's taking an awful lot of effort. So everything that we as Houstonians can do to reduce the burden on the hospitals, which also reduces the illness amongst us ourselves, is a really smart thing for us to do.
One more for you. How much better are we prepared to handle surges and spikes given what we've learned from places like New York?
So we are, sorry, it's like I get so many words coming out of my mouth at once I don't. But we've gotten a lot of help from our colleagues in New York and Washington, both technical expertise, and my understanding is that some of the nurses that are coming to Texas are actually coming from New York and the New England states, not just New York City, but from the New England states. Because remember, when New York had trouble, people from all across the New England states went to New York to help out, and now they've returned home, they've gotten a rest, and they've made themselves available to now respond elsewhere in the United States. And so, this is just Americans helping Americans, and that's what we're seeing happen. So,
thank you. Mayor Turner, any update on your, was it the Wall of Shame? It's our understanding that one of the bars, clubs on there is now suspended.
And there's no updates, and we've renamed it to the COVID-19 Accountability Wall, So it's the COVID-19 Accountability Wall, but no updates at this time.
Okay. Chief Pena, how long can the Houston Fire Department keep this up, being 100 or more firefighters short every day? And how many units were out of service for at least a short time since Friday?
Since Friday? So let me answer your first question. We're hoping that as a community, if we do our part to kind of tamper down the spread of this virus, that's going to translate into more firefighters being available, less in quarantine, less exposed. Look, we're working, as I said, overtime. We're bringing in personnel. Some people are working 1 or 2 extra shifts on their days off, and we appreciate the work that they're doing, their commitment to this community. In regards to the number of units, on Friday, we idled 1 unit, 1 ladder truck, ladder 28. Out of 38, 1 was out. On Saturday, we had 2 units. On the 4th of July, we had 2 units. But again, they're being strategic, and the shift commanders are being strategic in selecting those units. It sounds minimal, but that's 8 people that we could not get in just because of the shortage and the number of people in quarantine. Again, this is an issue that even the best staffed departments are going to have a hard time staffing their units. When you have 300 firefighters, to us, that represents almost 1/3 of what I would need each shift to fully staff every apparatus. So that means that other firefighters are pulling the weight, coming in on overtime. And we're graduating, by the end of next month, we'll graduate 80 firefighters that are currently in the training academy class. We're bringing in firefighters that are in quarantine. They're going through the evaluation process, and we're expecting them to be released back to work. But at some point, we're going to have to make some decisions. Depending on CDC's guidelines, we may be looking at bringing in firefighters that have been exposed but are not symptomatic. Again, I have to get with our medical director, see what the CDC recommends. But we're dealing with a with the pandemic and a huge health crisis. And we're going to do whatever it takes to ensure that we are providing coverage for this community.
Okay, thank you. Chief Acevedo, I have one for you too. Will you join calls for an outside audit of HPD to determine how the errors and mismanagement were allowed to happen for so long? Sure. Sure, I do have one more for the mayor.
And I'll be prepared to answer that question.
Awesome, thank you.
The answer is no. Thank you. Okay, next question.
Can the city or county just cancel the convention or yank the venue?
We are assessing all of our options. Our number one concern is the health and safety of our employees that will be working at the hotels, working at the George R. Brown Convention Center, Houstonians themselves, the guests as well. Because bear in mind, most of the people, the delegates, will not be coming from the city of Houston. They will be coming from outside of the city and then returning back to their own respective jurisdictions. So we are very much concerned about that. So the health and safety of everyone is our primary concern. And as you can see, we are laying out a number of measures at very minimum will have to take place in order to kind of keep everyone safe. But we are continuing to assess all of our options and evaluate all of our options to see whether or not this will even get us to where we need to be.
Thank you.
Let me also indicate with regards to one of our employees, municipal employees, has died as a result of COVID-19. And this particular employee tested positive on June the 20th and then was hospitalized on June 24th. An employee in her 50s, but who has succumbed to COVID-19. This just highlights just how serious this virus is. Okay?
I have a quick question for both chiefs in Spanish.
Sure.
¿Cuántos bomberos y policías están en cuarentena? ¿Cuántos han dado positivo? ¿Y qué impacto ha tenido esto sobre los departamentos? ¿Qué anticipa que sea la situación las próximas semanas? ¿Y qué le dice al público ante la situación?
Bueno, de lo que va del Departamento de Bomberos, tenemos 67 bomberos que han sido positivos por el coronavirus. De esos, aparte de esos, son 148 los que se han sido expuestos al virus, pero ahorita 67 están positivos. En cuarentena tenemos 280 bomberos ahorita que están en cuarentena, acerca de haber sido expuestos al virus. Y eso está teniendo un impacto en nuestra habilidad de tener bomberos accesibles para tener todas nuestras unidades en servicio. El viernes pasado tuvimos una unidad, una escalera, ¿sí? De 38, una no pudimos tener bastantes bomberos para tenerla en servicio. El sábado, el 4 de julio, tuvimos, como le digo, los 300 bomberos no tuvimos accesibles para tener 2 unidades en servicio. Pero estamos dando prioridad para las ambulancias primero, las trocas y las trocas de bomberos. Así es que ni una estación de bomberos va a estar sin tener cobertura. Todas van a estar cubiertas. Si hay necesidad de tener una unidad sin servicio, primero van a ser las escaleras, ¿sí? Pero esa es nuestra prioridad. No es situación de que no haya dinero. El alcalde...
All right, folks, we will be switching gears now live. Well, it was a live event just wrapped up there in Connecticut, though. Update there for coronavirus.
Time with friends and family. Here a 7-year-old. Time with friends and family. Here with Josh and Paul. Just wanted to give you an update. It's been a few days in terms of the COVID update, first of all. As you can see from the chart here, this is the numbers since Friday, so it's a 3-day aggregate. And what you got to know is the numbers continue to trend in the right direction, which is not true of 38 other states around the country. So we should be thankful for that. I think what's interesting is we've had 259 positive cases over 3 days. I would say that probably Arizona had 10 times that number of cases test positive in one day. Florida had 30 or 40 times that number test positive over the course of one day. Hospitalizations down dramatically over 3 days as well. That number cannot go down indefinitely, but that's a good trend. And tests performed, you'll see it's about 8,000 a day, 56,000 or so for the week on a weekly basis. You can sort of see where the trends are there. And that's a pretty good number given the fact we have so many fewer people who feel symptomatic, so they're a little less likely to get tested. But we are seeing around the rest of the country, people are lining up to get tested again as they see their infection rates pick up. So I think this is a good time for people to take advantage of our capacity. The testing overview, I think this is something you've seen many times before, and the good news is the moving averages are down below 1%. We are down, I think it's 0.7%, less than 1% of everybody tested positive. That's over the last 7 days. That's better than any state except for Vermont, is my understanding, and thank you for taking the protocol seriously. When you have so many fewer people testing positive, means that we're able to really stay on top of contact tracing. That said, we're ready if there were some sort of a surge as well. We've got, this is per Josh, we've got 100% of our local health departments are now engaged, uploading information to the cloud, making the calls on a regular basis. 885 people signed up to do contact tracing. 120 of them are volunteers. Most are from our local health departments. Some are from our state health department to provide support to the locals. We're now responding to 96% of all those cases we reach out to within 48 hours. So I think that's really good. But less than half of them are successfully contacted. Maybe if there was a party, maybe there's some sort of an event, maybe you just don't want people to know. And our job and the contact tracing people, why we call, why we don't just do it electronically, is to tell you if you care about your friends, you care about your family, let us know so we can keep them safe. And if you get a text that reads CT COVID trace, respond. The next, just want to give you a brief update on what's going on around the rest of the country. This is from the Houston Chronicle. I mentioned last week that their notice to people for July 4th weekend was stay home. I think this is yesterday where they said, what happened? How did we get here? They had such a low positivity rate. And let's not get too big for our britches. They had a very low rate just 3 months ago in Connecticut and New York. And in New Jersey were, represented well over half or 40% of all the positivity. Now those shoes are on the other foot. But I wanted to say one more thing about why we are going to pause phase 3. At this point, I look at Arizona, I look at Florida, in this case, I look at Texas, and we're sort of reverting to the mean, as Josh would say, by which I mean that, 1 second on that, Max, by which I mean we never opened up our bars, and now they are slowly they're going back and not opening, they're closing down their bars. And you saw, as Governor Greg Abbott said, I regret having opened the bars at all because they are so conducive to the infection. And I think that was a good thing we did. Otherwise, we never opened our restaurants to more than 50% capacity. That's what these other states are going to be doing now as well. They were at 75% or more before. We had said maybe we consider larger gatherings for outside. I think let's take a pause on that. Let's keep the 25 people inside. Hopefully it's a group of people that you know and feel comfortable with, and 100 people outside where it's much easier to social distance. If we learned one thing, it's how much safer outdoors is than indoors. We had talked a little bit about perhaps raising the capacity for lots of different entertainment venues and gyms and restaurants beyond 50%. We're going to keep that at 50% for the foreseeable future. We're just erring on the side of caution, as we've said before. We see what's going on in other states, and I think it's really important that we maintain that. The next chart just gives you an idea of this is what happened in Fort Myers. And we can have a lot of guidance, we can have a lot of protocols, but they only work if people follow our guidance. As you know, we said early on, 15 feet between blankets on a beach. It's not working in other parts of the country. It's not working in other parts of the country where people, took their eye off the ball and relaxed their guard. This is Fort Myers just 2 days ago. And let me contrast that with Hammonasset Beach. This is Hammonasset Beach right here in Madison, Connecticut, where I think we cap the number of people that can be at the beach. Social distancing is easier, and that's keeping us safe. That's keeping our metrics headed in the right direction. And as you look around the rest of the country, you see a big majority of states ramping up. You see that we had 3 of the worst days for infections since July 1, since the start of the pandemic. 3 of the 6 worst days have been in July alone. It tells you that we have a lot of work to do, and thankfully Connecticut's doing it in a very thoughtful way. With that, Paul and Josh are here to answer any questions, and so am I.
NBC Connecticut.
Good afternoon, Governor. Regarding July 8th for state campgrounds, is that still a go or is that on pause now?
That's still a go.
And you said, I just want to be clear on this, you said that you're not going to expand capacity for outdoor venues, you were keeping it at 50%. I thought it was 25% and that 50% was going to be for phase 3. Am I incorrect in that?
Depends on the location.
Yeah, the 25% limit for large outdoor facilities that have a fire code associated with them, for example, racetracks, are going to stay at 25%.
Got it. And what needs to happen? What metric does the state need to meet for bars to reopen and for other phase 3 plans to happen? Because I imagine that a lot of bars, they're saying, look, Connecticut's been doing the right thing. We open very slowly. We're taking the right precautions. We should be allowed to open.
I think I'm taking a lot of guidance from our neighboring states, not just our neighboring states, but states around the country. I've had occasion to talk to some of the other governors as well, and they've been pretty blunt and I think gracious in saying, look, maybe we should have done this a different way, because standing up bar at the bar is not a good way to socially distance. They were not able to control it. Texas opened up. They had to close down, dozens of bars before they closed them all down because it was very, very difficult to enforce. So I think we're going to be cautious on this one.
Are there any indications on when they would reopen? Would we have to wait for a vaccine?
Let's wait and see. We'll be looking around the rest of the country. We'll be looking at our neighboring states to see if we reach a point where we think we can do it safely. Look, I like a beer at the bar as much as the next person. I know how frustrating this can be, but right now, with this pandemic flaring up in a majority of other states, this is not the time to take a risk.
Thank you.
Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Yes, Governor, on Thursday, you said that your biggest concern for the weekend was people coming in from highly infected states. Do you have a sense of how that went this weekend?
I think we're going to get another set of numbers tomorrow, but I did talk to a number of the airlines. This is the end of last week, where I can tell you that maybe 50% increase or double the number of cancellations that they had anticipated. A number of flights have been canceled, so there are many fewer people coming from Florida, Arizona, South Carolina, now even California, than there were before. Max has pointed out to me that we did do advertising on social media in Florida, Arizona, and Texas. We've had over 1 million impressions on that. So I think people know that this region, not just Connecticut, is being very strict on the quarantining, and it's discouraging a lot of out-of-state visitation from those states.
So when it comes to that quarantine, are there any plans on increasing the enforcement beyond just the request to voluntarily do it?
We will if we have to, but I don't think so at this point. I like the fact that people are self-quarantining by perhaps not coming. That was number one. Number two, we've certainly been clear, and I think people have gotten the message, this is what the rules are. All the advertising at Bradley Airport, not to mention Kennedy and LaGuardia, where people actually have to sign a form when they land, saying what their plans are for quarantining. So far, so good, I think.
News 8.
Good afternoon, everyone. Governor, you've answered a couple of my questions, but I do want to ask you two things. You talked about in other areas bars opening and now having to close. Do you think one of the maybe other things that has happened that has gone wrong elsewhere was people being kind of lax in enforcing the restrictions? And then secondly, based on everything and hitting the pause button here, will you also try and expedite COVID testing at Bradley?
Well, first of all, when it comes to enforcement, I think I mentioned that Texas had shut down dozens of bars before they had to go back and say all bars are going to be closed. I think you remember us saying probably a month or so ago, we're trying to be cautious because we don't want to have to backtrack. We don't want to open something and have to close it. So I think that's still going to be what we want to do. In terms of testing, as you know, we've said, look, folks, before you get on the airplane in Miami, get a test 72 hours in advance. I don't know of any plans to do anything at Bradley at this point, Josh.
No, I don't think there's a single airport in the country that's doing testing at the airport. We have 135 testing sites in Connecticut, so anyone who needs a test can, it doesn't have to travel far to get one. I would add to the governor's comments, though, we have stepped up with the airlines. We now have each airline reading our PSA to all passengers, reminding them of the executive orders that are in place with regard to wearing masks and social distancing and quarantine if they haven't been tested and so forth. So we're taking a lot of actions to ensure that out-of-state travelers follow the rules.
Wasn't that something, though, that was discussed maybe a couple of weeks ago about looking into testing at Bradley for those people traveling back?
I think the airport themselves have been saying, let's think about some way to do this, but I think Josh is right. It's incredibly complicated given the number of people going through there on a daily basis.
News 12 Connecticut. The Associated Press.
Good afternoon, everyone. Governor, will there be states funding available to support the social distancing requirements for reopening schools, such as PPE and the barriers that will have to be put up and stepped up cleaning?
The answer is yes, Sue. We've got, I believe it's over $100 million has been distributed to the schools already out of, these are federal funds. And now Melissa McCaw, OPM, is taking a look at what the needs of our schools are going to be. That's why last week we gave each and every one of the schools and the superintendents what our protocols were in terms of social distancing, in terms of cohorting, in terms of cleaning, in terms of plastic sheaths. They are going to come back to us, give us their best idea of how to implement it and what they think that might cost. And I'll be able to get back to you. I think it's about 2 or 3 weeks that we'll have all that information and see whether we can afford to support all this. But they will be getting state support to make this happen.
And sort of along those lines, too, September can be really hot. And I'm told most classrooms have maybe one fan, and the guidelines say teachers can't use the fans to circulate air, only to blow it out. With kids wearing masks, how is this going to work? And then how do you encourage kids, especially little ones, I guess, to keep their masks on? It just seems like a pretty tough challenge.
It is. Well, one thing I'll tell you is talking to a number of the other states, they're saying for those warm days, maybe some of those classes can take place outdoors. And perhaps that's a chance to take your mask off to give you a little bit of a break. That doesn't work as well in November, but it might work pretty well in September. And there'll be other chances over the course of the day to take a break when you're outside as well. So it's not like you're going to have a mask on for 6 straight hours.
And I just had a quick question on the contact tracing. If you hear about, say, a person that's infected in a place of business, whose responsibility is it to contact authorities?
Well, I'll start with that. I mean, Josh and I were just talking about this. If it's at a university, if it's in a classroom, if it's at a place of business, if it's at a manufacturing site, obviously everybody there located has an incentive to make sure that person who's infected is immediately quarantined and do the contact tracing. I'd like to see those entities take the lead on doing it themselves, since they are local and they're in the best position to do it. Otherwise, we're there with our contact tracing people to back them up and make sure it happens.
Yeah, and as the governor said, you know, our local health departments and local health districts are the front lines for contact tracing. They know their communities best. They know the people. They know the restaurants and the other facilities. So they are on the front lines leading the contact tracing effort, and we really want to thank them. I mean, they've been working incredibly hard. Learning a new process and a new system in the midst of a pandemic is no easy task, but we now have 100% of the local health departments on the contact system, which gives us a huge advantage as a state to be able to pass contacts across jurisdictional lines to get insight at a statewide level of where hotspots or outbreaks might occur. So they've done a great job, and in that type of case you just described, they would be on the front lines helping to investigate that.
But how would they hear about it?
Well, it needs to be reported, right? Either through the facility itself or through the contact tracing investigation, right? You get the positive case. You talk to that person, you interview them, you find out where they had been, who they might have been in contact with, and you follow the leads from there.
Okay, thank you very much.
The Day of New London.
I just wondered now if, given what the case numbers are, whether we're at the point where we can say definitively that in the wake of the Black Lives Matter protests and the first couple of phases of reopening and whatnot, we were worried about seeing a spike. Have we not seen that spike? Can we say that yet?
Well, it's always too early in the COVID crisis, but I would say that we've not seen a spike, and I haven't heard from other governors they've seen necessarily a spike from the nature of those outdoor rallies. And I think the fact that it's outdoors, the fact that a lot of people were wearing the mask has made a big difference. Does not mean anybody's out of the woods, but I think there's a much greater risk of what happens indoors.
Right. Thank you.
The Waterbury Republican American.
No, thanks. Sorry about that. Governor, can you give us an idea when you might be making any decision on moving to the third reopening phase or a new version of it?
Well, we usually change phases every month or so, and we usually try and give Paul notice at least a couple of weeks in advance. So I think that would still be more or less our time frame. But as Josh reminds me, our metrics are not, I'm not sure what we're going to learn dramatically different in 2 weeks that we don't know today, but that's generally been what our schedule has been.
And if you're only getting 50% or less than 50% response to contact tracing inquiries, how much confidence should people have in the contact tracing system? I mean, and its purpose.
Well, I'll start. I mean, it's certainly it's 50% better than zero. We have been able to head off. You know, I understand there was one person we found that had been in contact with 13 people. So you know, we hopefully saved a lot of potential infections there. That's why we are still focusing as part of the smaller groups, 25, 100 outside maximum. That's why it's really important. It allows us to maximize. But your point is well taken. If we could get, 100% of the people to take our call, take our text, we would be in a much better position to contain this virus.
Yeah, and I'd also just point out, we've been benchmarking, those metrics against other jurisdictions that share data. There's actually very few that do share data like we're sharing. We've been trying to be very transparent about all of our COVID data throughout this. But we looked at New York City as an example, who's been doing this for a while, Massachusetts, and that ratio of about half of the cases that you're able to contact actually responding and participating in the interview seems to be very consistent. So we're working together. We're trying to collaborate on process improvement, other things we can do. But the most important thing, just for everyone out there, is if you see that CT COVID trace come up, or you get a phone call from your local health district or the state, please take that call. It's how we can all do the small things that help keep our numbers in a good position and help us keep Connecticut open.
And the appropriate, excuse me, someone else? No? Anyway, the Appropriations Committee today had heard from the Judicial Department, and the Chief Court Administrator was a little concerned. Apparently, they've requested $4.3 million in coronavirus emergency funding. Only been allotted $1.2 million to date. He's also sort of surprised, taken aback that apparently there was a pool of $5.8 million, and out of 12 or 13 departments that sought funding, only the judicial branch was denied a request for, I believe, about $218,000 for a call center.
I got some of that. It was as regards the COVID relief fund money and the judicial branch. I can tell you that Melissa and I have not yet allocated the $1.4 billion. We've made some preliminary allocations. We got from municipalities what they're going to need. We're hearing from the schools what they're going to need. We'll be working very closely with judicial as well to make sure that we can stretch that money and they're able to open safely.
Okay, thank you.
The CT Mirror.
Good afternoon. When it comes to the people you have been unable to contact, is that just people not answering the phone, or does that also reflect people, when reached, who have been uncooperative?
Mostly the former, Paz, but a little bit of the latter as well.
So what happens then? In some other states, on cases where there have been concerns about super spreaders, there have been subpoenas issued or at least threatened. What's the second step in Connecticut that happens? You get an uncooperative person.
You're cutting out a little bit there, but I think the answer is that, again, the local health departments, will be using their judgment, right, to understand if additional actions are required, if there's potential for a significant spreading event that requires participation. There are tools available.
Headphone, see if it's any clearer. So can you give any examples, though, of more exhaustive efforts to follow up on these?
Not yet. Unfortunately, we haven't had the need yet, but it's something we'll be watching very carefully as we've seen occur in other states, and we'll take action as needed.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question. When it comes to the self-quarantine order at the airport, is really the goal to deliver the message that unless you're coming up here, you're going to be here for longer than 2 weeks after self-quarantine, that the message is really don't come?
That's a good start. I mean, if it's absolutely essential, you've got to be here. We've got some ways to take care of that. But if you don't actually have to be here, you can do it via Zoom. You're coming up from Miami, where they got a 40+% positivity rate. Stay home, absolutely.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Hearst, Connecticut Media.
It's Caitlin. How will this affect graduations? If I remember correctly, those were going to start this month.
Yeah, we allowed graduations as of today, I think, up to 150 people. And Paul or Josh, do you know of any high schools that are taking advantage of that?
Not offhand. We know many graduations occurred before the change of that number guideline, but we did put out the number guideline well early enough so those high schools who haven't had graduations, who are going to hold them in July, will be able to plan accordingly. Worked very much in accordance with Commissioner Cardona, Department of Education, State Board of Ed, as well as the superintendents of those relative school districts. But yeah, no, like I said, as the governor stated, that number starts today, but that guidance was provided almost a month ago.
Okay, so even though you're keeping the outdoor event limit at 100, graduations are okay to proceed at 150?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. As Paul said, we announced that a month ago just so high schools could plan accordingly. So that's not going to change.
Okay, great. The delay on reopening phase 3, one of the sectors that's really hit hard by this, obviously, is the arts and entertainment industry with lots of venues. Lots of people work in that field, in audio and set design and, everything behind the scenes. And a lot of those have already said they won't open until 2021 or later, regardless. Is there any thought being given to, any sort of aid to venues and things like that to ensure that they survive this?
Yeah, we haven't gone there yet, but they are eligible for PPP loans and perhaps some other grants as well. I did see that Broadway is not going to open in 2020, and we thought about some of those indoor entertainment or plays and theaters, and even opening at 25% or even 50%, it didn't work for them. They've got to fill the facility or get close to it in order to be able to break even. So it's just not the right time to open them right now.
And a question I think might be for Josh. Last week there was a study from Yale that showed that nationally the number of all-cause deaths was 28% higher than the official COVID tally. So it kind of indicates that there were a lot of deaths not classified as COVID that probably were. Connecticut was not included in that study because there was a delay in reporting to the National Center for Health Statistics. I'm wondering if you know why that delay exists and if you could offer any insight into how many deaths you estimate in Connecticut might be COVID that aren't recorded as COVID.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. You were breaking up a little bit there, but we've released in the past, last couple of months, I think the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Gills, released the death statistics and compared them this year versus prior year and showed that in Connecticut, the vast majority, I think it was about 90% or more of the incremental deaths from year to year were directly tied to COVID. There was some excess. That the hypothesis is there could be some COVID-related deaths that aren't being captured, and then some others where people might be putting off critical procedures or had been that could contribute as well. I have read with interest a number of other states, Florida and others, where they want to talk about COVID deaths being low, and yet they have these amazing spikes in pneumonia-related deaths, which seem rather suspicious. But Connecticut's been very transparent in our reporting around this from the day one. I think we were one of, if not the first state to start it, including suspected COVID deaths and cases in our statistics.
Thank you.
The Hartford Current.
Hi, Governor. We're still hearing from people who are having trouble with the Department of Labor getting their unemployment concerns addressed, having emails go unanswered, things like that. What can you say about why that is still happening and what can be done to streamline that?
My understanding, the outstanding DOL issues, Department of Labor issues related to those that there's a problem with how they were filed, maybe they were duplicate, maybe the wrong Social Security, but still no excuse. This has gone on for too long, and these are folks in real need. I can tell you that Department of Labor, within the next week, 10 days, is going to have their call service center ramping up, hire dozens of new people to help answer those questions right now. Don't all call them on the same day, but I think we'll be making real progress there, and we have to make real progress there.
Mm-hmm. And then another thing, I think it was early April when we first started talking and noticing about discrepancies, disparities in Black people, white people, Latino people who was getting COVID-19 and who was dying from it. But the discrepancies really are still there and are maybe even worse when you look at the numbers. So why do you think that the state has been unable to address that situation and reduce those discrepancies as the pandemic has gone on?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll start then, maybe give me some help. But again, Black and brown people are disproportionately impacted by COVID. 2 to 3 times more likely to suffer complications. When it comes to African Americans, twice as likely to suffer a fatality. There are a variety of reasons for that. One may be pre-existing conditions, also a little less likely to be able to telecommute like some of the office workers if you're a frontline worker, showing up every day to work and putting yourself at some risk. Real heroes, I got to tell you, food service workers, nurses, and the such. And finally, more likely to live in congested areas where it's not as easy to socially distance, not as easy to quarantine. And that's reasons number 1, 2, and 3 that we really focus like a laser beam on these communities, not just saying come in and get a test, it's free, there's no cost, no questions asked. We can pay for treatment as well. We're taking the testing right to those communities to make sure we can catch it earlier and make sure that they and their families and their community are safe. Anything to add on that?
No, I think, Governor, you hit it perfectly. Like I said, these are many issues that have affected these communities disproportionately for generations. And one of the things that the governor has tasked myself, Josh, and the rest of our team to do is to get right down there and make change, and the governor spoke to it directly. We were one of the first states to have a CVS rapid testing site. We partnered with community health centers, so the testing is happening directly in their communities. We increased our outreach and our communications to those communities to let them know that if they have symptoms, you need to act upon it. We have increased our PSA campaigns, including one that we have launched this past week about testing, particularly for communities of color. This is, like I said, these are generational problems, but we're trying to make generational change right away.
Is there more that you could have done to kind of reduce these disparities, or more that you can do as we look ahead to a potential second wave in the fall?
I think one of the things that we are doing is to increase the overall education within those communities that are affected, so people know directly and understand what COVID-19 is and what it can be to them and to their families directly. I think one of the things that early on within these communities, many communities of color, was, as you know, there were many people who are saying that this disease, this epidemic doesn't affect people of color. That was one of the first earlier things that was said in March, and the numbers showed differently. And one of the things that this state has done under the leadership of this governor is to go right down into the communities and start making directional change right away. That's why testing is extremely important. That's why you see our numbers are showing what they are. The numbers that we have and the impacts that it's had is a direct showing of the work that has been done by this amazing team since the epidemic hit our state.
All right, thank you.
Fox 61.
Hi, good evening. This is Aisha from Fox 61. Just for clarification reasons, I understand the big emphasis right now is on bars. Is there a scenario where the state will move forward with increasing capacities for other businesses without bars?
Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. Right now, we wanted to keep it simple. We're pushing off phase 3, and that includes the capacity issues beyond bars, as we said before. But as we look at the metrics, look what's going on in other states, absolutely. We can slice and dice this in a way that keeps people safe, yet allows them to get back to some sense of normalcy.
Thank you.
WTIC 1080 News.
Leading up to the restaurant reopening, we heard a lot about the Restaurant Association and their thinking. Are you hearing a lot from the bars, and are any of the bars looking to potentially move outside if that was possible?
Right now, that's not under consideration for us. It's just not an activity that's really oriented towards social distancing, indoors or outdoors. But we can always relook at that in the future.
And are you getting complaints from that group? A lot of them might go under.
Well, I know Greg Abbott got sued many times over by bar owners, and people aren't afraid to act accordingly in this state as well. But so far, I think people are generally understanding of what we're doing, why we're doing it reluctantly.
Also, I was hoping to ask a little bit about the national calls you've had with Pence's group and all the governors. Clearly, you and Cuomo, and on the Republican side, Hogan and DeWine have had some success with the masks and the social distancing. Doesn't it come up that, here's what's working? And did you get any other response from the states that were so slow to react on why?
I would say there was a bit of a divide amongst the different states in terms of are you going to require people wearing the masks and how strict they were about the distancing and how fast they opened. I'd say that divide has shrunk quite a bit in the last few weeks. And hats off to some of those governors, mainly in the South, that had to rethink what their strategy was because they're faced with reality. And so I think you see the governors really speaking with one voice and all wearing the mask.
Connecticut Public Media.
Good afternoon. July 4th celebrations, are you concerned that this might cause a spike? I know you referenced that picture at Hamanas, and it looked like things were going well, but the South certainly saw spikes after Memorial Day. And if so, when would we notice these spikes since there is more testing? Would it still be around 2 weeks, or do you think we would see an increase in cases sooner?
I think it usually takes, 2 to 4 weeks. But look, we've been through Memorial Day. We've been through protests. We've seen a number of big outdoor activities, which frankly I was worried about. I thought you could see a spike here. And so I'm confident that, I'm not confident of anything in COVID, but we've gone through a July 4th. You've seen Hamanas. I think you've seen how Connecticut, sort of reacts responsibly in a situation like this, and I'm feeling good that we're going to be able to keep going.
CT News Junkie.
Thanks, Max. I think this question might be for Josh. Josh, I'm starting to hear complaints from nursing homes that the PPE they're getting from the state is not adequate. Like the gloves are not, they're food quality, not medical quality. Masks are not clinical use. And they're afraid to use this material because they could get dinged in an infection.
Okay, well, that's the first I've heard that concern, but if a specific home has a concern, they should absolutely escalate it through the mutual aid process, and we'll see what we can do to help. As we have been helping throughout this pandemic where we can, and helping with the testing now, which is ramped up considerably in the nursing homes quite successfully. So whatever we can do to help, that's what we're here for.
And the nursing homes are being tested on a weekly basis along with all the staff? That's
correct. So that program has ramped up well. The state is supporting that financially in the short term here to ensure that it happens. And we're actually pleased to note that as of last week, over half of the nursing homes in the state have tested for 14 days with no positive cases of either staff or residents. So we're making good progress there.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, everybody, I think that's a wrap. I just want to say one thing. You saw last week we have started some public service announcements. We're trying to remind people the importance of wearing the mask. And the contest last week, my lousy imitation of Freddie Mercury was crushed by Gino Oriama's Wear the Mask PSA. Today, I just wanted to give a special shout out to the folks who are managing our beaches. They're everything from deep to the lifeguards. They've been on the front lines. You saw the picture of Hamanas. They're taking it seriously. And here's a friend of ours, one of the lifeguards, reminding people to wear the mask.
People always ask me, do I need to wear a mask on the beach? If we want beaches to stay open, we have to work together. So have a mask with you and keep a safe distance from others. My whistle is just as loud with my mask on. I see you.
Thank you, everybody. Wear the mask, Josh. Take care.
All right, everybody, good afternoon or evening, depending on where you're watching the Fox News Now stream from. My name is Pilar Arias. Just hopped back on a mission control. That's what I like to call the Fox News Now set. Mike Page has departed for the day. You will have me through the rest of the evening, and then me and Mike return tomorrow, hopefully Christy as well. Again, thank you so much for being here, everyone. I hope you're having a great day. Stocks did pretty good today. Take a look at that. The big board, Dow Jones Industrial, New York Stock Exchange, ended up about 450 points, but nothing but green on that big board today. Great way to start the week for sure. I'm going to take you out to Chicago, Illinois, where Mayor Lori Lightfoot talked about some utility bill assistance as well as answered some reporter questions. Again, if anything happens live or breaks, we will have it for you right here on the stream. Until then, we're going to be in Chicago, Illinois.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin with today's announcement, let me say a few words about the ongoing surge in violence that we've been experiencing. This past Thursday, as we headed into the July 4th weekend, myself and others outlined our all-hands-on-deck public safety strategy. And many people around the city really rose to the occasion. And I saw this firsthand, from Superintendent Brown and his leadership team to the entire Chicago Police Department, to our street outreach groups, our faith leaders, and many other community organizations and residents who spent this last 4 days doing everything that they could to keep our neighborhoods and our children safe. Their work is making a difference in the lives of families and neighborhoods, and they should be commended for the sacrifices and efforts they make every single day of the year. And yet, even with everything they did and all the sacrifices they made, we still saw a 4-day weekend of 87 Chicagoans shot, 17 Chicagoans killed, and 2 of them children. Our children. And I say our children because I want all of us to feel this loss. It feels personal to me. Thoughts and prayers are simply not enough at this point. Sorrow itself is not enough. And what it says is we need to do better as a city. This day, this year, and really every day. There's no reason we should be feeling and experiencing moments like this. And I want to talk to those Chicagoans, mostly the young men out there with illegal firearms. For those of you who were given a choice and chose not to pull the trigger, who chose life, who chose humanity, who chose to do the right thing in this moment, we want to say thank you on behalf of your family, your community, your neighbors, for doing what you knew in your heart was the right thing, which is to place the sanctity of life above petty grievances or disputes. And to the others who shot indiscriminately into crowds, seemingly without care or concern for those who hurt or killed. I sincerely pray on behalf of a grieving city that you are able to recognize the consequences of what you've done, the souls you have ruptured. And I pray that you find the purpose and the spirit that is obviously lacking in your lives. As painful as this weekend was, and it was tragic, unfortunately it was not unique. But I refuse to allow us to normalize these circumstances, to normalize this gun violence, to normalize the anguish that we feel. I've said before, and I think it's true, we simply must fundamentally recommit ourselves to focusing on the root causes of the violence. It is every bit a public health crisis as COVID-19, and we can never lose sight of that fact. And through that public health lens, we must challenge ourselves to do better. Through investments in social services, trauma supports, jobs, and so much more. Through the hard but essential work of building authentic relationships between the men and women of the police department and the communities that they serve every day. That partnership is critical to stemming this tide of violence. We also need to continue building up partnerships with our law enforcement community at all levels, local, county, state, and federal. There's work to be done, and we all need to be committed. In particular, let me call out one aspect that I think speaks to this moment. We need more effort and resources devoted to the illegal gun trade. We cannot simply accept that illegal guns flooding our streets is normal, because it's not. And we should not accept this as a given. It need not be, and it must not be. And yes, we must hold violent criminals accountable. Now, let me be clear. No one thinks that we should go back to the days where Cook County Jail was in effect a debtor's prison, where people charged with nonviolent crimes were locked up simply because they were poor, and because neither they or their loved ones could scrape together the cash to bail them out. We need to put those dark days behind us in the past. But in this moment, when we think about violent criminals, those who have demonstrated that they are, in fact, a danger to the community, those who continue to wreak havoc and cause our elders and our children to fear warm summer days, yes, they need to be locked up. And as leaders and elected officials, we must put aside the politics and come together in collaboration for the good of our residents, who we all swore to protect. I want to disrupt the pipeline that sees too many of our young boys become men raised by the streets. For black and brown young men, their career path cannot just be the corner instead of college or careers. Now, this is long, hard work, and unfortunately, we are seeing the manifestations of decades of neglect play out in violence every day, every week, and every deadly weekend. So what must be done? Fundamentally, we have to do a better job of loving our children and providing them an alternative to a life that too many of them have fallen prey to. I started my day today visiting a Park District day camp. I watched with great joy the children who are queued up to go inside with their parents. A little bit anxious, a little nervous. They were nervous about what would happen that day, and meeting new people and leaving their parents. But neither they nor their parents were worried that a gunman would come and claim their young lives. That freedom to just be, to dream and to play, all of our children should live in that bliss that a beautiful summer day brings. As I said on Thursday, I want to eliminate entirely the pipeline of young men to our streets and create a pipeline instead to legitimate economy and a life of meaning and purpose. As painful as these past weekends have been, and they have been extraordinarily painful, what gives me hope and determination is what I saw and spoke about earlier. The overwhelming goodness in all of our communities, everywhere. The passion and sacrifice in our neighbors, our street outreach workers, our faith leaders, our community organizations, our police, and everyday residents who step up to protect their neighborhoods and claim the territory under their feet. Over the past 3 days, I saw police officers at roll calls who dedicated their weekends to protecting their neighbors. I joined street outreach workers as they walked the blocks of Garfield Park to ensure residents could safely celebrate the holiday, and target area outreach workers who partnered with Team Inglewood to do the same thing on the south side. Good people stretching themselves, all in an effort to bring peace and comfort to our neighbors. I joined community leaders like Alita Clark in Inglewood, who organized a food drive to provide meals, PPE kits, and other goods to residents. This and these examples are who we are as a city. That's the good we'll be building on, because that's the good that will shatter once and for all the desperation and the absence that feeds our gun violence epidemic. And it replaces it with the support of hope and meaning and excitement that will create the healthy and meaningful communities that we all want to see. It's that same mission that brings us here now for today's announcement. I want to first thank our city's comptroller, Resha Soni, for being here. I want to recognize our water commissioner also for being here, Randy Connor. Thank you. I also want to give a very special thanks to Harold Rice, the CEO of the Community and Economic Development Association, or CEDA, as well as Lourdes Rivera, one of our CEDA's intake volunteers. Thank you both for being here. Today's announcement would not have been possible without CEDA's incredible leadership and partnership and collaboration. And this is a special announcement for our communities and for our families, and our mission to put our residents on solid financial ground, and ultimately to end poverty in our city in a generation. The dream of home ownership is one of so many of us that we share, that too few of our low-income families are able to obtain. And even then, for the few that do, one bill, one mistake can mean the difference between staying afloat and becoming entangled in a spiraling web of debt that prices them out of their homes, their dreams, and their future. I know what it's like growing up in a financially challenging circumstances. Both my mother and my father worked multiple jobs to keep the lights on and food on the table. And I can still remember the sense of worry they felt every single day about being able to afford the basics for myself and my siblings. And how when we were fortunate enough to actually move into a house and have a mortgage, those worries actually only increased. It's those stories and those experiences that bring us here today. Stories that have been told and retold for decades by thousands of Chicagoans who have grappled with the worry and the crushing debt and the dreams denied because of a wrong bill or one misstep. Worry that forces them to choose between keeping the water running or paying for electricity or gas or food. That's the people that we want to help today. Here in Chicago, our values don't include sending families into the endless cycle of poverty just because they miss a payment. Because in the second city, we believe in second chances. And at the beginning of this administration, we made it a priority to put a moratorium on residential water shutoffs due to inability to pay. And today, I am extremely proud to formally announce that we are taking the next step in that effort and launching Chicago's Utility Billing Relief Program, which will bring long overdue assistance to families that are trying to make ends meet by giving them a chance to stay on top of their debt and to build a path to their financial future. Once you enroll in this program, your water and sewer bills will be cut by 50%, creating much-needed space in tight budgets. Not only will you get relief on payments moving forward, you'll also have the opportunity to have your debt forgiven if you make all of your payments for 1 year in the program. And for any households not eligible for the program, you will still be able to establish a payment plan with the city. Again, I want to thank Harold and his entire team at CEDA. And with CEDA's Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, which helped build the foundation for our utility billing relief program by identifying households for the program's pilot that launched softly back in April. And we are continuing to use their extensive network of partner organizations to conduct outreach and enroll homeowners. Every person, no matter their circumstances, deserves to have their basic needs met. And that includes clean water, nutritious food, and a roof over their head. And let me say this again, as I've said before, water is a basic human right. For far too many families in Chicago, securing these basic needs can be a struggle that takes generations to safely obtain. The utility billing relief program is one more step, but a big one, in giving families a better chance at upward mobility and stability, and a life that doesn't force a choice between paying a bill and putting food on the table. Right now, nearly 8,000 households in our city have been automatically identified and mailed applications based upon using CETA's program. All that's needed is to sign the document and return it. So if you got one of those documents in the mail, please avail yourself of this program. Already over 3,000 households have taken advantage, leading to a total of $2.9 million being set aside, making for an average of nearly $900 per customer, 64% of which are seniors. 76% are women-led households, with 65% are Black and 22% Latinx, and covering 47 of our 50 wards. So you can see how widespread and also how needed this program is. Families can also check if they're able to apply right now by visiting the city's website, chicago.gov/UBR. That's chicago.gov/UBR. Or by calling our Department of Finance at 312-744-4426. That's 312-744-4426. Or simply call 311 and ask about the utility billing program. Make no mistake, all Chicagoans bear the burden of utilities at one point or another. But not all Chicagoans should have to worry that a single bill will be the difference between whether or not they eat, whether or not they stay in their home, or go into the dark. When a deck is stacked against families, our whole city suffers. It's absolutely critical that we help thousands of our families escape the crippling cycle of debt. We can no longer afford to hold back their potential or ours. And this announcement today builds on the work that began a year ago with our fines and fees program, our Invest Southwest initiative, our investments in affordable housing, education, youth programming, and so much more. This is how we build a healthy, strong, and vibrant Chicago that deals everybody in. This is what equity and inclusion looks like. And now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Rice to come to the podium to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I begin my comments, I want to thank Mayor Lightfoot for her sobering comments, and I want you to understand that CETA stands with you, but we don't only just stand. Standing is not enough. It's almost like driving a parked car, and so we want to mobilize with you.
Right.
So thank you for your comments. Good afternoon. My name is Harold Rice, President and CEO of CETA, and we are extremely excited to be a partner for the Utility Billing Relief Program. And I want to, again, give my heartfelt thanks to our mayor, Mayor Lori Lightfoot, and her vision for a Chicago that supports its residents and ensures that basic human rights are met, such as water. Our organization, CETA, is partnering with the city to ensure high-quality services are delivered to the residents. We are leveraging over 50 years of operations, education, and engagement to local residents. Many of you know us through the other programs, but I specifically want to talk about our LIHEAP program that we administered throughout the city and all of Cook County. Because income eligibility for this program is tied to LIHEAP, the household income. which is currently set at 150% of the poverty guideline, and it will be increased to 200% of the federal poverty guideline on July 27, which will allow more individuals and their families the opportunity to apply and receive the support that they need through this program. You will hear a little bit later about the details of this program from Reshma Soni. Please be sure to visit CEDA's website at www.ceda.org to stay tuned for more updates. And remember, CEDA offers a wide range of services. If you have received our services before, or you are recently unemployed or facing a pay decrease, we have you, and we're here for you. In addition to the Utility Billing Relief Program and the LIHEAP program, you can connect with our other programs such as WIC, home housing, home weatherization services, and others. Given these unprecedented times of the COVID-19 pandemic, the economic crisis, reduced racial unrest, and the violence in the streets, we are committed to working together to reduce poverty, revitalize low-income communities, and empower residents, our neighbors, loved ones, and our friends. At CEDA, we are proud, very proud, to partner with you, Mayor, and to continue to service our community through the Utility Billing Relief Program. Mayor Lightfoot, you are an inspiration in so many ways, and I've been honored to have gotten to know you. And as I heard you say before at your STEP Summit, which is the Solutions Towards Ending Poverty, back in February of this year, your comment was, we cannot be as great a city when our neighbors are suffering. We must conquer this in our generation, in our time, and we must start now. On behalf of the hundreds of thousands of individuals CEDA serves, thank you, Mayor Lightfoot. On behalf of CEDA's partners, like Lourdes Rivera, whom you will hear from later, we just thank you. Now, on behalf of all the Chicagoans who support us and believe in us and allow us to be your solution, your answer for ending poverty, thank you. Now let me bring to you Reshma Soni to talk about the details of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice and Mayor Lightfoot. Mayor, I'm both proud and excited to be standing with you as you've been a champion in reforming the city's historically regressive fines and fees practices. I'm also proud to be joined by Mr. Rice, our valued partner in this effort, as we officially launch Chicago's Utility Billing Relief Program, or UBR. As the mayor stated, the UBR program is another example in our pursuit to find solutions to reform regressive policies that have for far too long disproportionately impacted our most vulnerable residents. We've made progress in lifting the burden of debt borne from antiquated practices that led to income inequalities. The UBR program builds on these efforts, especially now when so many Chicago residents are crushed under the economic strains of the COVID-19 pandemic. The UBR program works to lift people out of debt and give them a pathway to compliance. First, it will reduce the amount that qualifying households are required to pay for water, sewer, and water sewer tax to a more manageable and affordable amount that's in line with their income level. Enrollees will see a 50% reduction in what they currently pay for water and sewer utility services. For example, a UBR participant whose bill for water, sewer, utility tax, and refuse is $110 every 2 months, or $55 per month, would see their bill reduced to $33 per month after reducing the water, sewer, and utility tax portion by 50%. Low-income homeowners of single-family homes or 2 flats who live on-site and whose name appears on the utility bill are eligible to apply. The homeowner must also meet the income eligibility criteria for the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, or LAHEAP, which is currently at or below 150% of the federal poverty guidelines. Residents will be asked to present the same income documentation required for LAHEAP eligibility to participate in UBR. When the income threshold for LAHEAP increases to 200% of the federal poverty level on July 27th, the threshold for UBR will also increase. In keeping with the city's Welcoming Cities Ordinance, undocumented residents who are homeowners can apply for UBR. Thus, residency status will not be a barrier to entry. In addition to reducing homeowners' utility charges, the UBR program offers residents debt relief on overdue bills. Those who reach their 1-year enrollment anniversary date and remain current in their payments will have their previous unpaid city utility debt forgiven. We know that by removing the heavy financial burden people feel with excessive debt, we are giving people a fresh start. Importantly, UBR provides a pathway that leads to compliance, since no penalties or debt collection will occur while enrolled in the program. Since April, the city has been engaged in a soft launch of this program by focusing on eligible households determined by matching the city's data with CEDA's data. The soft launch allowed us to begin enrolling customers while ensuring the system functioned as designed with the help of CEDA. Additional outreach to residents expressing interest in the program is now underway as we've expanded intake capacity over the past weeks. Signing up is easy. You can enroll by visiting chicago.gov/UBR and entering your city water bill account number. Again, that's chicago.gov/UBR. You can then either follow a shortcut online process for those who were enrolled in LAHEAP in the past year or connect with CEDA to begin a new application. As the mayor also mentioned, we've mailed out about 8,000 applications to those who are already eligible under LAHEAP. So if you have those forms, please send them back. To learn more, residents should visit chicago.gov/UBR and begin the application process.
And now it's my pleasure to welcome Ms. Rivera to say a few words, please.
Thank you for your input. My name is Lourdes Rivera. I'm an energy service technician. I've been working out of St. Luke's Church for 16 years. They've been serving the community for over 20 years for the LAHEAP program. They have other programs in the church. This new program that we have now, the utility relief, the utility billing relief program, it's a great program. I'm getting a lot of calls from everywhere, from north, south, east. So I'm constantly every day. I mean, it's been for a month. I've been getting calls every day. So most of the people that I am taking care of on the phone, because everything is remote. These are people that are unemployed, collecting unemployment. Some are on a fixed income, seniors. Some people are not working at all, can't collect unemployment because they were working and probably getting paid cash. So I'm working with a lot of homeowners. And I mean, I've been helping them. So this program just started. I'm sure we're going to help many people here in the Chicago, many people, because this program is great. I applied for it myself, and it's going to help me too. So I just want to advise everyone out there that needs the help on your water bill. You're a homeowner, you have a single family home or a 2-flat, to give us a call. You could call the 1-800 from CETA number. I think it's 1-800-571-2332. Or you could call the number for the city of Chicago. And I'm sure they're going to forward the calls to one of the sites that are available to take your calls. Thank you very much. My name is Lourdes, and thank you, Mayor Lightfoot.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we're happy to take your questions.
Good afternoon, Mayor. A number of
Craig.
questions. I know you addressed crime, so let me just knock off a couple of these real quick. You talked about an all-hands-on-deck approach going into the weekend. It appears that we had that, and yet we still had, as you noted, 87 shots, 17 murders. What went wrong?
Well, if you look at it day by day, we actually had a pretty good day on Thursday and Friday and Saturday day. Where things really started to take a turn is from about 10 o'clock at night on Saturday into the early morning hours of Sunday. And that's where we saw, I think, huge tragedy. We saw 8 people shot in one incident, and then the number started climbing from there. Look, what we're seeing is these large gatherings are attractions for people who think it's okay to indiscriminately shoot into crowds. We're still kind of dissecting the weekend from a deployment standpoint, but as I said, the thing that gave me some encouragement is that on Sunday we were able to rebound. But 87 people shot is never acceptable. 87 people shot in a week or a month is never acceptable. So we've got to go back and look at what we need to do better. But as I said in my opening remarks, what we're seeing is the manifestations of decades of neglect. I meant what I said when we need to think more aggressively, more creatively, more innovatively about disrupting this pipeline that sees black and brown boys become men on the corners and diverting them into things in their life that are far more productive. We're not going to turn that around in 1 year. We're not going to turn it around completely in multiple years, but that is really where we need to focus the lion's share of our civic resources is on those young men, but before they become people on the corner. It's much more difficult to turn those lives around. We can't give up on them, but I'd like to see us also focus with equal intensity on making sure that black and brown boys don't think that the corner is their only career option.
It was suggested to me by someone I talked to today that some of these agents of chaos was the term used, know that the city is doing more, and so it's almost a cat and mouse game. The more you try to do, they're like rising to the challenge to do what they want to do. Do you believe that is a factor at all?
I don't think that that's so. And there's a tremendous amount of energy and resources from the faith community to community-based organizations to the street outreach workers. People all across the city literally are rising to this moment. But I think what we need to focus on is those very violent offenders. So just as we need to think about disrupting the pipeline that leads young boys to be young men on the corners, we need to think about those people who have a history of violence and are found to be in possession of firearms and creating other acts of violence. There has got to be consequences for them. And you've heard me speak about this before. There's got to be consequences because that's what the law requires. There's also got to be consequences because if those folks who are in those neighborhoods, who people in the neighborhoods know, are able to operate effectively with impunity, what does it say to people who feel victimized in their communities? What does it say to the victims, to the witnesses? What's the likelihood they're going to come forward and report on someone who they still see every single day in their neighborhood? So we've got to lean into our partnerships and collaborations at the state, the county, and the federal level from a law enforcement standpoint, and then we've got to lift up and continue to support those community-based efforts that are bearing fruit, but not quickly enough at times to really see a reduction in the kind of shootings. But Let me just say one last thing about this. It is, I think, hard for the average person, and I know hard for me, to think about someone jumping out of a car and just spraying a gun indiscriminately. It's a hard thing to comprehend. You know, I watched the superintendent's press conference earlier today and describing that young officer who was trying to give life support to that 7-year-old child who was bleeding out on the street in front of family members. That should be something that literally enrages us, but spurs us to do more. And I hope someone, somehow, who knows these shooters, pricks their consciousness to think about the havoc and the harm, long term, that they are creating. We can't normalize this violence.
Let me move on to the other topic that's got a lot of questions from my colleagues, numerous colleagues asking about the travel order. Went into effect today, but how are you going to, what specifics are being taken to enforce it? Are you going to be tracing people coming in from planes? What about those coming in by cars?
So we thought long and hard about this before we put it into place. And obviously, as a city, because of the hard work and sacrifice of so many, we've made significant progress. If you think about where we were in March and where we are now, but we are worried. We're worried about an uptick. And there's still a lot more work to be done. We need to have our young people, the teenagers to the 20-somethings, wear these when they go out in public. Remember social distancing, not just for themselves, but for their family members that they're going to go back home to. But what we also see is all around us an explosion in cases. And so in thinking about that, we decided we needed to take some kind of action, following examples of what we saw for states on the East Coast that impose these travel bans, if you will, in some instances a couple months ago. Our hope is that we will educate people into compliance and raise the profile of what's happening in these other states. And as I said, we've now got a full communications marketing plan in place at our airports. We're working on the trains. We're going to be doing signage on our highways. This is about educating people into compliance. We're not going to send teams out to cite people with violations. But we want people to think about the fact that if you are traveling to one of these states where you're seeing literally historic numbers of daily counts, I think it was on Saturday, I was watching the news, and I saw that in Florida, in one day, they had almost 12,000 new cases. That's an astonishing number. I was just on a call earlier today with my friend Mayor Turner from Houston. His city is running out of ICU beds. So this crisis all around us is real. And as a city and as the mayor and our public health commissioner, we felt a necessity in taking some additional steps to protect Chicagoans from what's happening all around us.
But to be clear, it sounds like these are more recommendations than there is actual hardcore enforcement.
They're not recommendations, but are we going on planes and saying, hey, you just came from somewhere, you got to do 14 days of quarantine? No. But we are going to continue to raise the consciousness of this message that if you're coming from a place where the cases are exploding, you have an obligation to be conscious of that fact and to protect yourself, but also protect your neighbors in this new locale against the potential spread of the virus.
You talked about illegal guns. Bill Cameron is wondering, should Democrats now campaign for a type of gun control that would eliminate easy access to guns to criminals? And if so, what type of...
Democrats have never stopped doing that.
What type would be most effective now?
Democrats have never not campaigned for universal background checks, elimination of assault rifles, keeping people with a record of violence or mental illness and preventing their ability to get access to firearms. These are core principles of the Democratic Party. We've never stopped.
Is there something that needs to be done differently, though, to win over more people to make legislation like that happening? I think that's what Bill's asking.
I think we've got to elect people who understand the necessity of the moment. And I think we've got to, what will it take? What will it take? We see the violence that's happening here in Chicago and other big cities across the country. We see what's happened with gunmen committing horrible acts of violence in our schools, in our workplaces. What will it take as Americans for us to wake up and recognize that we have to have common sense gun control, period? It's not about violating somebody's Second Amendment rights, but it is about having a consciousness around a public health crisis that is plaguing every part of our society. It's not just urban America. It is everywhere. And if seeing children die, whether it's here, whether it's Parkland, or whether it's elsewhere, seeing people go into businesses and take revenge on former employers and colleagues, what will it take for us to wake up to the danger of gun violence in our country? As Democrats, this is what we stand for. We want to make sure that people can enjoy their Second Amendment rights, but do it safely and not at the expense of the rest of us.
Your business, a couple of questions coming in about the business violations. BACA made some fines and whatnot over the weekend. Phil Rogers says there was ton citations issued to 5 businesses. Vince Girsoli asking particularly about the boat, the Chicago Lakefront Cruises. Can you talk specifically about that, and can you also address whether you think it was a good weekend for bars and restaurants? Are you concerned that they're getting the message or not getting the message?
I think they got the message. I think by and large it was a pretty good weekend, but we were out there aggressively doing investigations and follow-up based on complaints that we received. That work really started Thursday night and continued through the weekend. As for the boat, I won't use the term that I used when I heard about it. That was unbelievably irresponsible, and there's going to have to be consequences for them. They had no pretense of social distancing. They had every single person that was on that boat, I think almost 100 people, crammed into the top deck. If you've seen the pictures of it, it's outrageous. I saw it on Saturday evening, and you can be sure that I let off a few colorful words at the stupidity of this boat. And there will be consequences for them.
You mentioned last week that if bars and restaurants don't comply, you'll shut them down immediately. Have you taken steps, or are you going to take steps to shut this boat company down immediately?
Well, we shut them down on Saturday night. The Marine unit brought them back into port. We got everybody off the boat, and there's going to be consequences for them. As I said last week, the time of saying pretty please and won't you and trying to educate, that's over. They chose to do something that was clear violation, that put every single one of those people on that boat at risk. They put their profits over public health, and there's going to be consequences. And I'm going to trust the the Department of Business Affairs and Consumer Protection, BACP, who was on top of that. They are in conversation with that business, and my views on it are very clear.
My colleague Sarah Schulte at Channel 7 says 25 child care facilities on the south and west sides in Chicago have lost vital city block grants. Some have been forced to shut down. They're asking for your help to demand answers from the DFSS as to why they were defunded. Any help that you can do, or anything that the city can do to help them get their funding back?
So every single group that had either had reduced funding or no funding was notified last October, and we gave them bridge funding to June 30th. And we, meaning the Department of Family and Support Services, worked diligently over all these long months to work with those organizations to help them think about what their business model was, and failing that, to make sure that the young people that they were responsible for had access to other services. Now, some took advantage of those opportunities to help them. Some did not.
So it's on them.
Pardon me?
In essence, it's on them.
Well, I'm not going to say it's on them, but obviously there's a finite amount of resources that were available. I think the department did a very good job through the RFP. There were certainly some bumps in the road early on, but they worked diligently over the fall, the winter, the spring, to work with these organizations to put them in the best possible footing. And I don't know that there's more that we can do at this point, given the level of funding and what some of the challenges were with some of these programs.
Last two questions, Craig.
I had three, if I can indulge three. Sean Lewis of WGN is saying, and I think you touched on this a little, so maybe this will be a quick question. Jay Mulgreedy is calling out on you to declare a mental health emergency in the city and for rapid deployment of new public safety strategy centered around rampant PTSD in Chicago's hardest hit neighborhoods.
We do that. We've done that. We will continue to do that.
Amy Jacobson mentioning that in New York City, they opened their beaches on Memorial Day despite being the epicenter at the time. We're in the middle of a heat wave, she notes. Any idea when you will open the beaches?
We don't see the beaches opening up anytime soon. The challenge with the beaches is that, and with swimming pools, let's just add that in, congregate gathering and not social distancing. And that's really the biggest challenge, both with the beaches and the swimming pools. Given where we are, which is progress, but we have some concerns, we're not going to take any steps that could tip us over or really tip us backwards. So for now, the beaches and swimming pools will remain closed. I'm mindful of the fact that we're expected to see several days of 90-degree heat this week. As we announced last week, we've got cooling centers that we've opened up. We have cooling buses that are going to be available. We're going to be opening up the splash pools in the parks so that adults and children can get some relief. But I don't see a circumstance yet, because I don't think the public health metrics would allow for it, where we're going to be opening up the beaches or swimming pools.
Last question, Craig.
Final question from Regina Waldrop with NBC5. President Trump tweeted yesterday, federal government's ready, willing, and able to help the city deal with crime. Your thoughts on that tweet? And
it's a
he
joke.
also...
My thought is a joke, but please continue your question.
She followed up and said that the president, in a tweet just a few hours ago, wrote that New York City and Chicago play sanctuary city card where criminals are protected.
So there you go. There you go. It says it all. You know, I said this last week, and I'll say it again. First of all, I'm not gonna jump to every silly thing that the president says, whether it's in general or specifically to Chicago. President Trump is trying to execute on the 1968 strategy of Richard Nixon, and that is to make it seem as if the democratically controlled big cities are rabidly out of control and playing to the fears of a white suburban constituency, white rural constituency, to rally behind him as the law and order president. It's transparently political, and candidly, it's laughable. What we need the president to do is focus on what's really, I think, front and center on the minds of Americans, which is COVID-19 is real. It is real. It is killing people. It is destroying lives. And the lack of leadership, the lack of resources, people aren't fooled. And clearly the polling shows that. I mean, you continue on this failed strategy. And I'm confident that ultimately it will be a failed strategy. He can continue to attack me, can attack other mayors like Muriel Bowser, like Keisha Lance Bottoms, like Jenny Durkin. But here's the difference between us and him. We lead. We get things done. We take care of our residents. It's not always perfect, and it's not always going to be seamless. But we are standing up in the face of some of the most challenging circumstances that any local leader has ever faced, probably in the history of our country, and certainly in the last 50 years. And we are leading. We expect the president to do the same. But we've come to realize that this man is incapable of doing that. So this won't be the last time between now and Election Day in November that the president's going to tweet something, say something, do something that is nasty and derogatory and unhelpful. If he really genuinely wanted to help, I got a long list. I recited it last Monday. Starts with stop attacking and villainizing and demonizing us. That isn't helpful. Start trying to be a unifier, not a divider. Why don't you send us some resources to help us fight this fight on COVID, and stop trying to take resources away from us because we are a sanctuary city. Stop trying to demonize our immigrant and refugee communities. Stop attacking the LGBTQ plus community. How about sending some resources for affordable housing? Help us fight the poverty in our cities. And an infrastructure bill that you ran on and you promised that has never materialized again. And how about supporting the HEROES Act so we can actually get resources into our cities, not just ones 500,000 and above, but every municipality across the country, whether red or blue or purple or anything in between. There's lots of things that he could do to lead and to really help us in this time of need if he truly wanted to. Leadership isn't a tweet. Leadership isn't doing stupid things like rallies in places where the COVID-19 cases are exploding. That's not leadership. That's foolishness. That's feeding your own ego at the expense of people's lives.
What can he do to help with the illegal guns? You mentioned that as a big deal.
Well, he could help support the passage of common sense gun control. We need universal background checks. We need an elimination of assault rifles. No one should be able to go over to the border in Indiana and get military-grade weapons and bring them back to the streets of Chicago so that they kill our children. That's something he could do. But he does not have the strength of character to recognize the public health crisis that gun violence presents. He'd rather pander to a shrinking base. That's Donald Trump. That's not leadership. That's why we need Joe Biden in November.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Craig. All right, everybody, good afternoon. Thank you so much for watching the News Now stream. I'm being told that Skyfox is above a fire in Crockett near the Cummings Skyway. This is in California. CHP, that's California Highway Patrol, issuing a SIG alert, and at least one lane on eastbound I-80 has been closed. This is a result of our sister station, KTVU. I'm going to turn up the audio. It might just be helicopter sounds. There might actually be somebody flying in the helicopter that can tell us exactly what's going on. But again, that's what we were watching. This is near Crockett, California. No audio coming from the feed at all, so I'm going to take you out to Orange County, Florida, where they just wrapped up a coronavirus update.
And thanks for joining us as we begin a new week and consider the challenges that lie ahead. To welcome members of the media and those who are watching us online. Today, Orange County Mayor will discuss our positive cases, our numbers here in Orange County, and our budget as it relates to COVID-19 and some difficult decisions clearly that have to be made in the future. Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer is here to discuss what is taking place within the city of Orlando on these same topics. Dr. Raul Pino from the Florida Department of Health in Orange County has information on our testing numbers and time frames and other important data. We start this press conference with Mayor Demings. Mayor?
All right. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for being here and weathering the storm to get in this afternoon. I'm reminded that we are still in the hurricane season. But also, let me just say that I hope all of you had a good 4th of July weekend, and I have to give some accolades to the residents of Orange County, because largely as I moved around during the weekend, people were wearing their mask, and so hopefully as a result of the wearing the mask and following the CDC guidelines, we will not have a repeat of what we saw during the days after the Memorial Day weekend. Of course, you all know that we saw significant spikes after that weekend because people just didn't adhere to the guidelines that were being put in place. But I remain optimistic that we are on the upswing. But we just left a budget meeting here within Orange County, a full day's meeting. Literally, it started at 9 a.m. and we concluded about 5 minutes ago. I will report to you that our budget will remain flat overall for the next fiscal year 2021. However, another casualty of the pandemic will be the planned expansion of the Orange County Convention Center as we knew it. The expansion project will be delayed at the very least. I want our residents to also know that we are eyeing the budget in the most prudent and fiscally responsible manner possible as we move forward. The goals for this week. Each Monday we try to come to you and tell you what we hope to accomplish. The number one goal this week for us remains to stop the spread of the virus through driving adherence to the CDC guidelines. Number two, to continue working with the state to increase testing. Number three, to continue our crisis assistance for families, individuals, and small businesses. We do have a staff member here today who's been working in that environment, should there be any questions related to that. And the fourth goal this week is to work towards safely improving our commerce here in this community. So let me just talk briefly about the numbers. While there's some concern and pause for the numbers, I saw a glimmer of, I think, hope in the numbers, and I'll share that with you. Over the weekend, Florida's total coronavirus cases topped over 200,000. Today, the number of cases in Florida is over 206,000. In Orange County, a total of 14,407 cases were reported today. That's a cumulative number. However, today, within the last 24 hours, 375 cases were reported. Over the last 5 days, we have seen an increase of over 3,500 cases. But when we look at the last 24 hours, that was the lowest number of new cases that had been reported in several days. So I'm encouraged by that. We saw some days over the holiday weekend where we had 1,000+ new cases reported. But within the last 24 hours, 375 cases. So I see that as a trend. Hopefully that's headed in the right direction. Sadly, though, however, we are now up to 61 Orange County residents. I know Dr. Pino from the Florida Department of Health has the most current numbers, and he'll be sharing that with you in just a few moments. We have tested over 157,000 individuals in Orange County, and our positivity rate is now 9.2%, which is about the same as the state of Florida's positivity rate. With the surge in cases, the Business Compliance Working Group, which is a subcommittee of the Economic Recovery Task Force, will be meeting next week. Again, we want to be able to reopen safely, and we are looking to the collective thoughts of those individuals to help provide some advice to us as we move forward with reopening. If the coronavirus cases still appear to be increasing at a high rate, certainly we will have to make some adjustments going forward. In terms of testing, Orange County Health Services will be testing this week at Legacy Middle School. The appointments, again, have been taken. However, if you want to drive up, walk up, they may be able to fit you in to get you a test. The City of Orlando will have a mobile testing site at the Camping World Stadium. I understand Mayor Dyer, that is starting this Wednesday at the 8th. Health Services is also planning to open a testing site at the Barnett Park next week. You can also get additional information by going to our website at ocfl.net/coronavirus for more information on testing sites. In terms of the crisis assistance, we are moving forward with trying to get funds in the hands of individuals and families as well as small businesses here within Orange County. There have been 13,500 approvals of individual applications so far, which represents nearly $14 million in financial assistance to families here within Orange County. The staff is working diligently to review and approve applications as quickly as possible. And as a reminder, we will reopen the application portal 1 week from today, on Monday, July the 13th. Our Orange Cares business program continues to have its application portal open. That is a continuous process there. About $16 million in grants for small businesses have been processed for approval to date. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Dyer, and then he will be followed by Dr. Pino, and then we'll open it up for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. As we begin another week with this pandemic, I want to stress again to our community residents that we must continue to take this virus seriously. It should be alarming. It should be eye-opening to all of us, the manner in which this virus continues to spread. We have to remember that our actions affect others, and by simply wearing a mask, we can make a difference in somebody else's life. With the numbers that we have experienced over the last week, we must remember that our actions can make a difference in the ability to respond to the virus, to reduce overwhelming our hospitals, and to protect our healthcare workers. The virus continues to exist, it continues to spread, but we are Orlando, we stand up for one another, and we mask up for one another because it's the right thing to do. Mayor Demings mentioned that we need to continue to expand our testing opportunities. Each week we're testing on Wednesdays. This week we're at Camping World Stadium from 9 to 1. Right now those appointment slots are filled, but you can still walk up or drive up to Camping World on Wednesday, and we'll announce next week's site and the opening of appointments later this week. Thank you. Dr. Pino.
Good afternoon. This is week 28 of the year, and I will reframe the conversation in weeks because it's the same way that we are following the data so that people understand. As the mayor referenced, Mayor Deming, that is, yesterday we received 2,208 negative results and 374 positive tests. That is a 14.5% positivity rate for yesterday. We also have seen an increase in the recovery rate that was really low last week. Right now it's about 61%, and that's an important number that people would like to have in mind. We also have seen an increase in the number of ER visits for fever, cough, and shortness of breath, as well as an increase in the hospitalization. But syndromically speaking, influenza-like illnesses and COVID-like illnesses are stabilizing. Our positivity rate for the duration of the pandemic is 9.2. I will let you know about the last 14 days because that's the number that I follow the closest. With regard to the sad news of fatality number 60 is an 89-year-old female, black, non-Hispanic, and we don't know exposure. The person died on the 2nd, And fatality number 61 was 86 years old, male, Hispanic. We don't know the exposure yet, but we know that had significant pre-existing conditions. Also, for your general information, antigen testing is counting since July 1st as a positive case. And since that, there have been 698 positive antigen test results in Florida up to date. So those will starting to be included in our count starting July 1st. With regard to the data, our age increased by 1 year, the median age, and about 52% of our cases in the last 14 days have been between 20 and 40 years old, and continue to be a young pandemic for us. Last week, our week 26, we are in 28, so week 26 so far is the highest that we have in incident rate per 100,000. So that week 26, our rate per 100,000 was 343. Last week, our rate was 271. So there was a reduction in our rate right there. And also part of the hopeful news that the mayor was talking in the data, last week we saw a reduction, a negative growth of 21% when you compare to the prior week. And that coincides exactly with the second week that we have the mask on ordinance in Orange County. And that should not be a coincidence. The median age for the past 14 days for us is 32, as I mentioned. For the state is 36 years old. Also, we have seen a slight reduction on positivity rate from the highest that was in June 30th, and this is a 14-day rolling average. This is the data that we follow here, is analyzed here in Orange County. We follow the 14-day positivity rate in average and a rolling average. So on June 30th, we were at 15.77, and on the 5th, we were at 14.58. So the reduction is not significant, it's very slight, but it's moving in the right direction. For hospitalizations, and we mentioned that they have increased and they normally go behind, like 2 or 3 weeks, the number of increased cases. So total hospitalized COVID today in the morning in Orange County, that doesn't mean that they are all Orange County residents, but it means they are in a hospital in Orange County, 357 individuals. That's an increase of 164 from the last data point that I have in June 28th. And for ICU beds, we have an increase of 35. It went from 37 on June 28th to 72 today in the morning. With that, I know we always have a concern about beds and what is available in the county for our residents. Although we have seen an increase in the number of hospitalizations, the systems are reporting that they are not concerned about the need for a surge yet as a system. It could be that a hospital have more cases than other, and things have to be reshuffled and readjusted. But in the county this morning, I'm sorry, just right now, not this morning, just right now, we have 511 beds available here. Again, that's 511 beds available in our county. We have 499 ventilators available in the county at 11 o'clock in the morning. We have 58 ICU beds available in the county for adults. We have 46 ICU beds available for pediatrics, and we have 13 long-term care facility beds available for our residents. I will pass it to Mayor Demings and answer any question that you may have.
Okay, so I think in in the midst of the misery that we talked about, there's some bright points there. And we're managing the virus is essentially what we're saying to you. With that, we do have a couple of our county commissioners here, Commissioner Uribe and Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. So as we go to questions, if you have any questions, ask them, ask them the tough questions and leave the easier ones for us. So in either case, any questions that you all may have, we'll answer at this time.
Hi, Kelsey with West 2 News. This question is for most likely Mayor Demings as well as Dr. Pino. I know you talked a little bit about at the beginning of this press conference about what you saw over the 4th of July weekend. Can you talk a little bit more about that, just from what you've seen? Were people complying? Were there any big groups? Are you worried that we could see a higher surge? Or are you hopeful that people took this seriously? And that's for both of you guys, please.
For me, I drove around the county quite a bit. I saw a much better response during the Independence Day weekend than I did during the Memorial Day weekend in terms of people who were wearing masks and following the CDC guidelines. That was the type of desired response we wanted to see from our community, and I believe that if that continues, then we somewhat control our destiny going forward in terms of stopping the spread of the virus. Dr. Pino?
No, I agree with the mayor. I went around a little bit. I also was embarrassed. Went into Home Depot, forgot my mask in the car, came out to the garden area, and this guy told me, hey, psst, you are talking about the mask, for who you want. So, but I had it in the car. So yes, I have seen an increase in the use of masks, and also an increase on the display of businesses requiring people wearing masks. So that's an important step. And we can do more, and we should. It works, it works, it works. And the data is telling us that if we mask on, will we see a reduction in the number of cases? We can bring it down to what it was.
With News 13. This question's, again, most likely for Mayor Demings here, but can you comment as to the executive order that just came out from the Florida Department of Education, basically stating that schools must open a brick and mortar location 5 days a week going into the school year next month with certain waivers applicable? Do you think this is okay in terms of safety with COVID-19, and just what are your initial thoughts on that overall?
Those are decisions that really are going to primarily have to rest with the respective school districts throughout the state of Florida. There's probably a way for them to be able to open in a safe manner if they follow the CDC guidelines. They're going to have to be creative to ensure that the areas are sanitized as best as possible. They're going to have to be creative to ensure that there's appropriate distancing between the students. I believe that they have the opportunity to open with I think, a bifurcated type of an educational learning environment where some of it can be virtual, some of it can be in person. So I remain optimistic there for our children to be able to get back to school, to be able to learn. So we're just going to have to work with them to make it as safe as possible. And that requires all of us to work together. That's a month or so away, and if we continue to work together, I'm optimistic that we can lower the numbers and contain the virus to the extent we can, and our children can return to school. So again, I want to leave you with that bit of optimism going forward. The healthcare experts are giving an abundance of guidance to our school districts in order to be able to do it. I have grandchildren within the Orange County Public Schools, and so I don't want them returning to an environment if it's not safe for them to be able to do so. So much like the parents and others out there, I know that everybody remains truly concerned about this. Even the teachers and the staff that works within those schools, they're all very concerned, but there's a way for us to do it, I believe. Okay. Mayor Dyer, you want anything? No?
Yeah, this is Rafael from Telemundo. This question is for Dr. Pino in Spanish. ¿Cómo está, doctor Pino?
Muy bien.
La pregunta es, con todo lo que está ocurriendo esta semana y la próxima semana en Disney, con MLS, equipos de NBA viniendo, la reapertura de los parques, ¿cómo se siente usted al respecto? ¿Cree que estamos en capacidad de manejar esta situación?
So the question was, with everything that is happening with Disney and MLS and NBA coming, do I feel confident that this could be done? Mira, hemos estado muy envueltos en conversaciones con la NBA y MLS en el área. La cuestión es cuántos testing strategy closest, or there is transmission between teams, and that will indicate, some kind of different action needed. But they both are willing to, if we suggest so, if the need arises, to take some harder consideration to the tournaments itself, if this were to become an issue. But we are not expecting it. In some cases, they are testing their players twice a day, and some of the initial cases that may have come already acquired from other locations were detected. So the system is working as it was designed. So we are hopeful that it can continue to be the way it is. Thank you.
I have a few for you, Dr. Pino, that were texted in. This first one comes from Nikki Zizaza from WKMG. Dr. Pino, can you confirm if Advent Health is about 1 week away from reaching capacity in Central Florida?
I don't know the question to that. The answer to that, the data that I offered was all beds, includes all systems. It could be that Advent Health in some areas may have more cases than in other areas because they're run across, I believe 7 counties. So I will not know the answer. That's a question for Advent Health.
This next one for you, Dr. Pino, comes from Matthew Petty here with WMFE. He goes, Governor DeSantis wants to make antibody tests more widely available. Are there plans to ramp up antibody testing in Orange County?
There are plans.
Lauren Seabrook here for you, Dr. Pino. Has the county or state seen anyone test positive for COVID-19 for a second time?
I don't know the answer to that. What we have seen is people testing twice. If she's referring to someone being positive twice, a person that was positive, negative, and then positive, I have not seen that yet. But it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It just haven't seen it.
Thank you. These last few are for Mayor Demings. Mayor Demings, text in from Nassim Miller from Orlando Sentinel. Why aren't the health systems in Orange County releasing their COVID-19 hospitalizations data? Have you had any conversations with them? And why can't we access this data without having to request it from the Department of Health?
Well, currently they're required to report the data to the Department of Health. And so I think across the county, across the region, across the state, the Department of Health is a keeper of the information. Then some of the data within the respective hospital is proprietary. It's unique to that particular hospital, and they do share the data with me. Verbally, we have conversations several times a week about it as we endeavor to make decisions on behalf of the residents. I go to Dr. Pino, and he shares with me what he sees in his dashboard on a daily basis.
This one is from Lauren Seabrook. Today, the Miami mayor made an emergency order to shut down restaurants, venues, and gyms again. At what point would you consider doing that here?
I believe that we would consider that in consultation with our health experts if they were able to identify a disproportionate number of restaurants and gyms as outbreak centers or clusters that started an outbreak. So we aren't seeing that at this point.
This is from Steve Moore with WUCF.
Mayor, are you confident it's the right decision to reopen Disney World this weekend?
At this point, I'm fairly comfortable with the decision that Disney has made to reopen because of the extent that they have gone through to ensure it's a safe environment. Again, we saw something positive today in terms of the lowering of the positivity rate within the last week and some other things. So we have to take the good news where there's bad news as well, and we have to try to get our economy stimulated, but we don't want to do that at the expense of risking people's safety. So what Disney reviewed with all of us several weeks ago now should be in place, and we'll just have to monitor it going forward.
This next one's from Troy Campbell with WKMG. Mayor Demings, what is your message to people criticizing the decision by major sports leagues to bring hundreds of players and staff to our area at a time when cases of the coronavirus, particularly in Orange County, have risen significantly?
We have to balance out, I think, the environment that they're going to be playing in. It's an isolated environment. And both leagues are going through great lengths to ensure the safety of their players. And if the leagues and the players and the staff believe that they can do it safely in consultation with the healthcare experts, then I say, why not try it? You know, I think America is starving for the televised sporting competitions, and so it's a way for us to get beyond the COVID-19 fatigue that we're experiencing. This is an emotional, I think, mental health concern for all of America. So here we have an opportunity to try to speak to all of those things. So at some point, if it appears that it's too risky for the players and the staff, then I am confident that the league will make the appropriate decision and not go forward.
This next question comes from Scott Maxwell with the Orlando Sentinel. Mayor, last week you said you're going to look into the $276,000 worth of bonuses handed out at Visit Orlando. I was wondering if you had done so yet, and if so, had any thoughts?
We're in the process of trying to understand what happened at Visit Orlando. I've been a little busy, you know, with some running the county and had full budget meetings today, so I just haven't had the opportunity to delve into the details of that. So we'll continue to review that.
And this last one is from Ryan Lynch with Orlando Business Journal. Let's see. For Mayor Demings, what other budget impacts do you expect the county to deal with as it weathers this pandemic?
I started out today by telling you that I think one of the casualties of the pandemic will be, at the very least, be a delay in the expansion or new construction associated with our convention center. The convention center, with the cancellation of numerous shows, are going to have to come up with some contingency plans to reduce their overall expenses associated with operating the convention center. So that'll come forward. We will see the same happen with other county departments. We will not be
All right, everybody, I'm having a little bit of issue here with the tape playback on the News Now set, but that is a-okay. We've got a live event to take you out to here. It appears this is about a 5-acre fire. Actually, that's not what that is. This is the Fort Hood Senior Commander Major General Scott F. Lant III, Corps Deputy Commanding General, making a statement on the current status of the Special Vanessa Guillen investigation at the 3 Corps headquarters. So again, we're going to listen in here. Should be just moments away here, everyone. We just had a little bit of an introduction and a warning that it should be getting underway in just a few moments here. I'm going to have the audio up for you. Cameras as needed. Well, we have a little bit of time. I will read to you the latest from our sister station, Fox 7 in Austin, Texas. The lawyer for the family of Vanessa says Army investigators have identified the remains as the missing soldiers. This is a statement from attorney Natalie Kawam. On July 3rd, the Army called me to confirm that the bones, hair, and other remains found belong to Vanessa Guillen. We are at a loss for words. This should have never happened. Our country has lost a beautiful young soldier because the system is broken. On June 30th, partial human remains were found close to the Leon River in Bell County, Texas, an area of interest in the search for Guillen. More remains were found in another shallow grave on July 1st. The remains were also encased in a cement-like substance. According to an affidavit, the 20-year-old specialist was bludgeoned to death on April 22nd by fellow special Aaron Robinson. Robinson's girlfriend, Cecily Aguilar, told military investigators she helped him dismember Guillen, hiding her body near the Leon River. Guillen's family and attorney Natalie Kawam say Robinson sexually harassed Guillen. Robinson committed suicide when authorities confronted him. Memorials and protests were held this weekend, even on Independence Day, July 24th, for Guillen. Calls for justice were heard at a march and protest at Discovery Green in Houston on Saturday night. So that's the latest there. We are expecting an update on the investigation here in just moments, everyone, from Fort Hood, Texas. While we're waiting for this news conference to get underway, everybody, we're going to watch some special coronavirus-related coverage from our sister station, Fox 5 in Atlanta.
Fulton County schools have announced their reopening plans for next month, but some students complain those plans don't go far enough. Fox 5's Emily Aketa has more on the push for increased safety measures at schools.
With the coronavirus pandemic top of mind for many, there's certainly no shortage of feedback for school districts. Here in Fulton County, we're seeing some people express their concerns through online petitions as the county clocks in the second highest number of COVID-19 cases in the state. The start of the 2020 school year is quickly approaching, pressuring Metro Atlanta school districts to begin solidifying their plans for what the academic year will look like. But as COVID-19 tightens its grip on Georgia, there are a lot of opinions about how to achieve a safe return.
I think it was very careless and not thought through well enough.
Rising junior Michael Rainwater created a petition against Fulton County schools after the superintendent said masks will not be mandated for students inside the building, but will be required for teachers and anyone on buses. The district also rolled out plans for sanitizing stations and increased cleaning routines, physical barriers in high traffic areas, and distance seating arrangements in the cafeteria.
I believe that we are better off influencing through the power of relationship.
Rainwater and the hundreds who signed his petition argue that lesson isn't worth the risk.
So without a mandate on masks, students are more apt to not wear them. And there's going to be massive spreading, in my opinion.
Several districts, including Gwinnett, Fulton, and Cobb counties, will offer remote and in-person instruction. Those plans continuing to evolve as the state clocks in new records for single-day increases in COVID-19 cases. Students in both Fulton and Cobb County now with a later start date on August 17th.
Everything that we are communicating today is our intent as of today, but is completely dependent on what the data says.
That online petition goes on to demand Fulton County schools eliminate anyone from eating inside of the cafeterias and introduce adults into the hallways to monitor traffic. For a full list of the online petition's demands, you can visit our website, fox5atlanta.com. From the Fulton County Schools Administrative Center, Emily Ikeda, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, accommodations for special needs students will be a challenge. Now, because of coronavirus concerns, as Emily said, the Cobb County Board of Education voted to delay the start of the school year there, also until August 17th. School was originally scheduled to begin August 3rd. Officials say delaying the start will give students, parents, teachers, and principals time to better prepare for the health challenges ahead.
With schools and public spaces considering their reopening options, some health experts have brought up a strategy known as pool testing. This is when test samples from groups get combined, and instead of running each person's COVID-19 swab test individually, this method is supposed to save time and money while expanding testing. If the results come back negative, then everyone in the group is negative, but if they are positive, things get a little bit more complicated.
As soon as you have a positive, you have to go back and rescreen each person to identify who is positive and who is not.
Pool testing has been used in the past during the AIDS epidemic and to test military personnel during World War II.
A nonprofit that tutors children after school has had to shift its focus to help the parents of those children during the pandemic. The organization started a program called More Than a Mask. Fox 5's Denise Dillon tells us moms who lost their jobs when COVID-19 hit are once again earning a wage.
This room is typically used by a nonprofit organization to tutor children, but now it's also a sewing room for the moms of those children where they are making masks.
I love it. I'm learning, and it's to help, and to learn more, and it's to help our neighbors.
Dilma Garcia can often be found sitting at her sewing machine making masks.
I did have to go through a learning curve, but I'm advancing every day.
The nonprofit organization Corners Outreach in Gwinnett has been helping children with after-school tutoring since 2012. During the pandemic, the organization shifted their focus to the parents of those children.
We learned that we have some talent in the community. Many of the parents have lost their jobs. And so as we learned that there is a talent of sewing in the community.
When Corners Outreach learned that many of the moms knew how to sew, they put them to work making masks.
We had approximately 101 moms that know how to sew. There's a shortage of masks also in our communities as a whole. And so we put those two together.
The moms are paid $4 per mask. They're sold online for $10. The moms can stay at home with their children and still make money. And now they'll be sewing even more. Corners Outreach just got a grant from Welcoming America for $10,000. They'll be making 1,000 masks for farm workers in Georgia. Susie Azucena Peñalosa has already made about 300 masks. She's hoping the More Than a Mask program keeps on growing.
So that more mothers can stay at home and not have to be out looking for employment.
If you want to find out more about the organization or you want one of these masks, which are being sold online, you can go to cornersoutreach.org. In Gwinnett County, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
With record unemployment and job insecurity, how do you save during these times? You can, and the Fox 5 team's Dana Fowle has some doable ideas for us. Good morning to you, Dana.
Good morning. And I wonder if a lot of people are like me when this quarantine got going. I was saving a whole lot of money, and I thought, what in the world is going on? Well, for me, wasn't eating out. No brunch with the ladies. I wasn't tagging along on out-of-state kids' sports, which cost tons of money. But then all of a sudden, it crept up again, my spending, because I was doing tons of online shopping. That delivery guy was here every day until I realized, this is nuts. I've got to cut it out. So don't be like me, the old me, be like me now, because this is what I'm doing. I am like you. There's all sorts of uncertainty still out there, financial uncertainty. So let's figure out how to keep accruing our savings while either being underemployed right now or maybe working but not sure what's going to happen next. So here are 3 things we're going to talk about today. Number 1, getting a $1,000 in savings. Number 2, snowball bill pay. Number 3, you're going to learn to talk to your creditors. Let's go back to number 1. Now is when you get that emergency savings pumped up. Let's start with the $1,000 in savings right now. Jim Adamczyk of Fairwinds Credit Union breaks it down for us.
Our first milestone on the journey to financial freedom is to save $1,000. And that's as simple as $2.74 a day or $84 a month. You can do it. I know it sounds big, but you can do it.
So now is the time to start going over your monthly bills, your credit card, cable, utilities, all of it, because your budget that you used in March probably isn't the same budget you are using today. That money you used to spend eating out, save it. Putting gas in the car to commute, if you're not doing that right now, save that money. And then when you get that $1,000 in there, we go to the next step. It's time to start slicing off the credit card debt.
And what we like to call it is the snowball effect. And so it's widely used strategy. You take all of your debt and you line them up in sequence by biggest balance to littlest balance. And then you pay the minimum payments on everything all the way down the row except the smallest balance. And you put all your extra income to that smallest balance credit card or store card or whatever it is, and you pay that off and then you cut it up.
And then after you cut that one up, you go to the next credit card with the lowest balance and you chip away at that one more than you do the others until that one's gone. And your goal is to eliminate that credit card debt altogether. Now let's talk about number 3. You've gotten yourself in a jam, maybe you're out of work, you're underemployed. Talk to your creditors. I'm not particularly in that position right now, but I am still getting emails every single day from every creditor saying, if you're having problems, let us know. Ping us, give us a call, let us know. They want to hear from you now more than they ever have before. They're listening now, and they want to hear from you on the front end. So pick up the phone. I think these 3 things are really helpful for us to get back on some sort of financial footing. Caitlin?
Absolutely. And let's go back to that number 1 piece of advice, the $1,000 in saving. Once you reach that goal, do you keep going or?
Yeah, you absolutely keep going. I mean, the goal is you want emergency savings. We're in the middle of an emergency, folks. This is what we have been talking about forever. You really needed 3 to 6 months. If you don't have it, start with the $1,000, keep building, because you might definitely have to dip into this.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're learning that the hard way. Some strategy to savings. Thanks, Dana. Cases of COVID-19 continuing to rise here in Georgia. This morning, the State Department of Public Health says there are 95,516 confirmed cases statewide. That's an increase of close to 31,000 from just 2 weeks ago. Dr. Neil Winnower from Emory University School of Medicine joining us now with the latest. Dr. Winnower, good morning. Let's dig right into this. The possibility of post-holiday weekend cases, sure to be something to watch at this point, right?
Yeah, that's a big worry, but I'll even go a few steps before that and talk about Memorial Day holiday that we're still going to see and some of the protests and demonstrations. That's a big concern. Cases rising across the Southwest, Florida with over 10,000 cases a day, Texas, Arizona, California, and as you mentioned here in Georgia, definitely cases on the rise. And we're worried because real sickness lags weeks behind, so we're really worried what's going to be happening in these next few weeks.
Now, with a resurgence in cases just in the last few weeks across Georgia, viewers wondering what symptoms, what should we be looking out for at this point?
Well, there are many, but also a lot of similar ones with a viral infection. You have your fever, your body ache, the potential chills. Upper respiratory symptoms are big. Cough, runny nose, stuffy nose. One of the really specific ones is loss of taste or smell, if you have that, or pink eye. Those seem to be very, very characteristic in this day and age for coronavirus. Then headache, sore throat as well. GI symptoms, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea can also be symptoms of the virus. And then the ones you really should be very concerned with and seek medical attention, particularly shortness of breath or chest pain. Those are ones that definitely should be on your mind to get checked out if you have them.
You've been guiding us through this for the past few months. Any significant studies just in the past week you want to talk about?
Yeah, I would like. Unfortunately, I don't have medication studies to talk about, but I do have a few important studies that I think the public should be aware. One is the consequences of the coronavirus. What I mean by that is we've seen less hospitalizations for other illnesses, so stroke, heart attack, pneumonia, appendicitis. There was one study that looked at 6 different diagnoses and compared them to the same time last year and found that those admissions are down 42%. And it's not because they're not happening, it's because people don't want to come to the hospital because they're concerned about catching an infection. So that's a concern. One of the real depressing things I saw is that cases of abuse were up, particularly child abuse. People are at home. It's a terrible thing to have to report on, but unfortunately, that's something that also is in the news and described. And then a few other things. One study was a study of pulse oximetry. This little device, if you can see, is called a pulse oximeter. It costs about $30 online, and it monitors your oxygen level in your blood. And one study looked at patients who had evidence of pneumonia on x-ray, but a good oxygen level and did not need to be in the hospital. So they were sent home with this device and told to come back if it dropped below 92, which is an abnormal level. And when those patients came back, 80% of the time they were admitted. So this little device, if you're sick with coronavirus, can be very helpful for you to monitor your oxygen level in your blood. And then lastly, there was a study on sterilization of N95 masks. You know, we're very concerned about the use of PPE, and we use N95 respirators, and there's no way for us to clean them. Well, this study looked at using a microwave and distilled water, which would produce steam, that anyone could clean their own N95. And I think hospitals may be setting up these cleaning stations because it was very impressive in terms of how it was able to sterilize the mask and then be used multiple times over.
Smart. Okay, we're talking about masks. What are your feelings about mandating that we wear masks throughout the state?
Yeah. This may not be very popular with some viewers, but I think that it should be. I've been pretty disheartened what I've been seeing in terms of people just congregating in groups without masks in the middle of the street, outside bars and restaurants, and especially the younger crowd. I mean, it's not as big a threat. It can be. There's a lot of young people who get sick with this, but they don't really feel that. And they have vulnerable people in their households who definitely can be sick. And I think sometimes you just have to tell people as a society what we need to do. We do it with seatbelts. We do it with smoking in restaurants. Sometimes for a short period of time, and what could be more patriotic than caring about your fellow citizen and making a sacrifice? I don't want people to think that it's not patriotic. I think it's a very patriotic thing to do. And if it was up to me, I would mandate it for a short period of time in those states where their levels have increased to a certain amount. So, because sometimes the horse is going to be out of the barn, and if we do that, at some point it's going to be a little too late.
Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Thank you, Dr. Neil Winnower, reassuring voice and face right now. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, Caitlin. And anyone who has questions, they can go to my Instagram and fire away. I'll be having a chat tonight. You're more than welcome to sign up and talk to me face-to-face, one-to-one.
Appreciate you.
Hundreds of healthcare workers are urging Governor Brian Kemp to do more as coronavirus cases increase. In fact, they wrote him a letter telling him their concerns about the state's response. News Edge reporter Brian Hill tells us what they want the governor to do right now.
The healthcare workers say they are seeing a troubling increase in cases and hospitalizations. If this continues, they fear it will overwhelm our healthcare infrastructure.
This costs the healthcare system lots of dollars. This is very expensive.
Dr. Sophie Lukashuk is one of more than 1,500 healthcare workers, mostly from Metro Atlanta, to sign this letter sent to Governor Brian Kemp, urging him to take action right now. They want him to close bars and nightclubs and prohibit indoor gatherings of more than 25 people, including at houses of worship.
The economic gains that we've made by lifting the restrictions are relatively small and short-lived.
Dr. Lukashuk says they want the governor to require face coverings statewide. Governor Kemp has said he has no plans of imposing new restrictions or mandating masks.
We strongly encourage all Georgians and visitors to wear face coverings in public to help mitigate viral spread.
Dr. Lukashuk spoke with us about the challenges treating COVID-19 patients.
These patients are difficult to take care of. These patients have a high death rate, so it's depressing.
The healthcare workers say unless we get control of this epidemic and see a decrease in cases, the state will not be able to safely send kids back to school in the fall. They tell us this will have long-lasting repercussions on their education, health, and well-being.
We felt that it was too early to lift restrictions. The problems we're grappling with now are a result of those decisions.
You can read the entire letter online at fox5atlanta.com. The healthcare workers say they have not heard back from the governor just yet. Brian Hill, Fox 5 News.
All right, everybody, we're taking a live look at downtown San Francisco, California. Off in the distance, looks like an absolutely gorgeous day out there. Plenty of sunshine, definitely lots of people in the harbor on the water. Again, I hope you are having a great day. Pilar Arias here with you. We are on standby for any live news, coronavirus updates from across the country. When and if we get them, we will certainly bring them to you right here. But I do have that update that we were waiting for from Fort Hood, Texas, to show you right now.
Friends and members of the media, thank you for making the trip and joining us here during this tough time. I appreciate your ongoing assistance. Our heartfelt condolences go out to the family and friends of Specialist Vanessa Guillen. Our thoughts and prayers are with them during this difficult time. I lack the words to make sense of this tragic loss. Vanessa was part of our Army family, and her loss accordingly is felt throughout the Army and throughout the world. Sadly, I stand here to report that the search for Specialist Vanessa Guillen has resulted in the very outcome that I had prayed it would not have from the very beginning. The Armed Forces Forensic Examiner has determined through DNA analysis that the remains found near the Leon River are in fact those of Vanessa. The Guillen family was notified of this yesterday, which in turn allows me to come forward and share this information with you today publicly. We're now confronted with the aftermath of one of the most heinous acts I can imagine. While searching for Vanessa, we had continued to investigate the circumstances that led to her disappearance. Each action was taken with the deliberate hope that we would find her alive and unharmed and be able to return her to her family and friends. There are no words that convey the sense of loss, to her family, her friends, and her fellow soldiers that I feel during this tremendously difficult time. We all feel her loss, the loss of a vibrant young woman who bravely volunteered to serve her country, the loss of a talented soldier, the loss of a loving family member, and the loss of a friend with a bright future ahead of her. All of us here, as part of Vanessa's Army family, know that our pain pales in comparison to that being endured by the Guillen family. And I ask you to please join us in remembering her family in prayer and comfort them in this time of incredible grief. When a person of Vanessa's caliber and character is ripped away, I don't think there's any closure to something like that. But I know there is a tomorrow, and that's an opportunity to do what's right for what Vanessa stood for and what she meant to us. Recognizing this, the Army will continue to move forward in the following ways. First and foremost, we'll honor Vanessa and her memory as part of our Army. She is part of our history, and she will not be forgotten. Second, we'll assist the U.S. District Attorney Western Division as they take the lead in investigating and prosecuting those associated with Vanessa's murder. Third, we will complete the ongoing investigation in sexual harassment and take actions against those findings. And please know that every person who raises their right hand to serve their family and their country in uniform deserves to be safe and treated with dignity and respect. To the victims of sexual harassment and assault, we hear you, we believe you, and I encourage you to come forward. The Army will not stop its efforts to eradicate sexual harassment and sexual assault until it no longer exists in our formations, because that's the Army standard. And then fourth, I'll continue to seek external assistance and review to ensure any shortcomings indicated during this troubling time are thoroughly identified and addressed as appropriate. But these actions, these larger actions, will come in due course. Right here, right now, at this moment, it's about Vanessa Guillen. It's about what she stood for. It's about what she meant to us. I'm going to turn the podium over to Colonel Ralph Overland, Vanessa Guillen's regimental commander, to share a few thoughts about exactly how she affected all of us here in our Army family and our near-term way ahead. Thank you. Colonel Overland.
I am here today with the heaviest of hearts and sadness. Our thoughts and prayers remain with Specialist Vanessa Guillen's family, her friends, and fellow soldiers as we grieve together in this tragedy. Our loss of Vanessa Guillen has devastated us all and left a hole in our formation. Her fellow troopers in the 3rd Cavalry Regiment and units across Fort Hood remain concerned and committed to recovering Vanessa since the day she disappeared. Thousands have searched, dedicated to finding our soldier, because we never quit and we never leave a fallen comrade. I humbly would like to take a moment to honor our fallen soldier, Specialist Vanessa Guillen. Vanessa Guillen was a warrior, highly trained and proficient in her duties. She embodied all the qualities that the American people expect and rely on our soldiers to be to defend our country. She was strong, courageous, and caring. Vanessa Guillen was a dedicated American soldier. Specialist Vanessa Guillen was an outstanding soldier and highly valued member of the 3rd Cavalry Regiment. I spoke with many of her fellow soldiers from units across the regiment who served with her and who have helped search since her disappearance. I could see the intense sadness in their faces and hear it in their voices. They missed their friend and spoke of her qualities as a person and a professional soldier. Her fellow soldiers all described Vanessa as very caring, dedicated to her profession, and an expert in her craft. She always went above and beyond to accomplish the mission and ensure that her teammates were successful. Our duty now is to honor Specialist Vanessa Guillen, her service to our country, and care for the Guillen family throughout these difficult times. There is no greater way for a soldier to render that honor than by assisting family members in the aftermath of their loss. Nothing is more vital than the solemn covenant the Army holds with soldiers and families. When we learned of Vanessa's death, the 3rd Cavalry Regiment was dedicated to ensuring the Guillen family was informed in the most dignified and respectful manner. As we move forward, we will remain steadfast in our care, compassion, and assistance to the Guillen family with the utmost dignity and respect. We honor Specialist Vanessa Guillen and her service to our country. We will never forget her. We keep Vanessa Guillen in our hearts and the Guillen family in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Major General Eflant, thank you again for coming today. Out of respect for the Guillen.
All right, everybody, so that's the latest from the Army there on the Vanessa Guillen investigation, Fort Hood, Texas. We're taking a live look now at New York City, just outside the Fox News headquarters. I believe this is Midtown Manhattan, right across the street from the Radio City Music Hall, Rockefeller Center area. Definitely seeing some more people on the New York streets than we have been previously during the more stringent lockdowns. Hey, I am keeping a very close eye out for all coronavirus related coverage from across the country. Anything that happens live, I will have for you right here on the stream. Meanwhile, though, I'm going to take you out to Santa Clara County, California, where they have updated their outdoor dining rules. I know a lot of places are doing this, New York included, to try to get some people back at restaurants without putting their health at risk.
Servicio al aire libre. Nosotros creemos que bajo la orden del Estado, restaurante al aire libre, del tema, pregunta acerca de este tema, el incremento ha sido más de 5% condado en el estado de California de julio, pero si no se recibe el 13 de julio, mic check, can you hear me okay? Is that okay? Does that work? Okay. Great. Good afternoon. My name is David Campos, D-A-V-I-D-C-A-M-P-O-S, and I serve as the Public Information Officer for the County of Santa Clara's Emergency Operations Center. And today I'm here to simply make a couple of points. First of all, as you know, a few days back, Dr. Cody, our Public Health Officer, presented a proposed new health order that essentially would shift away from an industry-focused strategy with respect to COVID-19 to a new framework that actually focuses on risk reduction. Under the proposed order, you would have many activities and businesses that would be allowed to resume operation subject to following very strict guidelines that would be provided by the County of Santa Clara. As we noted when we presented that health order, that requires the approval of a variance application by the state of California. We're here to note that over the weekend, and you have copies of the email that was sent to us, the state of California informed us that based on the numbers as of the weekend, that they did not believe that our numbers met the requirements of the metric. Nevertheless, we continue to have discussions with the state, and to be more precise about the issue that is highlighted by the state, it's the issue of hospitalizations. The metric that the state has provided is a metric that essentially says that a county cannot have more than a 5% increase in hospitalizations or more than 20 hospitalizations. With respect to that issue, the County of Santa Clara in many respects is actually the victim of its own success, because our numbers were so low in terms of hospitalizations that any increase, even if the increase was not as big relative to other counties, any increase could actually end up having the county have more than a 5% increase. And so even though we have an infection rate per 100,000 residents that is as low as it gets in the Bay Area and certainly in the state, based on a reading of that metric, that could be an issue in terms of the variance application. So, in the spirit of openness and transparency, we continue to provide information to the state. We are engaging in ongoing conversations about the data. As that progresses, we will inform the public of what we hear from the state. And again, we are cautiously optimistic that we can resolve that issue, but ultimately the ball is on the state's court. The second point that I want to talk about is the fact that we had over the weekend a visit of at least 2 establishments in South County, of 2 restaurants that had outdoor dining by the ABC, which is the Alcoholic Beverage Control Agency for the state of California. And as we understand what happened, a letter was presented to those establishments basically saying that along the lines that were described by Governor Newsom, that they were there to enforce against any indoor dining that was taking place. As you know, indoor dining has not been allowed in the county of Santa Clara, so we were surprised that that was an issue because these establishments were not doing that. But orally, they were informed that the focus was actually on outdoor dining. We simply note that under the order that we issued, outdoor dining is allowed. And as far as we are concerned with respect to the state order, outdoor dining is also allowed because the state order says nothing about prohibiting outdoor dining. And in fact, if you look at what has transpired in other parts of the state and in the Bay Area, a number of counties actually opened up outdoor dining on their own without seeking a variance because the state order is silent on that issue. Nevertheless, with respect to not only Santa Clara County, but also Alameda County, ABC has chosen to engage in enforcement, at least with a couple of establishments. And I know that all of this creates a lot of confusion to our businesses, to our residents, and what we want them to know is that as far as the county of Santa Clara is concerned, we believe that outdoor dining is allowed under our order, and that is consistent with the state order. And so we will continue to say that unless and until the state informs us directly that that's not the case. And up to today, we have not received any information from any state agency that in fact is not true. So to the extent that folks, individual establishments have questions about ABC and its enforcement, we would simply ask them to call ABC, to call the state. We cannot speak for the state. Throughout this process, we have made it clear that our residents, our citizens have to follow both state law and local law, the state order and the local order. And where one is stricter than the other, the one that's stricter applies. And that exactly is what's going on here, that we believe that outdoor dining is allowed. So with that, I'll take questions.
David, 2 questions. 1, did you contact the state and ask them what ABC is doing? And then 2, on the first issue, which is separate, you had talked about your hospitalizations were so low that you could double the number and still get out of it. What are those numbers that we're looking at there? So we can take those in either order.
I think I would encourage you to look at our website, our dashboard. I think they're somewhere in the 80s. I'm not sure what the exact number is today as we speak.
Right, but what was that increase because they were so low?
I think that you had, we can follow up on the specific numbers. I believe that, at some point we had numbers in the 30s. And you know, the fact that they may have gone to somewhere in the 80s, you know, percentage-wise, that certainly would go beyond the 5% increase. But in terms of numbers, you know, it's still, as Dr. Cody said, we went from very low to low, and that is not something that is considered by the metric, because the metric doesn't look at actual numbers; it actually looks at the percentage. And so you could go from very low to low and still have a percentage that doesn't meet the metric that the state has put out.
And my other question?
What was the second question? I'm sorry.
Contact the state?
You know, we have been in communications with the state on a number of issues. As far as I know, at no point have we, you know, been told that by any state agency that outdoor dining is not allowed.
So bottom line, so you didn't apply for permission to open outdoor dining because you did not believe that you needed it?
Well, I think a number of counties opened up outdoor dining because the state order is silent on the issue. And, you know, the way that people have interpreted state orders is that something is prohibited when it is expressly prohibited, but when the state is silent, that is left to the local jurisdiction to decide how to proceed. And so a number of counties in the Bay Area actually proceeded to allow outdoor dining without seeking express permission from the state. 2 counties now are in that predicament, you know, Santa Clara and Alameda. And by the way, outdoor dining, as you know, has been allowed for quite some time. It's actually a matter of weeks that has been allowed, and it isn't until now that we see enforcement by ABC.
But isn't it in your interest to sort of speak with a singular voice? Because when you say we believe outdoor dining is permitted and the state says otherwise, it feels to businesses and to their clients chaotic and confusing.
We try to provide as much clarity as we can, you know, and I think that we believe, as many counties in the Bay Area and other parts of the state have believed, that because the state was silent on that issue, that it was left to the local jurisdiction to proceed. We take the role of the state very seriously, and we also take seriously the statement that has been made that where there is no guidance from the state, that, you know, it is up to that local jurisdiction to decide for itself what makes sense, and that's what we did.
And has that changed since then, now that you know that, and you're saying that we operated in absence of them saying anything otherwise? What's the clarification now?
Again, we have not been told by the state that outdoor dining is not allowed.
But if your county health officer called the state health officer, ABC is raiding your restaurants. Your health officer says X.
We
picked up the phone and called the state health officer and say, what the hell? And if not, why now?
We have had conversations with the state, and during those conversations, at no point has the state indicated to us that outdoor dining is not allowed.
How do they
have the 48 license?
I don't know. I would ask you to ask them.
But the license of 48 from ABC, it says, the 48 says alcohol and food. But the restaurant, Morgan Hill, didn't they operate with a 48 license, meaning they could have dining outside, but could not sell liquor on public street? And that's part of maybe the case?
I don't know the specifics of that. I don't want to speculate without really
you
knowing.
You can have alcohol, but you have to have it within your property to sell it. Maybe is that the reason why ABC showed up?
I don't want to speculate. I think you would have to ask them.
Okay, so
yes.
Hey, David, how often is the data analyzed, and will it be analyzed again before July 13th in relation to businesses such as gyms and salons? Because if that rate, depending on hospitalizations, can change, does that mean that any time it goes over that 5% threshold, that all of a sudden, you know, a variance could be pulled? Can you offer some clarification on that for us?
Well, that data is analyzed on an ongoing basis. It's not even just a daily basis. It's actually, you know, throughout the day. So I think it's an ongoing analysis, and based on that, there may be changes in terms of strategy or approach. I think Dr. Cody has noted that, and even when the order was presented, even with a variance, even if a variance were to be granted by the state, all the actual implementation of something depends on where the numbers are. And so, you know, the public health officer reserves the right to make any changes based on those numbers.
So how the county
But the 5%
Mhm.
that you referenced, David, that's the reason why the variance was not granted. Is that correct?
Well, from what we have heard from the state, it seems that that is a key concern. I don't want to speak for the state on anything else, but that's what we have been informed as the main reason. And of course as the numbers come in and as time progresses, percentages change based on those numbers. So that's something that will continue to be monitored between now and the 13th.
So if that's one of the metrics that's used, is there a disincentive to accept transfers from other counties that have more patients and less hospital capacity? If you're going to be penalized for the number of people that are in your hospitals, does that not then become a disincentive to accept transfers?
I think that would depend on how the state interprets that metric, and I think that that's one of the subjects of the ongoing conversation is like, what is the right interpretation of that metric?
David, if Santa Clara County is having trouble getting clarity and clarification from the state, isn't it a little bit difficult for restaurants to call ABC and expect to get an answer? What should restaurants right now do in terms of outdoor dining?
Well, again, I think that we are trying to provide as much clarity as we can. That's why we're in conversations with the state. At the same time, we do not want to be in a position, because we cannot, to speak for the state, which is why if there is a specific issue about a given state agency, ABC in this case, the only thing that we can do is to ask people to contact ABC. And what I would say is this, right, is that we as a county, like all these other counties, are trying to provide as much clarity on the issues that we control. And I think that if people have questions about things that are outside of our control, it is appropriate for them to contact the government entity that is responsible for those questions. And in this case, it is the state. And so I think it is appropriate for people and businesses to contact the state. We wish that that wasn't the case, that there would be more clarity, but that's unfortunately where we are. We are very respectful of the state's role in all of this, in their jurisdiction and authority, and we do not want to be in a position where we presume to speak for them.
One final question right here. Follow up and then follow up. Final question. At this point, then, the restaurants that were subjected to, first of all, they say that they were told by the agents that they were operating under Governor Newsom's order. And secondly, has the state then said anything to you about what restaurants can and can't do right now?
Again, the state has not informed the county of Santa Clara that outdoor dining is not allowed.
David, on the topic of the interpretation of the metrics that
Yes.
you speak of, is there a concern now that, depending on that interpretation, that this could leave open the door that, say, because you said the data changes from day to day, it's constantly being analyzed, I understand that. But from day to day, as that changes, the data, the metrics will change with it. So, say July 13th comes, you're able to get a variance, and then all of a sudden, because the data supports the underneath the 5%, but then a day later, it's you're past 5% again. So is there a concern that the state could come in again and be like, actually, never mind, Santa Clara County, just provide some clarity on that?
Well, that's always a possibility, and I think you would have to ask the state about that. I mean, the bottom line is this, when you look at the issue of the variance, right now a variance has been granted to just about every county in the state of California, right? And in this regard, it is rather interesting that Santa Clara County, which is actually doing better than just about any county in the state, somehow, because of the way that this is being interpreted, may not be able to qualify for a variance. And that's the interesting thing about this. We believe that it is safe for us to proceed along the lines that we have proposed with the new health order. We believe that the strategy underlying that approach is the right strategy to keep the county safe. We believe that unless the numbers change, dramatically between now and, July 13th, that is the right approach for us. And we hope to be able to, give the state the information they need so that they can understand that in fact is the case.
Thank you, everyone. We do need to get going. We're ready for a meeting. That is the responsibility for the confusion because Santa Clara County did not get that clarity originally, or is it on the state for not making it clear whether outdoor dining was allowed or not?
Again, I think I noted, what we believe. We have tried to be as responsible as we can, and this is not about pointing the finger at anyone here. We want clarity for our businesses, and we hope we can get them, and we can get that clarity. And again, where we have control over something, we're happy to clarify. Where it's the state, I think that clarity needs to come from them.
Thank you, Mr. Campos. Appreciate your time.
Thank
you. We'll get you to your next meeting. I'll get you background stuff afterwards, guys. Thank you. Roger.
Put forward as a county that needs to be monitored and needs support.
All right, everybody. Again, we are continuing to stay on top of all of the coronavirus-related updates that we can for you and other news from across the country. My name is Pilar Arias. Just me and Mike today, which means the stream will be ending earlier than usual, but still with you for a little bit right here. There's currently 306 of you watching on YouTube. I always wonder how many are watching on coronavirusnow.com. We are taking a live look at a brush fire in Colorado, courtesy of KDVR's version of Skyfox. A lot of wildfires breaking out across the country, including right here in Arizona. I know the Tonto Natural Bridge State Park is even closed due to a fire that's happening here in Arizona right now. So very serious stuff for sure. We've had updates from across the country today. Our sister station, Fox 29 Philly, Fox 5 Atlanta, Fox 2 Detroit, and even Fox 13 in Tampa, all providing us some sort of coronavirus-related coverage to bring you. We had that update out of Santa Clara County, California. We had California Governor Gavin Newsom. We had an update from Los Angeles County, from Connecticut, from New York City, from the state of New York, from New Jersey, and from Orange County, Florida. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to double box an update for you from earlier today while we also keep an eye on this brush fire in Colorado. I'm not seeing a name for the brush fire so far, but I'll definitely keep a very close eye on it for you right here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, I'm going to take you out northeast because these updates, Mike Page normally plays them really early in the morning. So if you're just tuning in or you're not an early riser, you may not have seen it. We're going to head on over to New York City with Bill de Blasio first.
But we also saw too much violence this weekend. And this is something that we have a lot of work to do to address. And it's directly related to all the dislocation that's happened over these last 4 months with the coronavirus. We particularly saw a concentration of shootings in Upper Manhattan, particularly in Harlem and Manhattan North Command. This is something we have to double down on to address. And it's not because of one thing. Let's be really clear. There's not one cause for something like this. There's a lot of different pieces. And again, the fact that the court system's not working, the economy is not working, people have been pent up for months and months, so many issues underlying this challenge. But to address it, it's not just one answer either. It's going to take a lot of different pieces. Of course, it's going to take neighborhood policing, which has helped us get so far. We're going to have to double down on neighborhood policing efforts in Upper Manhattan. It will take the efforts of clergy and block associations and elected officials and civic groups and parents and the Cure Violence movement. We're going to need all hands on deck to address this issue. I'll be joining with community leaders and law enforcement leaders in Harlem via video conference today to focus every resource we have on addressing this issue. And we have to think about all of the tools we can bring to bear here, including how we deploy our police and the approaches they take, how we focus on young people and make sure we pull them away from the influences that are negative around them. We have a lot to do. But I can tell you something about the people of Harlem. People of Harlem have been through a lot, not just in the last 4 months, but over years and decades, and every single time they have fought back. I was up in Harlem on Friday, as we installed the Black Lives Matter mural. There's tremendous pride, there's tremendous energy in Harlem, there's history of people making things happen for the betterment of the community in Harlem, and we're going to see that again. We will never go back in this city, and we're going to focus all our energies right now on addressing these issues in Upper Manhattan and then many other issues beyond. Commissioner Shea this morning is meeting with the Chief Judge for the state and with the DAs for the 5 boroughs, working on how we all together confront gun violence, how we get the system restarted, how we have a truly coordinated effort to fight this back. And I know everyone can and will work together to address this issue. We've all come together in this city many times before, and what we've done in these last months is particularly notable. This disease, this unseen enemy that threw us such an extraordinary challenge without a roadmap, trying to figure out together how we would fight it back. New Yorkers should be very proud of how far we have come. So now let me turn to the good news, that phase 1 of the restart has been successful so far. Phase 2 has been successful so far. Today, we begin phase 3. And we begin phase 3 because of the hard work you've all put in. And I'm always going to thank you for it, and then I'm always going to remind you to keep doing what you're doing. The social distancing works. The face coverings work. We have to stick with it. But today is a good day because about 50,000 people will come back to work and start their livelihoods again. A whole range of personal services will be available again. And we're starting simultaneously a lot of recreation activities in our parks. Basketball, handball, volleyball, bocce, all will be up and running again. Dog runs will be open again. It will be more of summer again because we did this hard work to get this far, and we cannot let up now. And as a reminder, what happens when people let up, look around the country, look at the places that unfortunately did let up, that didn't stick to the smart rules, and they are suffering now, and I feel awful for them, and I hope they all come out of it soon. But this is why we did not move forward with indoor dining, because we've seen the restaurants and bars, indoor dining, cause so much of the resurgence in other states. So that's something that will be on hold for a substantial amount of time until we can figure out the right way to do that safely. Now, people are coming back to work and people are engaging their lives again in so many ways. And we see the evidence, which I'll go over with you. And look, it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure we do this safely. The city's going to keep working hard to make sure this is done safely. The MTA has been doing great work. We need them to keep doing it because more and more people are coming back to the subways and buses. So I'm going to compare this last Wednesday, July 1st, to 2 weeks earlier, June 17th. And in that 2-week phase, subway ridership up 18%, now over 1.1 million riders a day. Bus ridership up 12% over the same period, now also almost 1.1 million riders. Staten Island ferry ridership up 15%, and that's why starting today we have gone back to the full rush hour service that we had before the coronavirus hit. What's interesting is we do see more traffic into Manhattan on the East River bridges and the Harlem River bridges, 3% and 7% respectively. But very notably, mass transit usage is going up substantially faster than car traffic, and that's in many ways a good thing and a good sign that people are feeling more and more comfortable and ready to engage. But again, do it safely, with the face coverings, with the social distancing, remembering how important it is to each other, to your family, to yourself, to stay safe. Now, as we have moved ahead with outdoor restaurant seating, that's been a huge success. We are not doing the indoor, as I said, but we've moved forward with the outdoor, and that's been a great success. People have really, really engaged it. The customers have come, the employees have come back to work, people have gotten their livelihoods back, businesses have been saved. We've been very focused on making sure enforcement is strong at these restaurants that are now open, particularly on weekends, of course. So we had 700 city personnel, including the sheriff's office, out in full force over the July 4th weekend. And I just want to say the sheriff's office has been doing tremendous work on many, many fronts. I want to thank the sheriff and his whole team. People don't know a lot about him, but what they're doing has been absolutely crucial to fighting back this virus and making sure this city is safe in so many ways. So thank you, Sheriff, and your whole team. So a huge number of personnel out where most of the bars and restaurants are. 1,000 businesses were inspected this weekend. 85% were in immediate compliance. Those that needed to make adjustments, the inspectors stayed until issues were addressed. Sometimes it meant moving farther apart or dispersing crowds. This is going to be the model from this point on, a huge number of personnel out addressing issues. But what we see is overwhelmingly both the restaurant owners and the customers are doing the right thing. Sometimes people need some help, sometimes they need some reminders, but overwhelmingly we're seeing people are doing the right thing. Now the restaurants outdoors, I said, huge success. Over 7,000 restaurants now have the outdoor seating under the open restaurant program. We are going to continue to work with those restaurants to make sure they are able to do a great job for their customers, but also stay safe. So what we're doing from this point on, any new restaurant that applies, not only are we going to do the self-certification, but we're going to have immediately a call from a city official the same day they self-certify to go over the safety rules to make sure that we address all issues up front so people know exactly what they have to do to stay safe. I know our restaurant owners want to do things the right way. Sometimes some extra communication helps, so that's what we're going to do. Okay, let's go over today's indicators. And again, we keep looking at the trend here. It is a really good trend because of your hard work. And please remember, every day we see progress. It's because of you, but it's also a day to remember we got to keep at it because we want to keep reopening and we want to have life come back to as much normal as possible in this city. We can only do it with your hard work. So let's look at the indicators. Number one, daily number of people admitted to hospitals for suspected COVID-19, threshold of 200. Today, 62 patients. Number two, daily number of people in health and hospitals ICUs, threshold of 375. Today, 276, 100 less. That's fantastic. And most importantly, percentage of people testing citywide positive for COVID-19, threshold of 15%, and today the lowest we have ever seen, 1%. So that's fantastic. Just to give you a little bit of extra appreciation for what you've all achieved, at the height of this crisis, we had 850 people admitted to the hospital for suspected COVID-19 in a single day. Compare that to the 62 we're reporting today. At the height, we had 71% testing positive. Compare that to 1% today. A lot to be proud of. A few words in Spanish. Llegar a la fase 3 quiere decir que hay más neoyorquinos que de nuevo pueden ganarse la vida.
Hi there, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Rich, how you doing? How was your weekend?
Well, it was terrific, actually, great. I didn't burn the hamburgers. So
there you go. I'm proud of you, Rich.
So listen, I did want to ask about the shootings and how serious you see it, and also if Chief Monahan can chime in about what he sees as the cause of this uptick, if you will.
Yeah, Rich, it's a very serious situation. And I've been talking about it for weeks now. We've been seeing some troubling signs we have to address very aggressively and with the whole community. So there's no question that as we're getting into warmer and warmer weather, and we're feeling the effects of people being cooped up for months, and the economy obviously has not restarted to anywhere the extent we need it to. So there's a lot less for people to do. We have a real problem here. And I think profoundly the fact that our court system is not functioning and needs to function again underlies all of this. We've got to get things back into gear. It's time to do it. So we've got a huge problem. We take it very seriously. We also have the NYPD, which has proven itself time and time again to be able to take on really difficult challenges, even compared to just a few years ago. You saw even worse realities in this city. So the NYPD has taken on those challenges, come up with new strategies, deployed personnel in a really smart fashion, and they're going to do it again. But the other thing I'd say as we turn to the chief is it has to be with the full participation of the community, and that's what I'm going to be working on today with leaders of the Harlem community. We need everyone to be part of the solution. Chief?
Hey, good morning. Thanks, Rich. Listen, we look at it, as the mayor said, there's a lot of different things going on. It's a combination of things, bail reform, COVID releases from prison, court shutdown, which has Rikers at half of where they were last year with the population. You know, I've said this before, the animosity towards police out there is tremendous. You know, just about everyone we deal with is looking to fight a police officer. when we go to make an arrest. It is so vital that we get our communities coming together, supporting our cops, speaking up for the police officers that are out there. And morale is low. You're looking at a lot of the rhetoric that's going out there, which is being done by a small minority of people, when the vast majority do support our police. And it's important that we reach out to our communities, to neighborhood policing, and get them on our side. Let them know how they want their neighborhoods policed. We have heavy quality of life issues throughout this city. We need to deal with our communities and see how they want us to deal with it. A lot of these quality life issues are what led us to be able to reduce crime by addressing these quality of life issues. So we need to know from the communities how they want their neighborhoods policed. And again, we mentioned this insane diaphragm law that the city council passed. It has our cops hesitant to enforce some of these quality of life issues. They are afraid if they're making an arrest, that if their knee goes on the back of someone that they are fighting their life for, that they could be prosecuted, that's a problem. It makes our cops take that step back. It's only effective to New York City police officers and peace officers. It doesn't affect any other law enforcement agency within this city. It is something that really has to be dealt with if we want to be able to move past this. So it's a big issue to our cops. It's something that has to be dealt with. It's unacceptable, the amount of violence that we had this weekend. It is something that we have to deal with the guns that are on the street and figure out new ways to get them as they're walking out on the streets and make those arrests.
Go ahead, Rich.
So I'm just going a different topic now. You know, the idea of excluding people from states where, COVID is very high. Are there any real moves to enforce that? In other words, is there anything that the NYPD is doing, the Port Authority Police, or is this all sort of a theory at this point?
No, Rich, it can't just be a theory. It's a great question. It has to come to life. Look, this is a new world for us to figure out, on a regular basis, because we're going to be at this for a long time, how we are going to identify anyone who comes in from around our own country. Originally, as you remember, when we were facing this, we all thought of this as something coming in from Europe, coming in from China. Now it is a question within our own country. And we have to figure out a structure that works. It has to involve the Port Authority Police because they're in the best position to act on folks coming in through the airports, for example. But what I think would work, and we're going to work with the state on this, is to get from the state the names and contact information of anyone who comes in from one of the states with the biggest problems, and then use our test and trace core to follow up with them the same day and make sure they understand the rules of quarantine, make sure they have everything they need to stay safe and keep everyone else safe. So, no, this has to come alive, and we're working on right now how to make it like a regular process that works every day.
Next, we have Shant from the Daily News.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to drill in a little more on the claims that the chokehold bill, and if I'm hearing correctly, bail reform, have anything to do with the weekend crime spike. I guess for one, are there any suspects or arrestees who may have been out on bail who otherwise wouldn't have been, or maybe the Chief of Department Monahan thinks should have been on Rikers? And also, can someone spell out what the chokehold bill would have to do with the spate of shootings? I mean, how much of a hindrance is that? How does that directly spark, the shootings that happened on the weekend?
Yeah, thank you, Shant. Look, I think we're talking about a couple of different things simultaneously here. I think, from my point of view, the most central issue, what's happening over this last weekend, is the fact that the court system is not functioning. That when our police effectuate an arrest, they don't have the same follow-through they're used to seeing from the court system. Again, that's why Commissioner Shea is working on that issue as we speak right now. We've got to get the court system up and running. We've got to get the DAs doing their work so that we can address folks who are violent in communities and are causing harm to their neighbors. I think that's the most central issue here on top of everything else, all the other dislocations that have occurred with the coronavirus. We can get you whatever information we have on what has happened as a result of the other issues that have affected the equation. But I think what's happened this weekend is for the biggest causes, which is the impact of the coronavirus. we all, regardless of what the root cause is in each case, we have to fight it back. And we are where we are. Now is a question of using all our resources as a city, working with communities to fight it back, and get the help we need from the other levels of government to really turn the corner here. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear from Terrence Monahan on this. I mean, just because you brought up the chokehold bill, chokeholds are such an offensive tactic to New Yorkers. The argument for the legislation was that it actually strengthens the NYPD. So maybe, yeah, can you address exactly why that bill, or how that bill contributed to the violence over the weekend? And can you say a little more about what's going on in police officers' minds in this climate of protest and reform? Thank you.
And just as we turn to the chief, again, I don't think the chief said that he thought the bill contributed to the violence this weekend. I think he was talking about the overall picture and his concerns about how we keep the city safe. So, Chief, I just wanted to frame for you, because I didn't hear you say that. I heard you express your broad concerns, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's a very big concern about that bill, and it's not the chokehold. We don't have an issue with the chokehold portion of it. The issue we have is the compressing of the diaphragm if your knee should go on someone's back during the course of an arrest. Anyone who's ever arrested anybody who's fought and struggled knows that there's a good chance that your knee may end up on someone's back during the course of a violent struggle. And to criminalize that has a police officer concerned about whether or not he may be arrested for his knee going on the back. So for us, it's the diaphragm portion of that, and we've expressed our feelings to everyone in the city council. All the DAs have said that there are some problems with the law the way it's worded. So it's an issue that our cops are dealing with very strongly. There is some great concern. As opposed to the idea of bail reform, COVID, and courts being closed, it means a lot of different individuals are on the street that should not be on the street. And we have seen them involved in violence. Later on today, Chief Mike LePetri will be giving a briefing on the crime stats, and he will be able to go over some of those numbers for you.
Next, we have Juliet from 1010 Wins.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you today?
Good, Juliet. How you doing?
I'm okay. According to the crime stats, the month of June, 250 people were shot in the first 28 days of the month, and that's compared to 97 during that same period last year. Where have you been in this whole month on this issue? These shootings did not just happen this weekend.
Yeah, well, Juliet, if you'll remember, over the last couple of weeks, I've been talking about this issue constantly right here. We have seen an uptick in shootings. It's very worrisome, and I don't accept it. We have to fight it back. And that's why we announced that we were moving officers. Of course, Summer All Out was part of the strategy. We talked about that weeks ago. We talked about the fact that we're going to refocus resources on the Bronx and Brooklyn North, where we've seen profound problems. Now we see problems in Manhattan North, so there'll be a focus there as well. A lot more redeployment of officers from desk jobs out into the field. We're going to use all the tools, CompStat, precision policing, and neighborhood policing to fight this back. We've had to fight things back before. We're going to fight this back again. But we can't do it alone. We need communities to be fully involved, and we need the court system to be functioning to really turn the corner here.
Juliet?
Yes, I do have a follow-up. Yes, I do. So where is your message to people of New York to say where there is crime, there are consequences?
Yeah, there always are consequences for crime, and that's the way it has to be. And Juliet, we have for now 7 years fought back crime, lowered crime. We've done it working with communities. And we've done it by addressing a whole range of problems and not letting them grow in our communities. Everything has been thrown off by the coronavirus, let's be clear. People aren't going to work, people aren't going to school, everything's been disrupted, and most notably, our court system's not functioning, and it has to. But the message is the same. We are going to fight crime wherever we find it. We've fought back crime many a time before in the city successfully. There has to be consequences for folks who commit crime, particularly violent crime. We need the DAs to be more a part of that. We need the court system to work so we can ensure those consequences happen.
Next, we have Gloria from New York 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to follow up because it just seems like there is a bit of a disagreement between you and the chief, in addition to what some of the police commissioners said on our show this morning. They both seem to blame bail reform, COVID releases from Rikers. I just want to know specifically if you do or do not agree with the police department's view on this. I hear that you are saying it's a confluence of all these different factors, but they seem to be specifically blaming bail reform and these COVID releases and the chokehold bill. So can you just speak to there seems to be a real disagreement. We have leaders from Manhattan South last night calling out for help. What's going on here in terms of leadership and really who is in charge?
Yeah, Gloria, respectfully, we, all of us together, have been keeping this city safe now for 7 years. So let's just be 100% clear. It's an extraordinarily difficult time in our city's history. It may be the single worst combination of crises New York City has ever faced. And yet everyone works together every day to address these issues. The city of New York didn't ask for the coronavirus to come here, nor for our court system to be shut down. All the things that are affecting us are beyond anything any of us could ever have anticipated. So we all work together every single day. There's a lot of frustration, Gloria. There's a tremendous amount of frustration. You can imagine for our police leadership and for our police officers, they're working so hard to keep people safe. And then even when they arrest folks, they don't see the kind of results that they've seen historically because the system's not functioning. I understand that frustration, and it makes sense that people are going to express it. But I'm sorry, when you ask for a breakout, it's impossible to say which factor achieves which outcome. It's everything together is having a really big impact. And we're all working together to see our way through it. That's the bottom line.
Thank you. And if I could ask a different question, wondered if the administration has at all taken a look on how beach openings went over the weekend in terms of how many people follow social distancing, enforcement. What's the administration's take on how it went so far?
Yeah, Gloria, I'll get you a more thorough answer, but so far the reports were pretty good. Obviously, a lot of people were really looking forward to the beaches opening. A lot of people came out. We didn't have particularly difficult enforcement issues that I heard about, but I'll check the facts from the last couple of days. My sense, again, is that overwhelmingly New Yorkers understand the rules and they want to follow the rules because they understand it's about their safety and their family's safety and their community's safety. And I think New Yorkers have been pretty amazing throughout. So as we've dealt with other challenges, from what I've heard so far, the beach openings went really well.
Next, we have Nolan from The Post.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yeah, Nolan, how you doing?
I'm well, Mr. Mayor. As lots of people have asked you about already, this has been the most violent June that we've seen in a good long while. Shootings are up more than 50% for the year. Murders are up by more than a quarter. You, again today, have pinned the uptick on the shutdown of the court system in large part. And I have this question for reporters at the Shack. They say there is still no detailed plan for tackling the surge. And then secondly, the police department has attributed a good chunk of this violence to reoffenders who were released from Rikers on COVID, on sort of COVID-related releases. How many of those people have been arrested?
Yeah, Nolan, I don't have that fact available at my fingertips, but we'll get it to you today. We were dealing, of course, with a horrible health crisis when you think about the months of March and April, and particularly in a place where people were confined, and we had to address those health issues. But at the same time, we focus all the time on safety. So I respect the reporters who cover the NYPD, but the notion of there's no detailed plan just doesn't ring true. The NYPD always has a detailed plan for addressing any challenge. And I want people to remember that. I understand we're going through a really, really tough time, and it's really picked up in recent weeks. But I don't lose faith in the ability of the NYPD to deal with the situation. I have seen the NYPD overcome much harder challenges. That is the truth. And of course, they continue to refine their strategies. That's what they've been doing for the last quarter century. They will do it now. And we are going to be continuing to get more and more personnel out onto the streets where needed the most. And I know it will have an effect. We need the rest of the equation to restart to really maximize the effect. But I have absolute faith it will happen.
And then to follow up on Gloria's question, Commissioner Shea went on New York One this morning and blamed the chokehold legislation, in part, which you pledged to sign in part for the uptick of the violence, saying that it's, quote, insane and it is crippling police officers. The NYPD is refusing to discipline officers who cooperate with the who refuse to cooperate with the CCRB. Just hours ago, members of the brass excoriated the Manhattan District Attorney on Twitter. The budget deal that you agreed to with the city council was described by your police commissioner as bowing to mob rule. So, Mr. Mayor, who's running the department? And are you okay with the commissioner making these statements about legislation you've pledged to sign and about the budget deal you've struck?
Yeah, obviously, Nolan, again, anytime, respectfully, any of you attempt those kinds of questions, I'm going to just come back really calmly and tell you the obvious truth. This city has gone through so much in recent months, and we keep fighting back, and we are making a lot of progress as a city. We've been through a whole lot over the decades, much worse crime situations than we're facing now for much longer periods of time. We fought our way back. It comes from, first and foremost, civilian leadership, always working with the leadership of the NYPD to come up with solutions. That's what we're doing right now. So we constantly not only talk, we figure out plans together. That doesn't mean we agree on everything. And I respect that sometimes people need to express their frustrations because they're deep frustrations. They're working so hard to try and keep people safe, and they feel there's some real challenges they're up against. I'm not going to tell people not to say what they feel about that. But in the end, we come to a common approach and we implement it, and that's what we're going to do over these coming weeks. And we have to get communities deeply involved in that approach. That's always been a key in the past. That's why neighborhood policing was something we all created together. And I think that's what's going to help us turn the corner.
Next, we have Andrew Siff from NBC.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me because I'm on a 7 train, so I'm going to give it a try.
We can hear you, Andrew. You're live with the people.
Right. Yeah, well, 23 people on this train, and 22 of them are wearing a mask.
Did you
I am wearing a mask.
Say again, how
My
many?
Question, 22 out of 23.
Very good.
My question has to do with phase 3. Now that indoor dining is not a part of it, it's a very incremental phase, and we've already learned from the state that phase 4 won't include movie theaters and malls. So realistically, Mayor, is what we're looking at right now today the way New York City will be until there's a vaccine?
No, I think that's an overstatement, respectfully, Andrew. I think it's a perfectly fair question, but I don't think that's the whole reality. We have a lot more to learn to figure out how we're going to address this disease even before there is a vaccine. And look, we're seeing a lot of success so far. I'm knocking on wood, but we have seen, obviously, I mean, I went over the indicators today. They're extraordinary and positive. And that says something about the ability of New Yorkers to fight this disease back without a vaccine. And you do see more and more people coming back to work. So I don't think it's, one extreme or another. I think we're making steady progress. I want to see us keep making steady progress. The vaccine will be the absolute, crossing the Rubicon moment, but I think we can make a lot of progress in the meantime.
What would you need to see, since you're already at these incredibly low data numbers, what would you need to or need to know in order to open indoor dining?
Yeah, Andrew, when you look at the fact that we got so much data from around the country indicating that indoor dining, unfortunately, became a real nexus for infection in a way that other types of economic activity weren't. It just made sense to stay away from it for now. Let's see what happens around the rest of the country. Let's see what happens with our situation. I don't have an immediate timeline now, It's a postponement while we get more information and we see how we do overall. But I want to make sure when we do it that we're sure we can do it safely.
Last two for today. Next we have Todd from AM New York.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Todd, how you doing?
I'm doing just fine. Well, I've been out on the street and I've been talking to a lot of people in the communities. One of the things that came out for me was one woman said to me, she said, you know, everybody's been locked up for a long time, the COVID thing, they're angry, they have no job, they have no school, and then you mix in the Rikers people who are in that community, and you add in people who are not getting arrested, or they're getting arrested and getting released. And she said to me, you know what? It's like letting a Rottweiler off a leash. What do you say to that, woman?
I think we've been, Todd, we've been dealt a really, really tough hand as a city. And in March and April, it was the healthcare crisis. In May, we were coming out of it, obviously with the warmer months. And as you're right, people were cooped up for all that time. They don't have the normal things to engage their life. We're seeing more and more challenges, but we're going to overcome it. It's going to be tough. It's going to take a lot of hard work, but we're going to overcome it. We have overcome this and much more in the past in terms of dealing with challenges in our communities and having to fight them back. So I know it feels very unsettling for people. It feels unsettling for all of us, but we're going to fight it back.
Todd, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, something unrelated. I was down Coney Island over the weekend, and my friend over there at the Wonder Wheel, who says his ride is the most socially distant that you can get. And he says that the city just won't let him reopen. He understands about the other rides and that they may not be socially distant, but he's like, wait a second, they can get on the Wonder Wheel. What do you say?
Yeah, it's a fair question. We understand, and look, the state rules have been, I think, very smart about thinking through the phases and about avoiding things that might create too much closeness with people. And obviously, you can understand why amusement parks might be in that category. But he makes a good point that the Wonder Wheel is different and certain pieces of it are different. And so we need to look at the whole thing. So that's a very fair point. And I love Coney Island deeply, and I want to see people there continue to do all the things they've done and keep Coney Island alive. So we'll pursue that with the state to see if there's some way to find appropriate balance and see what can and cannot open.
Last one for today. We have Jeff Mays from the New York Times.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions for my law enforcement colleagues. The first one is the NYPD has been making the same claims about what's driving shootings and crime for weeks now, especially in regards to bail reform, as we heard the chief just say. But officials, the police officials, the commissioner, the chief himself have not provided any hard data or evidence to show how those factors are at play. Why is that? And should they still be making those claims if you and city officials have not provided any evidence as to that being the cause of the crime increase?
Jeff, look, I'll certainly, the NYPD, if they have specific statistics, they should share it, obviously. And we'll make sure that whatever's available will be given to you and others. The bail reform, remember, there were concerns from the beginning, and a lot of those concerns got addressed last April in the legislation in Albany. There were things that happened in the meantime, though, that certainly contributed. But again, I think the overall reality has to be recognized here. This is not business as usual. When have we ever had the court system shut down? When have we ever had people have no work, no school, no nothing to go to? I mean, this is a really, really exceptional situation. So in terms of trying to pull the pieces together, I don't know how much you can say, well, this piece happened for this reason, this piece happened for another reason. Whatever statistics we have, we'll provide. But I think there's also the reality that people are unsettled by all the dislocation. I think our officers are feeling the effects of so many things happening around them. And I think what the chief said was important. We got to rebond the relationship between our officers and our communities. That's what neighborhood policing was doing all the way up to the coronavirus. And we've got to get back to that. It worked. We've got to do it again. We've got to deepen it.
And this question also, if the chief could address it as well, shooting clearances have fallen almost half, and in Brooklyn
Wait, Say again, I couldn't hear your beginning.
I'm sorry, shooting clearances have fallen by half, and in parts of Brooklyn, it's as low as 10%. And at the same time, shootings have been increasing each of the last 10 weeks. And there's some concern from officials about whether police are conducting a slowdown and whether the NYPD is not doing as much as they normally do because they want to show that they are necessary and sort of address some of the criticisms they've been receiving in this past week. I'm wondering if yourself and the chief can respond to that.
I'll start and turn to the chief. Jeff, first of all, I know our officers are out there doing the hard work, and I know they're out there getting criminals off the streets and guns off the streets, but again, against a backdrop where there isn't enough follow-through by the rest of the system. And I know it's hard. Let me hasten to say, for everyone in the court system, the DA's office, they're dealing with a lot of challenges too. But we've all got to work it through together, which is exactly what Commissioner Shea is doing as we speak now, trying to figure out what's going to get this whole thing restarted energetically, because it has to, particularly as our healthcare situation's gotten better. So I want to say, if any one of us were an officer out there doing the work and then not seeing the follow-through, that's a real challenge. But I still see our officers doing the hard work every single day. Go ahead, Chief.
Absolutely not. Our guys are not slowing down. The investigations are moving along, and it takes time. A shooting investigation, a homicide investigation doesn't happen overnight. As the year progresses, you see that number of arrests, clearance rate go higher and higher as the year goes on into next year, because we never stop investigating a shooting. We have numerous individuals who we are ready to indict on shootings that we are waiting for the court system to open up so we can present the evidence to a grand jury. So that has slowed us down on getting some of the clearances. But absolutely, our detectives are out there each and every day working on these shootings, making arrests. We have quite a few individuals we've identified that we are in the process of finding right now to bring to justice.
Thank you, Chief. So let me conclude today, very simple message. We will not go back. When it comes to our healthcare reality, the coronavirus, we will not go back. We went through the worst in the nation in March, in April. We fought our way from that to now being a place that people all over the country are looking to as the example of how to deal with this disease. We're going to stick to what has worked. We will not go back. We will not go back when it comes to crime. We're going through a rough patch, there's no doubt. We're going to have to fight it back. But I remember what things were like in this town in the 1990s. I remember how hard it was to fight our way back and become the safest big city in America. We're going to keep that title. We're going to work with communities, police and community together. We're going to fight it back. We will not go back. And that's the work we will do together in New York City. Thanks very much, everyone.
Taking another live look at downtown San Francisco there. Absolutely gorgeous Monday evening. It's already 5:30, both here in Phoenix, Arizona, and on the West Coast. I hope you all are having a great day. I hope you had an even better 4th of July weekend. I had a fantastic weekend. I went to Sedona, got some great pictures. If you'd like to see the little mishap I had, or I guess you could just say I was unprepared for my trip, you could find the post that I put on my Instagram. All you gotta do is search for Pilar Fox 10. That's PILARFOX10. Remember, me, Mike, and Christy, your Fox News Now hosts, we like to stay in touch with you outside of streaming hours as well and get to know all of you news nowers, as I like to call you, just a little bit better. We do chat with you on the YouTube chat as well. So if you're watching on coronavirusnow.com, I do invite you to come and watch us on YouTube. That way you can get just a little bit more acquainted with us and your fellow News Nowers, all the other viewers as well. All right, a lot of these updates, guys, are a little bit of a repeat from what Mike Page played for you this morning. Don't forget, though, I'm keeping a very close eye on all the feeds that are coming down, all the sister stations that are providing content, and when and if we do get anything live, I will bring it to you. Don't forget, if you're here in Arizona, you want all your day's news, weather, and our great on-air personalities, Linda Williams is currently on Fox 10 right now. You could always tune in on television. You can also go to fox10phoenix.com/live. All right, so we heard from the mayor of New York City. Now let's hear from the governor of the state of New York. Surprisingly, a little bit shorter of an update from Cuomo today than we are used to hearing.
We normally run about 1.2, somewhere in that range, so that's all good. So what does this mean? What it means is, since we started reopening, which was May 15th, we started our phased reopenings, the numbers have actually declined since we started reopening. Okay, you see that gold line under May 15th. That's where we were when we started reopening. Every expert warned us on the reopening that you could see the numbers start to go up, right? Because you were increasing activity. Our premise was you could moderate the activity, so you could start the reopening, but monitor the number of cases and control the phased reopening to keep the number of cases down. And that's just what we've done for the past 7 weeks. So we're actually down from where we were when we started reopening, which, as you remember, no one predicted. The question was, when you start reopening, activity will go up, number of cases will go up. Can you control the increase? That was the question. We haven't needed to control the increase. We've actually had a slight decline, and now we're basically running flat. And that is great news. That is really great news. And it's what we said from day one with my great graphic that nobody liked at the time I originally did it, and nobody still likes, but I like it. So sometimes it's nice to be governor. You have a valve. Control the activity and monitor the valves to see if the infection rate is going up, the hospitalization rate is going up, and keep your hand on the valve. And you see it start to go up, slow down the valve. If you don't see the numbers going up, then you can open up the economic activity valve. And that's what we've been doing. And that's what you see with these little corrections. So New York City goes into phase 3, but no indoor dining, right? So we have the phases, and then we have certain adjustments that we make to the phases. But the numbers show you that we are right where we want to be. New York City goes into phase 3 today, no indoor dining, but there are rules on phase 3, right? It doesn't mean go out and have a party. We have 50% occupancy for personal care services. You have to wear face coverings. Customer wear face coverings, 6-foot distance. Prohibited services that require removal of face coverings, such as facials. You can't get a facial. I did that against my own self-interest. I was supposed to get a facial today. Close the waiting rooms. Employees providing services must be tested every 14 days. So there are rules. Tomorrow is phase 4 for Westchester, Rockland, Hudson Valley. Long Island is on track for phase 4 on Wednesday. Their numbers are all good. School reopenings, just to make sure there's no confusion. There are 700 school districts in the state. The state has directed all 700 school districts to come up with a plan on how they would reopen, because there's 2 levels of discussion. Should they reopen? And then if they reopen, what does a reopened school look like in the quote-unquote new normal, right? So we've asked every school district to come up with a plan on what reopening would look like in your district. New York City is coming up with a plan pursuant to that request on what it would look like to reopen the New York City school system in September. But there has been no decision yet as to whether or not we are reopening schools. We obviously very much would like to. Nobody even knows the effect that this is going to have on students, socialization of young students, etc. We want kids back in school for a number of reasons, but we're not going to say children should go back to school until we know it's safe, right? And we have some time. This is a very fluid situation. When we get the data, we will make a decision. In the meantime, I'm telling all school districts to come up with a reopening plan. But we don't yet know if we are going to reopen. And we'll follow the data and we'll make a decision on the data. The Department of Health is also working on this. So every school district is coming up with a plan to reopen. That doesn't mean they are reopening, okay? Nuance sometimes is important. Not often, but sometimes it is. On casinos, movie theaters, we're still looking at the data, but for now they're going to be closed. We are not going to open the State Fair in Syracuse. This is a really tough one. Fairs all across the nation are not reopening. We have a fantastic state fair in Syracuse. We've invested a lot of money. We've had record attendance, 1.3 million people last year. We broke the attendance record. We invested money. We redid the whole state fair. We built a new expo center, 110,000 feet. It's really amazing. And it's been an economic boon for the whole region. But this year we're going to have to cancel it. And that makes me personally very unhappy, but that is where we are. On the COVID transmission, following the facts are changing as they learn more about this virus. There's less concern about surface area transmission, more data that it is primarily an airborne transmission. That then raises the question of what can we do with air filtration technology? You hear this is an air-conditioned building. It's bringing air up into the HVAC system. It then runs through the HVAC system and gets recirculated. What kind of filtration can you have on the HVAC system that may be capable of catching the virus as it's attached to the droplets? There are filters that systems install. HEPA filters are one of them, and then a series of filters that are rated by the minimum efficiency reporting value, MERV value. And the most dense filters can actually filter out the virus, which is remarkable and interesting. Nothing is simple with this virus. It depends on the air conditioning system you have, whether or not it can take one of these higher filters and still operate. And different systems take different filters, and we're working through that now. We're spending time on it because I think there's a real possibility that we could actually have a positive contribution here. And different HVAC systems have different capacities, but we're working through this now. Because if there is a way to filter the air, and there's a way to get COVID out of the air, then we want to do that. And if we can do that without an exorbitant expense for existing HVAC systems, it's something we have to look at. So we're in the midst of that now, and as soon as we know something, we will make it public. New Yorkers did the impossible. We went from the worst infection rate in the United States to the best infection rate in the United States. I like to say that we crossed the mountain. There's the mountain. We don't want to have the challenge of crossing a mountain range, right? One mountain was enough. The last thing we need is to see this virus spike again. And there are two threats in that area. One, New Yorkers getting complacent. This is great. New York's doing great. The numbers are down. I heard the governor. He said everything is great. We get complacent. We get cocky. We get a little arrogant. That is a real threat. And it's a threat that I'm concerned about. You look at the festivities over July 4th, you see gatherings that are not socially distanced. They're not wearing masks. You see it in Manhattan. You see it on Fire Island. There are reports upstate of gatherings where people aren't socially distanced and people aren't wearing masks. You know, I don't know how else to say it. Actions have consequences. Our success was a function of our action. You change your action, you change your behavior, you're going to change the outcome. It is that simple. That curve was purely a function of what we did. If we change what we're doing, you're going to change the trajectory of the virus. I understand people are fatigued. We've been doing this for 128 days. I get it. But it doesn't change the facts. And we have to stay smart. We need, every person in the state needs the local governments to enforce the law. And I talk to local governments about this all the time. Mayors, county executives, etc. And I'm going to have another round of conversations today. I understand that it is not politically pleasant to enforce the mask law or the gathering law or the socially distanced law. I get it. I get that politically it's difficult for the local governments to do it. But it is the law. And if we don't do it, there's going to be a serious problem. It's not a local government law, it's a state law. So I get the politics, and I've said to them, I have no problem taking responsibility. Mr. Mayor, tell your police when they go out to enforce the law, they can say, don't blame the mayor, it's the governor. Blame Governor Cuomo. County executive, tell your police, don't, when they hand out a summons, say, this is not a county law, it's a state law. Blame the governor. I don't have a problem with that. But they have to enforce the law. We do not have a state police department that is large enough to enforce the law in the entire state of New York. That's why we have local police agencies. But they have to do their job and they have to enforce the law, and the law is clear. And I don't want to be difficult or unnecessarily difficult, but I'm telling you, if we don't follow these behaviors, the numbers are going to go up. It's that simple. The second threat is you now have 38 states in this country with an increasing virus rate of infection. It's only getting worse. It's not getting better. You look at states like Texas, you look at Arizona, you look at those curves. I mean, we know those curves. We've seen them. We've been there, done that. This is a frightening situation across this country. Look at California. Look at the curve on California. We've been here. We've seen this. Deja vu all over again. A.J. Parkinson said that. No? Will Rogers said that. Just see if you're paying attention. I know it's a Monday morning, you're a little sleepy. Will Rogers did not say it. Yogi Berra said it. 2 points. But it's deja vu all over again. This is how the virus came to New York in the first place. It got on a plane in Europe, and it landed at JFK and Newark, and that's why we had the spike. Nobody knew it at the time. Everybody was saying China virus. The China virus had gotten on a plane, went to Europe, and then it came here from Europe. 3 million people got on planes, landed in New York, January, February, March. That's how we had the problem we had. Now, you're going to see people getting on planes from the 38 states in this nation where the virus is going up. They're now going to land at JFK, Newark, etc. You know, an outbreak anywhere is an outbreak everywhere. That's the new mentality we have to have. We can't protect ourselves as an island because we're not. We have people coming in and out all day long. And when you have these spikes in China, in Europe, that's how it happened the first time. Now people can come from Florida, anywhere else. We're already seeing it. We have had significant clusters where people came from out of state. They came in, they attended a function, bang, the next day, we have an increase in the infections. We're doing so many tests and so many tracings that we can trace it back to patient 0, and they're very often from out of state. We have it downstate, we have it upstate. It is inevitable. So, yes, New Yorkers have to be smart, but we also have a problem that if the virus is increasing anywhere, it's going to travel here, and then we're going to have a problem. Denying COVID is really advancing the COVID virus. And I know this is a politically charged environment right now, and somehow COVID has become a political issue, which I've never heard of a virus becoming political, but in this environment it has. But if you deny the problem, then you will never solve it. We're not the United States of denial. We have never been a nation that has excelled because we refuse to admit the problem. We admit the problem, and then we overcome the problem. If we do not, as a nation, acknowledge the COVID viral increase, it is going to continue. Those upward numbers don't change on their own. They only change when you change them. That number keeps going up unless you bend the curve. The bend doesn't happen naturally. The bend happens when people change their behavior and actually reduce the transmission rate. So you look at those numbers in those states, those upticks are just going to continue. That mountain, that didn't just plateau because God said plateau. It plateaued because we did masks and social distancing and close down and all those activities
Rate of transmission,
and testing
the
and
rate at
tracing.
which COVID-19 spreads from one person to another exceeds 1.0 for the first time, I think, Judy, in 10 weeks. For the last 2 days, our rate of transmission, or RT, has been at 1.03. This means that for every new case of COVID we are seeing, that case is leading to at least one other new case. This means increasing rate of spread statewide. This is an early warning sign that, quite frankly, we need to do more. Over the weekend, we learned of several outbreaks across our state directly tied to travel to other COVID-19 hotspots nationwide. In Hoboken, of 13 new cases reported over the weekend, 12 are directly tied to travel to known hotspots. And I give a huge shout out to Mayor Ravi Bala and his team, health officials and contact tracers in Hoboken for their swift work to help stamp out this flare-up. And you can see Ravi's post there. And that's a heavy dose of a couple of things that we've been talking about every day, which is contact tracing that allows us to track this down and test. Elsewhere in North Jersey, several other new cases of coronavirus are tied to folks who traveled to a wedding in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We need to be smarter and we need to work harder. Our 14-day self-quarantine advisory for those who have come through a known coronavirus hotspot is there for a reason, to prevent flare-ups like the ones we are now seeing. So please go to covid19.nj.gov/travel to learn whether you should be self-quarantining. Our requirement that face coverings be worn while indoors and our need to wear them outside as well are there to help slow the spread of the virus. Millions of you literally are taking the need for self-responsibility to heart. But even so, just one selfish person can undo the hard work the rest of you all have done. I want us to be able to deliberately and responsibly continue down our road back. I do not want to have to hit another pause on our restart because a small number of New Jerseyans are being irresponsible and spreading COVID-19 while the rest of us continue to work hard to stop it. But we all need to be traveling down this road together. We all need to be wearing face coverings, even when it's a hot day like today. COVID-19 doesn't care about the weather. It only cares about finding another person to infect. Don't be a willing host. Wear a face covering, self-quarantine if you've been to a coronavirus hotspot, and get tested. This is how we reverse this upward trend of RT, or rate of transmission, and get it back down below 1. We absolutely must. We have, by the way, so many metrics falling in our favor, but with an increasing RT, all of that work becomes jeopardized as well. So with that, let's look at overnight. Yesterday, we received another 216 positive test results for a cumulative total of 173,611. The daily positivity rate was 2.14% for tests recorded on July 2. And Judy, for the past couple of days before that, it was 2.06, 2.48. So these are good numbers. That's a good data point, and we need to keep this number low because we know it also speaks to our ability to slow the rate of spread. Looking to our hospitals, the total number of residents hospitalized for COVID-19 yesterday was 861. Intensive care was 187. Ventilators in use 152. All three of those numbers decreased across the weekend. And as we look across the past 2 weeks in that right column, we see that the numbers in our hospitals have continued to steadily decrease. Here are how these daily numbers feed into the overall trends, which speak to the readiness of our healthcare systems to be able to handle new cases. But as we measure ourselves against our peers, we see the need for continued vigilance. And they also speak to the need for us all to redouble our efforts on social distancing, especially on wearing face coverings that can further help slow the rate of transmission, and especially if you've not been tested and it is possible that you are an asymptomatic carrier of coronavirus. Today, we're reporting an additional 20 confirmed losses of lives from our New Jersey family from COVID-19. That brings the total of confirmed deaths to 13,373. The number of probable deaths increased by 2 to 1,856. As we do every day, let's remember 3 more of the New Jerseyans we have lost. We start today in Essex County to remember Timothy Lloyd Purnell, Sr. He was born in Virginia, but spent the past 59 years as part of our family in both East Orange and in Newark. He was a quintessential preacher's son who was also trained in the ministry and sang in the choir. But his future opened for him at Bell Labs. Brought on initially, this is an extraordinary career, folks, brought on initially to serve as part of the groundskeeping crew, he soon moved indoors, first as a laboratory assistant, but eventually becoming a member of the technical staff, a post usually reserved for scientists with advanced degrees, most of them with PhDs. He was self-taught in organic chemistry, advanced mathematics, physics, and computer programming. He either authored or co-authored 30 journal and conference publications, and his work supported more than 15 patents. He was an advocate for Black employees at Bell Labs to ensure diversity in the future generations in science. All in all, he would spend 30 years at Bell Labs. Throughout his life, faith remained a guiding light, and he passed that love of faith to his children. He is survived by his 4 children, Kim, Allison, Bishop, and Chris, with whom I had the honor of speaking yesterday, and 7 grandchildren and a beloved grandniece. He is now reunited with his beloved wife, Marlene, and so many other members of his family. Timothy was 78 years old. May God bless and watch over him and his family. Next up, we remember Araceli Danilowitz. Sally, as she was known, was 73. Bless her. Born in Manila in the Philippines, she came to the United States in 1975 and settled in Passaic, where she would live for the rest of her life. Sally worked as a medical secretary in the radiology department of Passaic General Hospital for a quarter century, and after the hospital closed in 2003, she was a paraprofessional in the Passaic Public Schools, retiring in 2006. Sally was an active parishioner of St. Anthony of Padua Parish in Passaic and was either a member or founder of many social organizations across her community. She was an avid gardener, a fierce bingo competitor, and a great line dancer. She leaves behind her husband of 29 years, Mirek, and her children, her son Carlo and daughter Cecile, with whom I had the great honor of speaking yesterday, her son-in-law Carmine, and granddaughter Adriana. Like so many, Sally was blessed to have made her American come true. We are blessed that she did it as a member of our family, and again, may God and watch over her soul and her family. Finally today, we remember Clifton's Wallace Roney III, a musical prodigy from the age of 5 when he set free the first notes from his father's trumpet. He attended Philadelphia's Settlement Music School, where he studied trumpet and music theory. He continued his music education at Howard University before transferring to the Berklee School of Music in Boston. He found his way to New York, where he made his name performing alongside some of the greatest ever jazz musicians. Miles Davis himself was a mentor and collaborator, and after Miles' passing, Wallace was one of a select group which included such jazz luminaries as Ron Carter, Wayne Shorter, Herbie Hancock, and Tony Williams, who came together for a Grammy award-winning celebration of his music. That was by the way, one of Wallace's 3 Grammys, and he also contributed to the soundtracks of several movies, including Love Jones. In 2015, he was named a UN Goodwill Ambassador to Senegal, where he brought instruments to schools in the village and introduced the students to jazz music. Wallace leaves behind his fiancée Dawn and his son Wallace Vernell Roney, a rising trumpeter on the New York jazz scene, and his daughter Barbara and stepdaughter Layla. He also leaves behind his grandmother Roselle, as well as his brother and writing partner, a star in his own right, saxophonist Antoine Roney, and his sister Crystal. I mentioned he leaves behind his grandmother. His grandmother, according to Antoine, actually raised the boys. His grandmother lives in Los Angeles. She also lost a son to COVID-19. His grandmother, by the way, is 104 years old. We thank Wallace for his many years of music, and again, may God bless his memory, his soul, and watch over his family, including his grandmother. It is for them and for every New Jerseyan we have lost that we need to redouble our efforts to get our rate of transmission back down and to once again put ourselves in a place where the spread of COVID-19 is slowing dramatically. This thing is brutal, folks. You cannot take this for granted. Although he played at the Paper Mill Playhouse, he had no real Jersey roots, but you probably saw that actor Nick Cordero passed away yesterday at the age of 41. We just cannot, he battled that thing for months. I think he got sick in late March. This thing is brutal. And in some cases, it hits you and it passes and you never knew you had it. And in other cases, and in our case, 15 or more thousand people, it crushes you. Yes, it crushes older folks more frequently. Yes, it crushes folks, as Judy reminds us, with comorbidities more frequently, but it takes out younger folks as well. We can never take anything for granted here. So please keep practicing your social distancing If you've been traveling through a coronavirus hotspot, self-quarantine, please, for 14 days and go out and get tested. And most importantly, mask up. A face covering is what protects you from unknowingly spreading coronavirus for others. As I was out along our shore this past weekend, I saw many residents wearing a face covering while they were on the boardwalk and walking around, but I saw many others, many others, who were not showing the same courtesy to their fellow beachgoers. Let's all get on the same page. Face coverings are how we show others that we care about our communities. Face coverings slow the spread of COVID-19. Face coverings are how we protect the public's health and save lives. This isn't about you. It isn't about politics. It isn't about how you think you look in the face covering. It's about us being able to continue down our road back as one New Jersey family. Let's lead the nation in this as we have done in so many other areas. Now, before I close, I'd like to highlight a small business that is able to stay open today because of the efforts we have put forward through the Economic Development Authority. Yesterday, I had the great privilege to speak with Michelle Files. And by the way, it turns out her in-laws are friends of the family and taught CCD to our kids. Michelle owns the bridal boutique, The Curvy Bride in Manalapan. The Curvy Bride in Manalapan. Michelle herself lives in Freehold with her family. Michelle left a career at a Fortune 500 company to pursue her dream and open the doors of the Curvy Bride in 2013, the first bridal shop in New Jersey that catered exclusively to plus-size brides. And she has won multiple awards and many thousands of fans in the years since. However, COVID-19 put everything on the line. Through the EDA small business support programs, Michelle was able to receive a loan to keep her 4 employees on the payroll, to pay her vendors, and to meet the rent. The Curvy Bride has not only survived, but today it is thriving. It's booming. Since reopening on June 15, when indoor retail resumed, Michelle has been just as busy, if not busier, than ever before. In fact, she told me business is so good right now, she expects being able to repay her loan early. That tells us so much about our business leaders. And Michelle and the Curvy Bride represent the tremendous spirit of New Jersey's small business community. They are, in every sense, the backbone of our state's economy. So to you, Michelle, and your employees, I am proud to see your success continue. I'm proud that we were able to help you keep your doors open for your employees and for your customers. And that is a good, positive note for us to close on. So before I turn things over to the woman who needs no introduction, I do want to give a shout out to Congressman and dear friend Bill Pascrell, who had some heart surgery over the weekend. Word has it he's doing great. So keep Congressman Bill Pascrell in your prayers. And Bill, you're a fighter unlike any I know. You stay strong, as I know you will, and can't wait to see you again soon back in action. Nobody fights harder or stronger on behalf of New Jersey than Congressman Bill Pascrell. With that, please help me welcome the woman who needs no introduction, the Commissioner of the Department of Health, Judy Persichilli.
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon. As we see COVID-19 cases rise across the country, we are concerned about the impact to our state. As another example, in New Jersey, we had several confirmed cases and probable cases in the northern part of the state associated with a June wedding in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. That's why it is critical that residents who have traveled to states with high COVID-19 activity and visitors from those states follow the recommended 14-day quarantine period. This can prevent the start of an outbreak in your local communities. If individuals need assistance in finding a safe place to quarantine, they should call the local health department in their area. Most of the counties have already identified locations where residents can stay during their quarantine period if needed. For example, Burlington County has contracted with 2 hotels, 4 rooms, so that healthcare workers, first responders, and local residents have a place available to separate them from their loved ones during a quarantine period. Neighboring Camden County also has hotel rooms available and has partnered with a local community-based organization to offer safe spaces to quarantine. In the city of Newark, the health department has contracted with a hotel that offers individuals who lack stable housing a safe place to stay and quarantine to lower the risk of transmission among this population. They are also collaborating with partners to provide wraparound services to help individuals find permanent housing. The East Orange Alternate Care Site has bed space set aside for individuals in quarantine who don't have shelter or need a higher level of medical care not available at their local quarantine sites. All health departments are equipped to support housing needs and assistance for residents while quarantining. Recognizing that some residents need a higher level of medical care not available in their local quarantine sites, the Department of Health has hired a medical quarantine director to assist with placing these individuals safely. We know it is an inconvenience to separate yourself from others and to stay home for 14 days, but it is vital to breaking the chain of transmission. State and local governments can assist you during quarantine. Please reach out if you need support. Again, you can call your local health department or NJ 211 to find assistance. Moving on to my daily report, as the governor shared, the hospitals reported 861 hospitalizations of COVID-19 positive patients and persons under investigation. There are 187 individuals in critical care, with 81% of those individuals on ventilators. Fortunately, we have no new cases to report of multisystem inflammatory syndrome in children, so the total remains at 51 cases in the state. The children affected have either tested positive for active COVID-19 infection or had antibody tests that were positive. In New Jersey, there are no deaths reported at this time. The ages of the children range from 1 to 18, and 9 children are currently hospitalized. The governor reviewed the new cases and deaths reported today. In terms of deaths, the breakdown by race and ethnicity is as follows: white 54.2, black 18.3, Hispanic 20.3, Asian 5.5, and other 1.8. At the state veterans' homes, 2 more residents have tested positive, for a total of 388 positive cases and 146 deaths of residents. At our state psychiatric hospitals, the numbers have remained the same. The daily percent positivity as of July 2nd in New Jersey is 2.14%. In the northern part of the state, it's 1.77. In the central part of the state, 1.66%. In the southern part of the state, it is 5.38%. So that concludes my daily statistical report. Please continue to practice social distancing, wear a face covering, and wash your hands frequently for at least 20 seconds. Stay connected, stay safe, stay healthy, get tested. Thank you.
Judy, thank you for the readout, but also for your leadership day in and day out, and your team, Tina, and the rest of the team. You know, I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think it's fair to say that as we took the steps to reopen, we knew we were taking on some more risk. And that's probably a partial contributor to the increase in the rate of transmission, although the positivity rates remain very positive. But I think there's then this icing that's we weren't necessarily anticipating, and that's the explosions of this virus elsewhere in the country. Tina, does that make sense to you? And so you then get another increment that relates to the wedding in South Carolina, or the reality that Hoboken lived through. You and I were talking about Cape May. And so we're now really, folks, we're dealing with both of those realities. And that's why, on the one hand, the steps we take that are incremental in reopening, it's really important that we take them responsibly, in a measured way, that there's a method to the strategy, and then separately, we can't say enough, I assume you all are in violent agreement with me on this, if you've been to a hot spot, you gotta self-quarantine. And you just have to, and you got to get tested. And so those are sort of the two realities, I think it's fair to say. So thank you, as always. Pat, so we talked a lot about not just the regular compliance as it associates with COVID-19, which would love to get your readout as you give us every day, but also a sense of the 4th of July reality and the sort of safety report coming out of that. Again, thank you for everything.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. With regards to EO compliance over the holiday weekend, there was basically 3 incidents. One, a gym owner in Linden was cited once again for remaining open. In Burlington City, state police responded to help clear a parking lot at a restaurant which had approximately 500 people, but beyond being outside, they were all actually also dancing and congregating inside, which, as we know, indoor dining is not yet reopened. And in Patterson, a similar situation where a restaurant and bar had several patrons inside the establishment, and that owner was cited. To the governor's point with regard to the weekend, I know I had mentioned public safety. In Atlantic City, most of you know there was a protest in an attempt to shut down the AC Expressway, but that was a generally peaceful protest. 6 people total were arrested there. With regard to fireworks, we had, sad to say, we had a reported death from a gentleman in Jersey City who got struck in the neck by a firework and it killed him. We had 6 serious injuries from fireworks and 3 minor throughout the state. With regards to traffic, sadly, I report that we had 6 fatal motor vehicle crashes between Friday and Sunday. The state police alone made 74 driving while intoxicated arrests. And with regards to shootings from July 3rd to the 5th, there were 9 shooting incidents with a total of 10 victims. Also sad to tragically report that 3 of those victims succumbed to their injuries. But to end it on somewhat of a high note, if I can, it was a jet skier who had a malfunction with her jet ski down by Barnegat Light, and her family put out a missing persons report, and our aviation troopers went up and found her by Clam Island in a broken down jet ski. She had been out there a few hours and actually hoisted her to safety and flew her over to the U.S. Coast Guard station at Barnegat Light, where she was reunited with her family. So that was certainly a positive story that I was glad to report that she was okay. Thanks, Gov.
Thanks, Pat. The contrary to the rumors, that was not Judy. But God bless the loss of lives. And folks, I'm all for dancing. That sort of stuff indoors, that can't happen. That can't happen. That's exactly why Arizona and Florida and Texas and other places are exploding, because they allowed congregation to happen indoors. We just can't, we're not there yet. I think we're going to start Ask One over with Dustin. I'm breaking a little bit of news here. We're going to go to beginning today, unless you hear otherwise. And sadly, given the world right now and the state of COVID in the country, we may shift courses, but we're going to go to a Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule beginning today. So unless you hear otherwise, we'll do our best to keep it plus or minus at 1 o'clock each day, but we're going to begin that process today. So we will not be with you tomorrow. We'll be with you electronically. We'll have a virtual release, Mahan, I assume, each day, just as we have been doing on weekends. And unless you hear otherwise, we'll be with you at 1 o'clock on Wednesday. Thank you. Please.
Commissioner, you said last month that nearly all long-term care facilities had fulfilled the requirement that they test staff and residents by the end of May. Have you gotten 100% compliance on that? Are those results reflected on the Department of Health dashboard? And is the state going to require testing on a regular basis? Governor, on Meet the Press yesterday, you said you think there should be a national mask requirement, certainly when you're going out as well as indoors. Are you going to require people in New Jersey to wear face masks outside? And can you give more specific locations on the outbreaks? And then, did you know about or support your chief counsel's directive to the health commissioner to fire her inner circle in your office's attempt to find leaks? And what kind of message does that send to employees who may not be doing anything wrong but are still vulnerable to punishment?
Is that it? Judy, long-term care, did you hear that? So was your question, Dustin, where are we on testing in long-term care facilities, please?
Last month, she said, I think something like 98% had completed. So I just want to check back up on that, see if there's 100% compliance and whether that will be regular testing.
So I think this is us, by the way, not you, Dustin. Last month you had said 98% have been tested in long-term care.
Yeah, we have 100% baseline testing has been completed, and of residents and staff, and many, I don't have the number, but many are into retesting. The recommendation is to retest negatives and retest staff every week.
On masking, I think we were the first state, Matt Plotkin is with us, in America to mandate masking indoors, and I'm glad we did. And we're constantly assessing and reassessing the variety of the advisories and recommendations we have out there. We're looking at outside masking as we speak. So if we've got, I don't have any news for you today, but that is something, again, the virus, just to repeat a point we make all the time, the virus is a lot less lethal outdoors than it is indoors, but that does not mean it is not lethal. And it does not mean that you can't still spread it. And that's something I know that we're looking at. The outbreaks, I know Sussex County, Judy, was the family related to the wedding in Myrtle Beach, to the best of my... Sussex and Warren. And Hoboken, I don't know that we know the I personally don't know the hot spots for Hoboken, Dustin, but according to Mayor Bala and his team, 12 of the 13 were from hotspot states. Do you have any more color on the? Yeah, I've got nothing to add on who's working and who's not working, other than I don't know where we'd be without Judy, period, full stop, the best health commissioner in the country. Thank you. Brent.
Good afternoon, everyone. So what would it take to require masks outdoors? You mentioned coming from other states. Are most of these new cases coming from travelers from out of states? Are we seeing rises from beaches or protests or anything else? There are thousands of migrant workers from southern states picking blueberries in South Jersey now. They are not following the quarantine order, and their employees won't allow healthcare officials onto farms to test them. Shouldn't testing be mandatory as it is in nursing homes, and if not, why? Should a voter who is sick awaiting COVID-19 test results or is following your quarantine directive who did not receive their vote by mail ballot go to the polls and vote provisionally? And Commissioner Persicelli, have you said you would resign, and is the ongoing investigation into members of your staff making it difficult to do your job?
I'm going to continue to say I've got nothing to add on that.
Nothing to add.
I incorporate my prior answer by reference. What would it take, Brent? I think it's something we're looking at real time on the masking outdoors. There is the obvious challenge that Judy and I and Pat as well have spoken to, which is you want to put something in place that you believe you've got a high likelihood of the ability to enforce. And this one is more challenging than some other, either you're indoors or you're outdoors. That's fairly easy to determine, but bear with us on masking. Again, I'm proud that we were the first state in America to mandate them indoors. I think it's a mix, Brent, in terms of the cases, in terms of a little bit after Judy gave her report today, I commented that we knew we were taking some amount of risk reopening, but there's a further element of risk associated with hotspots that is something that we weren't planning on a month ago. I don't know that we have an exact breakdown between the two. I'll have Judy come back and address the migrant workers in 1 second. I have to say this. If you're sick and you're awaiting a test, Judy, tell me where you are on this. As much as I want you to vote, I'm not wild about your going out into a public place. So I think what you should do is, if that's the case, get a hold of your county clerk literally the minute you're hearing these words come out of my mouth, and get their advice in your county as to what to do. Hopefully still be able to get a ballot. Remember, tomorrow's election day, and it has to be postmarked, as we've discussed here, at latest by tomorrow. And that's the advice I'd give. Judy, anything you want to add to that, but also on migrant workers and the testing protocols there?
Yeah, we have a task force working with the FQHCs in New Jersey to test the migrant workers. We have tested about 3,900, and we are working with the farmers to try to encourage testing in all of the sites. What we don't have is the exact number of migrant workers who are in New Jersey right now, because it ramps up. And we've got the Blueberry migrant workers right now, but it will ramp up as the season goes on. So we're working with Department of Agriculture for those numbers.
Any different guidance on voting? Would you stay home?
If you're sick, don't go out.
Yeah.
You know, you can't.
So get your county clerk, get a hold of them ASAP. And by the way, we talked about migrant workers. This now feels like 5 lifetimes ago, but Singapore thought they had this to zero, and then their seasonal workers came in. I guess there's not really seasons in Singapore, but it exploded. So I think anybody who's associated with that industry, and the ag industry is a big one for us, particularly in the South, is people need to realize it's in everyone's interest. It's not they're over there and we're over here. We're all in this together. So thank you for that.
And the workers themselves have been very cooperative.
Yeah.
The workers.
Great. Please, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Governor. What is your level of concern about the non-cooperation with growers and their hesitance to have migrant workers tested on their farms? Do you support the recently proposed bill that would mandate such testing? What kind of mask requirement do you want to see on a national level, and how would it be enforced? The rate of transmission has been increasing more or less steadily ever since the state entered stage 2. Do you attribute that growth to any of the decisions in opening up to stage 2? And the rate is up, but the hospitalizations continue to drop. Is there anything to make of that? Thank you. Thank you.
The level of concern, I think we just addressed that among the growers and the seasonal workers. And it's something that it's one of the communities that from the get-go in terms of testing protocols, Judy's had in her top rung in terms of vulnerable communities. I won't comment on a particular bill, but if you're in a vulnerable community and one that we think is particularly exposed, our objective has been from moment one to test the entirety of that community. And so, again, putting aside what the bill looks like, that's an objective. Long-term care, our corrections communities, our seasonal workers, and so on. I think, bear with us on masking. Again, I'm proud of the fact, I'll repeat it again, that we were state #1 to mandate them indoors. The virus is a lot less lethal outdoors. There's more mask wearing anecdotally than there was 2 weeks ago, but there's still not remotely enough outdoors. And that's something that we are, Judy and the rest of us are looking at this. You know, I think I've said this, I'll repeat it again and ask Judy or Tina, how much of this is related to stage 2? How much of it is related to hotspots? I don't know that we know, but it's a combination. In the first part, we knew when we opened up the state again, we said this, we're taking on more risk, and that's going to lead to more transmission, but we felt it was responsible and manageable. I don't know that a month ago anyone would have anticipated that Florida would be printing 10 or 11,000 positives a day, or Texas, Arizona, parts of California, et cetera. So I think it's a mix. And how do we feel about rate of transmission going up, and yet hospitalizations are going down? I've already spoken to the first piece, although Judy may want to weigh in. We're happy hospitalizations are going down. That's a good thing. But remember also, if you're a newly hospitalized person, it's a little bit of a lagging indicator. The rate of transmission is a here and now. The spot positivity is a here and now. The new hospitalizations is also a here and now, but it's from somebody who, in the most unlikely circumstances, didn't just get it yesterday and have the symptoms today that would warrant being hospitalized. It's a little bit of a lag, a modest lag. Anything you want to add to any of that? Tina, you good with that?
Again, we don't go crazy necessarily on the day-to-day numbers, perhaps going up or down, whether it's RT or other metrics that we take a look at. We also recognize too that even though the hospitalizations might look okay right now, we have to recognize that's also a lagging indicator as well. So again, we have to just keep on looking over time and continuing monitoring. But that said, it doesn't change what our responsibility is as far as taking that responsibility to still do the same public health management efforts with masking up, with keeping social distancing, with washing our hands. So again, we can't really control necessarily what might be coming in that we can't predict is going on, but at the same time, there are a lot of things that are within our control that we can actually take steps to do the best we can to minimize disease.
I would add one thing, and I'm not trying to make news here, other than we've beaten masking to death here, and we're going to be coming back on masking. I think one thing that this leads me to, Judy, is that we're not going to be jumping the gun on a whole lot more opening up steps right now, I would think, right? So we're at where we are now, and my guess is we're going to be there for a bit. If we see these numbers, particularly the RT, go down again precipitously, and the spot positivity rates stay down, that will allow us to take some steps that I don't think we feel comfortable taking today. And Tina made a very good point here. 1 or 2 days does not a trend make. So even when we define hotspot states, Judy and Tina and team are saying that it's data that's on a rolling 7 average. And so, and particularly coming out of a holiday weekend, which may also distort numbers, et cetera. Thank you. Sir, do you got any?
Yep. Hang on one
I
second.
love your T-shirt, by the way.
Thank you. You said before that weekends and holidays can throw off some of the numbers. Do you believe that the numbers that came out are lagging or indicators are suspect? How would a nationwide mask mandate happen, and should Congress be involved? And then the last question is, why have you not issued a mask mandate like the governors in Texas and Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I think we've beaten the mask point to a pulp here. Again, we are the first state in the nation to mandate masks indoors. We have a strong recommendation to wear them out of doors. We've said from the day one when we started talking about masking, we want to be able to enforce things that we mandate. But again, that's something we're looking at, and we'll come back to you on that. How would it work nationwide? I mean, you need. I said this yesterday in an interview. We are right now as a nation, and our job is focused on New Jersey, but we can't help but be concerned now with developments elsewhere in the country, because folks are coming back to New Jersey or visiting New Jersey. We're only as strong right now as a nation as the weakest link, and that's no way to run the Navy, as they say. We really need a national, some national parameters that everybody sticks to. And so I would think it can. I don't know that you need Congress for that. I'm not sure you need a law for that. But boy, we could really use that right now. In every state, no matter where you are in the nation, we expect the following parameters to be adhered to. And your first question was, are the numbers distorted or not from the weekend? I think we wait a few days potentially, right, Judy? I mean, the deaths. I hope this is right. The deaths have gone. The 4th of July, we reported 25 fatalities. The 5th, 23. Today, 20. I hope that's a trend. But why don't let's bear with us maybe till Wednesday, and with the benefit of seeing what we print tomorrow on Wednesday, what that looks like. Thank you. Mike, is that you? I can't see. You changed masks on me.
Good afternoon, Governor. Today, the Small Business Administration released the names of companies that got loans under the Paycheck Protection Program. One of the companies that you listed in 2019 on your financial disclosure, it's called Cohere Communications, got a loan. It's valued from $350,000 to $1 million. It reported that it would retain 21 jobs if it got the loan. I was just wondering if you could talk about what your role at Cohere is. It's unclear from the disclosure, and when did that begin? Can you confirm whether those 21 jobs were saved or not? And did you play any role in the firm getting the loan? And if so, what role did you play? Thank you.
I literally, walking over here or coming over here, Dan Bryan called me up and said you would raise this with him. It's the first I heard it. I have an investment. I can't remember the last time I spoke with anybody associated with the company. I played no role whatsoever. But we'll come back and give you some more color if there is any beyond that. But as I said, the first I heard of it was indirectly from you. Thank you. Sir.
Oh, is it my turn again?
Mike's done.
Good afternoon,
I think
everybody.
Mike's done. Was that it, Mike? Okay.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I was going to ask you a question, Phil Andrews from New Jersey News Network, about masks, but it seems like my colleagues have that pretty much covered. So let me move ahead to tomorrow. What are you going to be looking at as far as the primary is concerned, and what do you need to see from tomorrow's primary for your decision come the fall in November? What is it you're going to be looking at?
Is that it?
Yeah, I'm going to mask up now.
Mask up, exactly. I think the first point, good question, by the way, and again, remind everybody, tomorrow's election day. Strong preference is if you've got a ballot to vote by mail and you postmark by tomorrow, means you get counted. Because it's a hybrid system, and again, the other side of this is we have mandated that each county have at least 50% of in-person capacity, and each municipality have at least one location. First part of my answer is we won't know a whole lot tomorrow, would be my guess. This is going to be something that I think will take some number of days to really give this the postmortem that it needs. But obviously we'll be looking at overall, we'll be looking at turnout. The more people, we're huge believers is the more people who vote, the better, and that's a good sign that you've got democracy going in the right direction. So turnout will be a key fact that we'll be looking at. Secondly, I think we'll be looking, as we've discussed often here in answering questions, were there any obvious breakdowns in the system? Either that's physical, in-person voting breakdowns, or on the other hand, breakdowns in the vote by mail piece of this. And I would say on that list, as it always is, we're going to be watching very closely for any shenanigans that we hear about, any voter suppression, anybody who's trying to job the system. But it will, in fairness, I think, take some time to give a full accounting for how this worked. The good news is we have time in order to make the decisions that we'll need to make for the November election. But our premise begins and ends with the fact we want as many people as possible having the ability to vote. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you, Governor. Today we saw pictures of people not wearing masks while using NJ Transit. How is that enforced, and what happens if that trend continues? Will you have to cut capacity? And last week, in reversing that decision on indoor dining just 3 days before it was set to resume, many restaurants had already hired back staff and ordered food in anticipation of indoor dining. That left some restaurant owners out thousands of dollars. How can the state make it up to those businesses that have already been hit so hard by the virus?
I have not seen the pictures on NJ Transit, but if Mahan can get them or look at them, that does not make me happy. I assume it doesn't make you happy either. And so there's some amount of discretion given to the operators, and there is some amount of carve-outs, I think, where health does not allow it, I believe under the age of 2. But as a general matter, that's not a happy reality. We need folks, without question, to be masked up inside, and that includes NJ Transit. Listen, in a perfect world, we're not making decisions with only 3 days to go. Judy and her team and our folks were on intensively last weekend. We were looking with horror as cases began to explode in other states that we've mentioned, and the risk, and by the way, looking at why they were exploding. So this, someone asked this earlier, and I realized we never addressed this. Judy, I don't think we've got, or Tina, we have no evidence to repeat again that people going to the beach, going to a park, protesting peacefully, that's led to the increase in the rates of transmission. This is overwhelmingly, the experts will tell you, is an indoor reality. And so we then got to Monday morning, and we were horrified by what we were seeing. And so we had to put the brakes on it. I have nothing but sympathy for the small business community generally, and particularly in hospitality, which has been crushed. We'll do everything we can. The EDA will do everything it can, but it's another opportunity to remind folks that we need direct federal cash assistance, and a very good use of that cash assistance would be to go directly to the small hospitality folks, including the folks who had hired the team back, who had bought the meat, whatever it might be. It gives us no joy to not to have done that. But the alternative, I just have to and by the way, we have been aggressive on outdoor dining, aggressive on signing laws to allow takeout alcohol and other steps. So, we have worked as best we can with the industry, but, the alternative at that point was a fairly horrific potential to be indoors. Again, remember the combination of data points: indoor dining or indoor drinking. You're indoors, you've got a ventilation issue, you're in close proximity, you're sedentary, and by definition, you have to take this off in order to eat or drink. And that's a really bad set of data points. So we will do everything we can for the industry. We have nothing but sympathy. It's been a crushing reality for restaurants, particularly the mom and pop operators, which is overwhelmingly the case in our state. We'll do everything we can through the EDA, but we need to be able to borrow money. We need to be able to get federal cash assistance. We need to look at revenue raisers that have to be on the table. And part of a big reason, it's not the only reason, but a big reason, a big group that would benefit from that would be the hospitality industry. With that, and a theme of the day here, I will mask up and say again to Judy and Tina, thank you for everything. Pat, likewise, with you in prayer. Jared, Matt, Mahan, and team will be back again, unless you hear otherwise, Wednesday at 1 o'clock. And in the meantime, folks, please keep up the extraordinary work. If you've not been to a hot spot, keep doing what you've been doing. Social distance, wear a face covering, wash your hands, as Tina said, with soap and water. And if you don't feel well, don't go near other people. Get tested. We've got the testing capacity. Fire away. If you have been to a hot spot, we need you to self-quarantine. And the list of states, Judy, is on our website. We'll update that on a periodic basis. But if you've been to a state that is a hot spot, self-quarantine and get tested. Quarantine and test. We need you to do that, folks. And if we do all of the above, we'll get that rate of transmission back down. We'll keep the spot positivity rates low. Hospitalizations, please, Lord, low as well. And we'll fight our way through this. God bless you all. Thank you.
And thanks for joining us as we begin a new week and consider the challenges that lie ahead. To welcome members of the media and those who are watching us online. Today, Orange County Mayor will discuss our positive cases, our numbers here in Orange County, and our budget as it relates to COVID-19 and some difficult decisions clearly that have to be made in the future. Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer here to discuss what is taking place within the city of Orlando on these same topics. Dr. Raul Pino from the Florida Department of Health in Orange County has information on our testing numbers and timeframes and other important data. We start this press conference with Mayor Demings. Mayor?
All right. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for being here and weathering the storm to get in this afternoon. I'm reminded that we are still in the hurricane season. But also, let me just say that I hope all of you had a good 4th of July weekend, and I have to give some accolades to the residents of Orange County, because largely as I moved around during the weekend, people were wearing their mask, and so hopefully as a result of the wearing the mask and following the CDC guidelines, we will not have a repeat of what we saw during the days after the Memorial Day weekend. Of course, you all know that we saw significant spikes after that weekend because people just didn't adhere to the guidelines that were being put in place. But I remain optimistic that we are on the upswing. But we just left the budget meeting here within Orange County, a full day's meeting. Literally, it started at 9 a.m. and we concluded about 5 minutes ago. I will report to you that our budget will remain flat overall for the next fiscal year 2021. However, another casualty of the pandemic will be the planned expansion of the Orange County Convention Center as we knew it. The expansion project will be delayed at the very least. I want our residents to also know that we are eyeing the budget in the most prudent and fiscally responsible manner possible as we move forward. The goals for this week. Each Monday we try to come to you and tell you what we hope to accomplish. The number one goal this week for us remains to stop the spread of the virus through driving adherence to the CDC guidelines. Number two, to continue working with the state to increase testing. Number three, to continue our crisis assistance for families, individuals, and small businesses. We do have a staff member here today who's been working in that environment, should there be any questions related to that. And the fourth goal this week is to work towards safely improving our commerce here in this community. So let me just talk briefly about the numbers. While there's some concern and pause for the numbers, I saw a glimmer of, I think, hope in the numbers, and I'll share that with you. Over the weekend, Florida's total coronavirus cases topped over 200,000. Today, the number of cases in Florida is over 206,000. In Orange County, a total of 14,407 cases were reported today. That's a cumulative number. However, today, within the last 24 hours, 375 cases were reported. Over the last 5 days, we have seen an increase of over 3,500 cases. But when we look at the last 24 hours, that was the lowest number of new cases that had been reported in several days. So I'm encouraged by that. We saw some days over the holiday weekend where we had 1,000+ new cases reported. But within the last 24 hours, 375 cases. So I see that as a trend. Hopefully that's headed in the right direction. Sadly, though, however, we are now up to 61 Orange County residents. I know Dr. Pino from the Florida Department of Health has the most current numbers, and he'll be sharing that with you in just a few moments. We have tested over 157,000 individuals in Orange County, and our positivity rate is now 9.2%, which is about the same as the state of Florida's positivity rate. With the surge in cases, the Business Compliance Working Group, which is a subcommittee of the Economic Recovery Task Force, will be meeting next week. Again, we want to be able to reopen safely, and we are looking to the collective thoughts of those individuals to help provide some advice to us as we move forward with reopening. If the coronavirus cases still appear to be increasing at a high rate, certainly we will have to make some adjustments going forward. In terms of testing, Orange County Health Services will be testing this week at Legacy Middle School. The appointments again have been taken. However, if you want to drive up, walk up, they may be able to fit you in to get you a test. The City of Orlando will have a mobile testing site at the Camping World Stadium. I understand Mayor Dyer that is starting this Wednesday at the 8th. Health Services is also planning to open a testing site at the Barnett Park next week. You can also get additional information by going to our website at ocfl.net/coronavirus for more information on testing sites. In terms of the crisis assistance, we are moving forward with trying to get funds in the hands of individuals and families as well as small businesses here within Orange County. There have been 13,500 approvals of individual applications so far, which represents nearly $14 million in financial assistance to families here within Orange County. The staff is working diligently to review and approve applications as quickly as possible. And as a reminder, we will reopen the application portal 1 week from today, on Monday, July the 13th. Our Orange Cares business program continues to have its application portal open. That is a continuous process there. About $16 million in grants for small businesses have been processed for approval to date. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Dyer, and then he will be followed by Dr. Pino, and then we'll open it up for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. As we begin another week with this pandemic, I want to stress again to our community residents that we must continue to take this virus seriously. It should be alarming. It should be eye-opening to all of us, the manner in which this virus continues to spread. We have to remember that our actions affect others, and by simply wearing a mask, we can make a difference in somebody else's life. With the numbers that we have experienced over the last week, we must remember that our actions can make a difference in the ability to respond to the virus, to reduce overwhelming our hospitals, and to protect our healthcare workers. The virus continues to exist, it continues to spread, but we are Orlando, we stand up for one another, and we mask up for one another because it's the right thing to do. Mayor Demings mentioned that we need to continue to expand our testing opportunities. Each week we're testing on Wednesdays. This week we're at Camping World Stadium from 9 to 1. Right now those appointment slots are filled, but you can still walk up or drive up to Camping World on Wednesday, and we'll announce next week's site and the opening of appointments later this week. Thank you. Dr. Pino.
Good afternoon. This is week 28 of the year, and I will reframe the conversation in weeks because it's the same way that we are following the data so that people understand. As the mayor referenced, Mayor Deming, that is, yesterday we received 2,208 negative results and 374 positive tests. That is a 14.5% positivity rate for yesterday. We also have seen an increase in the recovery rate that was really low last week. Right now it's about 61%, and that's an important number that people would like to have in mind. We also have seen an increase in the number of ER visits for fever, cough, and shortness of breath. as well as an increase in the hospitalization. But syndromically speaking, influenza-like illnesses and COVID-like illnesses are stabilizing. Our positivity rate for the duration of the pandemic is 9.2. And I will let you know about the last 14 days because that's the number that I follow the closest. With regard to the sad news of fatality number 60 is a 89-year-old female, black, non-Hispanic, and we don't know exposure. The person died on the 2nd. And fatality number 61 was 86 years old, male, Hispanic. We don't know the exposure yet, but we know that had significant pre-existing conditions. Also, for your general information, antigen testing is counting since July 1st as a positive case. And since that, there have been 698 positive antigen test results in Florida up to date. So those will starting to be included in our count starting July 1st. With regard to the data, our age increased by 1 year, the median age, and about 52% of our cases in the last 14 days have been between 20 and 40 years old, and continue to be a young pandemic for us. Last week, our week 26, we are in 28, so week 26 so far is the highest that we have in incident rate per 100,000. So that week 26, our rate per 100,000 was 343. Last week, our rate was 271. So there was a reduction in our rate right there. And also part of the hopeful news that the mayor was talking in the data, last week we saw a reduction, a negative growth of 21% when you compare to the prior week. And that coincides exactly with the second week that we have the mask on ordinance in Orange County. And that should not be a coincidence. The median age for the past 14 days for us is 32, as I mentioned. For the state is 36 years old. Also, we have seen a slight reduction on positivity rate from the highest that was in June 30th, and this is a 14-day rolling average. This is the data that we follow here, is analyzed here in Orange County. We follow the 14-day positivity rate in average and a rolling average. So on June 30th, we were at 15.77, and on the 5th, we were at 14.58. So the reduction is not significant, it's very slight, but it's moving in the right direction. For hospitalizations, and we mentioned that they have increased and they normally go behind, like 2 or 3 weeks, the number of increased cases. So total hospitalized COVID today in the morning in Orange County, that doesn't mean that they are all Orange County residents, but it means they are in a hospital in Orange County, 357 individuals. That's an increase of 164 from the last data point that I have in June 28th. And for ICU beds, we have an increase of 35. It went from 37 on June 28th to 72 today in the morning. With that, I know we always have a concern about beds and what is available in the county for our residents. Although we have seen an increase in the number of hospitalizations, the systems are reporting that they are not concerned about the need for a surge yet as a system. It could be that a hospital have more cases than other, and things have to be reshuffled and readjusted. But in the county this morning, I'm sorry, just right now, not this morning, just right now. We have 511 beds available here. Again, that's 511 beds available in our county. We have 499 ventilators available in the county at 11 o'clock in the morning. We have 58 ICU beds available in the county for adults. We have 46 ICU beds available for pediatrics, and we have 13 long-term care facility beds available for our residents. I will pass it to Mayor Demings and answer any question that you may have.
Okay, so I think in the midst of the misery that we talked about, there's some bright points there. And we're managing the virus is essentially what we're saying to you. With that, we do have a couple of our county commissioners here, Commissioner Uribe and Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. So as we go to questions, if you have any questions to ask them, ask them the tough questions and leave the easier ones for us. So in either case, any questions that you all may have, we'll answer at this time.
Hi, Kelsey with West 2 News. This question is for most likely Mayor Demings as well as Dr. Pino. I know you talked a little bit about at the beginning of this press conference about what you saw over the 4th of July weekend. Can you talk a little bit more about that, just from what you've seen? Were people complying? Were there any big groups? Are you worried that we could see a higher surge? Are you hopeful that people took this seriously? And that's for both of you guys, please.
For me, I drove around the county quite a bit. I saw a much better response during the Independence Day weekend than I did during the Memorial Day weekend in terms of people who were wearing masks and following the CDC guidelines. That was the type of desired response we wanted to see from our community, and I believe that if that continues, then we somewhat control our destiny going forward in terms of stopping the spread of the virus. Dr. Pino?
No, I agree with the mayor. I went around a little bit. I also